When Yin Yi saw the two-story small building suddenly appear before her eyes, it felt almost unreal. Yet she knew it was real. Her arrival here had to be traced back to 2 hours earlier. Yin Yi had grown up in an orphanage. On the surface, she seemed extroverted, yet in truth, she was an inwardly introverted child. With so many children in the orphanage, if one wanted a kind benefactor to sponsor them, they had to appear sweet-tongued and cheerful. Thus, although she preferred to sit quietly alone and read for the sake of survival, she had no choice but to mold herself into the obedient, good-tempered child that adults adored. Because of this, the director of the orphanage took special care to praise her in front of benefactors, allowing her to smoothly obtain sponsorship, enter a good university, and later secure a white-collar job. She often felt deeply grateful. After working for 2 years, she would still use her own salary from time to time to buy things and return to the orphanage to visit the director and the younger brothers and sisters. Yet misfortune struck without warning. After getting off work, she rushed home to pick up the things she had bought so she could take the bus back to the orphanage. As she passed a residential complex, a flowerpot suddenly fell from the 32nd floor. Unlucky Yin Yi was struck directly on the head. By the time the security guards arrived and rushed her to the hospital, excessive blood loss had already claimed her life, and she was pronounced dead. After she died, she thought she had gone to heaven, for when she awoke, she found herself in a boundless white expanse. Then from the mouth of a system, she learned that she had died, and yet had not truly died. The main system of Blue Star was searching across various places for suitable candidates, and Yin Yi happened to be chosen. The system brought her here and informed her of everything that had occurred. It then gave her a choice. If she was willing to join them, she would not truly die, but instead, like others, be bound to a subsystem and become a world tasker. Of course, if she refused, they would not force her, they would simply send her away, but the outcome she would face was death. Yin Yi had never imagined something so astonishing would happen to her. She did not ponder for long, as since she had already died, and even if there were reincarnation, she would still have to live anew. She simply agreed. The subsystem inwardly felt that Yin Yi had agreed, without even asking what tasks she would have to complete. Fortunately, she had encountered such a kind system. It was even the son of the main system, and it would not send her to carry out missions of excessive difficulty. Thus, one human and one system arrived at this place. It was now September 1958 in a parallel timeline. Yin Yi still did not know what mission she was to undertake. Before she could ask, she was transmitted here, surrounded by empty, desolate fields with no one in sight. After asking the system, she learned that this was by county of Ping City in Yang Province, on a country road between 2 villages of the Qinglin commune. System, are we really supposed to carry out our mission here? Yes, host, I delivered you to the right place. Then what exactly is our mission? Host, this is the simplest mission I have found for you. This is a parallel timeline of Huaguo, different from the world you came from. However, certain trajectories of historical development are similar. For instance, it is now September of 1958 in Huaguo. Beginning in August, regions across the country have experienced drought, causing reduced grain production, and in the next 3 years, famine and deaths will occur. Your mission is to open a general store here, allowing the local people to come and purchase goods, and to help them endure these 3 years. Hearing this, Yin Yi widened her eyes. She certainly knew how terrifying the 3 years of famine in the 1950s were in history. Although this was a parallel timeline, the system had said the course was similar. In that case, opening a store here was indeed a good deed, but still. So my mission is to help them. You could say that. Why would there be such a mission? It sounds a bit like the setup of some grand female protagonist, doesn't it? Host, you are overthinking it. Strictly speaking, your mission is first to open a store and aid the people of Huaguo, and second, to collect traffic for the system. Traffic. Yes. When you open a store here, people will come to buy things, and corresponding traffic will be generated. This traffic comes from each act of human consumption or from the gossip and information obtained through their conversations. And what is this traffic used for? We are not doing live streaming. Wait, don't tell me you've installed some Blue Star live stream equipment. Host, you truly are overthinking. No one back there is interested in that sort of live stream. The traffic gained by the little shop will be converted into energy for system operations and transmitted back to the main system. Then we can open up more subsystems and observe and study more worlds. Do you understand now? Oh, I see. It feels like you are shearing wool from the sheep. The system silently rolled its eyes. Host, your mission is much simpler. Some hosts have to go fight and kill. Compared to them, I am treating you quite well, am I not? Yin Yi smiled. That is indeed true. By the way, system, can you take on a physical form and keep me company? I will be alone from now on. If you can come out to accompany me, at least I will have someone by my side. Very well, this system will accompany you. Wait a moment. In the next second, a small spotted kitten appeared in Yin Yi's hands, staring into her eyes face to face. The kitten was so adorably cute that she could hardly stand it, yet when she thought of its merciless tongue, she felt the image did not quite match. She said nothing more. Since she now knew what she had to do, she stood before the small house, and the main door automatically. It was a white 2-story little house. Upon entering, she found that the first floor was arranged as a general store. The front door was made of glass, white incandescent lights shone overhead, and empty shelves lined both the left and right sides. Directly opposite stood the cashier counter with a small wooden board on the left that could be lifted to allow a person to enter. She walked in to inspect the cashier counter. A screen panel faced her, its display currently black and powered off. Below it was a drawer with a key hanging from it. Beside it sat an electronic scale, and beneath was a row of glass cabinets. Directly below hooks held plastic bags, and the system had said that the plastic bags would be automatically replenished. Facing the main door to the left of the cashier counter was a small door that opened into an empty storeroom lined with more shelves. Last, she examined the door behind the cashier counter. Opening it revealed a staircase leading to the second floor. Yin-Yi walked up to find her living quarters a 3-bedroom and 1 living room layout complete, with living room, kitchen, bedroom, study, walk-in closet, and bathroom, with all furniture, appliances, water, and electricity ready for use. After finishing her tour of the little house, the kitten urged her to go downstairs and continue receiving information. Duoduo, what are we coming downstairs for? Why can't we just talk upstairs? There's a sofa up there, lying on it is so much more comfortable. The little tabby cat jumped down from Yin-Yi's hands onto the counter beside the register. Host, can you give me a different name? This name doesn't suit my temperament at all. Yin-Yi looked at it amused. Isn't Xiaohua quite fitting? You look just like a little tabby cat right now. Besides, I really don't see any special temperament on you at all. This lord is the only beloved son of the main system. Why don't you call me young master instead? Yin-Yi's lips twitched. You really dare to pick names, huh? Young master, seriously. That doesn't suit you at all. Xiaohua is so much better, it sounds adorable the moment you hear it. The little tabby cat bristled, fur puffing up. I'm not adorable. This is called domineering. No, you must change my name, or I won't keep you company anymore. Fine, Yin-Yi sighed. But young master still won't do. Let me think. Since you consider yourself so domineering, how about calling you Fuguwei? Fuguwei? No way. Just call me my lord instead. That won't do either. If Fuguwei doesn't work, how about calling? It's a great name. It means you have an abundance of everything. You said you're the son of the main system, right? That already makes you superior to all those subsidiary systems. You have what they don't. The little tabby cat laid down as though deep in thought, then nodded. All right, that one will do. He'll be Duoduo then. Great. You still haven't told me. What are we doing downstairs? A host, you're opening a shop, remember? Look around, the store is completely empty. What are you going to sell to people? All right. I totally forgot until you mentioned it. I thought you could directly put items on the shelves for sale. You're overthinking it. For now, just power on the cash register. Tap the button at the bottom right. Following Duoduo's instructions, Yin-Yi opened the register's panel. When the screen lit up, she realized it was actually a touchscreen. How advanced. There were only 2 icons on the interface, one for taking payments and the other. Why does this icon look so familiar? Wait, isn't this from a game I used to play? Yin-Yi realized the icon was the logo of the game Xiao Xiao Tianyuan. She immediately tapped it, and sure enough, the game interface she used to play appeared. It was one of the most popular games among young people, marketed as if being a wage slave in the city is too hard. Why not experience a slice of pastoral life in the game instead? When Yin-Yi opened it, she found it was literally her own account. Even the username was hers. Who else would name themselves Tianyuan de Gongren? When she first started playing, she truly thought it was just a relaxed little management game. Who knew the game would constantly launch events and activities, forcing her to grind harder and harder? The game interface was divided into several sections. In the center stood a small house, which had initially been a thatched hut, but thanks to her efforts had finally been upgraded into a small villa. To the left of the house was an open area with 2 workshops, a cooking room, and a tailoring room. Near the entrance on both sides lay fields where various grains and vegetables were planted. Scrolling the screen downward behind the house were several rows of orchards bearing fruit, and to the right stretched a medicinal herb. Scrolling upward, she saw that the left side was a pasture area, while the right side contained various processing workshops and factories, and beyond that lay tea gardens, flower gardens, and more. At the very bottom ran a river with ponds on both banks. Duoduo, this is my game, right? What is going on here? Duoduo then explained everything to Yin-Yi, and only then did she realize that the goods she would sell in her shop would all be obtained from this pastoral game. In the game, the grains consisted only of common crops like rice harvested into white rice and wheat harvested into flour. Other mixed grains were absent, so a marketplace area had been added. Originally, the game also had a shop, but it only sold decorations and skins. For example, her upgrade from thatched hut to small villa had been purchased there. Now, however, the system had taken real life into account and revamped the marketplace. When Yin-Yi opened it, she found that the items for sale had been changed into everyday necessities of this era: clothing, food, housing, and travel. She also noticed detailed instructions in the operations section at the top right. They read, all materials harvested in the pastoral fields or purchased from the marketplace will be stored in the warehouse. The warehouse has viewing and extraction functions. The extraction function is directly bound to the warehouse of the real-world general store. After reading, she understood. The game warehouse and the real store's warehouse were essentially bound together. She realized opening this shop would not be as effortless as she had imagined. She could restock from the marketplace, but not everything was available. Staples like rice, which could already be planted, would not be offered for purchase. She would still have to plant and harvest those herself. Still, it was a game, and she had been playing for many years. For her, this wouldn't be too difficult. After familiarizing herself with the rules, she learned from the system that her current stock of diamonds in the game was quite substantial, converted by the system from her savings from her previous life. Seriously, you managed to convert my savings into game diamonds, but couldn't just give the money to me directly. She said, that's completely different. The game still has to keep running. But don't be sad, host. The money you earn here can be taken with you, and at a ratio of 1 to 10. That is, if you earn 10 yuan here, you'll be able to exchange it for 100 when you leave. Upon hearing this, Yin-Yi's mood brightened at once. She hadn't expected actual compensation, she wouldn't be working for nothing. Her old savings had also been turned into game diamonds. That was already quite good. In fact, more than good. Oh right, host, I forgot to mention. Every now and then the system will assign you some small side quests. You'll need to cooperate. Why didn't you say that earlier? You're not going to make me save the male and female leads, or save the world, are you? I can't handle. Wow, you really love to daydream. Relax, they're just side missions tied to the shop's operations meant to help you gain more traffic. Once she understood, she stopped worrying. Yin Yi began organizing the in-game layout. The crops and livestock were still exactly as she had left them before, all in the growing stage, just waiting for harvest. Unlike before, she noticed that all the growth and production times had been shortened and standardized. Every planting or breeding cycle now yielded a harvest every hour, allowing for considerable gains in a single day. She didn't rush to harvest. Instead, she decided to check her inventory first. Based on her previous playstyle, the stockpiles ought to be quite substantial. She opened the inventory, and sure enough, it was just as she had expected. Yin Yi tapped Warehouse on the game interface to inspect its contents. The storage capacity, which she had previously upgraded to 100 units, each type occupying one slot, had now become unlimited. Currently, the warehouse held 100 units of rice. She tried clicking withdraw, and the interface displayed a note. The withdrawal ratio was 1:1, meaning withdrawing 1 unit corresponded to 1 gene of rice in reality. She immediately tested it by withdrawing 100 gene of rice. The interface prompted withdrawal successful. Delivered to the shop warehouse. Yin Yi stood up and opened the small door beside her. Indeed, a burlap sack appeared on the shelf. Opening it, she grabbed a handful of rice, translucent, plump, and full. She nodded, deciding not to rush further withdrawals. Instead, she returned to the checkout counter to review the current stock levels of various materials in the warehouse. Having checked the rice, she moved on to crops: rice paddy, 100 wheat, 100 soybeans, 500 sugarcane, 500 potatoes, 100 pumpkin, 700 sweet potatoes, 560 glutinous rice, 200 corn, 200 cotton, 350 flax, 200 Chinese cabbage, 200 tomatoes, 200 cabbage, 100 shepherd's purse, 100 muskmelon, 800 tune sprouts, 600 bitter melon, 800 chili peppers, 100 onions, 800 eggplant, 800 white radish, 200 carrots, 100 winter melon, 200 cucumber, 100 scallions, 500 ginger, 500 garlic, 300 Beijing scallions, 400 green peppers, 300 red peppers, 200 perilla, 160 orchard cultivation apples, 100 bananas, 800 green plums, 800 pineapples, 500 strawberries, 100 blueberries, 800 watermelons, 800 lemons, 500 persimmons, 400 red dates, 800 cantaloupes, 800 dragon fruit, 800 cherries, 100. Next, she examined the animal products from the ranch: eggs, 100 chicken, 760 pork, 100 beef, 100 lamb, 350 duck, 200 milk, 500. She noticed that eggs were counted individually while meat was measured by weight. The ranch only yielded these common items. A sheep also produced wool, which could be used in the textile workshop. Then came the processing and workshop section. These facilities transformed raw materials, for instance rice paddies, into rice via the mill, or wheat into flour, with extraction generally based on a per-gene ratio. Rice required no further inspection. Flour stood at 100 gene potato starch, 500 glutinous rice flour, 300 sweet potato flour, 200 fine vermicelli, 100 rice noodles, 800 dried noodles, 100 tofu, 500 soy milk, 200 fried tofu, 300 dried tofu skin, 300 fermented black beans, 200 oil bean curd, 200 smoked tofu, 200 white sugar, 200 brown sugar, 300 cane sugar, 500 malt sugar, 200 salted duck eggs, 780 salted chicken eggs, 800 pickled Chinese cabbage, 360 spicy cabbage, 430 pickled white radish, 400 pickled plums, 600. From the bakery items sold by the piece: egg pancakes, 300 baked cakes, 180 potato pancakes, 200 sweet potato cakes, 180 pumpkin pancakes, 300 vegetable pancakes, 200 brown sugar cakes, 300 egg cakes, 200 pumpkin cakes, 180 glutinous rice cakes, 200. From the weaving workshop: linen cloth, 500 cotton cloth, 500 wool yarn, 600 silk yarn, 500 purchased from the mall. From the dyeing workshop: linen and cotton cloth in various colors: bright red, water pink, navy blue, royal blue, light blue, yellow, orange, light green, emerald green, pink, purple, each with 200 chi. The flower fields: cultivated lilies, roses, daffodils, locust flowers, gardenias, balsam flowers, and jasmine, all available in various colors. Stock was around 100 or more for each. Most of the harvest had been used in the dyeing workshop previously, and she hadn't planted much afterward, so the warehouse didn't hold large quantities. The medicinal herb fields grew common Chinese herbs: mint, dandelion, honeysuckle, chrysanthemum, Japanese honeysuckle, and also ginseng and lingji. The variety was limited and stock was minimal, all under 100 plants. From the tea garden, the harvested items included white tea, 200 black tea, 300 green tea, 300 oolong tea, 200 yellow tea, 200 and dark tea, 200. These teas could also be processed further. For instance, green tea leaves combined with jasmine flowers could be turned into jasmine tea. There were also seafood items sourced from two areas: one was the pond within the farm, and the other was deep-sea fishing. On the game interface, there was a set sail button, but each voyage required a boat ticket purchased from the mall. Yin Yi checked and found this feature unchanged and still usable. The remaining seafood included black carp, 200 bream, 130 bass, 300 catfish, 200 crucian carp, 350 eel, 200 sardines, 200 tuna, 23 cuttlefish, 200 grouper, 80 large yellow croaker, 200 lobster, 70 large crabs, 200 and large sea prawns, 300. There were also seasonings and other items. Some came from the workshop, while others were items she couldn't grow but had purchased from the mall earlier and could still buy now. These included coarse salt, 200 fine salt, 200 chili powder, 150 soy sauce, 200 oyster sauce, 80 mushrooms, 200 peanuts, 200 matsutake, 100 asparagus, 200 wood, ear fungus, 200, and so on. That was roughly the extent of the inventory in the game warehouse. Yanni noticed there were still many crops and products ready for harvest, but she didn't rush to attend to them. Instead, she decided to investigate whether the store had any water available for sale. She wasn't worried about other items. Food could be directly obtained from the farm game. After looking around, she found nothing, and the game didn't seem to offer bottled water for purchase. So she turned to Duoduo, who was dozing curled up. Duoduo, I checked the game, and there's no bottled water to buy. Where can I get some? Duoduo, on the verge of sleep, was startled awake. After widening its eyes and realizing there was no danger, it yawned. You didn't look carefully. The mall definitely has bottled water for sale. So Yanni searched again and noticed a search box. She typed bottled water directly, and immediately options appeared: small 500 milliliters bottles, as well as 1L, 5L, and 10L containers. Different sizes required different amounts of diamonds. For instance, a 500 milliliters bottle cost 1 diamond, equivalent to 1 jiao in reality, while a 10L container cost 10 diamonds. Yanni nodded, feeling reassured. With both food and water, she could handle the impending famine. However, while this water was drinkable, using it for other purposes would be wasteful and too expensive. She thought for a moment and noticed a well on the game interface. She tried tapping on it with her finger. Oh, it actually has a function. Let me see. The well, previously static in the game, now had a draw water function. After tapping it, a message indicated successful water drawing. She checked the warehouse, and sure enough, a water bucket X1 appeared in her inventory, meaning 1 bucket of water. Now she truly had no worries. In addition to these, the warehouse inventory was divided into 2 parts. The second part contained items from the kitchen and tailor shop, including various dishes and ancient-style clothing. Because the game Little Farm was designed in an ancient style, it also incorporated many modern elements. However, the clothes produced by the tailor shop were predominantly ancient in style. Yanni wondered if the clothing styles in the tailor shop had changed now. Otherwise, selling ancient-style garments seemed inappropriate. So she returned to the main interface and tapped on the tailor shop beside the small villa to check. As Yanni had guessed, the clothing styles in the tailor shop had now changed accordingly, allowing only the production of garments from the 1950s and 1960s. The clothes were divided into men's and women's sections. The men's section mainly consisted of shirts, trousers, jackets, sweaters, and overcoats, while the women's section offered a wider variety, including shirts, trousers, long skirts, short skirts, dresses, jackets, sweaters, and overcoats. In any case, there were many styles, all of which could be processed using the obtained fabrics. This rendered the clothes in the warehouse mostly useless. Yanni decided not to bother with them, thinking that since they couldn't be used anyway, she might as well leave them there. Next, she checked the remaining dishes in the warehouse, all produced by the cooking room. She had also taken a glance at the cooking room while inspecting the tailor shop, and it remained unchanged. Egg fried rice, X120, soy sauce fried rice, X80, pumpkin porridge, X30, sweet potato porridge, X20, egg noodles, X20, braised beef noodles, X30, spicy lamb noodles, X30, meat buns, X70, shepherd's purse buns, X50, cabbage buns, X90, shepherd's purse wontons, X60, peanut soy milk, X20, tofu pudding, X20, mapo tofu, X10, pan-fried tofu, X25, scallion, mixed tofu, X27, braised tofu, X20, celery stir-fried, dried tofu, X20. Braised beef, X30, tomato braised beef, X20, tiger skin pork, X120, to braised pork belly, X80, boiled pork, X20, sweet and sour pork, tenderloin, X50, mushu pork, X30, yuxiang shredded pork, X20, a chicken stewed with mushrooms, X17, spicy chicken, X30, kung pao chicken, X15, sauce braised fish, X20, pickled vegetable fish, X30, a boiled fish, X10, squirrel fish, X20, a chopped pepper fish head, X10. Pickled vegetable stewed vermicelli, X20, pumpkin steamed bun, X10, brown sugar steamed bun, X30, a Chinese hamburger, X10, ants climbing a tree, X20, clear soup cabbage, X20, braised eggplant, X27, tomato sauce sardines, X23, Japanese scallion chicken roll, X33, fried chicken, X20, green pepper stuffed meat, X25, steamed sea fish, X17, seafood medley, X20, tuna salad, X20, a beef salad, X15, vegetable salad, X30, mushroom soup, X20, corn soup, X20, wintermelon rib soup, X30, white radish Christian carp soup, X40, lamb soup, X20, beef soup, X18, a chicken soup, X20, French fries, X130, fruit shaved ice, X20, fruit mix, X15, watermelon juice, X20, strawberry daifuku, X22, pudding, X20, fruit cake, X12. The dishes produced by the cooking room could also be extracted. One extraction yielded 1 portion. Feeling hungry, she decided to try a serving of egg fried rice and tomato braised beef. The food appeared on the warehouse shelves. She took it out and placed it directly on the glass counter beside the cash register. It was packed in stainless steel lunchboxes, and when opened, the steaming, fragrant meal was revealed. Having no chopsticks, she went upstairs to the kitchen to fetch a pair before starting to eat. The taste is exactly as delicious as I imagined. I used to think that if only the pictures in the game could become real, now it's come true. After finishing her meal, she took the lunchbox upstairs, rinsed it, put it away, and then came back down. She began to set up the small shop. The shelves on both sides were empty, on top with glass cabinets below, which was still different from the convenience stores of later generations. After careful consideration, she first poured the 100 jin of rice she had already taken out into the left glass cabinet. The previously empty cabinet was now filled with gleaming white rice, though 100 jin only filled it halfway. That's not right, Duoduo. If people come to buy rice, they'll have to go over to fill their bags, then come back to the cash register to collect payment. Going back and forth like that doesn't seem very efficient, does it? Duoduo stretched lazily. Then let's make some modifications, it said, waving its little paw. Yin saw the small shop transform before her eyes. Other fixtures remained the same, but a new device appeared in front of the glass cabinet. Duoduo explained that this was an automatic rice dispenser. Customers could press the number pad, for example pressing 1 for 1 jin of rice, then confirming, and the rice would automatically come out from an outlet below the number pad. However, customers would have to hold their own bags. Yin thought this method had a flaw. She would first have to explain to the customers, and then teach them how to use it. This seemed even more troublesome than before. Duoduo said this was the best modification it could manage for now. Yin asked it to restore the shop to its original state, then poured out the rice and stored it in the glass cabinet under the cash register. She decided to keep grain and staple foods there for the time being, while other items could be placed on both sides. She felt that 100 jin of rice was definitely insufficient. She extracted another 200 jin, filling the cabinet almost to the brim. Then she purchased 500 jin of coarse grains from the mall. It should have cost 500 diamonds, but due to the quantity, the mall offered a 10% discount. Only then did she notice the fine print, a 10% discount for purchases over 500 and a 20% discount for over 1,000. She regretted not buying 1,000, but a 10% discount was still decent. She didn't plan to sell at high prices. These coarse grains would be sold at 1 mao per jin, while the refined rice would be priced at 2 mao. Of the 500 jin of coarse grains, she only filled 200 jin into the cabinet. She planned to get some white flour and cornmeal as well. She took 100 jin of white flour directly from the warehouse and bought 500 jin of cornmeal from the mall, filling 100 jin into the cabinet. Cornmeal was priced at 1 mao and 5 fin, while white flour and rice were the same price. She wasn't sure if this was expensive or not, but no matter how she calculated it, she was still making a profit. She felt the prices should be affordable for people. The counter under the cash register was now full. She then moved on to stocking the two sides. On the left, she placed some 500 milliliters and 1L bottles of mineral water, followed by bags of 10 eggs, 1 jin bags of dry noodles, and 10 cans of fruit from the mall in yellow, peach, and orange flavors. Below, she placed brown sugar, white sugar, and coarse salt, all in 1 jin bags. She also stocked 20 bottles each of soy sauce and vinegar, each bottle weighing 1 jin. After some thought, she decided to put out some vegetables as well. Since the grocery store had a preservation feature, she didn't have to worry about the vegetables drying out if no one bought them. She put out common items like cabbage, tomatoes, white radish, eggplant, and cucumber. At the very bottom, she placed 10 jin bags of potatoes and sweet potatoes. Given their weight, it was appropriate to have them on the bottom shelf. They were also inexpensive, sold at 5 fin per jin. After finishing the left side, she pasted the prices for all products directly on the shelves. It was then that Duoduo suddenly remembered that the shop had a defense mechanism. If someone tried to take items without paying, they wouldn't be able to leave the door and would receive a warning or even an electric shock. Yin was a bit speechless that Duoduo hadn't mentioned this earlier. If she had known, she wouldn't have had to move the rice around. However, she ultimately felt that this arrangement was more convenient. The right shelf was not left empty either. She mainly stocked daily necessities there: linen and cotton fabrics, soap, laundry soap, matches, candles, kerosene lamps, flashlights, small padlocks, and the like. Standing at the entrance, she surveyed the shop's layout. She then placed some cigarettes and alcohol on the 2 rows of shelves on the wall behind the cash register. Looking over everything once more, although the top shelves were still empty, she felt it was satisfactory for now. Nodding to herself, she decided she was ready to open for business. Yin had a good night's sleep, only to be awakened by Duoduo. She had nearly overslept, forgetting that she now had a shop to run. She took out the clothes she had bought at the mall the day before, a cotton outfit in a Chinese style, a light green top, and a long skirt. It was already past 8 o'clock, so she quickly changed, washed up, and went downstairs. She felt like she had become a wage earner again, just with a different employer. The shop's operating hours were from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., 9 to 6, the classic workday schedule. She pressed a button on the left side of the entrance, and the outer rolling shutter automatically rolled up. Then she placed 2 flower baskets, one on each side of the glass door. How could a grand opening lack flower baskets? Those 2 had been purchased at the mall. She then took out the small blackboard she had written on and placed it at the entrance. The small blackboard bore what she had written the night before: a certain general store, grand opening. We offer various daily necessities. Today's stock includes rice, white flour, corn flour, brown sugar, daily necessities, and more. A wide selection. Welcome to come in and browse. The shop was named a certain general store. Originally, since the supplies came from the game Little Garden, she thought Little General Store would be a good name too. But Duoduo said she was too lazy. After thinking of several others, she finally settled on this name. It wasn't yet 9 a.m. and she had finished all the chores. There was no rush, so she sat at the cashier counter and took out a serving of shepherd's purse wontons to eat. After finishing breakfast, the clock had passed 9, but still no customers had come. Duoduo lay lazily on the counter. Yinny, don't you think you should do some promotion? A Duoduo, look at where our shop is. There's no one living nearby. How can I promote it? I think there's no hurry. Surely someone will pass by eventually. Once they do, they'll be curious enough to come in and take a look. It was September, and the sun was still blazing outside. Even though it was just past 9 in the morning, the entrance was already bathed in bright sunlight. With nothing else to do, she sat waiting for customers. The girl and the cat were boredly watching a TV drama on the tablet Yenny had exchanged when suddenly the system issued a side quest. Side quests serve 5 customers and complete transactions. Yenny glanced at the entrance. Not a single person passed by. Duoduo, this quest doesn't have a time limit, does it? Don't worry. Side quests are just for assistance. No time limit, no punishment. But Yenny, it would be better if you could be a bit more. Hearing that, Yenny stopped worrying and continued playing the drama. Proactive. What was that? A wage earner at work had no such thing as proactive. It was already good enough not to slack off. Just as over an hour passed and Yenny was engrossed in the drama, a figure finally appeared at the entrance. Yenny, someone's here. Your business has arrived. Yenny shifted her gaze from the tablet to look at a woman standing at the main entrance studying the small blackboard. To be precise, it was a little girl probably around 10 years old. The girl then moved closer to the glass door, which immediately slid open automatically. Startled, the girl stepped back. Yenny wondered if she would be scared away. She quickly stood up and said with a smile, "Welcome to a certain general store. Is there anything you need? Feel free to come in." The little girl nervously gripped the sides of her pants. "Excuse me, are you a real person? Is this a supply and market?" Yenny looked at her gently. "Of course I'm real. This is a general store. It sells things similar to a supply and marketing cooperative, maybe even more variety. Don't worry, you can come in and see. Here we only take money, no ration tickets." The little girl tentatively stepped inside. She had been standing outside the glass door, so it hadn't closed. Once she entered, the door slowly shut behind her. She immediately turned around, then stepped forward, and the door opened again. She breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't locked, thank goodness. Yenny found her reaction amusing, but she understood. The automatic door was probably too futuristic for them. "Little girl, is there anything you'd like to buy?" The girl shyly touched her cheek. "Sorry, big sister, I don't have any money. But my family does. Can you buy rice here?" "That's fine, it's normal. You can go home and call your family to come by." "Yes, we have rice. Look right here. It's The girl followed Yenny's finger. It was right in front of her, but she had been too nervous to notice. Looking at the gleaming white rice inside the glass cabinet, her eyes widened. There was so much rice. "Big sister, can I go home and call my parents to come by?" "Of course you can. Our shop is open from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. You're welcome anytime during those hours. Oh, and since we're newly opened, we have a discount promotion for the first 3 days. Anything you buy will get a 20 discount. The little girl didn't understand what 20 discount meant. "Big sister, can we really buy without ration tickets? What does 20% discount mean?" Yenny immediately realized that the term 20 discount might be unfamiliar to them. So she explained to the girl that it meant a price reduction. Things would be cheaper. The girl finally understood. "I see. Thank you, big sister. My name is Li Mingzhu. He'll go tell my mom now." "Okay, little friend Mingzhu. Welcome to come again." Li Mingzhu happily turned around. By the time she reached the door, she already knew it would open automatically. Once it did, she ran off in the direction of her home. She ran all the way home panting as she entered the house. Li Mingzhu's mother was just coming out of the kitchen. "Zhu, why are you running? Are you sweating? Let me pour you some water to wash your face. Look, your face is all red." "Mom, when I got to the village entrance, I saw a strange house. I went to check it out, and it turned out to be a shop like the supply and marketing cooperative. They have all kinds of things for sale, including rice and no ration tickets needed." Li Mingzhu's mother Li Yue was about to give her a lesson in love. "Child, how could you run that far? Honestly, going out of the village. Aren't you afraid someone will snatch you away?" Li Mingzhu didn't dodge in time and got a light slap on the back from her mother. Liu didn't hit hard, and the girl didn't feel any pain. Instead, she grinned foolishly at Liu. "Mom, I know. I just happened to walk there and saw it. And the big sister inside is a good person. Mom, go take a look. I think you're not afraid of pain. You think everyone is good. You need to learn your lesson, silly girl." "Mom, I'm not lying. Really, that big sister is a good person. She said they just opened and have a promotion. Things are cheaper." Liu looked at her silly daughter with suspicion. "Really? There's really a supply and marketing cooperative? I haven't heard any." "Really? But it's not a cooperative, it's a general store. It's much nicer than a cooperative. The door opens by itself. Mom, didn't Dad say we couldn't buy rice? They have it there lots and lots." Seeing how earnestly Mingzhu was, Liu decided to go back and get some money. She planned to go see what it was all about. If she could really buy rice, that would be wonderful. After watching Li Mingzhu leave, Yan Yi sat back down and chatted casually with Duoduo, no longer continuing to watch the drama. She guessed that Li Mingzhu would surely bring her customers after returning. Sure enough, before long, she saw Liu rushing over in a hurry. Her reaction upon entering was just like Li Mingzhu's earlier. First astonishment, then disbelief, then closing her eyes and reopening them to find everything still there, and finally pinching her thigh, quietly, to feel the pain, confirming she wasn't dreaming. She stood at the doorway, cautiously observing the shop's interior before slowly stepping inside. Yan Yi immediately rose and greeted her with a smile. "Hello, welcome to the oddities shop. Is there anything you need?" Liu gazed at such a luxurious place, far superior to the supply cooperatives she had visited or the department stores her husband once described. Entering, she barely dared to move. Hearing Yan Yi's words, she nodded timidly. "I'd like to buy some rice." Yan Yi pointed to the rice in the glass counter. "We have both coarse grain and white rice. White rice is 2 mao per jean, coarse grain is 1 mao. Take a look at what you want. There's also a 20 discount during the opening days." Liu followed Yan Yi's finger and stared wide-eyed. That really was rice. Besides the coarse grain, she wanted the gleaming white rice beside. It was the whitest she had seen in all her years. Hearing about the discount, her eyes lit up. But she had come out without telling her family and had only come to check things out skeptically. She gritted her teeth. "Then I'll buy 10 jean of coarse grain." Can I bring others to buy too? Yan E listened and then deftly operated the automatic rice filling machine. In no time, 10 jean of coarse grain was packed. Li Yu watched her movements, her face full of amazement. In her eyes, this young woman, or rather the shopkeeper, had somehow done something, and the rice came out of the glass counter. Fearing that a first-time customer might doubt the weight, Yan E placed the bag of coarse grain on an electronic scale and pointed to the number, telling her it was exactly 10 jean. Li Yu let out an exclamation of wonder. Having studied a few years herself, she recognized the number on the scale. She nodded and pulled out money from her pocket. After Li Yu paid, Yan E remembered the question she had just asked and replied, "Our shop is open for business. You're always welcome to bring people to shop." Li Yue, carrying the coarse grain, heard Yan Yi's words and broke into a satisfied smile. Good boss. I'll go back and tell my mother-in-law right away and bring people over later." Yan E nodded with a smile. Li Yu couldn't wait to share the good news with her family. She hurried toward home, breaking into a run as she got closer. Watching Li Yu's retreating figure, Yan E said to Duoduo, "We've finally made our first sale." Meanwhile, Li Yu had returned home with the grain. The moment she entered the door, she shouted excitedly, "Mother, father, come out quickly. I have big news." Hearing the shouts, Li Yu's in-laws hurried out of the house. Seeing the grain in her hand, their faces showed surprise. "Wife of the eldest, where did you get this grain?" her mother-in-law asked eagerly. Li Yu caught her breath and said excitedly, "Mother, I found a shop at the village entrance. It has everything. Rice, coarse grain, daily necessities, and no ration tickets are needed. The prices are cheap and there's a discount during the opening days. I just bought 10 jean of coarse grain at 1 mao per jean, and with the discount, it was even cheaper. It's true, mother, father. The boss said we're welcome to bring others. I rushed back to tell you, and also to call the younger sisters-in-law." Li Yu's mother-in-law grabbed a handful, put a few grains in her mouth, and bit down. "It really is grain, and it smells better than what we grow. Wife of the eldest, where did you say this shop is?" Li Yue, feeling less urgent now, told her mother-in-law the whole story, starting with how her daughter had discovered it. Her mother-in-law's eyes sparkled as she listened. She slapped her thigh and said, "Oh, this is a godsend. Wife of the eldest, go call the wives of the second and third sons. If only I hadn't let the eldest son go up the mountain. There's nothing to gather up there now. Oh, what timing. Go get the second and third sons' wives first. Our grain jar is almost empty, and theirs must be too. Let's discuss buying more." As she spoke, she pinched a bit more coarse grain and examined it closely, muttering, "Good stuff, good stuff. These grains are plump, better than what we harvested before the famine." Li Yu quickly responded, put down her grain bag, and hurried off to her brothers-in-law's houses. Her father-in-law had been silent, but his cloudy eyes also gleamed. He took a slow drag from his pipe and said unhurriedly, "When did a shop pop up at the village entrance? This place is remote. Besides us villagers, no one usually passes by. The boss has some nerve." His words carried a hint of doubt, but more than that, they acknowledged the real grain before him. He hefted the 10 jean of coarse grain. It was full weight. "Never mind that. As long as we can buy things, that's what matters. Old woman, hurry up and find all the bags we can use to..." The eldest wife said, "There's also white rice and brown sugar. Those are more precious and must cost a lot, but no tickets are needed. See how much money we have at home, or if we can buy them we should." Li Yu's mother-in-law Wang Xiaohua nodded. "That makes sense. I don't know if the shop is as good as the eldest wife says, but seeing this grain right here, it must be true. And it was Zhu who discovered it. Heaven's blessing. Now even if the eldest son and the others don't go up the mountain, we have grain to survive. Old man, should we notify your mother and the others? The eldest uncle's family is probably as short of grain as we are." Li Yu's father-in-law Li Dayan first nodded, then shook his head. "No rush. The eldest wife made it sound so miraculous. Let's go check it out first. If it's true, we can notify them later. And it's not just your mother. We need to inform the village chief too." Wang Xiaohua nodded, thinking her husband's words made sense. After all, they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Though the eldest daughter-in-law had brought back grain, what if the shop disappeared when they went there as a family? That would just lead to disappointment. Li Yu moved swiftly and soon informed her two sisters-in-law, who lived nearby. The extended family did not reside under one roof. After the youngest brother married, the parents had divided the property. The land for building houses was already available right next door, not far away. After the division, the relationships among the families improved, as living apart naturally reduced conflicts. Li Yu first went to the second brother's home, but shortly after entering, the third sister-in-law from next door also arrived. Li Yu thought it was a good opportunity to save a trip, so she immediately explained the purpose of her visit to both of them. Upon hearing that a new shop had opened at the village entrance offering grain without ration tickets and at a lower price, Li Yu's sisters-in-law were astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. Yet seeing it was broad daylight, they felt the eldest sister-in-law did not seem to be speaking in a dream. Li Yu could tell from their expressions that they shared the same skepticism as her parents-in-law. So she explained once more and invited them to her home to see the 10 jean of grain she had already purchased. Only then did they believe 80%, and their faces lit up with joy. In these times, every household was living in hardship who didn't lack grain. Without further ado, the two women hurried back to their rooms, rummaged through chests and cabinets for money and bags, and eagerly followed Li Yu to discuss the matter. Before long, the Li family courtyard buzzed with activity. Li Yu and her two sisters-in-law returned home. The two women barely had time to greet their parents-in-law. Their eyes were fixed on the grain placed on the table in the main hall, and they nearly cried out in astonishment. Li Yu's second sister-in-law Luo Chuansao stared wide-eyed at the bag of rice. "Is this real? Mother, father, am I?" Li Yu's third sister-in-law Wu 80 had a similar reaction. She pinched her thigh hard. "Hiss. No, no dream, it's real. Second sister-in-law, what we see is real. Eldest sister-in-law, where did you say it was? Is it still there? Let's hurry and buy some. What if it's gone by the time we get there? Hearing this, Luo Chunqiao grabbed Li Yu's hand, eager for her to lead them to purchase immediately. Their own homes had only a meager amount of grain left, nearly depleted. Li Yu's mother-in-law Wang Xiaohua quickly told them to calm down, though she understood their excitement. After all, she and her husband had been equally thrilled when they first saw the bag of rice Li Yu brought back. But there were children at home. Wang Xiaohua suggested they ask around and gather all the children from each household here. With the kids together, they could lock the door and then head to the village entrance. Had Wang Xiaohua not mentioned it, the two women would have forgotten that their children were still sound asleep. They hurried back to wake them and brought them over. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaohua and the others were chatting with Li Mingzhu. Wang Xiaohua held Li Mingzhu in her arms, exclaiming, "Grandma's precious, our family is saved. Grandma, the things in that shop look amazing." Li Mingzhu's little face was full of pride. The door even opened by itself. It was so magical. The more Wang Xiaohua looked at her granddaughter, the more she felt the child was blessed. How else could such good fortune have come to their family? Still, she gave her a few words of caution. Although the village entrance was not far, few people went there except when traveling to the city. In the past, before the famine, playing there was fine, but now every household wished they could stay still to conserve energy and avoid eating. If the children went out and encountered human traffickers, the consequences would be dire. Li Mingzhu nodded, repeatedly comforted by her grandmother, and said that her mother had already warned her. "Grandma, don't worry, I understand. I won't go alone anymore. Grandma, that shop really has so many things, and they're so beautiful." Wang Xiaohua stroked Li Mingzhu's head. "Really? Grandma will go take a look soon. If I can buy some rice, I'll make porridge for you and your little brother. You stay home obediently and watch over them, understand?" Li Mingzhu shook her head. "Grandma, just give it to little brother. I'm grown up, and he's still small. Let him have it." Wang Xiaohua looked at her sensible granddaughter with a mix of emotions. Their family did not favor boys over girls, especially Li Mingzhu, the eldest granddaughter. The name itself was rare in the countryside, Mingzhu meaning bright pearl. But Wang Xiaohua believed in fate. When her eldest daughter-in-law was pregnant, just before giving birth, a Taoist priest came by asking for a bowl of water. The daughter-in-law herself served him. The priest then told Wang Xiaohua that the child in her daughter-in-law's womb was blessed. With those words, he left. The next day, the daughter-in-law went into labor. When Li Mingzhu was born, even though it was the first child, the delivery was remarkably smooth and quick, surprising even Wang Xiaohua, recalling the priest's words, believed them. So when naming the child, she insisted on the name Mingzhu. In particular, when Mingzhu was 3, the village organized a hunting trip to the back mountain. Li Yinzi planned to join, but Mingzhu clung to his pant leg, crying and throwing a tantrum, even developing a high fever. In the end, Li Yinzi stayed behind to take her to the hospital, thereby escaping a calamity. That hunting expedition encountered a giant serpent, and many were injured during the descent. Wang Xiaohua was terrified, grateful that her husband had not gone. Had Li Yinzi met with an accident with their sons away from home, the consequences would have been disastrous. Because of this, Wang Xiaohua believed that Li Mingzhu was a blessed child who had saved her grandfather from disaster. Moreover, she had raised the girl herself. Though she claimed to treat all grandchildren equally, in her heart, she cherished Mingzhu a little more. Wang Xiaohua and Li Yinzi had 3 sons and 2 daughters. The eldest son was Li Mingzhu's father, Li Mantan. He and Li Yu had 2 children, 9-year-old Li Mingzhu and 3-year-old son Li Mingxian. The second son, Li Mansong and Luo Chunqiao, had twins, 7-year-old Li Mingho and Li Mingtian. The youngest son, Li Manliang and Wu 80, had 3 children, 2 daughters, 7-year-old Li Mingli and 5-year-old Li Mingting, and an only and a half-year-old son, Li Mingyu. The names of the younger generation, including Li Mingzhu, were chosen by the old couple Li Yinzi and Wang Xiaohua. Though they were not well educated, they had once worked for a landlord and knew a teacher who also served the same master. They brazenly asked him to help select names. When each child was born, they drew lots to finalize the name. The names of their grandchildren were unique in the village, as most people were illiterate and commonly used names like Shan Tian. Besides the 3 sons, the old couple's 2 daughters, one married in the city, the other in a neighboring village, had maintained frequent contact. But since the fields yielded nothing, their in-laws were also tightening their belts, and the daughters had not visited for some time. Wang Xiaohua naturally worried about them. Once Luo Chunqiao and the others brought their children over, Wang Xiaohua instructed them to stay home. The children were curious, chattering noisily. "All right, enough dawdling. Let's go and come back quickly before it gets dark. You kids stay put and don't go anywhere, or your fathers will deal with you when we return." Li Yu's father-in-law tapped his pipe, putting an end to the discussion. Everyone agreed that the father-in-law was right. The important matter could not wait. They feared the shop might disappear. So without further instructions to the children, they grabbed sacks and backpacks, locked the gate, and hurriedly followed Li Yu toward the village entrance. Several members of the Li family, carrying empty sacks and with their pooled money tucked away, strode out of the house in a bustling procession, heading swiftly toward the direction of a certain grocery store at the village entrance. Li Yu led the way, her heart a mixture of joy and apprehension. Joy that her family could finally purchase the necessities they urgently needed, and apprehension that the young shopkeeper might be startled by the sudden arrival of their entire clan. As the group neared the village entrance, Li Yu pointed at the suddenly appearing building and said, "Father, mother, second sister-in-law, third sister-in-law, that's the store I told you about. Look." Following her gesture, the others indeed saw a house standing where there had once been a patch of overgrown weeds. A brand new structure now occupied the spot, a pristine white building reminiscent of those seen in the city. Some pinched themselves, others blinked repeatedly, but the house remained steadfastly there. Only then did they fully believe what they had witnessed with their own eyes. Wang Zaihua's heart pounded with anxiety, yet she forced herself to appear composed. Come on, let's go take a look. The group quickened their pace toward the white grocery store. Wang Xiaohua walked at the front, suppressing her unease and putting on a practiced air of sophistication. The automatic door at the entrance sensed their approach and slid open with a soft whoosh, startling Luo Chunqiao and Wu 80 so much that they jumped back, nearly colliding with Li Yu behind them. Though Wang Xiaohua was also taken aback, she recalled her eldest daughter-in-law, Li Yu's mention of doors that open by themselves. She quickly steadied herself, coughed, and said, "What's there to be afraid of? Haven't you seen such things in the city? Let's go inside and have a look." With that, she was the first to step across the threshold. Inside, the light was bright, yet soft, with glass counters and rows of shelves brimming with colorful goods. Everything from grain oil and rice to pots, pans, and bowls, all readily available. Luo Chunqiao gasped as she entered, pointing at the pile of gleaming white rice stacked like a small mountain inside the glass counter. "Mother, this rice. How can it be as white as snow? In my 30-plus years, I've never seen such quality, even at the supply cooperative." Wu 80's eyes widened as she stared at the neatly arranged rows of canned goods and brown sugar on the shelves, muttering incessantly, "Heavens, so many things. How much would all this cost?" Seeing their mix of astonishment and delight, Li Yu couldn't help but smile proudly. "Didn't I tell you? The boss said it's a grand opening special. Rice is only 20 cents per caddy." Just then Yin Yi rose from behind the counter, still wearing that warm, approachable smile. "Welcome. What can I get for you? We have coarse grains, rice, and daily necessities. Everything you need." Wang Xiaohua was slightly surprised to see such a young shopkeeper, but she reasoned that anyone bold enough to open a store here must possess some capability. Composing herself, she stepped forward, her gaze sweeping over the glass counter as she mentally calculated the grains stored in their jars at home. She cleared her throat. "Boss, let's look at the rice first. This rice really doesn't require ration tickets." Yan Yi nodded. "Yes, none of the items in our store require tickets. And since it's our grand opening, we're offering discounts." Only then did Wang Xiaohua breathe a sigh of relief. She reached out to touch the glass counter. Though she couldn't feel the rice inside, the surface was cool and smooth. Yet seeing the plump, full grains within, she knew her daughter-in-law hadn't lied. In all her years, she had never seen such white rice. Even the coarse grains her eldest daughter-in-law had brought back earlier were of excellent quality, completely free of sand or debris. Recalling the plan she had discussed with her husband before leaving, she clenched her teeth. "Then, well, take 20 caddies of rice and 50 caddies of coarse grains. Coarse grains are 10 cents a caddy, right? Can we also get a discount on potatoes and sweet potatoes?" Yan Yi nodded. "Yes, everything. Not just these grains, but all the items you see in the store are discounted." Wang Xiaohua glanced at her husband Li Yinzi, who nodded in agreement. She then turned back to Yan Yi and ordered another 50 caddies each of potatoes and sweet potatoes. Thinking of the children at home, she added half a caddy of brown sugar. Yan Yi nodded, stepped out from behind the counter, and deftly operated a machine. With a few low hums, the rice and coarse grains were automatically packed into bags. He lifted the bags and placed them on an electronic scale. Luo Chunqiao and Wu 80 stared in wide-eyed amazement. Wu 80 whispered to Li Yu's sister-in-law, "Is this shopkeeper a deity? He didn't even touch the rice." Li Yu shook her head with a smile. "I don't understand it either, but the rice is real. It must be some kind of advanced machine." Wang Xiaohua meanwhile carefully watched the numbers on the scale, confirming the weight was accurate. Only then did she pull a cloth bundle from her bosom, unwrapping it layer by layer to reveal neatly stacked bills. She counted out the money and handed it to Yan Yi. "Boss, here you go. Count it. Oh, and besides the rice, I still need potatoes, sweet potatoes, and brown sugar." Yan Yi nodded, took the money without counting it, and opened the cash register to place it inside. A small screen on the register immediately displayed the exact amount. Wang Xiaohua saw it as well and was inwardly amazed. After paying, Wang Xiaohua lifted the heavy sacks of grain, her earlier anxiety washed away by a surge of joy. Yan Yi then told her she could help herself to the other items on the shelves. The brown sugar came in half-caddy packs, while the sweet potatoes and potatoes were in 10-caddy bags. She just needed to bring them to the counter to pay. Wang Xiaohua realized that unlike at the supply cooperative where a sales clerk had to fetch items, here customers could pick their own. She nodded to show she understood. She then turned to her daughters-in-law. "Second daughter-in-law, third daughter-in-law, hurry up and choose. Come buy your rice first. What are you standing around for?" Luo Chunqiao quickly nodded and pulled Wu 80 forward to point at the rice in the glass counter. Both women opted for mostly coarse grains, adding 10 caddies of rice each, intending it for the children at home. After speaking to the two women, Wang Xiaohua beckoned to Li Yinzi, signaling him to pack the grain into the sacks and baskets they had brought. The supplies needed to be divided before they could be carried back. She then walked over to Li Yue, who had already gone to the left to fetch sweet potatoes and potatoes after hearing Yan Yi's instructions. Since Wang Xiaohua and her husband lived together, the order she had just placed was exactly what they had discussed at home. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law picked up 8 bags of sweet potatoes and potatoes, 40 caddies of each. These items lasted longer than rice and were more filling, so they planned to buy more. After setting them down, they saw Yan Yi still settling accounts with the other two daughters-in-law, so they browsed the other shelves. Wang Xiaohua first grabbed the brown sugar she needed, then paused to eye the canned fruit nearby. After a moment's thought, she took 2 cans. Li Yu was surprised by her mother-in-law's boldness and spending, but said nothing, knowing she was probably thinking of the children at home. They then moved to the daily necessities section. Seeing soap and scented soap, Liu picked up one of each. Mother, let's buy 2 bars. It'll save us from scrubbing with plant ash. Watching the soap and scented soap in Liu's hands, Wang Xiaohua felt a twinge of reluctance, but since her eldest daughter-in-law had already taken them, she didn't want to be a killjoy. At that moment, Luo Chunqiao and the others had already bought their grain and asked their father-in-law to watch over it. They walked over, and Wu 80's sharp eyes spotted a row of sewing kits. These threads have such vibrant colors, much better than the supply coop in town. Yanni approached and took the initiative to explain, a box of needles and thread is 3 mao, soap is 2 mao, the scented soap is a bit pricier at 5 mao. These don't require tickets either, they all have discounts. Though Luo Chunqiao and the others were tempted, they thought about the money and tickets at home and decided to prioritize the grain. So they shook their heads declining and went over to pick out sweet potatoes. Li Yinzi stood to one side, watching the women of the family pick through the goods with delight. He then glanced at the empty village road outside the shop, calculating in his mind, this shop at the village entrance is a godsend. I must quickly inform the village chief and my parents. Yanni too was pleased, but hadn't been long, and today's target was nearly met. Looking at what they had bought, grain indeed dominated, just as she had guessed. The Li family selected their items and paid. Wang Xiaohua hesitated before asking, "Boss, this shop isn't going to disappear. Will it stay? Can we bring others?" Yanni smiled. "Don't worry, this shop will be here for a long time. At least 2 or 3 years. You can bring people anytime, but the discounts are only for these opening days. After that, it'll be regular prices." Wang Xiaohua and the others sighed in relief, exchanging reassuring glances, and smiles spread across their faces. Wang Xiaohua patted her clothes and thanked Yanni repeatedly. "Boss, you're truly a lifesaver for our village. Now everyone has hope." With that, she quickly urged everyone to gather their things and head home. They responded and began to move. Since they had bought a lot of grain, they figured one trip wouldn't be enough. So they decided Wang Xiaohua would stay to watch over the remaining goods while Li Yinzi and the 3 daughters-in-law made the first trip. Wang Xiaohua waited at the door, and soon they returned. Then, besides moving the rest of the grain, Wang Xiaohua carefully cradled the brown sugar cane, fruit soap, and scented soap, afraid to miss any item. Before leaving, Wang Xiaohua glanced again at the array of goods on the shelves, mentally calculating that next time she would. Yanni caught her gaze and smiled back, thinking to herself, "It seems a wave of customers will be coming soon." Duoduo stretched arrogantly and yawned. "Ah, but I'm so sleepy." Li Yinzi shifted the heavy basket on his back and whispered to Wang Xiaohua, "Mother of my children, when we get back, I'll go to the village chief's house to report. You go tell your parents." Wang Xiaohua nodded. Walking at the front, she turned to glance back at the white building, a warm feeling in her heart. She planned how to recount this great fortune to the village chief and her parents, and also to her 2 daughters' families. When the eldest son returned, she would have him go inform them. The midday sun scorched the winding village path, shrinking the figures of the group, carrying grain sacks into dark short shadows. The heavy grain pressed on their shoulders, but it couldn't weigh down the lightness in their hearts. Luo Chunqiao hummed a tuneless song, her steps bouncy with vigor. Just thinking about having so much to eat and not starving filled her with warmth and excitement. Wu 80 walked beside her, muttering to herself, "Now it's good. The husband and kids can have full meals. How fragrant that steamed white rice will be. And that brown sugar water, I'll brew a bowl for Mingyu. Her little face will surely turn rosy." As she spoke, she couldn't help but tighten her grip on the oil paper package containing the brown sugar. Li Yinzi carried the heaviest basket packed with potatoes and sweet potatoes. He stooped slightly, but walked with steady, powerful steps, his pipe tucked diagonally into his waistband, swaying gently with each stride. He turned his head and whispered to Wang Xiaohua beside him, "Mother of my children, this trip was worth it. That shop has an air of novelty, but the grain is real. When we get home, I'll drop off the stuff and immediately go to the village chief's. This can't wait." Wang Xiaohua nodded, holding the 2 cans of fruit in her arms. These were even more precious than grain. She calculated quickly in her mind, "We must tell the village chief right away. Let him decide how to inform the villagers. They'll go tell my parents. They'll be overjoyed. But..." She paused, a faint trace of worry in her voice. "I don't know when the eldest daughter and her husband will be back, and I wonder how they're doing in town. I think when the eldest son returns, I'll have him run to Dia and Arias homes to let them know so they can come and buy some supplies." "That makes sense," Li Yinzi comforted her. "I think Manton and the others will be back later. They'll surely return by sunset. We agreed earlier. If they can't find food, they'll probably head back. When they return, he'll have Manton make the trip himself." He paused and then whispered, "Mother, when you get back, see how much money we have left. Maybe we can come over again and buy some things for our 2 daughters to store." Wang Xiaohua thought her husband's suggestion was reasonable and nodded without speaking further. Liu walked beside her mother-in-law, listening to their conversation, a contented smile on her face. She carefully protected the grain in her basket, already planning to cook some porridge for the family. Her husband had a big appetite, so she'd need a few sweet potatoes and the kids could have some rice soup. Imagining the joyful expressions on the children's faces, the smile on her lips deepened. The brand new white building at the village entrance gradually receded behind them, shimmering in the midday heat, like a sudden beacon pointing the way to a hopeful future for every member of the Li family. When they neared home, they spotted several little heads peeking through the crack in the courtyard gate. Li Mingho Sharpied was the first to shout, "Grandma! Grandpa! Mom and Dad! They're back! They're back!" The children's chattering cheers instantly shattered the evening calm, like a flock of happy sparrows eagerly rushing out to welcome the adults returning laden with goods. Since Li Yinzi and the others had already brought back a load of grain, the children at home were already thrilled at the sight. They couldn't stay still indoors, but the door was shut, so they couldn't get out. Now that the adults were back, they were ecstatic. Wang Xiaohua looked at the lively scene before her and took a deep breath. The air seemed to carry the fragrance of grain and the flavor of a stable life. She shooed the children aside to quickly put the things away. Then it was time to attend to the real business. Wang Xiaohua gave some instructions to her daughters-in-law, asking the eldest to organize their belongings as each family had purchased goods for their own household. However, Wang Xiaohua also told them to eat together at home so they could discuss the matter when the sons returned. Luo Chunqiao and Wu Eighty naturally agreed, but they also took out the grain their own families would eat from their sacks. After all the families had divided their property and times were hard, everyone had to buy their own grain now. They didn't want to take advantage of the eldest sister-in-law. The three sisters-in-law busied themselves at home. Meanwhile, Li Yinzi and Wang Xiaohua went out. One to the old family home, the other to the village chief's house, to report the news about the general store that had appeared at the village entrance where grain could be bought. Li Yinzi, clutching his tobacco pipe, strode with long steps toward the village chief's house at the eastern end of the village. The glaring sun shone down on him, casting a short, solid shadow at his feet. His pace was brisk, as if he had shed not only the grain from his basket, but also a heavy stone pressing on his heart. He was mulling over how to tell the village chief about this extraordinary event, the gleaming white rice, the machine that bagged itself, and the impossibly young shopkeeper. Just imagining the chief's eyes bulging in disbelief made him chuckle inwardly. On the other side, Wang Xiaohua smoothed a few strands of wind-tousled hair from her temples and walked straight toward the blue brick-tiled house at the center of the village. That was the Li family's old residence. Among the few blue brick houses in the village besides the Li family old residence, there were those of village chief Li Yutian and another Li family. As for the large house that once belonged to a landlord, no one lived there. Even if someone wanted to, they couldn't afford it, since it now belonged to the public. The old residence of Li Yinzi's family could be built with blue bricks not only because the old man had fought against the Japanese in his youth, but also because his eldest son, Li Yinzi's older brother, had served in the military. Unfortunately, he was wounded in a war and returned home. After retiring, the old man divided the family property and renovated the old house. Village chief Li Yutian of Li family village was also a battle-hardened hero. With his elderly parents and being the only son, he was transferred back to the village to serve as chief. His experience earned him great prestige in Li family village. Village chief Li Yushin's house was at the eastern end of the village, not far away. Li Yinzi hurried along and soon reached the familiar blue brick courtyard wall. The courtyard gate was ajar. He called out, "Brother Yotian, are you home?" and pushed the door open to enter. The small yard was neatly kept with a few bundles of firewood stacked in the corner and strings of red chili peppers and corn hanging under the eaves. Li Yutian was sitting on a small stool at the entrance of the main hall, frowning as he wove bamboo strips. "Yinzi, what brings you here?" he asked, looking up with his usual scrutinizing gaze. "Coming over at this noon hour, what urgent matter?" He noticed an unusual, irrepressible joy and eagerness on the brother Yutian. Li Yinzi strode up to the main hall, his usual calm gone, panting slightly, with a trembling excitement in his voice. "Something huge has happened. A stroke of incredible luck." Li Yutian frowned slightly and put down his work. "Good fortune. What kind of pinethesky luck could fall into this poor gully of ours? Take your time, don't rush." Li Yinzi rubbed his rough, calloused hands, organizing his thoughts. At the village entrance. Right there at the entrance, a shop has appeared out of nowhere. With white walls and white tiles, so grand. It's called a certain general store. A certain general store. Li Yutian repeated the peculiar name, his frown deepening. "When did it appear? I haven't heard anything about it. No word from the higher-ups about setting up a supply cooperative here." As village chief, he was acutely sensitive to any change in the village, and this sudden shop stirred a natural wariness in him. "It's not a supply cooperative, it's a general store. Just opened today. It has more things than the supply cooperative," Li Yinzi said urgently. "It sells grain. Grain, brother Yutian. Rice. Gleaming white rice. And cornmeal, sorghum. All kinds of coarse grains. Sweet potatoes. Everything. And brown sugar, soap needles, and thread. The shelves are packed full. Grain." Li Yutian abruptly sat up straight, his dim, old eyes sharpening. "Where did the grain come from?" "The grain station is empty. I've asked the officials, there's no grain now, the granaries are bare." "How can there be grain? Did you see it with your own eyes?" The village chief hit on the core issue. In this era of extreme material scarcity, grain was the lifeline, and especially now during the shortage, it went without saying. Li Yinzi nodded vigorously, his wrinkled face blooming into a smile. "Yes, I saw it with my own eyes, and I even bought some. Chief, I don't know where the shopkeeper got the grain, but this grain doesn't require ration tickets. The shopkeeper said no tickets are needed, just money. Cold hard cash is all it takes. That rice. I've lived most of my life and never seen such white plump grains. Every grain distinct, not a speck of sand. The coarse grains are spotless too. And the potatoes and sweet potatoes, big and full, obviously top quality. The price is fair, and there's a discount for the grand opening. Much cheaper than the black market." Li Yushin's breathing grew noticeably heavier. He instinctively reached for the tobacco pouch at his waist, but his fingers stiffened. "Really? There's really grain? And no tickets needed? Who is the shopkeeper? Where did it come from?" The shock and doubt in his heart far outweighed the joy. It was too unnatural. "Absolutely true. Our whole family just bought from there. 20 pounds of rice, 50 pounds of coarse grains, and dozens of pounds of potatoes and sweet potatoes. We've carried it all home. Li Yinzi swore, thumping his chest. After a moment's thought he added, the shopkeeper is a young woman, looks just over 20, speaks kindly, but has an indescribable air about her. And the things in the shop are amazing. When buying rice, she didn't even touch it, just pressed a few buttons on some iron contraption, and with a few hums the rice bagged itself. The scale was also some machine. Put things on it, and numbers appeared on a dark slab. The weight was spot on. And when taking money she put it in a little box and numbers showed up on it. So magical. Li Yinzi spoke with great enthusiasm, describing the cash register and electronic scale that Yin Yi operated, though his words were imprecise. Yet the awe of witnessing it firsthand came through vividly. He concluded, the shopkeeper said the store will be there for several years. Told us to bring anyone along. But the discount is only for these few days. Li Yutian fell completely silent. He clutched his unlit tobacco pipe, his knuckles whitening slightly. The midday sun beat vertically down on him, casting deep shadows across his furrowed face, etching the profound shock and disbelief into stone-like relief. Having served in the military and seen some of the world, he knew what those iron contraptions and number-displaying boxes described by Li Yinzi implied. They were nothing that should appear in this impoverished mountain village. But Li Yinzi's family had indeed carried back grain. What was going on? Li Yinzi stood in the village chief's home, watching the mingled shock and doubt on Li Yushin's face. Anxiety and certainty churned within him as he quickly added, Brother Yotian, every word I speak is true. That young boss, though youthful, conducts business with utmost transparency. The store's rules are clearly posted on the wall. I've noted down all the grain prices. Rice is only 20 cents per caddy, cornmeal 15 cents. Even lower than the supply cooperative's listed prices, let alone the black market's doubled rates. Our entire village is short on grain. If everyone could buy some, we wouldn't have to fear starvation. Li Yushin's hand trembled slightly as he gripped his tobacco pipe, his murky old eyes fixed on Li Yinzi. 20 cents. Is that true? In these times the grain stations are empty. Where does she get her supply? Don't tell me it's speculation. His voice was low, carrying the vigilance of a veteran. Yinzi, be honest with me. What did that girl's accent sound like? What was she wearing? Were there others in the store? Her accent sounded like she was from the city, though she didn't specify where. She was dressed neatly and smartly in a blue cloth outfit, nothing like our country folk. She was alone in the store, no one else. Li Yinzi recalled rapidly, his words tumbling out. Oh, and when she took money, that iron box let out a beep and displayed the amount right away. It was nothing like the supply coops or department stores in the city, fast as lightning. I was mighty impressed. Li Yutian exhaled a heavy breath, tapping the bowl of his pipe against his palm with a dull thud. The midday clamor and heat filtered through the courtyard gate, casting shifting shadows across his deeply lined face. He fell silent for a moment, his gaze shifting from shock to resolve. Let's go. Before the day darkens entirely, we'll go see for ourselves. If it's truly a legitimate business, they'll beat the gong and gather the whole village immediately. There's no time to waste on this. He rose abruptly, his back snapping straight, the decisive vigor of a retired soldier returning. Li Yutian resolved to investigate. If grain was truly available for purchase without breaking the law, then perhaps it was heaven's salvation, the village's only hope. Relief washed over Li Yinzi. He too wished for the village's well-being, having lived here his whole life. A grin spread across his face. All right, Brother Yotian, let's head out now. The two stepped out of the small yard, one after the other. The blazing sunlight struck the ground, kicking up waves of scorching heat. They trod upon the fiery earth, their hurried footsteps carrying them toward the village entrance. As they walked, Li Yinzi chattered about the store's marvels. A rice bucket that filled itself, gleaming shelves, and the fragrant scent of soap. Li Yushin's brow furrowed and relaxed by turns, but his mind raced with calculations. If Yinzi's words held true, this shop would be the lifeline that saw Li family village through the famine. While Li Yinzi led the village chief toward the general store, Wang Xiaohua had also arrived at the old family home, sharing the news with her father-in-law, mother-in-law, and eldest brother-in-law. Wang Xiaohua pushed open the creaking wooden door of the old house. In the dim light of the main room, her father-in-law Li Laoshuan was squinting as he mended a bamboo basket. Her mother-in-law Zhang Ailian and eldest sister-in-law Wang Chuanfeng sat on small stools patching clothes. Eldest brother-in-law Li Jinzi twisted hemp rope, while two niece-in-law busied themselves nearby. The two nephews had gone up the mountain with her three sons. Father, mother, big brother, sister-in-law. Wang Xiaohua's voice trembled with barely contained excitement as she hurried inside, clutching a heavy bottle of canned fruit to her chest, as if it were a rare treasure. Xiaohua, what brings you here at this hour? Mother-in-law Zhang raised her head, recognizing her, and offering a kind smile. Then her gaze fell upon the item in her arms, and a flicker of surprise crossed her aged eyes. What's this? Father, mother, I've come to share wonderful news. Wang Xiaohua carefully placed the can on the worn, gleaming 8 Immortals table in the main room. The vivid glass bottle dazzled under the dim light. Without pausing to catch her breath, she recounted everything. The general store that had appeared out of nowhere at the village entrance, the grain for sale, the rice, white flour, coarse grains, brown sugar, all available without ration tickets. Her words came fast and urgent, her cheeks flushed. She vividly described the gleaming white rice, the miraculous machines, the amiable young boss, and the grain she had carried home. Li Laoshuan stopped his work, his calloused fingers trembling slightly as they held the bamboo strip. His mouth opened as if to speak, but only a raspy wheeze escaped his throat. His eyes bored into Wang Xiaohua, as though trying to verify the truth from her expression. Zhang Alien's sewing slipped from her hands. She rose shakily and grabbed Wang Zaihua's arm. Xiaohua, there's really grain, white rice, and this precious kinnick. Her voice cracked with tears, her withered chest heaving violently. That ruby-red bottle of canned fruit gleamed brighter than gold in her eyes. How long had it been since she'd seen such a thing? Forget fruit. There wasn't a grain of rice to be bought in the city now. Their own grain jar was nearly empty, and the whole family fretted over what to do next. It's true, mother. It's true. Wang Xiaohua clasped her mother-in-law's bony hand, nodding emphatically, her voice choked, but clear. There's not just canned fruit. There's brown sugar too. That brown sugar, its color was so rich it dazzled the eyes. I saw Inzi buy some with my own eyes. We bought a lot of grain and carried it all home. Right now Inzi is at the village chief's house urging brother Yutian to go take a look. Li Jinzi, who had been silent, abruptly lifted his head. The hand-twisting hemp rope bulged with veins from the strain. Even his lame legs seemed to stir with excitement, causing the stool beneath him to emit a faint creak. Where did this store come from? Who runs it? And the grain? What's the price? His voice was hoarse-edged with an incredulous urgency. It's right at the village entrance. On that empty lot where there was nothing before, a brand new white house has sprung up. Wang Xiaohua gestured, as if the miraculous building stood before her. The boss is a young woman, soft-spoken and kind, but the things in that store, they're incredible. The rice pours itself into the bags. The scale is a metal lump with numbers accurate as can be. And the prices? She took a deep breath, reciting the heart-stopping figures. Rice 20 cents, coarse grains 10 cents, cornmeal 15 cents, sweet potatoes only a penny. And the best part, no ration tickets needed. Heavens above. Li Laoshuan finally found his voice, a low sigh laden with a torrent of emotions. Shock, ecstasy, and a lingering exhaustion from long-suppressed despair. The bamboo strip slipped from his fingers and clattered to the floor. Coarse grains 10 cents. No tickets. The two niece-in-law who had been listening intently couldn't hold back their exclamations. One of them shot to her feet. That's way cheaper than the black market. And no tickets. Mother, father, we've got to go see for ourselves. Our jar's nearly Li Jinzi sucked in a cold breath, disbelief coloring his expression. How could it be this cheap? There wasn't a grain of food to be found outside, and even if one could buy from the black market, the price wouldn't be this low. His brows furrowed tightly, but his sharp eyes fixed on Wang Zaihua's face like an eagle's gaze. Sister-in-law, tell me carefully. When did that shop open? Who was the boss? Where did the grain come from? In these times, even the grain stations are empty. How does she have so much stuff? Don't tell me. Having served as a soldier, he was highly vigilant. His first instinct was suspicion. Could this windfall be a trap in disguise? It's true, big brother. Wang Xiaohua nodded emphatically, knowing her brother-in-law's concerns, and quickly explained, we saw it with our own eyes. We even bought things. This morning our Mingzhu ran out and came back to tell her mother she saw a shop at the village entrance. It must have opened today. As for where her grain comes from, we don't know, but the boss doesn't seem like a bad person. Besides, if she were up to no good, she wouldn't sell so cheaply without ration tickets. Big brother, I know you have doubts, but just go and see for yourself. Zhang Alien's grip on Wang Zaihua's arm tightened, and murky tears finally rolled down, splashing onto her patched collar. Bodhisattva. Bodhisattva has shown her grace. Second son's wife. That shop. Is it really there? Not a dream. Her other hand trembled as she reached for the bright red canned fruit on the table, as if needing to confirm this heaven-sent fortune through touch. It's their mother. Truly at the village entrance. Wang Zaihua's voice was resolute. Watching the light of hope dawn on her in-laws and brother-in-law's faces, her heart ached and swelled. She continued, Mother, I came to tell you to hurry. Pack up, bring money, and let's go buy grain before it gets dark. Inzi has already gone to tell the village chief. He said if the chief checks it out and finds no issues, he'll definitely sound the gong to notify the whole village. Her words were like a spark, instantly igniting the stifled air in the old house. Wang Chunfeng shot up. Mother, sister-in-law is right. Don't just stand there. Let's grab the money and go buy. Li Laoshuan snapped back to reality, a brilliant light flaring across his wrinkled face. Right? Get the money. Old woman, go inside and bring out our savings. He struggled to rise, and Zhang Alian quickly released Wang Xiaohua, stumbling into the inner room. The small main room erupted into chaos, yet it was filled with an unprecedented hope and urgency glistening. Wang Xiaohua watched the bustling, lively scene and let out a long sigh, knowing that the news she brought was like a thunderbolt splitting the darkness for this family struggling on the brink of starvation. Before long, Wang Xiaohua led the group toward the village entrance. Meanwhile, village chief Li Yutian and Li Yinzi had already arrived at the shop. Half an hour earlier, Yeni and Duoduo were chatting idly. Yeni, not one to be idle, had been restocking the warehouse, moving grain out to replenish the shelves. Though it was already afternoon, and she still needed one more customer to complete her task, she felt business would come soon. Sure enough, just as she sat down to rest and discussed what to cook for dinner with Duoduo, Li Yinzi arrived with someone. Li Yinzi led Li Yotian walking briskly across the familiar wasteland at the village entrance. When the dazzlingly new white-walled building abruptly appeared in his sight, Li Yushin's steps faltered. His cloudy old eyes widened, and his breath caught for a moment. He had seen supply cooperatives, department stores in the city, and even some large government buildings, but this spotless, bright little house in this dusty, impoverished mountain village seemed like an incongruous illusion. The white wall reflected harsh sunlight, and the large glass windows were so clear they mirrored figures, utterly unlike any structure in his memory. Is this it? Li Yushin's voice was hoarse, his Adam's apple bobbing. This is it. Brother Yotian, look, if we stand here the door opens by itself. Li Yinzi pointed at the closed glass door, which looked clean and light, his tone brimming with shared excitement. Li Yutian took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within. His soldier's fortitude drove him forward. He deliberately stepped heavily onto the immaculate cement floor in front of the door. A wave of cool air mingled with the scent of new wood paint, and an indescribable cleanliness rushed at him, making him squint involuntarily. He approached the glass door, and just as Li Yinzi had said, it slid open automatically. He drew in a sharp breath. The interior struck him even more profoundly. It was so bright. Above him hung not kerosene lamps or dim bulbs, but rows of long tubes embedded in the ceiling, emitting a stark white light that illuminated every corner of the room like daylight, revealing the finest details. This light was even brighter and harsher than the fluorescent lamps had seen in the army barracks. His gaze swept around the walls where snow white, the floor smooth cement, and rows of shelves stood in perfect alignment, as if measured with a ruler. The shelves weren't made of wood, but of gleaming metal, stacked with all sorts of goods available at supply cooperatives. On the left, shelves were neatly arranged potatoes and sweet potatoes, still caked in mud, but plump and uniform. He walked a few steps inside, and saw the glass counter Li Yinzi had described filled with grain, gleaming white rice and flour, golden cornmeal and millet, along with coarse grains. Li Yushin's gaze locked onto the rice and flour displayed in the glass counter, his throat tightening. Li Yinzi was right. The grains were plump and translucent, free of sand, or even a single broken grain or weed seed. The coarse grains were also clean, radiating the rich, authentic luster of grain. This quality was unmatched even by the special supply rice from grain stations in the abundant years before the famine. Just as he was stunned by this inexplicably appearing general store, Yenny smiled and said, "Welcome, uncle. You've brought someone. Feel free to browse and shop. We're having a grand opening today, and all items are on sale for the next few days." Yanni's sudden words jolted Li Yutian from his shock. He looked at her. So this was the shopkeeper. Just as Yinzi had said, a young woman. To run such a shop with so much stock, this boss was clearly no ordinary person. Li Yutian touched the tobacco pipe at his waist, his rough fingers repeatedly stroking the smooth bowl, as if seeking a trace of familiar calm. His murky eyes swept sharply across the entire shop, missing no corner. The glaringly bright, cold light tubes, the floor so polished it reflected figures, the goods stacked as neatly as if cut by a knife, and the young woman standing behind the counter, her smile warm, yet exuding an indescribable aura. It was all too unreal. He had seen the world during his time in the army, yet this scene surpassed the limits of his decades of life experience. The grain stations were empty, even the city couldn't provide food, and here at the mouth of this desolate mountain village, a divine shop suddenly appeared, selling grain at such low prices. Caution coiled around his heart like creeping vines. Instinctively, he straightened his back, a habit etched into his bones from years of military service. He stepped forward twice, stopping a few paces from the counter, his gaze fixed on Yin E like a hawk's, his voice low and stern with undeniable gravity. "Miss." "Well, boss." He hesitated over the title, his Adam's apple bobbing. "When did your shop open? Our village heard no news of it. And this grain of yours, where does it come from?" His eyes swept over the gleaming white rice in the glass counter, the plump grains shimmering with an enticing luster under the harsh light, drawing his hungry stomach like a magnet. But reason screamed there's no such thing as a free lunch, let life-saving grain falling from the sky. The suspiciously low prices, the unheard-of machines, the unervingly clean storefront. Everything reeked of strangeness. He had been a soldier, fought in battles, and knew deeply that the more tempting something seemed, the deeper the trap might lie beneath. Could this be a new trick from the enemy? Or, worse, that iron box could tally accounts with a single beep? Who knew what secrets it held? He had to get to the bottom of it for himself and for the starving elders and children of his village. Though the young boss before him didn't seem like a bad person, her face youthful yet unusually serene. Her skin was fair, her features delicate, her hair neatly tied back, and her smile was even 3 parts warmer than the sales clerks at the supply cooperative. Her voice was crisp with an accent Li Yutian couldn't quite place. Like a city dweller, yet cleaner and more straightforward, without the drawl of rural speech or the affected tone of urbanites. Li Yinzi quickly put on a smile, afraid the village chief's words might offend the boss, and chimed in, "Hey, boss, we're just here to look at the grain. This is our village chief, Li Yutian. He just wants to understand the situation. We mean no harm." Yen E raised an eyebrow. She could sense they meant no ill, and before they entered, Duoduo had already told her about this man, the village chief of the Li family village, a veteran. His doubts about her sudden shop were only natural, and she understood. Yenny replied with a smile, "No worries. Village chief, hello. I'm the boss here, Yenny. This shop just opened, it's fate that it's here. Our goods come through a special channel which I can't disclose, or I wouldn't be running this shop. But rest assured they're absolutely safe and quality guaranteed. Besides, our prices are very affordable. No ration tickets needed, just money. There's even a discount for the next 3 days. After that, prices return to normal. If you want to buy, hurry." As Yen E finished, Li Yutian wanted to ask more, but Li Yinzi tugged at his sleeve. Jolted by the pull, the hard-edged questions about safety, origin, and official approval stuck in his throat. His calloused fingers unconsciously tightened around the pipe, knuckles widening. Yen E's words were watertight, brimming with an unassailable frankness. "Special channel. Can't say." That explanation was as good as none. Yet her confident demeanor, the bright, fully stocked shop, and the real grain the Eanes had carried back. All of it weighed heavily on the scales of his mind, pressing down the sharp doubts little by little. Hunger gripped the stomach of every villager in the family village like an invisible hand, and it gripped his heart just as suspicion churned and vigilance piqued his peripheral vision caught a pile of sweet potatoes and potatoes stacked in the corner like a small mountain. Leftovers Yin Yi had set aside after filling the shelves, too lazy to return to the storeroom. The tubers wrapped in fresh earth exuded a heavy life-affirming scent of soil and roots. Real food to fill hungry bellies. 1 cent per caddy. That price, that quantity struck his taut nerves like a hammer. An involuntary gulp escaped his throat, swallowing a burning craving. His hand, still gripping the pipe, whitened at the knuckles from tension. His gaze swept again over the dazzling white rice in the glass counter, the plump grains under the harsh light, seeming to exude an enticing aroma. This rice was finer than any new harvest he remembered. The coarse grains were clean too, piled like small mountains. How long since had seen such good things? The grain station's bins had long been empty. Black market prices were sky-high and full of sand and stones, and so many households in the village had empty pots. The Thoughtly family village can be saved exploded in his mind like a thunderclap, with an irresistible, almost brutal force instantly shattering the layers of doubt. The goods in this shop were real, tangible, edible things you could hold in your hands. Even if there was something strange behind this shop, if it could save the lives of the whole village, what did it matter if Li Yotian risked his old life to probe and venture? In his chest, the decisiveness of a veteran and the responsibility of a village chief erupted like a long-dormant volcano, burning the last shred of hesitation to ashes. He glanced at Yin Yi, still smiling, his stern expression gradually relaxing. He nodded, then turned to Li Yinzi and said, "Yinzi, you're quick on your feet. Run to the village office, beat the gong, and notify everyone." He paused, then added, "They'll go with you after all. I need to be there to spread the word, or the villagers might not believe it. Come on, we must tell everyone young and old to grab their tools and money and come buy grain." On Li Yushin's weathered, furrowed face, a remarkable radiance now shone. His murky old eyes gleamed with sharpness, his back straight as a rod, as if he had shed 10 years in an instant. That vigorous, no-nonsense energy warmed Li Yinzi's heart, reminding him of the platoon leader from the army days, who always had the final say. "Hey, brother Yutian, I'm on my way." Li Yinzi, stirred by the momentum, felt his blood boil. Without a second word, he turned and dashed out through the magical automatic door, sprinting toward the village committee office, his footsteps kicking up dust on the sun-drenched path. Almost the instant Li Yinzi rushed out, the light at the grocery store's entrance dimmed, as Li Yutian followed closely behind. No sooner had they left than Wang Xiaohua, panting heavily, led her in-laws Zhang Alian, elder brother, Li Jinzi's sister-in-law Wang Chuanfeng, and 2 equally anxious niece-in-law. A bustling crowd, flooding to the doorway. "Dad, Mom, look, it's right here." Wang Xiaohua pointed at the store, her voice trembling with excitement. Li Laoswan, Zhang Alian, Li Jinzi, and the others stood before the automatic glass door, gazing at the interior bathed in daylight, bright lights, snow-white walls, gleaming shelves, and the smiling young woman behind the counter. They stood as if spellbound, mouths agape, eyes wide, forgetting even to breathe. As the automatic door slid open with a whoosh, Wang Xiaohua burst in first, her face flushed with exertion and urge. Behind her, Zhang Alian stumbled in, supported by Wang Chunfeng. The old woman's clouded eyes upon entering were instantly captivated by the array of goods, especially the red, gleaming canned fruit in the glass case. Her lips quivered, emitting a voiceless, raspy sound. Li Laoswan shuffled forward with unsteady yet resolute steps, his wrinkled face flushed with emotion at the unbelievable sight before him. Li Jinzi, limping slightly, pursed his lips tightly, his sharp gaze scanning every corner of the store, before finally, having served in the military, his vigilance rivaled Li Yushin's, but the scene before him matched his sister-in-law's description perfectly. More importantly, the grain and its prices were tangible. He took a deep breath, suppressing the surging doubts, and looked at Yin Yi, his voice hoarse as he asked, "Boss, may I ask, does this grain really not require ration tickets?" Yin Yi nodded. "Yes, not just the grain. All items here don't need tickets." She gestured toward Wang Xiaohua. "This auntie just bought some, you can ask her. Our prices are clearly marked no deception. And if you buy now, there's a discount." The 2 niece-in-law, who had been peeking from the doorway, overheard the conversation between their father-in-law and the boss, their faces a mix of disbelief and ecstatic joy. The tiny shop was instantly filled by the influx of people. The earlier emptiness, coldness, and eerie silence were utterly shattered, replaced by heavy breathing, hushed murmurs, the rustle of fabric, and countless burning gazes greedily devouring every shelf item that could fill a stomach. Zhang Alian broke free from Wang Chunfeng's support, staggering toward the front glass case. Her withered, bony fingers trembled as they touched the cold cabinet, as if she could feel the snow-white, refined flour inside through the glass. Finally, a hoarse, broken sob escaped her throat. "White. White flour. It's really white flour." Tears streamed down like broken beads, soaking her patched chest. Li Laosuan's gaze shifted past his wife, fixating on the coarse grain glass case. His daughter-in-law had mentioned the price of just 1 mao, which seared into his heart like a branding iron. "Boss, coarse grain. Truly, just 1 mao. No ticket needed," he murmured, his voice dry as sandpaper scraping. Li Jinzi said nothing more, his eyes sweeping like searchlights across the entire store. The automatic door, the glaring white lights, the mirror-smooth floor, the meticulously arranged goods, before finally settling on Yin Yi's young, calm face. Having served in the military and seen the world, he knew deep down that everything before him defied logic far beyond his comprehension. Yet the tangible grain, the canned goods his brother's family had bought, and the long-lost light of hope in his parents' eyes, all these fiercely battered his doubts with a more powerful craving survival. He unconsciously clenched his fist, veins bulging on the back of his hand. Recalling the boss words and seeing the joy on his parents' wife's and daughters-in-law's faces, he thought, yes, even knowing it's irrational, what does it matter? Isn't life more important? Mom, our family is saved. Hurry, get the money. Let's buy the grain now. Wang Chuanfeng, seeing her husband's demeanor after all these years together, knew he was wrestling with doubts and confusion. But his relaxed posture now signaled a surrender to the present. Wasn't it the same for all of them? In the face of survival, everything else was secondary, especially when two little grandchildren at home awaited this life-saving grain. Wang Chunfeng had already decided the moment her sister-in-law came with the news that she would bring grain back no matter what. Even if her husband disagreed, she would argue her case. So seeing her husband's current state, she felt a wave of relief. She quickly urged her mother-in-law to fetch the money so they could buy the grain and return home to cook porridge for the grandchildren. Hearing her eldest daughter-in-law's words, Zhang Ailian snapped back to reality, a brilliant light erupting in her clouded eyes. Nodding, she said, "Yes, that's right. The eldest daughter-in-law is correct. Let's buy grain. Heaven has opened its eyes. The Bodhisattva has sent us grain. Let's hurry and buy it." As she spoke, her hands moved to her inner pocket, pulling out a small cloth pouch sewn from scraps. Layer by layer, she unfolded it, revealing several crumpled but neatly folded banknotes. Carefully counting out a few, she handed them to Wang Chunfeng, muttering, "Buy more, buy more. Our two little rascals can't wait." Taking the money, Wang Chunfeng's eyes shone with determination. She turned to Yan Yi and said, "Boss, we want coarse grain, 50 caddies first. And the white flour, give us 5 caddies too." She paused, glanced at her mother-in-law, then bit her lip. "Rice, 10 caddies of rice as well. Potatoes and sweet potatoes, 50 caddies each." Her voice trembled with excitement, but carried an unyielding resolve. Yan Yi smiled and nodded. "All right, you can grab the sweet potatoes and potatoes yourselves and bring them to the counter. I'll weigh the rice and other items for you now." With that, she began skillfully weighing and packaging. Li Laoswan and the others had just heard the boss words. Wang Xiaohua explained again, and they finally understood that only the items in the glass case, like rice, needed the boss' personal weighing. The other goods on the shelves were self-serve, with each bag or pack labeled with its weight. They could simply pick what they wanted and bring it to the boss to pay. Subsequently, with Wang Zaihua's assistance, they split up to carry out their tasks. The most crucial items were, of course, the potatoes and sweet potatoes. These were the most essential and urgently needed things for their family. As for the rest, under Wang Chunfeng's meticulous planning, she took her 2 daughters-in-law to purchase the brown sugar the household required, acquired 2 cans of preserved fruit, and upon spotting malted milk, steeled herself and bought a can as well. Wang Chunfeng reasoned that both her in-laws and the 2 children needed this item. Although it was expensive among the goods before the food shortage, they could never buy it, even after queuing at the city supply cooperative. Now it was available without ration tickets, and even cheaper than the cooperative. How could that not be tempting? After they made their selections, Yan Yi first informed them of the prices of the weighed grain, then placed their chosen goods on the counter, explaining the original price and discounted price for each item. Finally, he told them the total. Wang Chunfeng paid the money, which was roughly what she had anticipated before coming. However, she hadn't planned on buying malted milk earlier, and now she had added a can of it. She breathed a quiet sigh of relief, knowing her family could still afford it. Glancing at the fully loaded goods beside them, she couldn't help but break into a relaxed smile. Old Li Xuan and the others stood nearby, also gazing at the grain, tears glistening in their eyes. He turned to Li Jinzi and said, "Jinzi, our Li family village. This is our salvation." Li Jinzi nodded silently. The doubts and unease in his heart were completely swept away in that moment, replaced by hope and longing for the future. After Wang Xiaohua saw that her mother-in-law and the others had finished shopping, she thanked Yan Yi and then took the initiative to help carry the grain back to the old house. The family trudged home under the weight of their burdens, but the excitement and the thrill of having food filled them with strength. Just as Wang Chunfeng was paying, Yan Yi heard the system broadcast side, "Quest completed." He checked the time. It was already a little past noon. He shook his head. "Do I have a feeling this afternoon is going to be hectic? No, I need to eat. Can we close the shop for now?" Duoduo's paw pointed at the small blackboard outside. "You wrote that the shop is open from 9 to 6. You didn't mention." Yan Yi then remembered he had forgotten about that. He slapped his forehead. "I'll forget it. Since I wrote it, I'll just grab a quick bite. It'll take them time to go back and spread the news anyway." Having said that, Yan Yi immediately opened the farm warehouse in the game interface. The sun outside was scorching, so he wanted something cool to eat. However, he found that there were no cold noodles or cold rice noodles in stock. So he had to return to the game and open the cooking station, selecting to make 5 portions of cold noodles and 5 portions of cold rice noodles. After providing the required ingredients, he clicked cook and the button indicated a waiting time of 5 minutes. Yan Yi left it for the moment and checked the shop. The potatoes and sweet potatoes that had been placed in the corner, unable to fit on the shelves, had already been bought by the Li family. After some thought, he went into the warehouse and brought out more, placing them in the same corner. He felt this was a good arrangement, and besides, if more people came later, there might not be enough. As for the shop's warehouse, he also operated in the game interface to restock it. Then, seeing that his lunch was ready, he quickly took out a portion and even bought a cup of iced cola from the in-game store. Duoduo shook his head, rolled over, and decided to continue lazing around. Meanwhile, Li Yutian and Li Yinzi obtained a gong at the village office. Li Yinzi began striking it, walking back into the village, knocking on every door. Li Youtian, on the other hand, used the loudspeaker at the village office to shout, "Villagers, something big has happened. Please gather at the village office entrance." Li Youtian shouted 3 times, his voice loud and urgent, crashing through the scorching midday air, like ripples making the tiles on the village office roof buzz. His hoarse throat roared out the final words, "Everyone come quickly. There's good news." Almost simultaneously, the gong in Li Yinzi's hand exploded with a deafening clang, clang, clang. The frantic, slightly cracked metallic sound was like boiling oil splattering into the silent village. The deathly stillness of Li family village was instantly torn apart. Is that the village chief calling out? Why the gong? What's going on? What good news? The nearest few wooden doors covered with torn newspaper creaked open a crack, revealing gaunt, startled faces. As Li Yinzi struck the gong again, more doors were pulled open from within by the villagers. Each gaunt face bore a similar expression of confusion, clearly drawn out by the village chief's mention of good news. Village party secretary Li Shoucai was at home listening to his wife's complaints about the lack of food. She urged him to ask the village chief when relief grain would arrive from the authorities. He was at his wit's end. Li Shoucai was irritated beyond measure by the nagging. Having eaten only 2 hard coarse grain cornbread since yesterday, his stomach was gnawing with hunger, leaving him feeling weak and dizzy with stars dancing before his eyes. Just as he was about to curse in frustration, Li Yushin's thunderous voice from the village office loudspeaker crashed into his ears. "Villagers, something big has happened. Gather at the village office entrance quickly. There's good news." Immediately after, the frantic clang, clang, clang of the gong exploded just outside his courtyard wall, making his ears ring. A surge of inexplicable anger shot straight to his head. Good news. What good news could there be in this situation? Was it another call to deliver public grain, or to send people to repair the irrigation canal? His wife heard it too and shoved him. "What are you standing there for? The village chief is calling everyone. Go see. Has the relief grain arrived?" "No way. Just a few days ago the authorities said there was a grain shortage everywhere. How could it be available now?" Li Shikai's agitated heart calmed a little at his wife's words, but he knew the situation and thought it unlikely that relief grain had arrived. Yet the village chief had said it was good news. Could it really be true? He suddenly sprang up from the creaky bamboo chair, his vision going dark again. He staggered a couple of steps before steadying himself. Ignoring whatever his wife said next, he stumbled out of the main room. The blazing sun in the courtyard stung his eyes. Squinting, he pulled open the nearly collapsing courtyard gate. The door hinge let out a harsh squeak, and a wave of hot air rushed at him. He stepped out and headed left toward the village office. Then he spotted a figure ahead. Squinting to see clearly, he recognized Li Yinzi, who was still beating the gong. He quickened his pace and approached, his voice hoarse. "Yinzi, what's going on?" Beating the gong and drums, and Youtian shouting through the loudspeaker. "What's the big deal? What good news? Has the higher-ups allocated relief grain?" A faint, almost desperate glimmer of hope flickered in his murky eyes as he stared intently at Li Yinzi. That sliver of hope was like a candle in the wind, precarious and wavering, yet it was the only thing he could cling to. After hearing Li Shikai's words, Li Yinzi, observing his reaction and noting his sallow complexion and sunken eyes, understood the situation about 70 or 80%. He quickly tucked the gong under his armpit and grabbed Li Shikai's arm excitedly, his strength so great that it made the already weakened village party secretary sway again. "Brother Shoucai, it's not relief grain. It's 10,000 times better than relief grain." Li Yinzi's spittle nearly sprayed onto Li Shikai's face, his voice cracking with excitement. "Though it's not relief grain, our village is saved. It's at the village entrance. A new general store has opened. Rice, white flour, coarse grains, sweet potatoes, potatoes. They have everything, piled up like small mountains. The whole place is full, and it's cheap. Coarse grains are only 1 mao per caddy. No ration tickets needed. Just real money. Brother Youtian saw it himself, and I just bought some. It's absolutely true. That shop is miraculous. The door opens by itself. The lights are dazzlingly bright. The grain is just sitting there. The boss is a young woman who keeps her word. What a..." Li Shikai's eyes bulged wide, his jaw nearly dropping. His hunger-dazed mind was overwhelmed by this barrage of astonishing news. No ration tickets. Grain piled like mountains. A door that opens by itself. This was more absurd than a dream. His first reaction was that Li Yinzi had gone mad from hunger and was talking nonsense. But Li Yinzi's hand gripping his arm was burning hot, and the wild joy and urgency in his eyes could not be faked. And Li Youtian believed it too. Enough to beat the gong and gather the whole village. You're serious? Such a place really exists. No ration tickets. 1 mao per caddy for coarse grains." Li Shikai's voice trembled uncontrollably, every word seemingly forced from his parched throat. He stared intently at Li Yinzi, and in his murky eyes that faint flicker of hope was suddenly ignited, blazing with a startling intensity, like a drowning man grasping at the last straw. "It's absolutely true, Brother Shoucai. If you don't believe me, believe the village head. He's gathering everyone to talk about it right now. Go to the village office and ask Brother Youtian yourself. I have to keep spreading the word." Li Yinzi stamped his feet in urgency, but remembering he still had tasks to do, he had no time to explain further and urged him to quickly find the village head. He took a few steps forward, then looked back to see Li Shoucai, still frozen in shock. Li Yinzi called out to him again. "Brother Shoucai, go now. Why are you still standing there stunned? Brother Youtian had me beat the gong to call everyone to gather first. Hurry to the village office. Brother Youtian is waiting for everyone." Li Yinz's words struck like a red-hot branding iron jolting Li Shoucai. There was actually grain. Though it wasn't relief grain what Yinzi said about no ration tickets. Was it really true? The words Li Yinzi spoke pierced into his mind like needles. He snapped back to reality and the weakness of moments ago miraculously vanished. A scorching surge of heat rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Right, I need to go to the village office and ask the village head if it's true. No, it must be true. I have to go now. Li Shikai's voice suddenly rose, carrying a desperate hoarse urgency. He no longer lingered where he stood, ignoring his hunger-weakened legs. Like a startled old ox, he lowered his head and charged toward the village office. Dust flew up from beneath his hurried footsteps. All thoughts of the village party secretary's dignity and composure, all the dizziness from hunger, were cast to the winds. Only one thought roared madly in his mind: grain. No ration tickets. 1 Mao. Hurry, hurry. Any later, and it'll be gone. He rushed so recklessly that he nearly tripped over his own feet, staggering a few steps before steadying himself and continuing forward without looking back. His figure was no longer that of a village cadre, but rather a farmer utterly ignited by hunger and the sudden Li Yinzi was momentarily startled by this sudden outburst, then shook his head and continued forward, beating the gong and urging everyone to gather at the village office. Meanwhile, in the Li family's old house, Zhang Aoyan clutched the cloth sack of grain tightly, her withered fingers stroking the firm contours of the sweet potatoes within as turbid tears flowed silently. Wang Chunfeng carefully hid the can of malted milk in the deepest cabinet of the Kong and locked it securely. Li Laoshuan sat on the threshold, puffing on his long empty tobacco pipe, gazing at the life-saving pile of grain in the yard. For the first time, his deeply lined face showed a nearly pious relief, as if they had survived a catastrophe. In Li Yinz's kitchen, several daughters-in-law were busily scrubbing pots and adding water, preparing to cook a pot of hearty sweet potato porridge for the children who had gone hungry all day. The clatter of the spatula against the iron pot sounded to everyone present like the most beautiful melody in these. As Li Yinzi spread the news, many like Li Shoucai wore expressions of shock and disbelief. Some were simply unaware of the situation, as Li Yinzi couldn't explain it to every household. He only told close relatives and acquaintances, otherwise relying on his single voice. The village head would have to wait forever for everyone to gather. Li Shoucai rushed to the village office and asked Li Yutian 3 times to confirm Li Yinz's words. He desperately wanted to dash to the village entrance to see for himself, but seeing Li Yushin's confident demeanor and the gong summoning everyone, he knew it must be true. Yet deep down he still couldn't fully believe it. Perhaps only seeing it with his own eyes would convince him. Li village, counting old and young, had just over 100 less than 200 people. As Li Yinzi notified everyone, more and more people hurried to the village office, though not every household sent all members. The round trip would consume precious energy, and for those with empty stomachs, it was better to stay home and wait for news. Moreover, including Li Yinz's 3 sons, a dozen or so young men had gone up the mountain and hadn't returned yet. Li Yutian watched the villagers arrive, and many who had heard the news crowded around wanting to ask the village head. But Li Yutian told them all to wait until everyone was present before speaking, otherwise having to repeat himself every few arrivals would be unbearable. Li Yinzi had already made his rounds through the village and ran back to the village office. Li Yutian heard him say that everyone had been notified and most had come except for some elderly and children who stayed home. Even Li Yinz's family and the Li family's old house had sent representatives. Though they already had first-hand information and had bought grain to take home, making their presence unnecessary, it was still a major village event and participation was appropriate. Li Yutian nodded, then raised his hand to quiet the crowd. Fellow villagers, I've called you all here today to share a piece of incredibly good news. Someone in the crowd shouted urgently, what good news? Village head, why have you called us here? Is the relief grain here? With that shout, more voices chimed in, all directed at the village head, their faces etched with anxiety. Hearing the mounting urgency among the villagers, Li Yutian decided to stop being cryptic and bellowed, don't rush everyone. Listen to me. It's not relief grain, but it's even better than relief grain. This is incredible news. Right at the entrance of our village, a new general store has opened today, with grain piled up like small mountains. Rice, white flour, coarse grain, sweet potatoes, everything. I went there myself and saw it with my own eyes. It's true, and the prices are cheap. Coarse grains cost only 1 Mao per caddy and no ration tickets are needed. Just real money. This is far better than waiting for relief grain. Our village is saved. Yinzi and I want to check it out. The store is magical. The door opens by itself, the lights are dazzlingly bright. The owner is a young woman, and she keeps her word. Everyone rest assured and go by. I called everyone together to tell you this. Also, the store has a special promotion for the next 3 days. Hurry up. If you have questions, ask now. Then go home and decide how much grain your family needs, and he'll lead you all to buy it. His words instantly stirred up a commotion. Oh, I thought it was relief grain. Wasted effort. What kind of store is this selling grain? Must be a scam, right? What's a general store? Is it like a supply cooperative? I think so, but this supply cooperative is different from the ones in town. They say no tickets are needed. Is that true? What? No tickets? 1 Mao per caddy. Is this really happening? It can't be real, right? Where would you Yeah, but the village chief saw it himself. It can't be fake, can it? Whether it's real or not, it can't hurt to check. What if it's true? Zhao Dahong, who lived in one of the village's only 3 brick houses, was also stunned by the news. His family's ancestors were from Lijia village, but his father had left to work for a wealthy household in the city. A few years ago, that household moved abroad, so Zhao Dahong's family of 6 returned to Lijia village from the city. On one hand, his father felt old and wanted to come back. On the other, they sensed the wealthy were fleeing the city and feared getting caught up in trouble, so they returned. Their ancestral home in the village had fallen into disrepair and was uninhabitable. After returning, seeing that the village chief and Li Jinzi's family had built brick houses, they decided to do the same, otherwise they would have built like everyone else. But the villagers, knowing they had worked in the city for years, guessed they had some savings. Moreover, Zhao Dahong had worked as a bodyguard for his master and had learned martial arts from a young age. Even after returning to the village, he could still hunt in the mountains and earn money on the sly. But now, with the land yielding little grain, he had led some villagers up the mountain a few times before. Now he dared not go alone, as everyone was short on food. If he alone brought back game, it might stir envy and cause trouble. Earlier that morning, he had planned to go up the mountain with Li Yinzi and his brothers, but his child fell ill, and he couldn't leave, hearing the village chief's news, Zhao Dahong was skeptical. Could there really be grain this cheap without ration tickets? Growing up in the city, he remembered that a few years ago you could buy things without tickets, but ever since ration coupons were introduced, he had never seen anything sold without them. Especially grain. He had gone to the grain station just yesterday only to find the doors shut and a notice saying there was no grain. He had been disappointed. And now suddenly there was grain, right at the village entrance. What was the owner's motive? He couldn't figure it out, but he trusted the village chief's words. Without overthinking, he called out to the village chief. Chief, is the store really at the village entrance? Can we really buy grain? Everyone was talking at once, but their eyes unconsciously turned to the village chief, as if trying to read the truth on his. Li Yutian took the gong from Li Yinzi and struck it. Folks, I know all your worries. This is real. Rest assured, it's at the village entrance, and everyone can buy. His words were like a soothing balm, confirming to the people of Lijia village that they had heard correctly. A store had really opened at their village entrance selling grain. Some were already itching to dash to the entrance and see for themselves. Seeing this, Li Yutian quickly waved his hand. Listen up, everyone. Go home now, grab your money bags and baskets, and meet me at the village entrance. Remember, no pushing, one at a time. The general store has plenty of grain for the whole village. With that, the villagers sprinted back home. The faster ones feared someone might get ahead, while the slower ones shouted, slow down, wait for me. My house is far away, wait. Some who had stayed home saw people rushing back from the gathering and urgently asked what big event or good news had occurred. Those who had run back breathless, and without even a moment to sit for a drink, hastily repeated the village chief's words. Then they urged the family member in charge of money to bring out their savings and grabbed every bag and basket they could carry before heading out. The people of Lijia village surged toward the entrance like a bursting dam. The dust they kicked up shimmering in the sunlight. At the front were the nimble, impatient young men who wished they could leap straight to the general store and snatch up the grain. Among them was a young fellow named Lungzi who ran like the wind, shouting as he went, don't try to beat me. They'll get there. In the middle, some older folks, though not as fast as the young, quickened their pace, muttering, don't let it sell out, don't let it sell out. Hope and anxiety mingled in their hearts, for this sudden good news seemed almost too good to be true. At the rear were mostly families with elderly or young children who moved slowly, chatting among themselves. Do you think the grain at the general store is real, eh? The village chief said, so it should be right. If there really is cheap grain, without tickets were saved. A few children in the procession, oblivious to the adults' worries and hopes, ran around excitedly shouting, grain is here. Grain is here. Their innocent laughter echoed through the crowd. Li Shoucai and his wife were also among the crowd. He was panting heavily from running, yet his eyes were filled with He thought to himself, no matter what, I must see the grain at that grocery store with my own eyes. If it's real, I'll buy as much as I can so everyone in the village can have enough to eat. As for Li Dahong, he was still pondering the intentions of the grocery store owner while running. But at this moment, he couldn't afford to think too much, as securing the grain was the top priority. He even prayed silently that he could buy some refined grain, as his elderly parents and sick child at home all needed it. He clutched the bag he had brought tightly and quickened his pace. Along the way, everyone was buzzing with discussion. Some said it must be a scam. How could such a good thing be true? Others were full of hope, thinking that if they could really buy cheap grain, life at home would be much better. They talked endlessly, each adding their voice, but their feet unconsciously moved toward the entrance of the village. Before long, a large crowd had gathered not far from the village entrance. Everyone stared eagerly in the direction of the grocery store, as if it held the hope of their very lives. Meanwhile, Li Yutian and Li Yinzi had already arrived at the village entrance. Li Yutian told Li Yinzi to inform the owner. Although Li Yutian had said the whole village could come, the store was small and couldn't possibly accommodate so many people at once. It had to be said that Li Yutian had some skill as the village chief. He immediately thought of this issue and quickly decided to send Li Yinzi to negotiate with the owner while he waited for the villagers. Over there, Li Yinzi had already entered the store and told Yan Yi about the situation. After Yan Yi heard that the entire village might come to buy grain, the corner of her mouth twitched slightly. Yan Yi glanced at Duoduo, who was lying on the counter. Good thing I ate first. It's just as I guessed. It looks like I'm destined to be a busy workhorse today. Duoduo heard Yan Yi's complaint and lifted its eyelids. What's so bad about that? If there were KPIs, you'd definitely be the champion. What's good about it? I've already finished today's tasks. If they all come now, and tomorrow's task is still about the number of buyers, it'll be losing out. Well, that's true. But tomorrow's task might not be the same. Besides, these are just people from Li family village. There are other villages nearby. Maybe they'll hear the news and come tomorrow. Yin Yi found Duoduo's words reasonable. As the one person and one cat were talking, Li Yinzi felt a bit uneasy. He wondered why the boss had gone quiet after he spoke. Li Yinzi glanced at Yin Yi's expression and carefully ventured, "Boss." When Yin Yi didn't respond, he called out again hesitantly, his rough fingers nervously twisting the hem of his clothes. He stole a glance at the young female boss' calm, expressionless profile, his heart pounding. Had she changed her mind? Or was she upset that too many villagers had come? Just as Li Yinzi was about to lose his composure, and a thin sheen of sweat broke out on his forehead, and he was reminded by Duoduo and snapped back to reality. She turned her head, a professional, slightly reassuring smile on her face. "Okay, I understand. It's fine. Let them come. My store is open for business after all." Li Yinzi's anxious heart finally settled with a thud. He let out a long sigh, his face instantly beaming with gratitude. Yes. Thank you, boss. Thank you. They'll go tell my brother. I mean the village chief." He turned around, ready to dash out, afraid Yin Yi might change her mind. "Wait." Yin Yi's voice was not loud, but it froze Li Yinzi's steps mid-motion. His heart tightened again. He stiffly turned back, his smile somewhat rigid. "Boss. Any other instructions?" Yin Yi pointed toward the door where the faint sounds of noisy chatter and hurried footsteps could already be heard. "I think people are almost here. Go out and tell the village chief to have everyone line up and come in batches. As you can see, my store is small. If everyone crowds and no one can buy anything, first queue up, then come in a few at a time. Also tell them to keep order. Don't just grab things and leave in a mess." "Yes, understood." Li Yinzi nodded, repeatedly thumping his chest in assurance. "Don't worry, boss. My village chief and I will make sure everything is fine. You can rest assured." At that moment, he felt that although the young boss seemed amiable, there was an undeniable authority in her words and actions that commanded respect. Go ahead." Yin Yi nodded slightly. What she didn't say was that she was worried some people might not pay. But she wasn't too concerned. If anyone tried to pull a zero-yuan shopping, the store's automatic defense system, as Duoduo had mentioned, would ensure they regretted it. Li Yinzi felt as if he had received a pardon. He dashed out through the store's curtain. The moment he stepped out, he was almost startled into a stumble by the sight before him. Good heavens. On the dirt road leading from the village entrance to the grocery store, a sea of heads surged and dust flew. The young men, led by Erlingzi, were only a few dozen steps away from the store. Li Yutian stood a few meters from the store, arms outstretched, trying to stop the crowd, his voice already hoarse from shouting. "Slow down. Everyone slow down. Don't push. Listen to me. Village chief. Village chief." Li Yinzi shouted at the top of his lungs toward Li Yutian. The boss said everyone must line up, then go in batches one by one. Hearing this, Li Yutian felt as if he had been given a royal decree. He bellowed with renewed vigor at the surging crowd. "Did you hear that? Everyone stop. Line up. Line up." Erlingzi tried to push forward again and see if you still want to buy grain. Those at the back stopped pushing. "Line up. Everyone line up. First come, first served." The crowd, which had been like a runaway horse, suddenly stalled. Those at the front couldn't stop in time and crashed into each other, cries of ouch filling the air. But the chaos was quickly contained. Though anxious, the villagers dared not disobey the village chief. They had seen the building with their own eyes. The village chief had told the truth. A store had indeed appeared at the entrance of their village. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the curtain hanging under the grocery store sign, as if they could see the piles of grain inside. But their feet obediently began to move, jostling and complaining, yet striving to form a crooked line in the dust. Those at the back stood on tiptoe to see ahead, while those in the middle clutched their money pouches and cloth bags tightly, afraid of losing them in the crush. Children were firmly held by their parents, looking at the unprecedented scene with a mix of curiosity and fear. Yin Yi and Duoduo watched from inside the shop as village chief Li organized the villagers into a queue at the entrance. Yin Yi found it hard to believe that their store had become so popular on its very first day of opening. In her estimation, such a scene should not have occurred until at least tomorrow, given that their shop was situated at the village entrance, surrounded by nothing but grass. It was only because Li Mingzhu had appeared that anyone even knew of its existence. Yin Yi mused to Duoduo, "Don't you think Li Mingzhu is incredibly fortunate? She wandered out here alone, and we just happened to open today. Isn't it too coincidental? Could she be some kind of lucky charm?" Duoduo rolled her eyes. "You're overthinking it. What lucky charm? Wait, no. Li Mingzhu really is someone blessed by fortune." Yin Yi initially thought she was overthinking when she heard the first half of Duoduo's words, but upon hearing the second half, she glanced at Duoduo. "What do you mean? Is she really some kind of lucky charm?" Duoduo was checking Li Mingzhu's data and tapped her paw. "I wouldn't call her a lucky charm, but she does have better luck than the average person. In her past life, Li Mingzhu was a great benefactor with accumulated merits. So in this life, she was reborn into her current family. Though not wealthy or noble, she has both parents, a harmonious household, and is cherished by her relatives. Partly due to her past life, she's not only fortunate in this life, but destined for a life of contentment." After hearing Duoduo's explanation, Yin Yi hadn't expected Li Mingzhu's story to be like this. No wonder she was the first to stumble upon our opening. While they chatted idly inside the shop, the villagers queuing outside grew anxious, but could only stand and wait as the village chief had commanded, their eyes fixed longingly on the store. Li Shouzai squeezed into the middle of the line, craning his neck forward, his heart pounding so fiercely it felt like it might leap out of his throat. His wife was the same, clutching a small cloth bundle tightly, the money for buying grain at home. After her husband ran back to say it wasn't relief grain, but grain available for purchase, she felt a flicker of disappointment, but knew she couldn't miss this chance to buy food. Li Shouzai gripped his worn, shiny old flour sack and leaned over to speak to his wife. Wife, do you see that inside the shop? There's so many sweet potatoes on the floor. There really is grain. Li Shikai's wife, Zhu Aihong, stood on tiptoe, leaning forward, squinting hard to peer through the gaps in the curtain. Indeed. Through the brief moments when the curtain was lifted and dropped by Li Yinzi passing in and out, she clearly saw a large pile of items against the wall covered with burlap, but the edges revealed purplured sweet potatoes still speckled with mud. She murmured, good heavens, that pile must be at least a few hundred caddies. Then she turned to Li Shouzai and replied, I see it. I see it. Zhu Aihong tugged excitedly at Li Shikai's arm. Her voice trembled as she spoke. They're really sweet potatoes. A huge pile, and I think I see potatoes next to them. Oh my God, there really is grain. And so much of it. I think we'll definitely get some when it's our turn. As she spoke, she unconsciously rose on her toes, leaning forward even more as if she wished she could see even clearer. You old woman, leaning in like a young girl. Be careful. Li Shouzai quickly tugged at her, afraid she might fall forward with all her fussing, but he too couldn't resist leaning in. Li Shouzai glanced to the side and gasped. His eyes widened, and he couldn't help grinning, revealing teeth yellowed by smoke from dry tobacco. Hey wife, look. Am I seeing things? What's that? That big white cabinet. Oh, is that rice? Upon hearing this, Zhu Aihong reluctantly tore her gaze from the pile of sweet potatoes and potatoes to look to the side. Yes, it really is. That color looks even better than what they have at the grain station. My goodness, in this tiny village of ours, what kind of boss has arrived? This must be something only immortals could have. Li Shouzai quickly told her to lower her voice. Say that when we get home, not out here. What immortals? This boss is a real living person. Oh, this is wonderful. This is wonderful. Our kids have hope now. Let's buy more to take back. Zhu Aihong nodded heavily, her palms sweating as she clutched the money pouch, the cloth bundle twisted out of shape. Her eyes were fixed on the exposed edges of the sweet potato pile, her mind racing to calculate how many caddies the money shed brought could, by how long it would last, and she regretted not bringing more before leaving. But soon that trace of disappointment was swept away by the sight of the tangible grain, leaving only overwhelming excitement and gratitude. She couldn't help rising on her toes again, trying to count how many sacks there were, but with so many people all standing on tiptoe to see ahead, her view was constantly blocked. The other villagers in line were just like Li Shouzai and his wife, utterly astonished by everything they could see through the glass door, the grain in the glass counter beneath the cash register, the shelves on both sides, and the extra sweet potatoes and potatoes Yen had deliberately placed aside. They gestured animatedly, as if afraid those behind them wouldn't know, even though everyone could see clearly. They insisted on exchanging a few words with those behind them. The villagers in the line buzzed with excited chatter, unable to tear their eyes away from what they saw inside the shop, almost wishing they could rush in and buy everything immediately. Li Dahong stood silently a little farther back. Being tall, his sharp gaze swept over the crowd's bobbing heads past the exquisite general store and landed on Li Yutian and Li Yinzi, who were struggling to maintain order. His brows furrowed slightly, as if assessing something. Then his gaze fell upon the fully stocked grain. He took a deep breath. Whether what lay ahead was hope or an abyss, at least they could see the grain with their own eyes. Anything that could save lives was hope. Inside the small general store, Yan Yi listened to the tide of voices outside growing from a distance to a tremendous clamor right at the doorstep. She sighed helplessly and patted the counter. Time to get to work, Duoduo. Duoduo stretched lazily, leaped onto the top of a tall shelf, and swished her tail condescendingly, looking as if she were enjoying a show. Meow, good heavens, this is livelier than a temple fair. Yan Yi, maybe you should find an acquaintance to help. If you handle this alone, your throat will be parched. Yan Yi paused mid-step toward the door. She thought Duoduo made a good point, and then she spotted a familiar face, and after a moment's thought, she headed toward the door, ready to ask this familiar face to help out as a part-timer. At the entrance of the general store, village chief Li Yutian was directing the villagers to line up in an orderly fashion, while Li Yinzi stood guard before the door, awaiting the chief's command before organizing everyone to enter. Li Yutian bellowed at the restless crowd. Everyone stop milling about. The shop door is narrow, not all of you can squeeze in. Chaos will only delay matters. Every household form a line. You'll be able to enter and buy grain soon. Stay in line, especially those in the back. The chief's shout was like salt tossed into a pot of boiling oil. The crowd erupted with a buzz, but it was more of an anxious urgency to act. Yet he stood like a stabilizing pillar before the crowd, waving his arms to maintain order. Line up. Everyone get in line. If anyone disregards the rules and shoves delaying everyone's grain purchase, don't blame me, Li Yotian, for being harsh. Erlingzi, I'm talking about you. Move back. The named Erlingzi shrank his neck, reluctantly stepping back 2 paces, but his eyes were fixed on the general store's door, wishing it would somehow grow larger. The other villagers jostled and pushed to get their own families in line quickly. The queue formed like a startled snake, twisting and slow. Dust hung in the sunlight. The hum of the crowd, the cries of children, and the sound of hurried breaths intertwined, creating a peculiar tense and hopeful cacophony. All eyes were fixed on the new gleaming door of the general store, as if what was about to open was not a mere door, but a brand new world that could fill bellies and dispel despair. Just then Yinny walked out of the store. Li Yinzi spotted her immediately and hurried over his heart, anxious, wondering if the boss thought there were too many people and too much noise. Li Yinzi quickly approached, a flattering smile on his face. Boss, look at this line. His heart was pounding, afraid that Yanni might change her mind. Yan Yi's gaze passed over Li Yinzi's shoulder, precisely finding the figure among the bobbing heads. She raised her hand and pointed. No rush, uncle. I recall that's your family member, isn't it? Please go and call her over from the line. There's something I need her help with. Li Yinzi followed Yan Yi's finger and saw Wang Xiaohua, his own wife, standing in the middle of the line. She hadn't initially planned to come, but later decided to queue for some millet. Though he didn't know why the boss wanted his wife, he figured it couldn't be anything bad since the boss had spoken with a smile. So he immediately replied, "Ah, sure thing." With that, he turned and trotted toward Wang Xiaohua, shouting as he ran, "Xiaohua, wife." The boss want. All eyes snapped to Wang Xiaohua, and the murmuring grew louder. Wang Xiaohua, what does the boss want with her? Could it be? Something's up. Does Xiaohua know the boss? Xiaohua's just an old woman. Oh, what could the boss want? Don't tell me she's not allowed to queue for grain. That can't be. What are you babbling about? Didn't you hear Yinzi say his family was the first to discover this shop and already bought grain? No way. I hadn't heard that. If Yinzi's family already bought grain, why is his wife here queuing? You must have missed. How could I miss here? I just walked over here with Yinzi's family. If I weren't in a hurry, I'd have gone to their house to see the grain. It's true his family did buy grain. But Yinzi's wife said she wanted to get some more millet. Their little grandson is still young, so they need some fine grain. Oh really? So Yinzi's wife already knows the boss. No wonder she's being called. But what for? How would I know? I'm not the boss. The crowd buzzed with speculation over Li Yinzi's words. Seeing the boss standing at the door, having just spoken to Li Yinzi, though they hadn't heard what was said, and then Yinzi calling for Wang Xiaohua, everyone was intensely curious. Wang Xiaohua herself was bewildered, caught off guard by the sudden summons. She instinctively asked Li Yinzi, "What does the boss want me for?" "It's not to stop me from queuing for grain, is it?" Li Yinzi hadn't considered that either. He paused before replying, "Probably not." From the boss' tone, it sounded like she needed your help. "It's fine, wife. Just go over and ask." After hearing Li Yinzi's words, Wang Xiaohua relaxed a bit, but she still wondered, just like her husband, what could the boss possibly need an old woman like her for? Outwardly she remained calm, but inwardly she was thrilled. The boss had called for her alone out of all these people. Could some good fortune really be falling into her lap? She patted her coarse cloth clothes, now dusted with dirt, suppressed her excited and anxious feelings, squeezed out of the crowd under the weight of their curious stares, and followed Li Yinzi toward the shop entrance. Standing before Yanni, she forced a nervous smile, unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes, took a deep breath, and asked, "Boss, I heard you wanted to see me. Is there something?" Yanni looked at Wang Xiaohua, whose face bore the marks of long-term labor in the elements, but whose eyes were shrewd. She recalled what Duoduo had shared about the Li family, specifically that Wang Xiaohua was one of the people who doted most on Li Mingzhu. Yanni beckoned to her. "Come on, let's talk inside. There is something I need your help with, Andy." Wang Xiaohua was stunned, as she hadn't expected it to be real. The boss actually needed her help. What an honor. Before Yanni could say anything more, Wang Xiaohua's mind was already racing with possibilities. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't imagine what the boss could possibly need her for. Wanting to get straight to the point, Yanni immediately explained her plan to hire Wang Xiaohua for a part-time job at the store. Wang Xiaohua was astonished, as she never expected to be asked to be a shop assistant. She understood the boss meaning. A part-time job was essentially temporary work. Wang Xiaohua stammered, "Thighs, boss, can I really do it? I'm just an old woman. How could I handle a temporary job?" Yanni smiled. "Don't worry, Andy. You'll definitely be fine. The work is very simple. But with so many people outside, if I had to explain to each one how to buy things, it would be dark before I could finish." Wang Xiaohua felt dizzy, overwhelmed by the good news. She secretly pinched her own thigh. Ouch, it hurt. She dared not cry out, but her face contorted for a moment nonetheless. Wang Xiaohua had made it. Yan Yi found Wang Xiaohua's incredulous expression rather amusing, then dropped another piece of news. "By the way, I think your daughter-in-law is quite capable too. Is she here? Go fetch her, and the two of you can work together. You'll be responsible for explaining to these people how to make purchases and laying out. As for your daughter-in-law, I'll teach her how to use the machines. She can help with packing the grain later. Rest assured, this isn't free labor. I'll pay each of you $1 a day, or you can take it in grain instead, whatever you prefer." This price had been settled between Yan Yi and Duoduo just moments ago. Given that a regular worker in the city earned about 30 yuan a month, she wasn't a stingy boss and naturally offered a bit more. Wang Xiaohua then confirmed with Yan Yi that the boss was serious, and her heart bloomed like a flower, her face showing it all. What a blessing. Oh heavens, Wang Xiaohua never imagined she'd one day become a temporary worker. Though the boss said the job wasn't guaranteed daily and depended on the situation, every day counted, and there was pay or grain to be had. Wang Xiaohua didn't want to waste any time. She dashed out immediately, not even pausing to tell her husband, and ran home to fetch her daughter-in-law Li Yu. Li Yinzi watched his wife rush off in a flurry, utterly bewildered. The crowd reacted much like Li Yinzi. Some with malicious intent even voiced their guesses aloud, claiming Wang Xiaohua had been scolded by the boss and sent home barred from buying grain. Yan Yi stepped out again to inform Li Yinzi that everyone should wait. Once Wang Xiaohua returned, she would notify them to enter the shop for purchases. With that, she went back inside and pressed a button to close the door, ensuring the glass door wouldn't slide open automatically. Li Yinzi scratched his head, wondering what task his wife could possibly have. Unable to figure it out, he turned and ran to inform the village head, then resumed his post at the door waiting. On the other side, Wang Xiaohua felt she had never run so fast in her life. Her legs seemed swifter than in her youth, and before long she was back home. As she entered the yard, she saw her eldest daughter-in-law Li Yue emerging from the kitchen. Gasping for breath, Wang Xiaohua waved her over. Li Yu was startled to see her mother-in-law back so soon. Had she already bought the grain? No, that couldn't be right. She noticed her mother-in-law wasn't carrying anything. Li Yu quickly approached and asked, "Mother, why are you running back? Aren't you queuing for grain? What happened? You're so out of breath." She hurried forward to support her mother-in-law's arm. Wang Xiaohua didn't bother to catch her breath. She grabbed Li Yu's wrist, her eyes blazing with excitement, her grin stretching from ear to ear, her voice raspy from the run and emotion. "Eldest daughter-in-law. Oh my, such wonderful news. Forget about buying grain. The boss. That grocery shop boss." Li Yu was even more confused by the disjointed words. "Mother, slow down. What does the boss want us for? Aren't we queuing? No, not buying grain. Oh, nothing is more important than this now. The boss just told me she wants us to work for her." Finally catching her breath a bit, Wang Xiaohua's words tumbled out like beans. "The boss has taken a liking to us. She wants us to be temporary workers at her shop. Help out in the shop. 1 yuan a day, where we can take grain. Oh my god. Hurry. Come with me. She's waiting for us to get back before opening the doors for everyone to buy." Li Yu was completely stunned. The gourd ladle in her hand clattered to the ground and rolled into a corner. She wondered if she had misheard. "What? Temporary worker?" Mother explained clearly. The boss wants us to work in her shop, selling grain, and paying us. How is that possible? Are you sure you didn't mishear, Mother?" This was more absurd than a pie falling from the sky. A rural wife and an old woman like her mother-in-law working in a shop as divine as that. Yes, absolutely true. Wang Xiaohua stamped her foot impatiently, forgetting to pick up the ladle. "She named us. She specifically wanted us to. She said you look capable too. Hurry. Don't keep the boss waiting. There's still a long line outside. Inzi is guarding the door." Without another word, she grabbed the still-dazed Li Yu and dragged her out of the yard with surprising strength. Li Yu stumbled after her mother-in-law, her mind buzzing with a chaotic mix of disbelief and overwhelming joy crashing over her like a tidal wave. 1 yuan a day. How much grain could that buy? Her mother-in-law's excitement seemed genuine. Subconsciously, she began to run alongside her heart pounding, her feet feeling as if they were treading on cotton or sprouting wings. When the two arrived at the grocery shop, Li Yinzi was astonished. Had Xiaohua gone back to fetch the eldest daughter-in-law? Could it be that the boss wanted the eldest daughter-in-law to help? That made sense. She had once learned a bit of abacus work. Seeing Li Yinzi standing at the door, Wang Xiaohua suddenly remembered she hadn't told her husband about the boss offer. She slapped her thigh, pulled him aside a few steps, and eagerly shared the wonderful news. "What?" Li Yinzi exclaimed in shock, his eyes bulging. He had never expected such news. Help. In the shop. With pay. The sheer surprise and joy overwhelmed him, leaving him speechless. He could only stare wide-eyed, looking incredulously at his wife and eldest daughter-in-law's faces. His expression was like someone struck on the head by a falling gold ingot, stunned yet overjoyed. "Oh, keep your voice down." Wang Xiaohua slapped his arm in agitation, but couldn't suppress her blooming smile. "It's true. Absolutely true. The boss said it herself. She wants us two to help out in the shop. 1 yuan a day, or grain. So I brought the eldest daughter-in-law. Don't just stand there dumbfounded." Li Yinzi finally snapped out of his daze, his mouth opening and closing before he managed to utter, "Oh my. Good heavens. This. He was so excited he didn't know what to do with his hands, looking from Wang Xiaohua to Li Yue, whose face was equally flushed and breathless, and finally to the closed reflective glass door of the grocery shop. His heart felt like it might leap out of his chest. This was like smoke rising from the ancestors' graves. His own wife and daughter-in-law were about to work in a divine shop. Though he had lowered his voice, the nearby villagers had their ears pricked. The villagers in line who were close enough caught fragments of the conversation. Words like help and wages rippled through the crowd like pebbles dropped into a pond, stirring a circle of murmurs. "Did you hear that? The boss let Wang Xiaohua in to help. And she's paying wages. Oh my, Xiaohua has hit the jackpot. I should have edged closer earlier. Tisk, this boss is really generous." Whispers of envy, surprise, and even a hint of jealousy rippled through the crowd. "Inzi, what's going on? Why are Xiaohua and the eldest daughter-in-law here?" Lengzi craned his neck from the front, his face brimming with curiosity and a barely perceptible envy. "Yeah, Uncle Inzi, what does the boss want with Annie and them? So mysterious." Another person couldn't help chiming in. Li Yinzi was momentarily at a loss for words, but Wang Xiaohua shoved Li Yu toward the shop door, straightened her back, and struggled to maintain composure. However, her trembling hands and bright eyes betrayed her. "What's with all the questions? The boss has something for us. You'll find out when it's your turn to buy grain." Her voice wasn't loud, but carried an undeniable authority, as if she had already become a half-manager. Li Yinzi quickly caught on and chimed in, "Exactly. Just stay in line. Don't pry. The boss has his own plans." The murmurs in the crowd swelled again, even more fervent than before. Countless eyes like needles pierced Wang Xiaohua's back and Li Yu's pale, tense face. "Look at Xiaohua, so smug. It must be something good. I bet they're going to be temporary workers. Why is the eldest daughter? Could the boss want both of them inside? Is it really possible they're being let in to help? Help? With what? We've never even seen the stuff in that shop. What could they help with? Hey, who knows? Didn't the Inzi family say they discovered this place? That means they're familiar with the boss. Maybe." Listening to the whispers behind her, Wang Xiaohua couldn't contain her pride. She pulled Liu along, held her head high, walked to the closed glass door, took a deep breath, and with a soft ding, the door slid open automatically. Yanni inside the shop naturally saw the scene unfold. When she noticed Wang Xiaohua and Liu at the door, she pressed a button to restore the glass door's automatic entry function. As the two entered, Yanni wore a knowing smile, her gaze sweeping over them. "You two come over here." Her eyes lingered briefly on Liu, who was so nervous, she moved stiffly and nodded in approval at the woman's neat appearance. The clamor outside and the probing eyes were instantly sealed off by the glass, leaving only the bright lights inside and the dazzling array of goods on the shelves. Wang Xiaohua and Liu approached cautiously, almost holding their breath. Duoduo, perched atop a shelf, flicked its tail, its round eyes gleaming with amusement. Meow. Seeing the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law so tense, Yanni found it slightly amusing. She repeated the instructions she had given Wang Xiaohua to Liu. "Don't worry, the work is very simple. Just relax and do your best. If you don't understand something, just ask me. Oh, and if you need to restock anything, let me know, and I'll bring it from the storeroom. That's all for now." After speaking, Yanni came out from behind the counter and taught Liu how to use the machine in the glass cabinet to pack the grain according to customers' requests, then had her try it herself. At first, Liu was nervous, afraid of making a mistake or breaking the machine. Yanni patiently explained the operation and reassured her to relax, saying the machine wasn't that fragile. Liu took a deep breath and tentatively tried the operation. The first attempt was hesitant, but Yanni encouraged her to try a few more times, and soon she became proficient. Wang Xiaohua, without needing further instruction, began patrolling the shelves. Her eyes lingered on the rare goods items she had only ever seen in the supply cooperative, but never touched, her heart pounding with excitement. She steadied herself. Every item on the shelves had a small tag with the name and price. At that moment, she was immensely grateful that after being taunted by her rival for being illiterate, she had swallowed her pride and learned to read from the children. Otherwise, such a golden opportunity would never have come her way. Multitasking, Wang Xiaohua stole a glance at her eldest daughter-in-law learning the machine from the boss and nodded approvingly. Meanwhile, her ears perked up, catching the hushed yet clear discussions outside, which buzzed like tiny insects. "See that? Wang Xiaohua really went in. And she brought her daughter-in-law. Tisk." Liu's face is all red, she's so nervous. "What do you think the boss wants them to do? Surely not let them sell? That machine is so precious." "Well, I think so. They haven't come out yet." "Oh, the Inzi family is really in luck." "You can say that again. If I'd known, I'd have sent my wife to push forward. Maybe she'd have caught the boss too." "Humph, dream on. Your wife can't even read. Why would the boss want her? I think the Inzi family is just good at bootlicking. Everyone knows Wang Xiaohua's tricks." She vaguely heard the chatter outside, sour and barbed, but to Wang Xiaohua's ears, it was as sweet as honey. Pretending not to hear, she straightened her back even more. Her rough fingers lightly brushed a neatly packaged bag of instant noodles with indecipherable patterns, then moved to a jar of red and green candies stacked beside it. She struggled to read the labels and prices, mentally tallying while scanning the depths of the shelves, afraid to miss a speck of dust or a misplaced item. This was the boss shop, and Wang Xiaohua was now a half-manager. On the other side, fine beads of sweat formed on Liu's forehead. Her fingertips were slightly cold as she stared intently at the silver machine inside the glass counter. Holding her breath, Liu followed the instructions and carefully operated the machine. After several attempts, she picked up the heavy bag of grain in disbelief, looking at Yanni with a trembling voice. "Boss, is this it?" Yanni nodded approvingly. "That's it. See, it's simple. You caught on quickly." Liu's heart finally settled, then swelled with immense, joyous smile spreading uncontrollably across her face. She could really do it. This divine machine, Liu could operate it. Just then, Duoduo, who had been lounging atop the shelf, stretched languidly before leaping down with effortless grace. She padded over to Yanni's feet on silent, elegant paws, tilted her head, and let out a long, drawn-out meow, as if inspecting the result, or perhaps urging silently, "Are you ready? The people outside have been waiting long enough." Yanni nodded, then gave a few instructions to Liu and Wang Xiaohua. She returned to the cash register, pressed the loudspeaker button, and announced, "Fellow villagers, the shop is open. Feel free to come in and browse. Since there's limited space, only 10 people may enter at a time. There will be promotions for the next 3 days. If you can't buy today, there will be plenty of stock tomorrow and the day after. Please don't worry. Village Chief, could you help maintain order? Thank you." Wang Xiaohua and Liu straightened their backs at their boss' words, their eyes brimming with nervous anticipation like two little soldiers awaiting inspection. Wang Xiaohua nudged Liu with her elbow and whispered, "Sister-in-law, we've got to do a good job. Can't let the boss down." Liu nodded slightly and clenched her fists tightly, silently encouraging herself. The village chief, hearing Yanni from outside, had initially intended to go in and ask. Seeing Li Yinzi's wife and daughter-in-law inside, he felt a twinge of envy. It seemed Li Yinzi's family was truly blessed. Li Yutian quickly stood at the front of the line and shouted, "Everyone quiet down. You all heard the boss just now, right? 10 people at a time. Line up properly, don't push. Everyone will get their chance." The clamor among the crowd subsided. Li Yutian had Li Yinzi stand at the shop entrance to count people as they entered. Li Yinzi nodded, assuring him there would be no problem. As the glass door slid open once more, the first batch of 10 villagers stepped inside with excitement. The moment they entered, their eyes were drawn to the dazzling array of goods on the shelves, unable to take it all in, exclaiming, "Wow, there's so much stuff. Oh my, that fabric. I've seen it in town before, but couldn't buy it without a coupon. This pattern is even more beautiful than what I've seen. This must be really expensive, right? No coupon needed. Didn't the village chief just say no? Yeah, none needed. But I can't afford fabric. Gotta buy grain first. Wang Xiaohua and Li Yu hurried over. Wang Xiaohua smiled and said, everyone take your time. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask us. Li Yu nodded beside her, her eyes full of warmth. Among the group was an old friend of Wang Xiaohua's family, who often socialized with her. The woman's eyes lit up. What, so you're really working here? You got chosen. Hearing Li Dania's question, the others turned to Wang Xiaohua curiously. She cleared her throat, her face wearing a rare look of pride, and puffed out her chest. Of course. The boss saw I was capable and asked me and the sister-in-law to help. And we're getting paid. Everyone was filled with envy and showered her with praise. Wang Xiaohua felt immensely proud, but humbly said, oh, it's just luck. The boss is very generous. Just then a villager pointed at a novel item on the shelf and asked, Xiaohua, what's this? Never seen it before. Wang Xiaohua followed his gaze. Though unsure herself, she pretended to be knowledgeable, carefully examined the tag, and said, this is a flashlight. Press this switch at night, and it lights up. Handy for going to the outhouse. The villager was astonished, clicking his tongue. Oh, such a rare thing. Isn't this something from the department store? I think I heard my relative mention it. Wang Xiaohua smiled and replied, exactly. This shop has plenty of rare items. Whether it's from the supply cooperative or the department store in town, we've got it. And the boss said we even have things they don't have in town. Take your time looking. With that, she and Li Yu continued attending to the other villagers. Yan Yi and Duoduo overheard their conversation. Yan Yi smiled at Duoduo. Aunt Wang is really cut out for sales. I hardly told her anything, and she's already so natural. She even makes everyone trust her. What a talent. Duoduo pointed a paw at the cash register. Aunt Wang has already made those claims. You'd better check what else the mall can stock so you can add more items. That way the villagers will believe even more. Yan Yi nodded. You're right, but there's no rush. I think for now, whether it's Li Family Village or the surrounding areas, everyone will mainly buy grain. Still, I need to restock the warehouse. With that, she began operating Little Pastoral. Though the villagers were eager to buy grain, they were also curious about the other items. Li Dania's husband pointed at a can on the shelf and asked, is this canned food? The picture on it looks like meat. How much is this can? Wang Xiaohua quickly walked over, carefully examined the label, and said, yes, this is pork. This can cost 60 cents. A nearby villager clicked his tongue. Oh, that's not cheap. I'd rather buy sweet potatoes. That would get me 50 or 60 Jin, enough for many days. Wang Xiaohua quickly explained, grain has its price, and canned goods naturally aren't cheap. When we go to town, we rarely get a chance to buy these. They're real treats. She paused, then continued, but this stuff isn't going anywhere, so no need to rush. If you have the money to spare, I won't stop you. But if your family is short on grain, I'd say focus on that first. We're all from the same village. I can't force you to buy things, right? Wang Xiaohua had her own considerations. She knew well that most families were desperately short of grain, just like her own, barely able to put food on the table. If they bought meat and later regretted it, wanting a refund, she had asked the boss earlier, and unopened, well-packaged items could be returned. But if some troublesome housewife made a scene, it would cause trouble for the boss and bring problems for herself. So Wang Xiaohua judged each person. If a family was struggling, she would try to steer them away. Li Daniu, after hearing Wang Xiaohua, quickly pulled her husband forward. Huar is right. You must be asking for a beating. Our family is short on grain, and all you can think about is meat. Let's buy grain first. The first batch of villagers lined up to pay, and as Yan Yi had envisioned, most were purchasing grain. From their conversations with Wang Xiaohua and her mother-in-law, she learned that these 10 people belonged to 3 different households, and the amount of grain they bought was naturally substantial. As each of them queued for Li Yu to weigh the grain, and when Wang Xiaohua instructed them to take the sweet potatoes and potatoes to the counter for checkout, their faces registered astonishment at how Li Yu operated the machine to dispense grain with just a few clicks. They found this method of selling novel, but beyond that there was more surprise and delight. After they finished shopping and carried the grain out, the second batch of villagers eagerly entered. Wang Xiaohua and Li Yu were incredibly busy weighing grain for one person, fetching items for another, explaining the store's rules, and helping pack bags. Though exhausted and panting, their faces beamed with joyful smiles. On one hand, they were thrilled to be temporary workers in the store. On the other, they were delighted to see fellow villagers able to buy grain, as it meant no one would starve. Yan Yi watched the bustling Wang Xiaohua and Li Yu with great satisfaction. She truly had chosen the right talents. If she had been alone, she would have been stuck here until dark. She patted Duoduo on the head and said softly, Duoduo, look, they're doing quite well, aren't they? Duoduo let out a meow, as if responding to Yan Yi's words. As time passed, the store had already served 5 or 6 batches of villagers. Initially, those waiting outside grew anxious when they saw that after the buyers left, the glass cabinets and shelves were noticeably emptier, the stock dwindling. But when they saw Yan Yi enter a small door on the right and emerge shortly with a pushcart laden with grain, they breathed a sigh of relief. Village Chief Li Yutian felt the same. He had also been somewhat anxious earlier. Despite secretly asking Li Yinzi, who assured him the boss had said the store had ample grain, seeing the stock diminish made him, as the chief who had organized the entire village to buy grain, naturally worried. Wang Xiaohua and Li Yu grew more skilled with each passing moment. They warmly greeted customers while also helping Yan Yi restock or straighten items on the shelves. Though the villagers waiting outside grew a bit impatient seeing the orderly scene inside the store, they calmed down and waited. After finishing with the 6th batch, Yan Yi rolled her wrists. Serving so many people at once was tiring even for her, let alone Wang Xiaohua and Li Yu. Yin Yi wanted to suggest a break, but seeing the long queue outside, and another group entering, she decided it was best to push through and finish quickly. However, something unexpected nearly went wrong. Half of this batch were young men in contrast to the mostly middle-aged men and women from before. There were even a couple of tall, sturdy lads. Yin Yi was a bit surprised as she had assumed the village's young men were all up in the mountains like Wang Zaiwa's sons. But Yin Yi felt uneasy about the way these few looked around. More precisely, she sensed they had ill intentions. As soon as they entered, their eyes darted around, not focusing on the goods like other villagers, but instead sizing up Wang Xiaohua, Li Yue, and Yin Yi with a sly smirk on their lips. One of them, a burly man with a brutish face named Gao Dazhuang, deliberately raised his voice and said, "Oh, there's quite a lot of stuff in this store, even rare items. Isn't the source questionable? A woman daring to open a shop here." His words prompted his accomplices to chime in. "Exactly. I say, since grain can't be bought outside, having so much here is definitely suspicious. If it's shady, shouldn't it be free for our fellow villagers?" Right, I think old Gao is right. This woman looks frail. The chief is just too timid. Since she's opened shop in our village, what's stopping us from taking over? The harmonious atmosphere in the store instantly tensed up. Wang Xiaohua and Li Yu exchanged worried glances. They recognized these men as the most despised loafers in the village. Calling them loafers was an understatement. These men had never done anything decent in the village. They were never seen working. Furthermore, villagers had gossiped that these men had committed heinous crimes in the city a few years ago. They had only escaped capture because the city was in chaos at the time. Though it was just hearsay, Wang Xiaohua felt, based on her years of judging character, that these were bad people. Wang Xiaohua was also worried that the boss might develop a negative impression of the villagers because of these men's words and stop operating the store. She also feared that if these men caused trouble and something happened to the boss, the villagers would be at fault. Mustering her courage, Wang Xiaohua frowned and scolded Gao Dazhuang, "What nonsense are you spouting? Apologize to the boss immediately. Without her, our village would be starving. You should be grateful, not making sarcastic remarks and trying to stir up trouble. Have you no conscience?" Gao Dazhuang, instead of backing down, grew more arrogant. He stepped forward, pointing at Wang Zaiwa's nose, and said, "Oh, Aunt Wang, you're quite protective of the boss. What has she given you? Tisk tisk, no wonder you gotta be a temp worker. I think you all don't see the reality. This woman is alone, and there are plenty of us men. What's there to fear? I say you're all cowards. If you don't dare, but I do. Gao Dazhuang will show you today that this store is about to be mine." After saying this to Wang Xiaohua, Gao Dazhuang turned to Yin Yi, his shifty eyes scanning her from head to toe. "Tisk tisk, I didn't expect the boss to be quite good looking. How about becoming my wife? I won't lay a hand on you since you're barely passable for me." At his words, the store erupted in jeers. The two men beside him even egged him on to take the boss so they could all enjoy a life of luxury. Wang Xiaohua trembled with rage and was about to retort, but Yin Yi shook her head, signaling her not to act impulsively. Yin Yi calmly surveyed Gao Dazhuang and his group, then spoke, "It seems you're not here to buy anything. Please leave. My store does not welcome you now or ever and will never serve you." Gao Dazhuang had not anticipated that the young shopkeeper would remain so composed, utterly indifferent to their words. The man, who often put on airs, felt a surge of irritation. His eyes bulged, the flesh on his face quivering with rage as he snarled, "Oh, quite defiant are you? Refusing to serve me? Do you think a woman like you can stand in my way? Phil, take whatever I want from these shelves, and there's nothing you can do about it." He turned to the other two and waved his hand. "Come on, brothers. I doubt this woman can do a thing to us. This store is mine to command. Grab whatever you want. I refuse to believe a single woman can take on all of us." Yin Yi watched their actions without haste. She took a step back and raised her voice. "You'd better put those things down, or I guarantee you won't make it out of this door." Gao Dazhuang felt a flicker of unease at the shopkeeper's words. After all, anyone daring enough to open a store in this village must possess some skill. Though he usually bullied others in the village, he knew that if the shopkeeper truly had abilities, he would be no match for her. Yet he refused to lose face in front of his accomplices. Feigning confidence, he said, "Don't listen to her. There are many of us. I suspect the goods in this store are of dubious origin. She wouldn't dare touch us. Grab as much as you can, brothers." Yin Yi let out a cold laugh. "Try it if you dare." Wang Xiaohua knew the shopkeeper meant business. She found Gao Dazhuang and his gang utterly unreasonable. Hands on her hips, she strode over to berate them, attempting to retrieve the malted milk cans and other items they had taken from the shelves. But Gao Dazhuang and his men were beyond persuasion, dazzled by the goods before them. Gao Dazhuang shouted, "Mind your own business, you old hag. Who do you think you are? Get lost." With that, he shoved Wang Xiaohua. Fortunately, Li Yu had already reached Wang Zaiwa's side and steadied her. Had it not been for her quick action, Wang Xiaohua might have been seriously injured from the push. Li Yu supported Wang Xiaohua and glared at Gao Dazhuang. "Gao Dazhuang, you've gone too far. How dare you push someone?" Gao Dazhuang shrugged nonchalantly. She shouldn't have meddled. Witnessing this, Yin Yi felt a deep disgust for the men. She instructed Wang Xiaohua and Li Yu to step back and stay away, then shook her head at the group. She glanced at Duoduo. "Duoduo, the store's defense mechanism is functioning, isn't it? You mentioned before that anyone who takes items without paying won't be able to leave the main door and will receive a warning, even an electric shock. Correct?" Duoduo placed a paw on Yin Yi's hand and let out a meow, confirming her words. Yin Yi felt reassured. Yin Yi watched coldly as Gao Dazhuang and his men, their eyes red with greed, frantically piled goods from the shelves into their arms. The other villagers, including Wang Xiaohua and her daughter-in-law, cast worried glances at Yin Yi. Yan Yi shook her head and gestured for everyone to move to the sides away from the door. She had never witnessed the power of the defense mechanism Duoduo had mentioned and feared harming innocent bystanders. Those who had tried to reason with Gao Dazhuang had failed. Yan Yi had no intention of blaming the innocent villagers for the men's misdeeds, so she asked them to retreat to a safe area. Outside, the village chief and others could see the commotion through the door. Li Yinzi was about to enter, but Yan Yi shook her head in signal. Seeing that Yan Yi not only failed to stop them, but even ordered others to step back, Gao Dazhuang and his men grew even more arrogant. They quickened their pace, stuffing canned goods, grain, and other items into their arms frantically, even shoving each other to grab more. Yan Yi said nothing as she watched. She simply pressed a button and called out villagers outside, "Please move to the sides and avoid the center." "Thank you." Village chief Li Youtian, though puzzled by the shopkeeper's words, immediately turned and waved for everyone to step a few paces to the left. Just as Gao Dazhuang and his crew, convinced they would leave with their loot, smirked and prepared to walk out, a piercing alarm suddenly blared inside the store. The glass door refused to open as it normally would. Gao Dazhuang and his men froze for a moment before realizing what was happening. They began kicking the door violently, but it remained utterly immovable. Then a voice echoed through the store, "Warning, warning. Someone is attempting to shoplift. Do you wish to take measures?" Following Duoduo's instructions, Yan Yi operated the cash register and pressed the confirmation button. A second later, another voice rang out, "Confirmation received. Initiating defensive measures. 3, 2, 1. Simultaneously, the items they had taken began emitting a faint electric current. Though not lethal, it sent a numbing, painful sensation through their bodies, forcing them to release their grip. The goods clattered to the floor. They stared in horror, utterly bewildered by what was happening. The glass door slid open automatically, and the men were propelled forward by an unseen force, hurled out of the store. They landed in a heap 20 meters from the entrance. Yan Yi stepped out and stood at the door, her gaze icy. "I warned you, but you wouldn't listen. Nothing in this world is free. If you want to take things without paying, this is what you get." Yan Yi knew that as a young woman opening a shop in an unfamiliar village, she would inevitably attract envy and malicious intent like that of Gao Dazhuang and his gang. She understood that today she could not let them off lightly. This incident would serve as a deterrent to everyone. Yan Yi turned to the village chief and gestured. "These men tried to steal from my store and even attempted to take over. I warned them, but they remained stubborn. This is their fate. Furthermore, this store will never welcome these men again, nor their immediate relatives. I guarantee that if they dare to approach, they won't set foot inside, and they will be forcibly ejected just like today. Village chief, please take note of what I've just said." "Thank you." Li Youtian and the others had witnessed Gao Dazhuang and his men being flung out of the store. Their eyes widened in astonishment as they heard the shopkeeper's words. Good heavens, they thought. These men are known for petty theft, but now they dared to steal outright. A few among the group harbored similar thoughts as Gao Dazhuang and his companions. Their eyes darted about as they recalled the shopkeeper's words, that these men, having incurred her wrath, would be barred from purchasing anything along with their families. They believed the shopkeeper's threat was genuine. Though their legs were their own to walk wherever they pleased and no one could physically stop them, they hesitated. Having just witnessed Gao Dazhuang and the others being flung out without any visible force, they realized this shop was no ordinary establishment. The shopkeeper must have employed some kind of divine trick. Who would dare harbor any malicious intent now? To do so would surely invite a scolding from their entire family. Li Youtian quickly nodded in agreement, promising to inform the families of Gao Dazhuang and his crew. Yan Yi waved a hand dismissively. "Inform them or not, it makes no difference. My shop can automatically recognize them. Any direct relative of these men who tries to enter will be thrown out just the same. I'm going inside now." With those words, Yan Yi paid no further heed to Gao Dazhuang and his groaning companions sprawled on the ground. She turned and entered the shop, telling the villagers they could continue buying. She then resigned herself to tidying up the scattered goods, with Wang Xiaohua and Liu naturally lending a hand. Others wanted to help, but Yan Yi waved them off, urging them to hurry with their purchases as there was still a line outside. After being ejected, Gao Dazhuang and his men overheard Yan Yi's words. Their faces twisted with dismay. They had never imagined that the seemingly frail female shopkeeper possessed such formidable abilities. Fear finally took hold of them. Ignoring their pains, they began to plead for mercy, claiming they had been bewitched and would never dare again. But Yan Yi paid them no attention, exchanging a few words with the village head before entering the shop. The men scrambled to their feet, refusing to believe their luck. They tried to enter the shop, but as soon as they reached the doorway, a familiar force blocked them. They couldn't even approach the glass door, which was so close yet so far. Only then did Gao Dazhuang and his men panic. They finally understood that the shopkeeper's words about banning them were true. They rushed over to the village head. "Village head, please save us. We'll never do it again. Please talk to the shopkeeper for us. We were wrong. If we can't buy grain, we'll starve. Yes, village head, please help us. Village head, I was wrong, I'm damned. My parents are waiting for this grain to survive. I can't go back empty-handed." Gao Dazhuang and his men crowded around the village head, weeping and wailing in turns as if they were the ones who had suffered a great injustice. Village head Li Youtian frowned, looking at them with helpless disgust. His heart was filled with loathing for their behavior. He said in a deep voice, "If you had known this day would come, why did you act as you did in the first place? The shopkeeper warned you before. You chose not to listen. Now that this has happened, there's nothing I can do to help you." Hearing the village head's refusal, Gao Dazhuang grew frantic. He fell to his knees with a thud, clutching the village head's leg and crying, "Village head, we truly know we were wrong. Please, for the sake of us being from the same village, put in a good word for us. We promise to reform ourselves and be good people from now on." The others knelt as well, sobbing and echoing his. The village head sighed, forcefully shaking off Gao Dazwang's grip. "It's not that I want to help you, but what you did was too extreme. And you just heard what the shopkeeper said. You'd better go home and tell your families." Alas, the shopkeeper opening her store in our village was a great blessing for us. But what did you do? Not only did you try to take things for free, but you also wanted to seize her shop. Who wouldn't be furious about that? I can't help you with this. Having said that, the village head ignored them and turned back to the line, intending to warn the remaining villagers to avoid any more troublemakers like Gao Dazhuang. Seeing the village head refuse to help, Gao Dazhuang and his men were plunged into despair. They slumped to the ground, staring blankly ahead, muttering incessantly, "It's over, it's all over now." At that moment, the gathered villagers began to point and whisper, "These guys never do anything good. They're getting what they deserve." Exactly. Serves them right. Let's see if they dare to bully anyone again. I think the shopkeeper did the right thing. They shouldn't be allowed to buy grain. They're a disgrace to our village. Gao Dazhuang came to our village as a refugee, didn't he? How we should never have taken them in. Now they've angered the shopkeeper and almost dragged us down with them. Yeah, the shopkeeper won't take it out on us, will she? I'm still waiting to buy some rice to make porridge for my grandson. I don't think so. Look, Yin's family is still working inside and Xiaozhang's mother is holding some grain. Looks like she... You're right. Good. I was so scared. If I couldn't buy anything because of these bastards, I wouldn't let them off easy. Exactly. Why aren't they going home to tell their families? It's unfortunate to have children like them. Isn't that the truth? Thank goodness mine are obedient. If I had kids like that, I wouldn't live long. I'd have to split the family and live separately early on. Listening to the villagers' remarks, Gao Dazhuang and his men felt their faces burn with shame. They wished they could find a hole to crawl into. After a moment, Gao Dazhuang seemed to remember something. He stood up abruptly and shouted towards the shopkeeper, "We truly know we were wrong. Please give us another chance. We're willing to pay double for these things. Please." The others joined in, their voices filled with regret and supplication. However, Yin paid them no further attention. She was busy attending to the customers inside, ringing up their purchases as if the wailing outside didn't exist. Besides, she had given them a chance, they simply hadn't taken it. After shouting for a while with no response, Gao Dazhuang and his men could only slink away in dejection. They knew they had truly messed things up this time. It would be difficult for them to hold their heads up in the village again. They had also learned a profound lesson: there is no medicine for regret in this world. When you do wrong, you must pay the price. When they returned home and told their families, the relatives who had usually indulged them were filled with regret, wishing they could beat them to death. Some, refusing to accept it, tried to enter the shop themselves, only to be banned, just like Gao Dazhuang and his men. Watching others happily buy grain while they, despite having money, couldn't get a single grain of rice, they felt a profound sense of loss. The sun was gradually sinking in the west, yet the shop remained thronged with customers, though the queue outside had noticeably thinned. Yin and her companions were naturally utterly exhausted. Still, they had to muster their spirits. Yin felt helpless. She had already mentioned twice that they didn't necessarily have to buy today, but seeing that not a single person in line had left, it was clear they had no intention of coming back tomorrow. Yet she could understand. Her shop had appeared so suddenly that everyone was probably worried it might vanish by tomorrow. So she couldn't very well stop their urgent desire to purchase goods. At that moment, a group of people descended the mountain. They were the able-bodied young men from several households in the village, organized to forage for food. However, the weather was so arid that the animals on the mountain had either gone into hiding or were nowhere to be seen. The group had found precious little to eat. Even the wild fruits and vegetables once so common had been nearly stripped bare. They were all rather dejected, their footsteps slowing as they walked. "Ai, big brother, what are we going to do at home with just this little bit we're bringing back?" The speaker was Li Monsong, the second son of Li Yinzi. His face was etched with fatigue and his brow was furrowed so deeply it could crush a mosquito. He looked anxiously at his elder brother Li Manton. Li Manton's face was also clouded with worry. He patted Li Monsong on the shoulder and said helplessly, "Ai, there's nothing we can do. The weather is too dry, there's just too little to find on the mountain. Let's go back and talk to the family. If we all ration carefully, we should be able to hold out for a while. But big brother, this little bit isn't enough. We might get by today, but what about tomorrow?" Li Monsong said anxiously, his eyes full of worry. "I know it's not enough, but there's no other way for now. We'll just have to take it one step at a time. Maybe the weather will improve soon, and we'll find more food on the mountain then." Li Manton tried to comfort his younger brother, though he himself had no confidence in his words. "We'll just have to take it one step at a time. Maybe the weather will improve soon, and we'll find more food on the mountain then." Li Manton tried to comfort his younger brother, though he himself had no confidence. "Yeah, if this keeps up, we'll all go hungry. I really hope this drought ends soon, otherwise we won't be able to hold on." Listening to everyone's complaints, Li Manton felt a knot in his stomach. Thinking of the instructions from his parents, wife, and children before he left home this morning, he too was filled with anxiety. He thought for a moment, "How about we go ask the village head? Maybe the authorities could approve some relief grain for our village." Li Manton's words sparked a glimmer of hope in everyone's eyes, and they all nodded in agreement. "Right, let's go ask the village head. Maybe he does have a way," Li Monsong said urgently. So the group quickened their pace and headed towards the village head's house. Arriving at the village head's house, they found the courtyard gate open. Li Manton and his group walked in, and he called out, "Village head, is the village head home?" As his voice faded, the village head's wife, Wu Dingxiang, emerged from the kitchen calling out, "Coming. Who is it?" Seeing it was Lee Manton and his group, she exclaimed, "Oh my, it's you, Manton. What's the matter?" Looking for the old man. "He's not home, he's at the village entrance." Lee Manton scratched his head. "Andy, you're the only one home." The village head went to the village entrance. "What's he doing there?" Lee Manton exclaimed. "Ah, could it be that news has come from above?" "Is that it, Annie?" Wu Dingxiang was baffled by their questions. "What news? I haven't heard anything. Didn't the old man go to that general store?" When she said this, Lee Manton and his group were stunned. "What general store, Annie? What are you talking about? Hasn't relief grain come from above?" Wu Dingxiang suddenly remembered something and slapped her thigh. "Oh dear, look at me, I almost forgot. You all just came back from the mountain, so you wouldn't know yet. It's not relief grain from above. A shopkeeper has opened a general store in our village. The things inside are just like the supply and marketing cooperatives. Right, it's at the village entrance. Your family was the one who discovered it, Manton. Your eldest daughter was the very first to find it. And your mother and your wife are working there now as temporary workers." Wu Dingxiang's tone was clearly envious when she said this. After all, who would have thought that Wang Xiaohua, just an ordinary old woman, could have such fortune? And not just her, but many in the village regretted that their family hadn't been the one to discover the shop first. If they had, they would be the ones working in there now. Lee Manton and his group listened to Wu Dingxiang's words, feeling as if their minds couldn't keep up. Was what the village head's wife Auntie saying really true? What did she mean a supply and marketing cooperative had opened in their village? No, a general store. Especially Lee Manton and his two brothers. Hearing that their mother and wife sister-in-law had actually become temporary workers felt so surreal. Were they dreaming? Lee Manton rubbed his eyes vigorously, then pinched his thigh hard. The pain made him gasp. SSS. This isn't a dream. Annie, is that store really that miraculous? Does it have everything just like the supply and marketing cooperative? Wu Dingxiang nodded with a smile. Of course it's true, I saw it with my own eyes. It has everything. Grain, daily necessities, nothing is lacking. We've all bought things. Everyone in the village has been queuing up to buy today. You haven't been back home, have you? I bet that's it. If you don't believe me, just go to the village entrance and see for yourselves. Li Monsong excitedly slapped his thigh. Why are we even looking for the village head to ask about relief grain? We can just go buy it at that general store. I'll wait, maybe my wife has already bought some and taken it home. I should have gone home to check first. Lee Manton also came to his senses and nodded repeatedly. Right. Anywhere is this store? I think we shouldn't rush home just yet. Let's go see what this store is all about first. Wu Dingxiang pointed towards the village entrance. Right, it's at the village entrance. You'll definitely see it when you walk over. Everyone from our village is there. Your parents are there too, Manton. I just got back from there not long ago myself. I queued for ages, but luckily I managed to buy some grain. If you want to see it, you'd better hurry, or the store might close by the time everyone leaves. Without even stopping to thank her, Lee Manton and his group sprinted towards the village entrance, chattering excitedly along the way. I never thought our village could have a store like this. What Annie said must be right. My God, it's almost unbelievable. Yeah, I just pinched myself hard, and it really hurt. We're not dreaming. Oh, I wonder if my family knows about this yet and has gone to buy things. I think they must know. Didn't Auntie just say that everyone in the village has been queuing up? Besides, if the village head knows, he would definitely notify everyone. Right, you're right. I was overthinking it. I wonder if the things in this store are expensive and if we need ration tickets. Yeah, Andy said it's like the supply and marketing cooperative, so we probably need tickets. It looks like even if my family goes to buy, we won't be able to get much. We don't have any grain tickets at home. Same with my family. If only we didn't need tickets. How can we folks in the village get monthly tickets like the people in the city? What are we going to do? Hearing everyone's anxiety, Lee Manton shook his head. I think we shouldn't overthink it. After all, this isn't the supply and marketing cooperative. Maybe there's another way to buy grain. Why else would it open in our village? Right, you're right. Manton, you've got the right idea. The group walked forward with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. When they reached the village entrance, they could see from afar the white building that stood in stark contrast to the rest of the village. Lee Manton and the others were utterly stunned. No amount of hearsay could compare to the shock of seeing it with their own eyes. Brother, do you see it? There really is a shop. Oh my heavens, this building is so fine and sturdy looking. And it's in our village. Good heavens, how many bricks must it have taken? And they're not even gray bricks. These white ones are just like those foreign-style villas they talk about in the big cities, aren't they? I reckon so. I never thought I'd live to see such a foreign-style villa in my old age. What an eye-opener. Li Monsong exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. He rubbed them and looked again. The building hadn't vanished, it was real. Just then village chief Li Yutian squinted in their direction. Recognizing Lee Manton's group, he waved and called out loudly. Manton, Monsong, you're back. Come over here. Snapped out of their shock by the village chief's shout, Lee Manton and his companions quickened their pace and hurried toward him. The village chief, seeing their astonished expressions, smiled and said, "What's shocked by this shop? I felt the same way when I first saw it, utterly incredulous." Lee Manton scratched his head and said sheepishly, "Village chief, this shop is far too grand. Compared to the houses in our village, it's like heaven and earth apart." Exactly, village chief. We were skeptical when Annie told us, but seeing it in person is something else. And it's right here in our village. What's the owner after? Right, I can't figure it out either. Village chief, are the goods in this shop of questionable origin? The village chief found their chattering a bit overwhelming and quickly waved his hand to quiet them down. All right, stop your The shop owner is a good person. I don't know why she chose our village entrance, but regardless, it's our villagers who benefit. The owner hasn't said where the goods come from, but she did say they aren't of dubious origin. Besides, the grain stations in town are all empty. We've approached the authorities several times, but the relief grain the villagers have been begging for hasn't seen a single grain. Yet this owner can produce so much food and other rare items. Moreover, the prices here are about the same as at the supply cooperative. No need to risk going to the black market for overpriced grain. All in all, we're the ones gaining. Just this afternoon, almost everyone in the village has been able to buy something. There are still a few people queuing up waiting for their turn. Li Manton and his group looked delighted after hearing the village chief's words. Li Mansong said excitedly, "Village chief, from what you're saying, this shop is like a godsend for our village. By the way, do we need ration tickets to buy things here? We don't have mini grain tickets at home. What should we do?" "Right, village chief, we don't have grain tickets either. Can the owner accept other forms of exchange? If I can get grain, ID, be willing to work like an ox or a horse." "Yes, village chief, me too." "Me too." The village chief waved his hand and chuckled. "You're all usually not this talkative. So many words today. All right, no, you've just returned and probably haven't even been home yet, have you? Your families have already bought their supplies. Nothing in this shop requires tickets, just money. No need for anyone to work like an ox or a horse. What were you thinking?" Li Manton felt a huge weight lift off his shoulders. He sighed with emotion. "No tickets needed. That's incredible. This owner is truly our village's benefactor." The village chief nodded and said, "Indeed. Our village is fortunate to have this shop. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to face the villagers. These are hard times. Without food, people starve. Enough talk. If you want to go in and take a look, get in line. But I reckon you don't have any money on you, so you can't buy anything anyway. Besides, your families have already made their purchases. You could just head home. Oh, and Manton, your mother and wife have done well. Look inside the shop. They're helping the owner out. Your father was here earlier, but since the crowd thinned out, I told him to head back. If you'd come a bit sooner, he could have told you himself." Hearing the village chief's words, Li Manton's three brothers peered through the glass door into the shop. Li Mansong was the first to jump up. "Oh my, it really is our mother and sister-in-law working in there. Brother, let's go in and see." As he spoke, Li Mansong made a dash for the shop, his eagerness suggesting he feared missing a single glimpse of his mother and sister-in-law if he delayed even a moment. Li Manton quickly grabbed his excitable younger brother. Even as a father, Li Mansong still had that impulsive nature. "Second brother, wait. Didn't the village chief just say we have to queue to get in? How could we just barge in? Let's get in line." Held back by his elder brother, Li Mansong rubbed his head sheepishly and said with a simple grin, "Brother, I was just too excited. Sorry, village chief. We'll go queue up now." Li Yutian nodded. The group obediently lined up at the back of the queue. More than rushing home to check on their grain, they were intensely curious about the shop's wares. The line moved at a decent pace. Since they had arrived late, and the sun was already setting, only the last batch of villagers remained queuing to enter. Soon it was their turn. Filled with excitement and curiosity, Li Manton and his companions stepped into the shop. Inside, the shelves were stocked with a dazzling array of goods, grain, daily necessities, and some rare items they had never seen before, all laid out in a splendid display that left them wide-eyed. Li Manton and the others looked around as if entering a brand new world. Just then Wang Xiaohua and Li Yu spotted them, quickly set down their work, and came over to greet them. Wang Xiaohua's face shone with a radiance her sons had never seen before. Exhausted as she was after a long afternoon, the sight of her three sons filled her with an irresistible urge to show off. A proud smile spread across her face. "Eldest, second, third, you're finally back. Oh, we don't have to forage in the mountains anymore. Look at all the things you can buy in this shop. Our family was the first to buy grain. Did you see it when you got home?" Li Manton and his brothers shook their heads. "Mother, we haven't been home yet. We came straight down from the mountain and went to the village chief's place. Annie told us about the supply cooperative at the village entrance that sells grain, so we came directly. Mother, the village chief said you and Ming's mother are working for the boss here." "Really?" Wang Xiaohua puffed out her chest with pride. "Of course. Your mother here is now a temporary worker, and I even get paid. You lot just aren't like me. If you were, you'd have made it to the city long ago. And you're wrong about something. This shop is even better than the supply cooperative in the city. They have more goods here and no ration tickets required. If we weren't so short on grain at home, I'd have splurged and bought more." Li Mansong immediately leaned in. "Mother, you get paid here. That's great. Can we come work too?" Wang Xiaohua rolled her eyes at him. "You're dreaming. The boss letting me and your elder sister-in-law help out is already a favor to our family. Not everyone can come. Shoo, you brothers have nothing to do, so get home and stop causing trouble here. Especially you two, the younger ones. Your wife's grain is still sitting at home. Go move it to your own houses." Li Mansong wasn't too disappointed after hearing his mother's words. After all, just as she said, the boss had only chosen his mother and elder sister-in-law from the entire village. No one else had that honor. How proud that was. Li Manton was even more moved. He looked at his mother and wife, his heart swelling with 1,000 emotions. He never imagined the shop would open right at their village entrance, nor that such good fortune would fall upon their family. None of Li Manton's group had brought any money, and they had already seen everything in the shop. Urged on by Wang Xiaohua, they chatted a little more with her before leaving the store with the brothers. As they walked home, they excitedly discussed the miraculous general store, as if envisioning an even brighter future. Inside the shop, Yan Yi had overheard the entire conversation between Wang Xiaohua and her sons. She watched Wang Xiaohua's face glowing with joy head toward other villagers carrying bags of sweet potatoes and couldn't help but curl her lips into a smile. "Duoduo, it seems if things get busy later, we can keep having those two help out. Look at Wang Xiaohua, loud and straightforward, but she works like a true hand, quick and efficient. Thanks to her, and Li Yu today otherwise with the crowds on this first day of business ID have been completely lost on my own. Duoduo opened its half-closed eyes and glanced at Yin Yi. Indeed, I reckon this shop won't have a moment's rest in the day. Yin Yi nodded in agreement. She figured that if Justly Family Village was so desperate to buy grain today, the neighboring villages would be no different. Perhaps by tonight those with relatives in nearby areas would spread the news. She withdrew her gaze, lowered her head, and continued counting the day's takings. The cash register was already full, so she piled the banknotes under the counter, mostly small denominations, making tallying no easy task. She sorted them quickly and skillfully, silently calculating in her mind. Today's revenue had far exceeded expectations. Most of this money was the villagers' food funds, heavy with the weight of survival itself. They hadn't opened this shop for profit, though otherwise the grain wouldn't be sold at such a favorable price. But Duoduo had said she could take this money with her, or even exchange it for diamonds in the mall to trade. So it wouldn't be true to say she wasn't happy seeing all this cash. Only a few customers remained in the shop. The last batch left carrying their goods, faces filled with satisfaction and a hint of novelty. As Yin Yi watched them go, village chief Li Yutian walked in. Li Yutian had waited until the villagers finished queuing to buy before approaching. Boss, thank you so much for today. Really, I can't thank you enough. You have no idea. Your opening has saved our entire village. That heavy stone pressing on everyone's hearts can finally be lifted. Seeing them able to buy grain, my heart. Li Yushin's voice choked with emotion as he rubbed his rough, calloused hands at a loss for how to express this profound gratitude. Yin Yi looked up, a gentle smile on her face as she paused her counting. Village chief, don't mention it. My opening this shop here is fate binding me to your village. You've been a tremendous help. An immense help. Li Yutian nodded repeatedly. He glanced at the nearly empty shelves that once held grain, hesitating. He had seen with his own eyes how the boss had restocked several times today, and it seemed supplies were ample. But though he was only the chief of Li Family Village and his people now seemed able to fill their bellies, there were neighboring villages too. Many in their village had married in from nearby areas. His own wife's family, for instance, was from the neighboring Wu Family Village. The grain shortage wasn't unique to their village. The situation in surrounding villages was just as dire. Li Yutian rubbed his hands together, hesitating over how to broach the subject, afraid of causing Yin Yi trouble. He cleared his throat, his voice tinged with pleading. Boss, I know this might be asking too much, but you see, the people in nearby villages are just as starving as we are. My wife's family is in Wu Family Village. I hear it's even worse there. Even the wild greens have been dug up. Could you help them too? Even if it's just for a few more days to let everyone catch their breath. He paused after speaking, glanced at Yin Yi, then added, if the grain isn't enough, then forget it. We won't trouble you. Despite his desire to help other villages, Li Yutian couldn't neglect his own villagers. After all, the shop was at their village entrance, and he hoped the grain and goods would prioritize their people first. Yin Yi had anticipated the village chief would bring this up. She had already guessed as much, and since she had opened the shop here to serve the people of this region, she naturally wouldn't refuse. Her gaze fell warmly on the village chief's face as she spoke with a gentle smile. Village chief, don't worry. Your concerns aren't an issue. My shop has a very stable supply. I can restock every day, whether it's grain or any other goods. It's not just the nearby villages. Even if people come from farther away, as long as they don't harbor ill intentions toward my shop, they can buy what they need here. It's perfectly fine for you to notify other villages to come. However, the promotional period remains the same, just 3 days. Today is already closed for business. Tomorrow and the day after, the discounts will continue. After that, everything will be at the original price. I hope those who come to buy will understand our shop's rules. Additionally, our business hours are from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Today we've actually run late. But considering everyone might be anxious these few days, I'll extend the hours to 8 p.m. during the promotional period. We'll close on the dot. I'll update this on the blackboard tomorrow. After that, we'll follow the regular opening and closing times. Please inform everyone when you notify them. There's no need to line up early in the morning. We open at 9 a.m. sharp. Even if people come early, I want to open the door and they won't be able to get in. Upon hearing this, Li Yushin's face immediately lit up with a beaming smile. He understood what the boss meant, having also noticed the business hours written on the small blackboard. He felt a bit apologetic for coming so late today, never expecting the boss to say the shop could stay open late for the next few days as well. The boss also said that people from other nearby villages could come to buy as well. He was so excited that he couldn't help rubbing his thighs. Oh my boss, you're truly a living bodhisattva. I'm so grateful to you. I'll definitely spread the word properly when I get back. I'm really sorry for the trouble today. Thank you, boss. I appreciate your hard work. I'll head back now and tell everyone not to spread rumors and to make sure they don't cause any trouble. As he spoke, he walked out, his steps as light as if he had shed 10 years. He was already planning how to secretly inform the villages he had good relations with. The fact that a shop had opened at the entrance of their village was impossible to hide, and now that everyone could come and buy it was undoubtedly excellent news. Yin Yi watched the village chief's retreating figure and let out a soft sigh. Duoduo then jumped onto the counter, squinting its eyes. Looks like it's going to get lively. Tomorrow will probably be chaos. Yin Yi smiled and ruffled Duo's head, then continued to bury herself in organizing the coins. Among the stack of banknotes were a few crumpled small bills. She smoothed them out one by one, pondering inwardly. This shop wasn't just about selling grain, it was giving the villagers hope. Seeing that it was getting late and there was no one outside, Yin Yi called out to Wang Xiaohua and Li Yue, who were helping organize the shelves. Aunt Wang's sister Li Yue, thank you both for your hard work today. He'll take care of the rest. It's getting late, so you should head back first. Oh, and I need to give you today's wages. Have you discussed what you'd like? Wang Xiaohua spoke cautiously. It's no trouble at all. All we did here was teach people how to buy things and tidy up. It's not as tiring as working in the fields. Boss, can we take our wages in grain? And do you need us to come back tomorrow? Liu also smiled shyly. Yes, boss. My mother-in-law's wish is my wish. Would be happy with just grain. If that's not possible, it's okay. Yan Yi smiled and nodded. Of course you can take grain. Didn't we agree on that before? Your wage is 1 yuan. You can choose to exchange it for refined grain or coarse grain, whatever you prefer. Normally work ends at 6 p.m. It's past 7 now, so this counts as overtime. How about this? It'll give each of you an extra 20 jin of mixed grain. Today was the first day, and you've worked hard. As she spoke, she opened the glass cabinet and asked them whether they wanted refined or coarse grain. Wang Xiaohua and Liu couldn't believe this unexpected surprise, an extra 40 jin of coarse grain between them. They were so happy they were at a loss for words. But Wang Xiaohua managed to keep a shred of clarity. So boss, what about tomorrow? Do we come back? Yan Yi slapped her forehead, realizing what she had forgotten. Yes, of course you come. You both come for these 3 days of the promotion. After that, we'll see how it goes. Let's see how busy it is over the next couple of days. If there are still so many people, you can continue, but you might need to work overtime these few days. They'll give you an extra 20 jin of coarse grain each day, just like today. Later on, when we revert to normal business hours, that extra won't apply. Wang Xiaohua and Liu nodded eagerly. Wang Xiaohua rubbed her thighs excitedly, her voice rising a few pitches. Oh, thank you, boss. Boss, he'll take the coarse grain. You'll take the refined grain, right? You can make kanji for Mingzhu and the other 2 kids. Thank you, boss. We'll definitely come even earlier tomorrow. Her mind was already calculating rapidly. The extra 20 jin of mixed grain plus the coarse and refined grain from their wages would be enough to feed the whole family for quite a while. Liu also nodded continuously, unable to hide the smile on her face. That's right, mother. Not just for Zhu and the others, but for you and father to eat too. Thank you, boss. Yan Yi smiled and nodded, deftly bagging the grain that was their wages and handing it to them, telling them they could go. Liu gently tugged at her mother-in-law's sleeve and whispered, Mother, let's finish up quickly and go home. The children must be getting anxious. Yes, yes. Wang Xiaohua replied, moving even faster. As she tied the opening of the grain bag, Yan Yi had pointed out she couldn't help but chatter. My dear, look at this. Where else can you find such a good deal? Tomorrow we'll get up before dawn. We can't keep the boss waiting. Oh, my brother's village isn't far from here. Tomorrow I'll have Manton's father make a trip. No, we'll go back with your father tonight. By tomorrow the other villages will probably know anyway. I have to tell them to come quickly. Yan Yi watched the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law carefully hoist the grain bags onto their shoulders. The heavy load bent their backs, but their faces bloomed with smiles like flowers. She waved her hand with a smile. Go on now. Be careful on the way. Tomorrow. Come around 8:30. It's still dark if you come too early, and the shop won't be open. Okay. Got it, boss. Wang Xiaohua replied in a loud, clear voice. Supporting each other, their steps were as light as if they might fly. Carrying their grain, they stepped out of the shop fully content. Although it was past 7 p.m., the sky was still bright. The ground still held the lingering warmth of the sun, and the sunset draped a golden veil over Wang Xiaohua and Liu's backs. Oh my, look at this grain, Wang Xiaohua said, turning her head to see the bulging sack on her shoulder, her smile lines deepening. I should have had the eldest carry it. But heavy as it is, my heart is so happy. This is something I earned from a temporary job. It feels so solid. It's better than anything. Yes, Mother, Liu agreed, her eyes curved in a smile as she carefully adjusted the refined grain bag on her shoulder. She had never dreamed she would one day do the same kind of work as city folks and earn wages. Who wouldn't be happy? The evening breeze, carrying the scent of grass and earth from the fields, swept over them, driving away the day's fatigue. From the grass by the roadside, the chirping of insects rose and fell, as if singing a cheerful song for them. Mother, you said earlier you wanted father to go to uncle's house tomorrow. Liu asked, recalling her mother-in-law's words in the shop. Yes, we have to hurry. Not tomorrow. We'll go tonight. Wang Xiaohua's tone became urgent and her pace quickened involuntarily. Your grandmother's family is definitely as short of grain as we are, especially in my home village. There are even more people than in ours. Even if they can find something in the mountains, there's not much to go around. You just heard what the village chief said. I bet his wife is already on her way to her family in Wu family village to spread the news. Those 2 villages have it even harder than ours. Your father and I will go back, grab a quick bite, and then head out. We have to do this early. I must make sure my family from Wu village gets here early tomorrow morning to line up. As they conversed, they soon arrived at their doorstep with the faint sounds of children playing drifting out. Wang Xiaohua had just set down the sack of grain and was about to push open the courtyard gate when her eldest son Li Manton opened the door from inside, ready to step out. Li Manton's face lit up with surprise and delight as he saw his mother and wife returning with bulging sacks of grain. He quickly stepped forward, lifting one sack from the ground, its heavy weight filling him with even greater joy. Mother, wife, you're finally back. I was just about to go look for you. Whoa, so much grain. Li Manton hefted the sack, then took the noticeably finer bag from Liu's shoulder. Is this refined grain? Indeed. Wang Xiaohua rubbed her aching shoulders, but her face was beaming. The boss was generous. Not only did he give us grain in exchange for our wages, but he said it was our first day, and we worked hard, so he added an extra 20 caddies of coarse grain each. Your wife's wages bought refined grain, perfect for cooking porridge for Mingzhu and the little ones. Mine is coarse grain, heavy, yes, but it fills the stomach. As she spoke, she pushed her son and daughter-in-law into the yard, her words tumbling out like crackling beans. Eldest, quick, put the grain inside. Have you all eaten? Eldest's wife, let's go to the main hall. I reckon dinner's ready. Is your father full? Just a few bites will do. Where's the old man? Old man. Li Manton's father was sitting on the threshold of the main hall smoking his pipe. Hearing her call, he quickly stood up. Here. Back already. Did you get the grain? Got it. Even more than promised. Wang Xiaohua, without pausing for details, grabbed her husband's arm, her words racing. Stop smoking. Have you eaten? If not, hurry up. We'll have a few bites, then pack up and go to my parents' house. Li Yingji was pulled off balance, nearly dropping his pipe. What? Now? It's almost dark. Why go to your parents' place? I haven't eaten yet. I was waiting for you and the eldest wife to eat together. Why? To spread the news. My family must be short on grain too. I need to go tell them now so they can come by tomorrow. Wang Xiaohua stamped her foot anxiously. Li Yingji quickly caught on. Right, we have to inform them. I forgot about that. But will the boss allow them to buy? Does she have enough grain? Of course. We just heard the village chief talking to the boss. The boss promised it's fine. People from all surrounding villages can come buy grain. The discount is only for the next 2 days. You know how my family is doing. Worse than our village. They're almost out of wild vegetables and tree bark. My parents, my eldest and second brothers, they're probably still hungry. If we wait until other villages hear the news and swarm in tomorrow, it'll be too late. We have to go early. Catching her breath, she added, seeing her husband still dazed, the village chief's wife is surely heading to Wu family village tonight to spread the word too. We have to be first. No, I think we should leave now. Go and come back quickly. I must make sure my family is in line before dawn tomorrow. Oh, and eldest, you run to town tomorrow morning and tell your younger sister. Have second go to your eldest sister's place and inform her in-laws about the grocery store business. As for your sister, have her and her husband come here. Your father and I bought some for them today. They can carry it back tomorrow. If they want more, they need to queue up early. Li Manton had just set the grain down in the main hall when he stepped forward. Mother, I'm fast on my feet. Let me go. You and father have worked hard all day. You go. Wang Xiaohua hesitated, then shook her head. No. Can you explain it clearly? Your uncle is stubborn. I need to go with your father. No arguing, it's settled. Li Yingji nodded. Your mother's right. That's the plan. Besides, with you here, we feel at ease. We've got a lot of grain in the house now. It needs guarding. Come on, let's all go eat. With that, they entered the main hall. The second son's family and the youngest son's family were all there waiting for Wang Xiaohua and Li Yu to join them for dinner. As soon as Li Mansong, the second son, saw them, he immediately asked why they took so long and whether the sacks Li Manton had carried in were their day's wages. Wang Xiaohua waved her hand. Let your eldest sister-in-law explain later. Your father and I need to eat quickly and then leave. Oh, eldest, and second, have you moved your grain back to your rooms? Remember to do so. Second, you'll go to your eldest sister's place tomorrow. Your eldest brother will tell you the details. Now everyone eat. Look how hungry my grandchildren are. Hurry up. Li Mankang's hesitant expression made everyone stifle a smile, but with Wang Xiaohua as the matriarch, no one dared disobey. The family gathered around the table with a few dishes of pickled vegetables and sweet potato porridge. Though the meal was simple, the aroma of grain made everyone's mouth water. Wang Xiaohua and Li Yingji wolfed down their food. Between bites, Wang Xiaohua mumbled instructions. Eldest, second, eat quickly, then take whatever grain you haven't moved back to your rooms. Your father and I have to go to your grandmother's house now. It'll be hard to travel later. Li Mansong couldn't hold back any longer. He set down his chopsticks and asked, Mother, you and father are going to grandmother's now. It's already dark. What if you fall on the road? Wang Xiaohua shot him a glare. We won't fall. Your father and I have walked this road countless times. Besides, tonight won't just be us. Plenty of others will be doing the same. And your uncle's family. If we go any later, they won't even have a chance to queue. Just eat. Li Yingji also drank his porridge in silence, muttering, Right, no more nonsense. Listen to your mother. Li Yu quietly ladled porridge for the children and said softly, Mother, father, take it slow on the road. And bring a candle. It'll help you see. In her mind, Li Yu calculated that if she could work a few more days and they had enough grain at home shed by a flashlight, it would make things easier for her in-laws if they needed to get up at night. Wang Xiaohua's expression softened. All right, we'll bring one. Eat up. Li Mingzhu tugged at Wang Xiaohua's clothes. Grandma, I want to go to great-grandma's house too. Wang Xiaohua's heart melted. She patted her granddaughter's head. Be good, Mingzhu. Stay home and go to bed early with your mother. Next time I'll take you. Grandma's going to deliver good news to great-grandma's family so they can come buy grain tomorrow. It's important business. With that, she finished her sweet potato in a few bites, pushed aside her empty bowl, and pulled Li Yingji to his feet. Li Yingji quickly downed the last of his porridge, wiped his mouth, and opened the cabinet to retrieve a candle, lighting it. The dim candlelight flickered on Wang Xiaohua's anxious face. She carried a small cloth bag over her shoulder stuffed with 20 caddies of coarse grain, something she had discussed with her eldest daughter-in-law, who had actually suggested they bring it. Let's go, she commanded, and the two turned to leave. In the courtyard, the night was deepening, the chirping of insects growing louder. A warm evening breeze blew, and Wang Xiaohua felt her heart burn even brighter. Li Yingji held a candle aloft to light the way, with Wang Xiaohua following closely behind. Their footsteps echoed crisply on the silent village path. She calculated in her mind the mountain road to her parents' home would take over an hour, but a round trip wouldn't require traveling in the dead of night. At this thought, she even considered asking her brother and sister-in-law to stay at their place for the night, so they could get an early start and queue up first thing in the morning. Just as Wang Xiaohua had said at home, no sooner had they stepped out than they saw other villagers heading toward the village entrance. Passing by the village chief's house, Wang Xiaohua and her husband saw Chief Li Yutian and his wife, Wu Dingxiang, emerging from their doorstep. Wu Dingxiang carried a small bundle over her shoulder, and the chief also held a candle, clearly preparing to go out. Chief, Brother Yutian, Sister Dingxiang, Wang Xiaohua called out quickly, not slowing her pace as she approached. Are you also going to deliver the news? Li Yutian recognized them and nodded, his face showing a mix of weariness and urgency. Indeed. Inzi, you too. Are you heading to your wife's parents' home? Yes, to my parents' home. Wang Xiaohua glanced at the bundle Wu Dingxiang carried, feeling even more certain. Brother Yotian, are you going to Wu family village? Li Yutian nodded and shook his head simultaneously. We're going, but I need to find the chief of Wu family village. You heard what the shopkeeper said at the store. He can notify nearby villages. So I have to make this trip. Well, we can't have our village well fed while watching others starve. I plan to go to Wu family village first, then Wang family village. But since you two are heading that way, Inzi, why don't you also inform the chief of Wang family village on your way? I won't go there. He'll wait at the commune entrance with Shoutsai and the others before dawn. This matter still needs to be reported up. I can't do much alone, but I'll do what I can. Hearing Chief Li Yushin's words, Wang Xiaohua and Li Inzi nodded repeatedly, their respect for the chief deepening. Wang Xiaohua promptly replied, Brother Yotian, you're right. The commune needs a leader to step forward. Don't worry about Wang family village. My parents' home is there, and my folks know the chief's family well. My old man and I will go now and make sure the message gets through. As for whether they believe it, we can't force them. But I think if they send someone to check tomorrow morning, they'll see for themselves. Wu Dingxiang chimed in. That's the logic. This old man is just too worried. But with the grocery store opening at our village entrance, even if they don't believe it now, once the villagers notify their relatives in a few days, people will come, even without being told. We're heading to Wu family village too. My brother is the village accountant, so his words carry weight. He'll go with my old man. Good. Then it's settled. Li Yutian waved his hand decisively. Inzi, Xiaohua, leave Wang family village. I think their chief will believe it. We're off to Wu family village now. Watch your steps on the road. You be careful too, Brother Yotian's sister-in-law. Li Inzi finally spoke, his voice slightly hoarse, but steady. Wang Xiaohua quickly added, rest assured, chief. We'll be off now, and we walk fast. The two groups parted ways at the village entrance. Li Yutian and Wu Dingxiang, holding their candle, hurried toward the small path leading to Wu family village in the west. Wang Xiaohua and Li Inzi meanwhile rushed toward the mountain road leading to Wang family village in the east. The night deepened, but the village path was far from quiet. By the faint light of kerosene lamps from windows and the sparse stars above, vague figures could be seen moving hurriedly, most heading toward the forks leading to neighboring villages. Muffled, urgent conversations could be heard, interspersed with words like grain shop, boss, and queue. Clearly, many other villagers shared the same intentions far beyond just their two families. Old man, see, I told you. Wang Xiaohua quickened her pace, unable to resist boasting to Li Inzi, a hint of self-satisfaction in her tone. The road is bustling tonight. Everyone's afraid it'll be too late, and their relatives and neighbors will miss out. Li Inzi grunted in acknowledgement, raising the candle forward. The dim yellow light illuminated a small stretch of uneven dirt road ahead. His other hand instinctively guarded the small cloth bag on his shoulder, containing 20 jin of coarse grain. After all, every family is short of food these days. Sai, who knows when this will end? Who can say? The heavens refused to send rain, and we're helpless. But at least now we can buy grain. I think that's our village's good fortune. Let's hurry. Wang Xiaohua replied, her feet moving swiftly, almost breaking into a run. The night breeze carried the dampness of the fields and the scent of grass, driving away the heat, but not the urgency burning in her heart. Her mind raced with calculations. Her parents' home was probably still awake now. So she wondered how her father and mother were doing. They had been short of grain before, barely able to fend for themselves, let alone help her family. She hoped her parents were still whole. As for the task the chief had given them, they had discussed it. It was indeed necessary to visit the chief of her parents' village. She thought her eldest brother was steady enough to go with Inzi to see Chief Wang, and her second brother should have to call him tomorrow too. With more strong laborers in the family, they wouldn't be at a disadvantage when queuing. Oh, and these 20 jin of grain should be used by her mother to make some porridge first. Those little rascals at home were probably crying from hunger. The mountain path wound upward, the chirping of insects and croaking of frogs growing louder, as if accompanying the footsteps of those rushing through the silent night. Occasionally fireflies drifted among the ridges, their faint green lights flickering and vanishing in an instant. The candlelight in Li Yinzi's hand swayed with their steps, casting long shifting shadows behind them. Wang Xiaohua's cloth shoes scuffed against the soft earth, producing a rapid rustling sound. The weight of the small bundle on her shoulder, along with the hope brought by that heavy grain, felt like a force propelling her forward. She couldn't even feel the ache in her legs and feet. Only one thought occupied her mind: faster. Even faster. Her family was waiting for this life-saving news. They pressed on without pause. As time passed, Wang Xiaohua and her husband reached the entrance of Wang family village. Without stopping to rest, they quickened their pace and soon arrived at the doorstep of Wang Xiaohua's parents' home. Panting heavily, Wang Xiaohua stepped forward and pounded on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The frantic knocking echoed loudly through the silent village, stirring up a few barking dogs. As she knocked, Wang Xiaohua shouted, "Mother, big brother, open up. It's me, Xiaohua." Her voice carried the breathlessness of the journey and an unmistakable urgency. From within the door came a rustling sound followed by an old woman's voice tinged with surprise and suspicion seeping through the crack of the door. Who is it? In the dead of night. Mother, it's me, Xiaohua. And Inzi. Wang Xiaohua pressed her mouth close to the door crack, lowering her voice, but speaking faster. Open the door. Quickly. It's urgent. A matter of utmost urgency. The door creaked open a crack and the dim yellow light of an oil lamp spilled out, illuminating the face of an old woman with deep-set eyes and a face full of wrinkles. None other than Wang Xiaohua's mother, He Ernyang. She squinted, struggling to make out the figures outside the door. Hua, is it really you? He Ernyang's voice trembled with disbelief. Only after recognizing her daughter and son-in-law, especially the heat of their journey and the anxious look on their faces, did she hurriedly pull the door wide open. Heavens above! In this pitch-black night, why have you two come back? What happened? Quick, come in. Her voice was a mix of shock and fear, instinctively jumping to the worst conclusions, thinking some misfortune had befallen her daughter's family, or even wondering if something had happened to her in-laws. In these damn times, people were truly starving to death. She also wondered if they had come back to borrow grain from the family, but what could she do? There was no grain at home either, alas. Wang Xiaohua and Li Yinzi stepped into the yard in one stride. The yard was small. By the faint light of the oil lamp, they could see a pile of dry firewood in the corner and a few sparse vegetable patches at the base of the wall, all withered. Clearly, every household was suffering from the drought. Mother, it's good news. The best news. Wang Xiaohua closed the door behind her, not even bothering to catch her breath, and grabbed He Ernyang's bony wrist, speaking urgently. Grain. There's grain. We can buy grain. He Ernyang was still thinking of asking her eldest and second sons to beg the village for help to see if anyone could save them, but upon hearing Wang Xiaohua's words, her cloudy eyes widened instantly, and her voice cracked. What? Grain? Where from? You're not here to borrow grain. Who are you? Speak clearly. Her other hand gripped Wang Xiaohua's arm tightly, her nails almost digging in. Mother, don't get excited first. We're not here to borrow grain. We've brought you news. Li Yinzi quickly steadied his mother-in-law, who was unsteady on her feet, and added in a calm voice. Manton's wife is telling the truth. A general store has opened at the entrance of our village, and the owner has grain to sell. Both refined and coarse grains are available. At that moment, the door to the main room also opened. An equally gaunt, gray-haired old man in a tattered jacket leaned out. Wang Xiaohua's father, Wang Dadi. What's going on, wife? Who's here in the middle of the night? What are you all doing out there? Hearing Wang Dadi's words, Li Yinzi quickly spoke up. Father, it's me and Manton's wife. Don't come out. Well, go inside with mother. We have something to tell you. As Li Yinzi finished speaking, He Ernyang came to her senses. Yes, let's go inside and talk. This is important. The three of them entered the main room where the Wang family was gathered. The children had been sent to bed early. That evening, everyone had only a bowl of wild vegetable soup. The children were still crying with hunger, but there was no more food at home. The little grain left had to be stretched, so the adults had sent them to sleep early. Sleeping would dull the hunger. As for the adults, from Wang Dadi and his wife to Wang Xiaohua's eldest brother Wang Qingshan and his wife, and her second brother Wang Qingshui and his wife, the whole family was worrying about how to survive the coming days without grain, unable to think of any solution. Then unexpectedly, their younger sister Wang Xiaohua and Li Yinzi arrived. Wang Dadi walked back to his spot, puffing on his pipe, his brows deeply furrowed. Like He Ernyang, his first thought upon seeing Wang Xiaohua and her husband was whether they had come to borrow grain. After blowing out a ring of smoke, he asked, Hua, what brings you back here? Is everything all right at home? Nothing bad happened, did it? Before Wang Xiaohua and her husband could answer, He Ernyang, who had been helped to sit down by Wang Xiaohua and was clutching her hand, couldn't wait to ask again. Hua, to tell me in detail. What's this about grain? Can we really buy it? Don't be fooling me. In these times, I can't bear to have hope only to have it dashed. Wang Xiaohua sat down next to He Ernyang, patting her hand reassuringly. Mother, I'm not fooling you. We saw it with our own eyes and heard it with our own ears. We even bought some and brought it back. Let me tell you, the shop owner said he has connections to get grain, both refined and coarse, and the price is reasonable, much cheaper than the black market. The store is right at the entrance of our village, and today Manton's wife and I were working inside the store all day. It's all true, every word. Oh, and we brought back 20 jin of coarse grain. It's right here in this bag. Hearing this, Wang Dadi even lowered his pipe. A grain shop at the entrance of Lijiao village. His face was a mix of shock and ecstasy. Is this real? Not a trick. There's really grain to sell. He asked repeatedly, his eyes blazing in the dim light. Absolutely. Wang Xiaohua nodded emphatically, her words tumbling out like a machine gun. She repeated herself. Father, we saw it with our own eyes. The refined grain was snowy white and the coarse grain was golden yellow. The owner himself said that people from nearby villages can come and buy. And on top of that, the price is already not high, but for these 3 days there's a discount. They call it a sale, so it's even cheaper. I asked, and she said that even family from the wife's side can buy. We rushed back to bring you the news. As she spoke, she eagerly untied the heavy cloth bag from her shoulder and thrust it into He Ernyang's hands. Mother, look. This is 20 jin of coarse grain. We just bought it. Use it to tide you over. Are the children asleep yet? If not, have sister-in-law and second sister-in-law quickly cook some porridge to fill their stomachs. He Ernyang hastily took the solid, heavy grain bag. The weight in her hands made her entire body tremble. She lowered her head, fumbling with trembling hands to untie the bag. Her rough fingers reached in, pinching a few hard grains of rice, and brought them close to the oil lamp, examining them over and over, touching them repeatedly. The real texture, the long-missed, reassuring scent of grain hit her nose. A stifled sob escaped her throat and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. It's grain. It really is grain. He Earnyang wept brokenly, clutching the bag tightly, as if it were a lost treasure. Heavens! Have opened their eyes. Wang Zaihua's two sisters-in-law were stunned by the news their sister-in-law had brought. Then, seeing the bag in their mother-in-law's hands up close, Wang Zaihua's eldest sister-in-law swallowed hard. This really is grain. Sister-in-law, are you telling the truth? Is this what you bought there? Where is it? We need to go buy some now. Husband, we have to go right away. Wang Dadi's pipe almost slipped from his grasp as he hurried over, grabbing a handful with trembling, parched lips, unable to utter a word. Wang Qingshui, on the other hand, rubbed his hands together in excitement. Great. That's right, what the child's mother said is correct. We must go quickly. Father, mother, second brother, let's hurry back with eldest sister to buy. As he spoke, the corners of his eyes reddened. Father, mother, second brother, this is no time for tears. Wang Xiaohua, seeing her family's bittersweet emotions, felt a pang of sorrow herself, but time was of the essence. The grain is here, but we need to buy it quickly. However, the general store is already closed and won't open until early tomorrow morning. You must line up at the entrance of Lijiao village before dawn. I reckon there will be a lot of people going tomorrow, not just from our village. Our village chief even went to inform Wujiao village. The queue will surely be long, so we need to hurry. I've already spoken with Inzi. Later, big brother, and all of you will come back with us, sleep at our place for the night, and line up at... Wang Qingshan was the calmest of the family, being the eldest son with a steady temperament. He spoke up. Eldest sister, brother-in-law has a general store really opened at the entrance of your village. Is the grain they sell cheaper than the black market? And they have a steady supply. It's not that I don't believe you. We've seen the grain you brought back with our own eyes. But what's in it for them? Why did they set up shop here? Is there something wrong? Is the source problematic? Before Wang Xiaohua could speak, Li Yinzi interjected firmly. Big brother, we had our doubts at first too, but seeing the owner of that general store is an honest person. He said he has connections to procure grain and sells it at a fair price, simply wanting to help us villagers who've suffered from the drought. As for why the store is at our village entrance, the owner said it's because the location is convenient, surrounded by many villages, making it easy for everyone to come and buy. And the source? The owner assured us it's absolutely legitimate, so we can buy with peace of mind. Wang Qingshan listened, his brow slightly relaxing, but still hesitant. Even so, in times like these, we still need to be careful, or we might end up spending our money getting no grain and landing in trouble. Seeing her eldest brother still unconvinced, Wang Xiaohua quickly added, Big brother, don't worry. The owner is a really good person. When we bought grain today, he specifically reminded us that there's a discount for these 3 days, urging everyone to come quickly. Besides, everyone in our village has already bought some. Moreover, as you said, with the year being so bad, whether it's folks in our village or people in town, so many families are short on food. If the owner really had ill intentions toward us, what would they gain? We've got nothing worth taking. I think you're overthinking it, big brother. Li Yinzi quickly added an explanation. Big brother Hua is right. That owner doesn't seem like someone short of money. If they were truly greedy, targeting us villagers would be pointless. The key is they have the connections to find grain and sell it to us. Besides, our village chief knows about it. He organized our village to go buy today. Now every household has brought grain back. He said he plans to report this to the commune tomorrow. It's definitely reliable. Wang Dadi, smoking his dry tobacco pipe nearby, finally spoke after hearing his daughter and son-in-law. Qingshan, I think your sister and brother-in-law have a point. In times like these, it's rare to meet someone willing to help us. We can't let fear hold us back and miss this opportunity. Besides, our family is short on grain too. The children are going hungry. We need to find a solution quickly. Wang Qingshui chimed in. Father is right. Big brother, let's stop hesitating. Let's go back with eldest sister and brother-in-law right away and line up at dawn tomorrow to buy grain. Our grain stores are empty. Are we all going to starve? Wang Qingshan thought for a moment and finally nodded. What you've said makes sense. I was overthinking. Mother, you and father go check how much money we have at home. Let's bring as much as we can. With so many in the family, we need to buy plenty. Wang Xiaohua breathed a sigh of relief, seeing her eldest brother finally convinced. Right, mother and big brother are correct. And the discount only lasts these 2 days. Even if we can still buy later, saving a few cents is still good. As she finished speaking, He Earnyang immediately sprang into action, scurrying back to the house to find the family savings. Meanwhile, Wang Dadi continued asking Wang Xiaohua and her husband about the store's details. Learning that Wang Xiaohua and her sister-in-law had even helped out there, he was surprised at his eldest daughter's fortune, and the others listened in continuous astonishment. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Qingshan spoke. Since that's the case, well, impose on brother-in-law's place for the night tonight and line up early tomorrow morning. Mother will stay home to watch the children. Father's second brother and the rest of us will go and bring back as much as we can. But should we inform the others in the village? Hearing Wang Qingshan's words, Wang Xiaohua and the others remembered the village chief's instructions. Wang Xiaohua quickly nodded. Yes, we should. Our village chief asked us to pass the message to village chief Wang of our village. Our 2 villages are close by, other villages farther away. People from our village have already gone back to notify them overnight, but those at a distance probably won't make it in time. We need to let the village know right away. Big brother, you and Inzi go to the village chief's place and tell him about this. Wang Qingshan nodded. Wang Dadi tapped his pipe. Right, eldest son, go with Inzi now. The village chief will believe you. Tell him to bring the villagers to line up tomorrow. So the two set off immediately with Wang Qingshan leading the way. Both walked briskly, and since the Wang family home wasn't far from the village chief's, they arrived quickly. Wang Qingshan knocked on the door, and it was the village chief of Wang family village who answered. A thin reed-like middle-aged man with deep wrinkles etched by long-term worry, but with a glimmer of hope shining in his eyes. Seeing Wang Qingshan, he promptly asked, "Qingshan, what brings you here so late?" "Something urgent." Wang Qingshan skipped the pleasantries and got straight to the point. "Village chief, great news. A general store has opened at the entrance of Lijia village selling grain, both fine and coarse, at prices much lower than the black market. Their village chief has already organized people to buy, and it's reliable. He also asked my sister and brother-in-law to pass the word for our village to go quickly. The store opens at dawn tomorrow, and if we're late we might not get a spot in line." The village chief's eyes widened in disbelief. "Really? In times like these such a blessing exists. They actually have grain to sell." Li Yinxi, standing beside Wang Qingshan, quickly explained, "Village chief, Wang, it's true. The boss said he has a way to get grain and wants to help us villagers hit by the drought. Besides, our village chief plans to report this to the commune tomorrow, so it's definitely reliable." After hearing Li Yinxi's words, the village chief pondered for a moment, feeling that the couple from the neighboring village wouldn't come this late at night just to deceive him. He then slapped his thigh and said, "Fine. I believe this. Since Yutian is going to report it to the commune, it must be trustworthy. They'll notify the villagers soon. Early tomorrow, everyone should go to Li family village to line up and buy grain. There's no time to waste. I need to find old Zhang first. The village party secretary must be informed. We'll discuss how to organize everyone to go." He then asked Li Yinxi a few more questions, his initial 60 belief instantly rising to 80. Hearing Li Yinxi's confident tone, he thought maybe it was just as the other had said. This boss was here to save lives. After the two left, the village chief stood at the doorway, gazing at their receding figures in the distance, murmuring to himself, "Heaven has finally opened its eyes, giving us poor villagers a glimmer of hope." He then called out to his family inside, and hurried off toward old Zhang's house. Over at the Wang family, under he Erniang's instructions, aside from herself and the children at home, everyone else followed Wang Xiaohua and Li Yinxi, rushing through the night toward Li family village. Along the way, everyone's mood was a mix of excitement and anxiety, eager for the chance to buy grain tomorrow, yet worried about potential trouble. But the thought of their children's hungry faces steeled their resolve, and they quickened their pace. When the family reached the entrance of Li family village, Wang Xiaohua pointed from afar at the only white building lit up in the night. Above the grocery store's door, a light shone, illuminating the surrounding path. As Wang Qingshan and the others drew nearer, they laid eyes on what Wang Xiaohua called Yujian grocery store. Though the building was modest, its white tiles gleamed like mirrors in the darkness, reflecting each person's silhouette. Two lanterns hung by the entrance, swaying gently in the night breeze, casting a soft glow that seemed to welcome every villager coming to buy grain. When Wang Dadi's family approached, they saw the shop door was closed, but through the glass they could faintly make out neatly stacked sacks of grain inside. Coarse and fine grains separated, piled high and full. Wang Xiaohua said softly, "Dad, Mom, Big Brother, look, this is the grocery store. Tomorrow morning we can come here and line up." Wang Deseo's eyes welled up again at the sight of the grain-filled room. She gripped Wang Xiaohua's hand tightly, her voice trembling. "Damei, thanks to you and your husband, our family is saved this time." Wang Qingshan was also surprised to see the shop open in such a small village. "Damei, is the shop closed? And the door is glass. Aren't the bosses afraid someone might smash it and steal everything?" Hearing her brother's confusion and seeing her parents' curiosity, Wang Xiaohua recounted what had happened that afternoon after Gao Dazhuang caused trouble and was mysteriously thrown out of the shop. As the others listened to Wang Xiaohua, their eyes widened. Wang Dadi's fingers holding his pipe froze mid-motion. Wang Qingshui instinctively shrank back, his voice filled with disbelief. "What? Thrown out by the door? Damei, can this be true? Can a door hit someone on its own?" Wang Xiaohua nodded firmly, lowering her voice as if afraid to disturb the quiet White House in the night. "Absolutely true. It happened this afternoon. That Gao Dazhuang is just a loafer in our village. He not only tried to renege on payment, but also threatened the boss, saying she was just a woman and should hand over the shop for him to run. He even had the nerve to say she should marry him. We were furious, and anyone with sense could see that although the boss is young, she must have some skill to run a shop alone here. Afraid his insults might affect our chance to buy grain, I went over to reason with him. But he pushed me, and if brother's wife hadn't caught me, I would have fallen. The boss warned him several times, but he ignored her, and along with his cronies, started grabbing things from the shop. Just as he was smugly about to leave, the glass door suddenly swung open with a bang, and a powerful force flung him out onto the dirt road in front of the door. He lay there for ages, unable to get up. We all saw it with our own eyes." Wang Deseo's heart pounded as she heard this. She couldn't help but turn and look back at the grocery store, standing silently in the glow of the lanterns. The smooth mirror-like white tiles now seemed to be shrouded in an indescribable mystery under the night sky. "Oh my heavens," she murmured, "this shop. Could it be protected by some deity?" Wang Qingshan frowned deeply. He was usually steady, but his sister's story was too bizarre beyond anything he had ever known. And the boss? How did she react? He pressed, trying to find a logical explanation. Does she know martial arts? Or did she use some kind of mechanism? No. Wang Xiaohua shook her head. The boss just stood behind the counter, didn't move an inch, not even a flicker of surprise on her face. It was as if this was the most ordinary thing in the world. After Gao Dazhuang got up and ran away, she said slowly that the shop has rules. Troublemakers and unreasonable people will be invited out on their own. She paused, recalling the boss' calm tone, and added the boss also said the shop doesn't serve those people. As long as they follow the rules and sincerely come to buy grain, she won't turn them away. Li Yinxi nodded vigorously in agreement. That's right, just as Watts said. Later the village chief also told everyone to behave and not have any crooked thoughts. This shop it's eerie and formidable. Wang Deidi took a silent drag from his pipe. The embers in the bowl flickered on and off in the darkness. His aged eyes fixed on the closed glass door for a long time before he slowly exhaled a thick cloud of smoke and rasped, eerie, or not if it can bring in grain and let us buy food to survive, that's a great kindness. Qingshan, your sister is right. Tomorrow we'll line up properly and buy grain. Li Yinxi quickly nodded. Father is right. We should go back and rest now. A little before dawn we'll come back. Manton's mother will also be helping out here tomorrow. Wang Xiaohua had already mentioned to her family about her and her mother-in-law working as temporary helpers at the shop, so the others weren't too surprised, but rather envious. Especially Wang Zaihua's two sisters-in-law. They hadn't expected their sister-in-law to become a worker. Yet thinking she was still part of the family, they felt a surge of pride. Wang Zaihua's in-laws followed the couple back home to rest. That night, whether in Li family village or the nearby notified Wang family village and Wu family village, it was a sleepless night for all. Not everyone was like Wang Zaihua's in-laws who believed the couple's words without hesitation, but this was also related to the bag of grain they had seen the couple carrying on their backs. Seeing the grain with their own eyes was a completely different feeling from just hearing the village chief say that a grocery store had opened in Li family village. Most people even wondered if the village chief was talking in his sleep. Moreover, faced with everyone's questions, neither the village chief of Wang family village nor Wu family village could answer much. They themselves only had a vague understanding and could only keep insisting that everyone go to the entrance of Li family village the next day to see for themselves. Before the sky was fully light, villagers from Wang family village and Wu family village, some curious, some expectant, rustled and rose from countless homes. The soft clatter of pots and bowls, hushed urgings, and the sleepy murmurs of children being pulled up by adults converged into a suppressed undercurrent before dawn. On the small paths leading to Li family village, figures flickered and footsteps hurried, like countless tiny streams flowing from all directions toward the same place. The white grocery store with its lights on at the village entrance. Wang Deidi's family had a hasty sleep at Li Yin's home. Just as a faint fish-belly white appeared on the horizon, Wang Xiaohua gently woke them. Embarrassed, they ate 1 or 2 corn buns at home. Although Wang Xiaohua and Li Yinzi urged them to eat more, Wang Deidi insisted that the family's grain was scarce, and they had enough. The most important thing was to leave early and queue to buy grain. So Li Yinzi and the others stopped persuading. After breakfast, Wang Deidi's family, carrying the money they had brought from home, hurried with Wang Xiaohua to the village entrance. This time the sky had just brightened. They arrived early and secured the first spot in line. As soon as they steadied themselves, they saw figures approaching from not far off at the village entrance. Wang Qingshan's wife took a deep breath. It's a good thing we came early. Look ahead, those are all people. If we were late, who knows when it would be our turn to buy. Hearing her words, everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was lucky that Xiaohua had gone back to notify them last night. Their family had come all the way to stay overnight at Zaihua's place, and had even just eaten corn buns, so they were now full of energy. Upstairs in the store, Yinny was naturally still asleep. It was only a little past 4 or 5 in the morning, still far from today's opening time of 9 o'clock. She was soundly dreaming, while Duoduo lay curled up in its nest nearby, also lost in sweet dreams. Li Yutian and Li Shouzai hurried from their doorstep to the village entrance. They first saw Wang Xiaohua and her in-laws already in line. The two nodded, and Wang Xiaohua stepped forward to ask a few questions. Learning that village chief Li Yutian and party secretary Li Shouzai were heading to the commune to report, she did not delay them further. As Li Yutian and the others walked out, they naturally encountered villagers from Wang family village and Wu family village who had come to investigate. The village chiefs of Wang and Wu families were both hurrying along and met at the crossroads, where they learned about the grocery store opening at Li family village's entrance and exchanged a few words. Now that several groups had converged, the two chiefs saw their acquaintance Li Yutian and quickly approached, pulling him aside to ask several questions. Li Yutian understood their anxiety. Although they were from different villages, these neighboring villages often interacted, so he said a bit more. Receiving a definite answer from Li Yotian village chief Wang, village chief Wu, and the villagers behind them all became excited. Seeing this, Li Yutian told them to walk a bit further to the village entrance to see for themselves. Both village chiefs knew he had to go to the commune, so they quickly thanked him. All right, many thanks, old brother. Well, remember this. It's truly life-saving news. You have to go to the commune, so we won't hold you up. Go on, and well, hurry to queue and check the situation. Li Yutian nodded, then parted ways with Li Shouzai. Li Yutian and Li Shikai's figures quickly disappeared at the end of the dirt road leading to the commune, while village chief Wang and village chief Wu, along with their anxious villagers, sped toward the entrance of Li family village as if their feet had wings. The arrival of villagers from Wang family village and Wu family village was like two boulders thrown into calm waters, instantly stirring up commotion at Li family village's entrance. What had been a sparse line of only Wang Zaihua's in-laws suddenly swelled like a surging tide, stretching and expanding rapidly, spreading outward from the white grocery store with its lit lantern as the center. Rubbing their bloodshot eyes, the villagers didn't bother to brush the dust off their trousers from the hurried journey, scrambling to merge into the ever-lengthening line. The voices buzzed like a boiling pot, a cacophony of incredulous exclamations, urgent inquiries about grain prices, and anxious urgings about the slow-moving queue. Good heavens, there really is a store. Mother, those white walls and bright tiles like something out of a painting. Look quick, the land. Inside. Are those grain sacks piled up? Dad, I'm hungry. A child tugged at an adult's sleeve and muttered softly, only to be immediately hushed. Shh, don't make noise. Queue up, we'll buy grain soon. Village Chief Wang and Village Chief Wu squeezed to the front and came face to face with Wang Dady's family. Village Chief Wang wiped the sweat from his forehead and panted, "Old brother, you're early. Is this the Yujin grocery store?" Just as Yutian said. As he spoke, he craned his neck to peer through the glass door, and by the faint light of the lantern he indeed saw shadowy piles of bulging sacks inside a sight that made his parched throat unconsciously swallow. Wang Dady nodded, emphatically pointing his pipe at the closed glass door. "No mistake. My younger sister and brother-in-law took us to see it last night. Saw it with our own eyes." The grain sacks were piled up like a small mountain. He paused, lowering his voice with a tone of awe. "This door. It's eerie. We must follow the rules." "Rules? What rules?" Village Chief Wu leaned in, his face full of urgency. Wang Qingshan interjected from the side. "My sister said the store has its own rules. Those who break them or cause trouble will be escorted out by this door. No one can force their way." Remembering his sister's description of the hooligan Gao Dazhuang being thrown out by the door that afternoon, his tone carried a hint of barely perceptible tension. The two village chiefs exchanged glances, seeing shock and gravity in each other's eyes. Village Chief Wu clicked his tongue. "Goodness, is it really that miraculous? But as long as we can buy life-saving grain, we'll follow any rule." Just then Li Yinzi hurried over from the village office, carrying a brass gong. Li Yutian had just gone to his house to tell him, knowing that many people would likely come to queue today. But since he and Li Shouzai had to go to the commune, and Li Yinzi had helped out yesterday and was familiar with the process, they asked him to come and assist today. Especially since the people coming weren't from their village and didn't know the store's rules, Li Yinzi was also to explain them to those in line. Li Yinzi arrived, but he dared not make a sound by beating a gong, for it was still far too early for the shop to open, and the boss had not yet emerged. He feared waking him. He could only bid everyone to keep quiet, to queue up properly if they wished to buy grain, and wait until the appointed time when the door would open and they could make their purchases. Yet those who came harbored the same thoughts as Li Yotian. They were unaware of when the shop would open, and some even entertained the notion of barging straight in. Li Yinzi immediately kicked the man who tried to step forward. "Get back. You dare to smash the door and enter? Who do you think you are? Which village are you from? Didn't your village chief inform you? To buy goods from this shop, one must abide by the rules. Do you know what happened to Gao Dazhuang from our village yesterday? If you dare to cause trouble, you'll share the same fate as Gao Dazhuang's family." The man hailing from Wujia village rubbed his rear after being kicked by Li Yinzi. "What happened? The shop's open, why can't I? What happened?" Li Yinzi's eyes widened, his voice rising a notch. "Yesterday, that near-dowl Gao Dazhuang from our village tried to renege on payment and seize grain, even molesting the boss. Then this door, bang, threw him far away. He fell so hard he couldn't get up for ages. Our whole village saw it. Didn't your village chief explain clearly? This shop has a spirit. Those who break the rules, the door itself will take action. You want to try?" Upon hearing that the door itself will take action, the burly man from Wujia village glanced at the glass door, smooth as a mirror, appearing particularly cold and unyielding under the lantern's glow. A chill ran through his heart first. Recalling the severity in Li Yinzi's voice when mentioning the fate of Gao Dazhuang's family, his reckless boldness largely dissipated. Holding his kicked rear, he retreated 2 steps, awkwardly muttering under his breath, Still, you can't just kick people. Kicking you is the lightest." Li Yinzi showed no mercy. "If you disturb the boss, or if this door really threw you out and hurt you badly, who would you? By then, not only would you be unable to buy grain, but your whole family would be barred from purchase, and you might not even be allowed into Lijia village. Hurry up and line up. Everyone hear me." He shouted the latter part toward the restless crowd behind, his gaze sweeping over those who likewise craned their necks, eager to push forward. "If you want to buy grain, line up obediently. Anyone who dares to shove forward again, trying to smash the door or pick the lock, don't blame me, Li Yinzi, for being impolite. And don't blame this door either." His words rang out with authority, carrying an unquestionable warning. The buzzing among the crowd instantly quieted. Those who had been restless and attempting to edge forward halted their steps. Village Chief Wang and Village Chief Wu, seeing this, quickly stepped in to lend their support. "Did you hear that? Line up properly. Don't bring shame to our village." Village Chief Wang said sternly to his own villagers. "You all just heard Village Chief Li Yutian from Lijia village. This shop has rules. Whoever breaks them won't just fail to buy grain. They'll suffer greatly. All of you behaved." Village Chief Wu also hurriedly shouted toward the Wujia village contingent. Yes, line up properly. Brother Yinzi is right. If you want to buy grain, follow the rules. Anyone who dares to act recklessly again, just wait till we get back. They'll deal with the two village chiefs having spoken, coupled with Li Yinzi's vivid account of the door that hits people and the deterrent of Gao Dazhuang's family's fate. The restless crowd was finally subdued. The villagers jostled and shoved one another, reluctant, yet more so awed by the mysterious glass door, as they reformed a long queue before the grocery shop. The line, crooked and winding, stretched all the way to the path at the village entrance, a dense dark mass of heads almost beyond sight. The sky gradually brightened. The pale fish-belly dawn turned into a grayish blue. The lantern's glow grew much feebler in the morning light. Yet the white grocery shop with its tightly shut glass door stood silent and enigmatic under the gaze of countless bloodshot eyes. The air was thick with the smell of dust, sweat, and an indescribable blend of anxiety and anticipation. Some squatted on the ground, others leaned against tree trunks, but most simply stood rigidly upright, their gazes locked onto that door, as if awaiting a verdict that would decide their fate. Occasionally a child would cry, only to be instantly silenced by an adult's hand over the mouth and a low scold, "Quiet." Wait. Just then a greater commotion stirred at the back of the crowd. Someone with sharp eyes pointed at the approaching group in the distance. "Look, isn't that Aozakan village from beyond the mountain? Their villagers have come too." As this person spoke, the villagers of Aozakan in small clusters supporting the elderly and leading the young surged toward the village entrance. Clearly it was because the Lijia villagers had rushed to notify them after purchasing grain yesterday. Otherwise, how could the Aozakan villagers who would normally take a whole day's walk to get there have arrived so quickly? As Li Yinzi and the others had guessed, it was precisely because Shitta's mother from Lijia village, having bought grain in the second batch yesterday afternoon, immediately called her 2 sons to set off with 50 caddies of sweet potatoes and potatoes to deliver to her maiden home. Who would have thought that when Shirtu and his brother reached their grandmother's house, the village chief happened to be there discussing with their grandfather, the old accountant of the village, about going to the commune to request relief grain. The grandfather and the village chief were cousins, their fathers being brothers. Thus, upon seeing that the Shirtu brothers could carry so much grain to their maternal family, the village chief immediately inquired about the source. He thus learned of the grocery shop that had opened at the entrance of Lijia village. Unlike the chiefs of Wujia and Wangjia villages, he had witnessed the 50 caddies of grain with his own eyes, and with a single decision, he ordered the entire village to make the journey. Once the Aozakan villagers were notified by their chief, none could contain themselves. They set out early to join the queue. The arrival of this fresh contingent instantly swelled the already overcrowded line. People pressed against people, bodies squeezed together, and the open space before the grocery shop was now completely filled with a sea of dark heads. Li Yinzi had to maintain order among them. It wasn't just him. His 3 sons also came to help. With so many people, the noise naturally grew louder. By now the sun had risen. The golden rim of morning clouds adorned the eastern peaks, and sunlight pierced through the early mist, mercilessly baking the earth. In the open space at the village entrance, the heat from the crowd mingled with the early summer sun's warmth, creating a murky haze thick with the smell of sweat, dust, and intense anxiety. The already barely maintainable formation completely collapsed. Those at the back pushed those in front, while those ahead resisted moving. Shouts, complaints, children's wails, and the cries and curses of those stepped on or squeezed all merged into a cacophony that set one's teeth on edge. "Stop shoving. Don't push from behind. Ouch. Who stepped on my foot? Mom, I'm hungry. I want to go home." A scrawny child wedged between adults' legs, his face flushed red, finally burst into loud sobs. "Shut up. Cry again, and he'll leave you here." His father, both anxious and irritated, raised his hand as if to strike, but was stopped by a gray-haired old woman nearby. "What a sin. The child knows nothing. He's just hungry." The old woman sighed, pulled half a rock-hard piece of coarse grain cake from her bosom, and thrust it into the child's hand. "Chew on this, it'll tide you over." Li Yinzi and his 3 sons were like 4 stones hurled into a raging torrent, struggling desperately to hold their ground. Li Manton, the tallest and loudest, roared toward the surging crowd from Aozakan village. "People of Aozakan, don't rush forward all at once. Get to the back. Everyone to the back. Where's your village chief? Control your..." Village chief Liu of Aozakan, a gaunt old man, was also drenched in sweat from anxiety, waving his tobacco pipe as he shouted, "Don't cause chaos. Listen to the Li brothers. Move to the back. Anyone who keeps pushing won't buy a single grain today." His voice was hoarse. He had been struggling to maintain order all along the way and was already exhausted. Li Monsong Sharpied spotted a man from Wujiakan village trying to cut in line from the side amid the confusion. He dashed over in a single stride and grabbed the man's arm with a hand as large as a palm leaf. "Where do you think you're going? Get to the back. Can't you see how crowded it is?" The man, caught publicly, felt humiliated and retorted stiffly, "What did I do? I was just checking what's going on up front. What's there to check? Waiting in line means waiting in line. If you want to see, there'll be plenty of time when the door opens." Li Monsong didn't let go, shoving him backward. "If you push forward again, believe me what my dad said. This door doesn't recognize anyone." He nodded toward the glass door gleaming with a cold luster in the morning light. The words took effect. The man recalled Li Yinzi's description of the door that hits people and Gao Dazwang's fate. Glancing at Li Mankang's towering figure, he retreated sullenly into the crowd behind. Li Yinzi stood at the forefront of the general store's steps, his back to the tightly shut door like a guardian deity. He wiped the sweat from his face, gazing at the dark, chaotic, seemingly endless line before him, his heart heavy, as if a boulder were pressing on it. Village Chief Wang and Village Chief Wu squeezed in beside him. The 3 men's faces bore the same look of grim exhaustion. "Brother Yinzi, this. There are too many people. When the door opens later, won't there be trouble?" Village Chief Wu asked, his voice trembling with worry. Li Yinzi took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over faces etched with longing, anxiety, and even greed. He said in a low voice, "There won't be any trouble. The village chiefs of all 3 villages are here along with me, and my sons keeping watch. Rules are rules. Anyone who dares to cause chaos will be the first to stop them, and this door won't allow it either." He pointed again at the glass door behind him. "Everyone line up properly. The general store opens at 9 o'clock and ITLL opens soon. If you mess up the line, no one will get to buy anything. His words were relayed to the back of the line through the loud voices of Lee Manton and his brothers. The agitation subsided slightly under the strong pressure, but the sense of a taut string ready to snap at any moment grew even more palpable. People stopped pushing en masse, but began shoving and complaining in small clusters. Countless gazes like hooks fixed stubbornly on the motionless glass door. The sun grew harsher, scorching scalps as beads of sweat trickled down necks and vanished instantly into the dry, blazing soil. Time had never felt so slow and agonizing. Meanwhile, Yin Yi and Duoduo, who had been dreaming on the second floor of the general store, were awakened by the clamor downstairs. They woke up and looked at the surveillance feed below. This would was so many people. Yin Yi watched the surveillance, seeing the seemingly endless line. When the people from Aozakan arrived, Li Yinzi had his eldest son Li Manton make the line loop back into the village. Thus, from the surveillance, Yin Yi couldn't see the tail of the line. It wound all the way into the village, a testament to the sheer number of people. Meow, today is bound to be another busy day, Duoduo said, scratching its little head. Just as Yin Yi was about to speak, the system issued today's side quest: serve 50 customers and complete transactions. Yesterday, it was 5 people, today it's 50, a 10-fold increase. Could tomorrow be 500? Probably not. And even if it is, we don't need to worry. Did you forget? There's no penalty for not completing it. Yin Yi recalled this upon hearing Duoduo's words and slapped her forehead. Right, I forgot about that. No need to worry then. Forget it. I'm going to wash up and have breakfast. As she spoke, she headed to the bathroom. After washing up, she directly retrieved a bowl of sour rice noodles from the little farm warehouse on the second floor. She would have normally gone downstairs to use the cash register, but she remembered she hadn't pulled up the main door shutter last night. If she went downstairs to eat, the people at the door could see her through the glass door, and she felt a bit embarrassed. Fortunately, Duoduo told her she could use the tablet on the wall at the top of the stairs to operate the system. Relieved, she ate the sour rice noodles while clicking through the farm warehouse and store interface to restock the shop. Fine grains like rice and millet weren't bought much by the villagers. Though some were sold, compared to the hottest items like coarse grains, cornmeal potatoes, and sweet potatoes, they didn't need much restocking. Next, she added more instant noodles in other flavors and coarse grains. She spotted corn and pumpkins, both filling, and put them on the shelves today. After breakfast, she checked the time, 8:10 a.m. She looked up at the surveillance again. The dark mass downstairs had grown even larger than when she first saw it. She thought it might be better to open early. So she cleared the table, changed clothes, and went downstairs. As soon as Yin Yi came out from the back room to the cash register, those who had been staring at the general store from the door spotted her. The boss is out. That's the boss. So young. Didn't your relatives tell you? The owner of this store is very... The boss is out, so they must be opening soon, right? Yes, definitely opening. It's time. Don't push. Everyone don't push. Those in the back, stop shoving. Can't you see there are people ahead? The already tense atmosphere erupted instantly. The crowd roiled violently like boiling water. Countless gazes snapped to the slender figure behind the counter, burning with intense longing and a trace of barely shouts, shoves, and children's wails rose an octave, merging into a massive wave of sound that threatened to overturn the tiny store. Li Yin's heart tightened. He spun around to face the crowd, veins bulging on his forehead, as he roared hoarsely, "Everyone shut up. Stand still. Anyone who dares to push or yell won't buy a single grain today. Do you hear me?" His 3 sons, like lions with bristling manes, stood at different positions, using their bodies and louder voices to suppress the restless tide. "Line up. People of Aozakan, step back. Wajaikan, I'm talking to you. Try pushing forward again." Village Chief Wang and Village Chief Wu had shouted themselves hoarse, their faces flushed crimson as they waved their arms, trying to maintain a shred of order among their own villagers. "Quiet down. Quiet." Everyone listened to the arrangements of Lijia village. But there were too many newcomers from Aozai village. Many had never witnessed the might of yesterday's aggressive door, having only heard that grain could be bought. Now, seeing the boss appear, they grew even more impatient. A burly man from Aozai village, relying on his strength, shoved his way forward from the side, muttering, "Move aside, move aside. We've been walking half the night, starving to the point our bellies are touching our backs. Let me buy first. How dare you?" Li Yinzi, quick-eyed and nimble-handed, grabbed a carrying pole leaning against the door, prepared who knows when, and thrust it fiercely before the man, as if drawing an invisible line. "Take one more step, and I swear this door will toss you out right now. Gao Dazwang's bones haven't even healed yet." The burly man pointed at by the pole, and hearing Li Yinzi mention Gao Dazwang, then eyeing the glass door that gleamed coldly in the morning light, as if alive, couldn't help but halt his steps. The village chief of their own village, standing nearby, quickly squeezed over, grabbed him, and barked sternly, "Ernie, do you want to die and drag the whole village down with you? Get to the back. Line up, or I'll break your legs right now." At the peak of this chaos, the tightly shut glass door suddenly slid open silently inward. There was no warning, no creaking sound, as if pushed open by an invisible hand. The crowd, which had been roaring just a second ago, seemed to have their throats clutched by a giant hand. All sounds, curses, shoving, cries, vanished in an instant. The air froze, leaving only ragged breaths and countless wide, suspicious eyes. The door was open. Behind it lay a tidy, bright shop shelf stacked with the grain they dreamed of. But at that moment, no one dared to move, not even to breathe too heavily. Yin Yi stepped out. Apart from Li Yin's family, who had seen the boss before everyone else at the door was from other villages. Unfamiliar with this young-faced boss, yet having heard about yesterday's Gao Dezhuang incident, they dared not underestimate him. Just then Wang Xiaohua, standing beside her father, swiftly pushed past Li Yinzi and squeezed toward Yan Yi, her smile plastered on her face, as if free, her voice crisp and bright. Boss, you're out so early. Isn't it still not time? We didn't disturb you, did we? As she spoke, she tried to read Yan Yi's expression to gauge if he was angry. Yan Yi shook his head and said with a smile, "It's fine, I was already awake. I didn't expect everyone to come so early. The shop was supposed to open at 9, but I see everyone lining up and quite a crowd, so I figured I'd open earlier. I came out to let you know. Has your daughter-in-law arrived? Both of you come in first." Wang Xiaohua quickly nodded. She's here. Boss, thank you for opening early specially. There are indeed quite a few people today, from nearby villages and my own family too. Everyone's here to buy grain from the shop. After speaking to Yan, Yi waved at her eldest daughter-in-law Li Yue, who had been blocked by her two elder brothers. Eldest one's wife, come quickly. The boss is calling us into work. Hearing this, Li Yu's eyes lit up, and she hurried over, afraid that a single slow step would make the boss change his mind. Then she greeted Yan Yi. Yan Yi nodded, then turned to Li Yinzi, asking him to help maintain order and wait for her notification before letting the villagers in to buy goods. Li Yinzi nodded, and the village chiefs from the 3 villages stepped forward, each assuring Yan Yi that they would keep their own people in line, hoping the boss wouldn't worry. They would do their utmost to maintain order. Yan Yi nodded, a relieved smile spreading across her face. That's good. Village Chief Wang, Village Chief Wu, Village Chief Lu, you've worked hard. We need to prepare. I'll notify everyone to come in batches soon. She turned and stepped lightly into the general store, the glass door closing silently behind her, sealing off the tin. Inside, Wang Xiaohua and Li Yu were already bustling about efficiently. There wasn't much to prepare. Yan Yi first instructed them to follow yesterday's division of labor, then went into the small adjacent warehouse to push out new stock and replenish the grain. She had the two move the goods from the bottom of the right shelf to other shelves above, then place the newly stocked corn cobs and pumpkins there. These are all 50 jean bags. If anyone wants less, please unpack them and weigh out the portions. Wang Xiaohua quickly nodded. Don't worry, boss, leave it to me. I may not have many skills, but when it comes to weighing him the best, she said, giving a thumbs up. Li Yu also chimed in that her mother-in-law was indeed formidable in this regard. Wang Xiaohua could lift a bag and know its exact weight. Every year during grain distribution, when Li Yutian and his helpers were overwhelmed, they would call Wang Xiaohua to assist. Once someone doubted her and gave her a bag to weigh only for it to match perfectly, and no one in the village dared question her again. Yan Yi knew this too, having learned it from Duoduo, which was why she had Wang Xiaohua help. However, Yan Yi had placed a scale by the door last night for convenience. She also took the time to teach the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law how to use the scale, and both patted their chests, assuring her there was absolutely no problem. Yan Yi smiled and said, "Good, I trust that auntie and sister Li will have no issues. You've seen the crowd outside today. It'll be a bit more work." After speaking, Yan Yi went to the checkout counter to power on the machine, while Wang Xiaohua and Li Yu busied themselves organizing the shelves and neatly stacking piles of potatoes and pumpkins, their movements tinged with a nervous energy to avoid mistakes. After speaking, Yan Yi went to the checkout counter to power on the machine, while Wang Xiaohua and Li Yu busied themselves organizing the shelves and neatly stacking piles of potatoes and pumpkins, their movements tinged with a nervous energy to avoid. At the cash register, Yan Yi tapped a few times with her slender fingers, purchasing more grain from the mall and storing it in the small adjacent warehouse. The door to that room was closed, so no one would know she had filled it up again. With just a few taps, even the floor was covered. Upon opening the door, one would see towering stacks of grain bags. The pitch-black crowd outside coiled like a giant serpent winding from the doorway deep into the village lane. Li Yinzi and his 3 sons stood like 4 iron stakes firmly anchored at the front of the line. Li Manton's roar filtered faintly through the surveillance feed. Nobody move. Wait for the boss notice. Anyone who pushes or breaks the rules will be kicked out of line and sent home. Village Chief Lu of Aozi Village waved his tobacco pipe, hoarsely echoing the sentiment, while Village Chiefs Wu and Wang wove through the crowd, soothing the restless villagers. Duoduo leaped onto the countertail, swaying gently. Meow, Yenny, let them in quickly, or who knows when this... Yenny glanced outside and took a deep breath. Let's do it in batches like yesterday. 10 people at a time, or it'll be chaos. She pressed the notification button on the register, and the store's loudspeaker immediately broadcast her clear voice. Dear villagers, the store is open. Please enter in batches now. Also, to save time, I hope everyone will enter in an orderly manner. As written on the blackboard by the door, there will be discounts for these 3 days starting yesterday. Even if you can't buy today, you can buy tomorrow, so there's no need to rush or push. Additionally, you may have heard about the trouble someone caused in the store yesterday. I want to emphasize again, this store prohibits anyone from causing trouble or trying to take things for free. If you dare to try, you'll end up just like the troublemaker from yesterday. Uncle Lienzi, same as yesterday. Please manage the entrance and let them in 10 at a time. Thank you. The crowd outside immediately stirred, countless heads turning in unison toward the door, their anxious gazes nearly burning through the glass. Li Yinzi straightened his back, standing like an iron tower at the very front. His 3 sons quickly spread out, wedging themselves like 3 pegs into the crowd's key positions, roughly, but effectively blocking those trying to surge forward. With a thud, Li Yinzi struck a brass gong, and the crowd's noise subsided slightly as all eyes turned to him. You've all heard the boss. Li Yinzi's voice boomed like a great bell, drowning out all the clamor. Follow the line. The first 10 at the front step out. Everyone else hold steady. Don't move around, and especially don't try to cut in line or don't blame me for being ruthless. He slammed his carrying pole heavily onto the ground with a dull thud, an undeniable deterrent. Among the first batch to enter 5 were Wang Zaihua's family, and the other 5 were 2 other households from Wangjia village. Just like the Lajiakan villagers yesterday, they stood before the glass door experiencing the thrill and wonder of it sliding open automatically. Since Wang Xiaohua and Li Yu were working there as temporary staff, the Wang family maintained a calm demeanor and cooperated fully. Once inside, Wang Xiaohua explained the store's transaction process to them. The Wang family had already learned about it from her earlier, but since this batch included others besides her relatives, she naturally had to repeat the instructions. The Wang family had made their plans in advance. The 2 daughters-in-law headed to the grain cabinet by the register to buy some fine grains and mixed rice from the niece-in-law, while Wang Deidi took his 2 sons and his daughter, Wang Xiaohua, to get potatoes and sweet potatoes. However, what they hadn't expected was that the store had also stocked corn cobs and large pumpkins today, and in considerable quantities. They had no idea how much was in storage, but what was displayed filled the entire bottom shelf on the right side. This only deepened Wang Zaihua's and the others' reverence for Yin. Being able to source so much grain along with new varieties. How could an ordinary person accomplish such a feat? Guided by Wang Xiaohua and her mother-in-law, the others quickly decided what to buy. They followed the Wang family in line to pick up goods, or had Li Yu weigh the rice they wanted, then swiftly paid at Yin's register. When the Wang family's batch emerged, the other villagers waiting in line saw them carrying out grain with beaming smiles, and they too breathed a sigh of relief. Especially the 3 village chiefs who had been anxious that the boss might refuse to sell to outsiders or impose purchase limits. Having witnessed the process firsthand, they could finally relax. Their next thought was to ensure their own villagers caused no trouble and returned home smoothly. As the next batch approached, the cold glass door slid silently inward, once more revealing the store's bright lights and the rich aroma of grain. The moment the door opened, the 10 people visibly stiffened, instinctively stepping back half a pace. They were less bold than those before them, still hesitant. "Quick, get in," Li Yinzi urged, his tone brooking no argument. A lean, dark-skinned man at the front swallowed hard, mustered his courage, and almost closed his eyes as he stepped across the threshold. Nothing happened. He let out a huge sigh of relief, a foolish grin of post-crisis elation spreading across his face before he greedily turned his gaze to the shelves. Seeing him enter safely, the others behind him grew bolder and immediately filed in, afraid that if they were too slow, the door would close. Once all 10 were inside, the glass door closed silently again, like an invisible sluice gate, once more sealing off the surging crowd outside. No matter how many batches came and went, the people waiting outside marveled each time at the doors opening and closing, their vivid expressions as if they had discovered a new world. Time passed slowly, and more people bought grain. But with each batch's smooth passage, it was like a drop of water into hot oil. Instead of calming things down, it only stirred up greater desire. Countless eyes were fixed on the closed door, calculating the time, estimating how much grain was left inside. Li Yinzi and his son's shouts rang out again, mingling with the hoarse entreaties of the 3 village chiefs, desperately maintaining the fragile thread of order in the scorching air. The noise from outside penetrated into the store. Yin glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already 10:30. The sunlight outside had become harsh and blinding, baking people's scalps. Inside, Wang Xiaohua continued to guide each entering villager with her loud, clear voice. Li Yu occasionally stepped in to help her mother-in-law or went over when someone needed to weigh fine grains. Yin sat behind the register, her fingers lightly tapping the counter, her gaze calmly sweeping over the incoming batches of customers. Duoduo had somehow jumped onto the counter again, crouching by her hand, its emerald eyes scrutinizing every person who entered, emitting a low, almost inaudible purr from its throat. After this batch passed, Yin wheeled out new grain from the adjacent storeroom. The 3 of them swiftly stocked the shelves. Each time the waiting crowd outside saw this, the shelves emptied and then refilled. They were filled with excitement. Another group entered, yet the crowd waiting outside remained substantial, as if it would never disperse. The midday sun grew even more scorching, its rays stinging the skin. Time crawled by, slow and agonizing in the midst of the wait. Among those who had just gone in were villagers from Lijia village and Aozi village. Those from Wangjia village who had arrived earliest to queue had already bought their grain and were on their way home. Wang Zaihua's in-laws, after making their purchases and greeting Li Yinzi, had returned home and arrived by now. As people returned to their villages, those who had doubted the rumor that a general store had opened at the entrance of Lijia village were filled with regret. Their only recourse was to rush over, so the stream of newcomers continued unabated. Among this batch were people from Aozi village. Seeing this, the other villagers thought to themselves, almost there. Our own village's turn is coming soon. Leading them was Lu Matzi from Aozi village, his shifty eyes darting around. As soon as he entered, he was dazzled by the piles of potatoes and sweet potatoes stacked like small mountains on the shelves. A gurgle escaped his throat, and he instinctively lunged forward. Behind him, village chief Lu of Aozi village felt his heart leap to his throat. Through the glass door, he glared fiercely at him, mouthing silently, "Rules. Rules." Stung by the chief's knife-like glare, Lu Matzi's fevered mind sobered slightly. Recalling how Lu Erniu had been reprimanded and the menacing presence of Li Yinzi and his sons outside, he forced himself to stop. Mimicking the villagers from Wangjia village, he crept cautiously to the shelves, but couldn't resist reaching out to pinch the largest potato, confirming it was solid and real. Grinning, he then grabbed several bags in one go. Wang Xiaowan naturally noticed his actions. Though it wasn't the first time she'd seen such behavior, she still glanced at Yan Yi's expression. Yan Yi shook his head, helplessly mouthing it's fine. Wang Xiaohua breathed a quiet sigh of relief, grateful that the boss understood. These coarse grains like potatoes and sweet potatoes were packed in mesh bags, so one could clearly see they were real. Yet each one was larger than her palm, a rare sight. Even she, on first seeing them, had felt the urge to squeeze one. As the Aussie villagers stepped in, the smell of sweat and dust seemed to intensify. Most wore tattered clothes with sunken eyes, their gazes fixed on the grain, like starving wolves eyeing meat, their breaths growing heavy. Li Yu and Wang Xiaohua immediately went on high alert. Li Yu even positioned herself closer to the potato pile, watching intently the few who seemed less steady on their feet. Inwardly, she feared they might cause trouble, like Gao Dazhuang from their own village. Fortunately, village chief Lu kept a strict watch outside. Though the Aussie villagers were eager and somewhat rough in their movements, they remained restrained. None dared to touch things recklessly like Lu Matzi, but they were quick to grab the nearest grain from the shelves, as if afraid someone else would snatch it first. At the weighing station, an old man from Aussie village watched Li Yu deftly weigh out 10 jin of millet. The golden plump grains made his cloudy eyes light up. Trembling, he reached into his pocket for the money wrapped in several layers of cloth, muttering, "Worth it. Worth it." As the Aussie villagers carried their grain out with incredulous joy, those still in line from Aussie village stirred visibly, craning their necks to see what their folks had bought. The last vestiges of doubt were replaced entirely by envy and longing. Their excitement was understandable. The people of Aussie village lived farthest from the others, nestled deepest in the mountains. Some had never even left their village. If not for the chief's decision to lead them to Lijia village, they might never have ventured out in their lives. The line writhed more urgently, but the defensive line formed by Li Yinzi and his 4 sons remained solid. Li Manton's roar lashed out like a whip at those trying to push forward. "Buy your stuff and move on. Don't block the way." Those at the back stepped forward and make room for others to leave. Leading this batch was village chief Wi's youngest son. He took a deep breath, straightened his back like those before him, and the door slid silently open and closed, shutting out the clamor. They moved with clear purpose, heading straight for the coarse grains and potatoes, having evidently decided at home what to buy. Village chief Wi's youngest son paused before the newly stocked pumpkins, seeing a sign that read 20 jin per bag. He hesitated slightly. Wang Xiaohua quickly approached, explaining they could be split, and asking how many he wanted. He nodded, immediately thought for a moment, and asked for 2. Wang Xiaohua retrieved 2 from an already open bag. He picked one up, weighed it in his hand, examined it against the light, and only then, satisfied, placed it in his sack. The door opened and closed silently, time and again. Each opening brought a moment of breathless anticipation and deeper longing to the crowd outside. Each closing carried away the anxiety of 10 people, leaving behind a thicker layer of expectation. The queue moved like a slow, devouring snake, consuming time and the empty space outside. Sweat glistened on the brows of Li Yinzi and his sons. The 3 village chiefs had long gone hoarse, but no one dared to slack off. The seemingly ordinary glass door of the general store reflected a cold gleam in the morning light. Each silent opening and closing declared without words an unassailable rule and power. Yan Yi occasionally looked up through the glass, seeing the sea of bobbing heads outside. Yet order maintained by an iron hand and invisible deterrence was tenuously preserved. Outside the store, dust swirled in the air, mingling with the scent of sweat and restless anxiety. Though the line still snaked along, there was noticeable loosening and jostling at the rear. Many stood on tiptoe, craning their necks to peer through the occasional gap in the door, trying to glimpse the remaining stock on the shelves. "How's it going? How much grain is left? I think the potato pile's getting smaller. What about the pumpkins? There must be. I heard the person ahead of me say she thought it was gone, but then the boss brought out more." Right, I saw it too. When the door opened, didn't the boss say something? "Oh yeah, that everyone could buy, right?" "Yeah, I heard that too. Since the boss said so, we'll definitely get some today. Besides, it'll be our turn soon." Good. We walked all the way here in the dark last night. If we can't buy grain and go back, I'll have to wait here again tonight." Fragmented murmurs buzzed through the crowd like a swarm of restless bees. Just then they seemed to hear the sound of bells. Turning toward it, they saw several bicycles approaching on the road near the village entrance. The crisp ring of a bell approached from afar, piercing sharply above the noisy crowd. 3 battered, dust-laden bicycles like clumsy iron beasts barging into a flock of sheep labored into the village entrance and stopped on the empty lot the Li Yinzes had just cleared. 3 bikes carried 5 people. The 3 riders dismounted with the brisk, practiced efficiency of government men, while the 2 on the back seats climbed off. Li Yinzi immediately stepped forward and called out, "Brother Yotian, Brother Shotsai, you're back." Those in the know realized these were the village chief and party secretary of Li village. The chiefs of Wang village, Wu village, and Aozhai village quickly approached as well. Li Yutian and the other had gone to the commune that morning to report, but unexpectedly brought the leaders back with them. These men were all panting and drenched in sweat, clearly having cycled back from the commune in great haste. Li Yutian nodded at one of them, then looked at Li Yinzi. "Yinzi, these are the commune leaders. They've come to understand the situation." Li Yushin's voice carried a barely perceptible tension and deference. Sweat trickled down his temples, but he didn't bother to wipe it away, his gaze swiftly sweeping over the crowded scene and the closed glass door. The 3 commune cadres were led by a slender, middle-aged man of about 40, wearing a faded gray cadre uniform. His face was expressionless, but his eyes were as sharp as a hawk's. He first scanned Li Yinzi and his 3 sons, who stood as alert as if facing an enemy, then slowly shifted his gaze to the glass door that gleamed coldly in the sunlight, and the faint outlines of shelves and moving figures visible behind it. The two younger men behind him, one holding a notebook and the other carrying a briefcase, also wore stern expressions as they surveyed this unprecedented grocery store and the barely orderly, yet still bustling crowd. Chief Wang and the other two hurried over, forcing smiles and rubbing their hands nervously as they greeted the leaders. The leading cadre gave a slight nod. He stared gravely at the Yujian grocery store, ahead, his face calm, but his heart deeply shaken. An hour or two earlier, as he was entering the commune gate, he had been stopped by the two village officials from Li Village, Chief Li Yutian and Party Secretary Li Shoucai. He was about to scold them when Li Yushin's words froze him in place. Director Kong, sorry for blocking your way. We've come to report something urgent and critical. Just yesterday, a grocery store opened at the entrance of our village, just like a supply cooperative, and it's fully stocked with grain. Absolutely true. Li Yushin's words stunned commune leader Kong Jinxing. His brow instantly furrowed and his heart felt as if gripped by a grocery store, fully stocked with grain, at the entrance of Li Village. It sounded like a fairy tale. Even the supply cooperative was frequently out of stock and closed. How could a suddenly appearing village shop have ample grain? His first instinct was disbelief, but Li Yushin's frantic sweat-soaked appearance and Li Shikai's equally grave and anxious nod made him swallow the reprimand. Years of military experience had taught him that such an incredible story might not be without cause, especially at this critical juncture when the harvest was yet to come and everywhere was plagued by food shortages. Say that again. What kind of grocery store? How much grain? Where did it come from? Kong Zhengxing's voice dropped, carrying an interrogative tone that brooked no denial, his sharp eyes fixed on Li Yutian. Just as he finished asking, another man approached from behind. Commune Secretary Zhou Ganwei. What's going on? Zhou's confusion immediately made Kong Jinxing realize it was inappropriate to discuss such a major matter at the crowded commune entrance. He promptly decided they should go into the office for a detailed conversation. Once the four of them were in Kong Zhengxing's office, he had Li Shoucai close the door. Without even sitting down, he demanded Li Yutian give a thorough account of the grocery store affair from beginning to end. So Li Yutian began by recounting how Li Yuyan's family had first discovered the store. He first wiped the sweat that kept beading on his forehead. His throat was dry and his voice trembled with tension and urgency. Director Kong, Secretary Zhou He, raised how it happened. Yesterday morning, Li Yu from our village, that's Li Yin's daughter-in-law, no, I mean Li Mingzhu, Li Yin's granddaughter, went to play at the village entrance. She passed by the old locust tree grove, you know, that wasteland next to the threshing ground. And there she saw a small white building had appeared out of nowhere with gleaming white bricks on the outside, 2 stories high, and a sign at the door reading Yujian Grocery Store. That girl is young but bold. She went inside by herself and found out the store sold grain. So she ran home to tell her mother. Her mother couldn't believe it either, but she went back with the whole family to buy grain and bring it home. Then Li Yinzi hurried to my place to inform me. Li Yutian swallowed hard, trying to make his account more coherent. Yinzi is an honest man, just like his father, who was a soldier. He wouldn't make things up. So I immediately went with him to check. When I got there, it was real. The building had simply appeared out of thin air, brighter than anything I'd ever seen. The lights inside were incredibly bright. Inside there were not only shelves, but also glass counters. There was grain, both fine and coarse, and all kinds of rare goods arranged with an indescribable neatness and efficiency. Even the floor was tiled with smooth bricks, the seams as straight as if cut by a knife. The windows were made of clear glass and the door was magical. It would open automatically when you stood in front of it, sliding smoothly and silently. Kong Jinxing and Zhou Ganwei exchanged a glance, both seeing disbelief in the other's eyes. Appearing out of nowhere, a white-bricked little Western-style building, neat and efficient. The description itself was eerie. At the time the village chief had sounded the gong to announce it. It was still midday, swelteringly hot, but as soon as you stepped inside that store you felt completely cool. Li Shoucai added, his voice steadier than Li Yushin's, but still brimming with barely contained excitement. We couldn't believe such a store really existed. As we walked up, the door opened by itself. Inside it was just as the chief said, bright as day. A young girl stood behind the counter, about 17 or 18, fair-skinned and clean, not like a country girl. The fabric of her clothes looked smooth and fine. Kong Jinxing clenched his fist, his brows furrowed. So you're saying this shop appeared out of nowhere? Not a whisper about it before. That's right, Director Kong. I'm not far from the village entrance. A few days ago I took that path to the grain station to see if there was any food. That land was always barren. It just showed up yesterday. I can vouch for that. After Li Yutian spoke, Li Shoucai nodded beside him. Exactly, the village chief told no lies. I can swear to it too. It's not just me, Director Secretary, you know it's the lean season now. Nothing grows in the fields. Our folks have to head into the hills just to find something to eat. People are always passing by the village entrance on their way up. If we'd known beforehand, we'd have reported it long ago. Kong Jinxing and Zhou Ganwei, the two leaders, nodded. It wasn't that they didn't believe it. They just found it hard to accept a shop appearing from thin air. Besides, in these times superstition was frowned upon. Yet the words of Li Yutian and Li Shoucai of Lijia village left them no choice but to marvel. Director Secretary, that young woman Shoucai mentioned. She said her name is Yan Yi and she's the owner of the general store. Li Yutian continued, straining to recall every detail. When we peered into that shop, oh my heavens. The shelves were stacked to the brim. Rice, white flour, golden millet, cornmeal, and potatoes, sweet potatoes. Each one plump and fresh, better than any harvest in a good year. And the rare stuff? gleaming white rice, snow-white flour piled up like little hills. So did you go inside? Did you buy anything? Kong Zhengxing's voice was taut, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the desktop. We did. Li Yutian nodded, eagerly, sweat trickling down his weathered cheeks. I went over and chatted with the owner first. She said everything in the shop could be bought with money. No ration tickets needed. Zhou Gongwei looked over. No tickets. Is that true? And the prices? Surely they're not several times what we'd pay at the grain station. Li Yutian waved his hand. No, Secretary Zhou. This general store truly doesn't require tickets. Not just for grain, but for anything in the shop. And the prices? They're even a bit cheaper than the grain station or supply coop. Yesterday was its first day open. The owner said from yesterday through tomorrow 3 full days there's a discount, making things even cheaper. He licked his parched lips, striving to recall every stunning detail. That owner. She looked young, but her gaze was steady as could be. She spoke plainly with clear prices, cheating neither old nor young. At first many in our village didn't dare believe it, but after seeing it with their own eyes they knew it was real. Yesterday folks lined up to buy. The goods on the shelves dwindled fast, but the girl stayed calm, hauling out stacks from the back storeroom to restock. That storeroom door opened and shut. Inside it was packed full with no end in sight. Li Yushin's voice rose with excitement, carrying the conviction of a man who had witnessed a miracle. Director Kong, Secretary Zhou, I've been village chief of Lijia village for years, even fought the Japanese. When have I ever told a lie? That shop, that grain, it's real as can be. Last night, every home in our village was filled with the scent of food. If I hadn't seen it myself, live through it, I wouldn't have believed it either. He caught his breath, noting the increasingly grave expressions on the two leaders' faces, and quickly added, this is too big a matter. Shotsai and I talked it over, and set out for the commune before dawn, afraid to delay. We had to let the leaders know. This shop. It appeared too strangely, but the grain is real. It's life-saving food. Just before closing last night, I asked the owner. She said having the shop at our village entrance was fate, but it wasn't just for our village. People from other villages, other places could buy too. My heart swelled with joy. Our village has caught a break, but Wangjia village, Wujia village, Aozi village, their grain bins are just as empty. Who isn't in need? I don't know how many are praying for relief grain, for something to eat, so they don't starve. I dare not deceive the leaders. Last night some of our villagers, married in from Wangjia village and other nearby places, went to tell their families. This morning, as we were coming here, we ran into them. I reckon by now they've gone into the shop and bought grain. Kong Zhenxing and Zhou Ganwei exchanged a deeply complicated glance. Every detail of Li Yushin's account shook the very foundations of their understanding. A foreign-style building appearing from nowhere, an unheard-of automatic door, mountains of refined grain, a mysterious young shopkeeper. This went beyond ample supplies into an unsettling strangeness. Yet the relief and excitement on Li Yushin's face, his every word focused on filling the bellies of more villagers. This sincerity, they could see clearly, and it moved them both. Kong Zhenxing took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within, and said gravely to Zhou Ganwei, Secretary Zhou, this is too bizarre, but the grain is real life-saving food. We can't just sit here guessing. He stood abruptly, his movements sharp as a drawn blade. Li Yotian, Li Shotsai, lead the way. They'll go with you to the village entrance and see this general store for myself. Zhou Ganwei rose too, his face tight, with wrinkles of faint tremor in his voice. Right, seeing is believing. Old Kong, if this is true, it's not just Lijia village's fortune. The whole commune could be saved. Hey, race the plan, Old Kong, you go with Li Yutian and the others. They'll wait at the commune for word. They'll also call 2 people to come along and document everything. Kong Zhenxing nodded. Zhou Ganwei stepped out of the office first and walked to the next room, where everyone stood and greeted him as secretary. Zhou Ganwei raised his hand solemnly. Lu Hua and Li Wenbin, you 2 come out. Bring paper and pens. There's a task. You're to accompany Director Kong to Lijia village. The 2 he called were puzzled by Secretary Zhou's arrangement. Go to Lijia village. For what? Despite their questions, they quickly gathered their things and followed Secretary Zhou to the main gate. At the gate, Director Kong and the other 3 were already waiting. Zhou Ganwei turned to the young cadre with the notebook. Xiao Lu, on this trip to Lijia village, make sure to record the situation carefully. He glanced at the other man with a briefcase. Wenbin, same for you. Write it all down. Lijia village has had a major event, a good one. If coordination is needed, one of you must be ready to rush back and inform me at any time, understood? Lu Hua and Li Wenbin nodded quickly. Secretary, rest assured. Well, remember. The group hurried out the gate. 5 people on 3 bicycles. Besides Director Kong on his own bike, the other 2 carried Li Yutian and Li Shotsai. The bicycles sped from the commune toward Lijia village, their wheels churning over the rutted road, kicking up a cloud of yellow dust. Time passed, and the commune leaders along with Li Yutian and Li Shotsai arrived at the village entrance. Li Yinzi stepped forward to greet them. Kong Zhenxing glanced at Li Yinzi, then turned to nod at the village chiefs of Wangjia village. His voice was low, carrying an undeniable authority. Comrade Li Yutian has just reported the situation at the commune. Is this the shop you mentioned, the one that opened yesterday? It sells grain at fair prices, and even has an automatic door. His gaze returned to the door, scrutinizing it with deep curiosity. The masses are certainly stirred up. Yes, Director Kong, this is the Yujian grocery I told you about. Look, the door is all glass. People can open it and walk in, and they can see the goods inside, Li Yutian quickly explained. The grain here is excellent, far better than what we grow, and the price is reasonable. Everyone is hoping for this life-saving food. You see, these are villagers from nearby areas, all here to buy grain. Li Yinzi and his brothers along with the village chiefs are doing their best to maintain order. Kong Jinxing nodded at this, then turned his attention to Li Yinzi. Li Yutian hurriedly called for Li Yinzi to report the situation to the leader. Li Yinzi wiped the sweat from his brow, panting heavily, his voice hoarse with urgency. Director Kong, comrades, village chief, you're here. The boss opened the shop around 8 this morning, just like yesterday, letting people in batches. At least 100 people have gone in so far. The line is still going with folks from Wangzhou, Wujia, and Aozi villages. He pointed to the closed glass door. Behind it, the outlines of shelves gleamed coldly in the scorching sun, but the sight of the fully stocked grain stirred an irrepressible excitement. Kong Jinxing gave a slight nod. His hawk-like gaze swept over Li Yinzi's shoulder to survey the bustling crowd. His face remained impassive, but inside a storm raged. This scene was even more astonishing than Li Yutian had described. The crowd consisted mostly of gaunt, sallow-faced men in patched, coarse clothes. Their eyes, however, were fixed on the automatic door with the intensity of starving wolves. Every soft hiss of the door sliding open triggered a wave of agitation. He noticed an old farmer carrying a tattered cloth bag, standing on tiptoe to peer ahead, his Adam's apple bobbing as he licked his parched lips, silently mouthing the word grain. Kong Jinxing's knuckles tightened unconsciously, his palms growing damp with a thin sheen of sweat. This was no mere grocery store, it was a magnet drawing in the hungry from miles around. The two men following him, Lu Hua and Li Wenbin, were equally stunned. Although they had heard from village chief Li on the way that they were inspecting the village's grocery store, no one had mentioned it was a place that sold grain and so many other goods. Where did it all come from? Director Kong gave them a meaningful glance and a nod. Lu Hua immediately took out his notebook and began to record. Li Wenbin clutched his briefcase, tightly casting a wary look around, his gaze pausing on a few jostling men, his brow furrowed in concern. Village Chief Wang seized the opportunity to squeeze forward, rubbing his hands together with an ingratiating smile. Director Kong, you're here. Look at this scene. How about we ask everyone to clear a path? Kong Jinxing waved his hand. No need. Don't disrupt their queue. We'll just walk along the side. You all continue as you were. With so many people, maintain order to avoid any incidents. With that, he strode forward. Lu Hua, Li Wenbin, Li Youtian, and Li Shoucai immediately followed. Village Chief Wang and the others along with Li Yinzi nodded and stepped aside, resuming their positions to manage the line once the group had passed. Kong Jinxing walked on the hem of his cadre uniform, stirring the air. The crowd noticed and began to murmur amongst themselves. Though they thought their voices were low, the combined sound of so many people was anything but quiet. The jostling men shrank back. Several women, clutching empty cloth bags, wore expressions of both awe and an undisguised longing for grain. Someone muttered. The commune director himself came. Is he here to investigate this shop? Another old man shook his head in disagreement. Nonsense. Didn't you hear Village Chief Wang? Director Kong is here to see this great thing. This shop is way better than the city's grain stations or supply coops. No ration tickets needed, and they have grain. Once we buy some, our folks in Wangjia village can survive this famine. That's right. Maybe us country folk are better off than the city people now. We can actually fill our bellies. I bet so. My older sister, who married into the city, came to our house not long ago to borrow grain. But we didn't have enough to eat ourselves. How could we help her? Oh, it's hopeless. I heard there are places even worse off than us where people have starved to death. Anyway, I support the boss. As long as this shop is here, I think we won't have to worry about grain. Right? Same here. I haven't even bought mine yet. The chatter crackled like beans in a hot pan, mixed with children's cries and the complaints of those being shoved, making the air thick and sticky. Kong Jinxing paid it no heed, his eyes fixed on the closed glass door. The edges of the frame reflected the harsh midday sun, dazzling to the point of dizziness. He did not stop walking. Lu Hua stayed close beside him, his pen scratching across the notebook as he recorded the commotion of the crowd and the appearance of the grocery store. Its glaringly white brick walls standing out against the yellow earth like a pearl, the two-story building silent except for the sign reading Yujian Grocery, which blazed brightly in the sunlight. Li Wenbin, his face taut, held his briefcase protectively against his chest, scanning the few jostling youths with a vigilant eye, fearing a disturbance. Li Yutian and Li Shoucai flanked Kong Jinxing protectively. Li Yutian lowered his voice. Director Kong, look. When that door opens, people surge in. It was the same yesterday. Just then the glass door slid open silently once more. Another batch of 10 people emerged, laden with purchased grain, some carrying it on their shoulders, others hugging it to their chests, their faces beaming with joy. The crowd outside erupted into an even greater commotion. Envious and yearning gazes seemed ready to ignite the grain in those people's arms. Li Yinzi shouted, quiet down. Can't you see the leaders are here? Everyone get back in line and wait. The next batch will be called soon. Kong Jinxing and his group quickened their pace to the glass door. Just as Li Yutian had said, the automatic door slid open with a hiss, releasing a wave of cool air mixed with the fragrant scent of grain. Kong Jinxing's Adam's apple bobbed. The coolness, as Li Shoucai had described, seeped into his pores, sending a shiver. The lingering doubts in his mind were somewhat dispelled by this tangible, cool breeze. He quickened his pace and stepped. As Kong Jinxing and his companions stepped into the store, they immediately sensed its difference from the supply cooperatives they knew. The shelves stood tall and orderly, their cold metallic frames supporting layer upon layer of partitions, displaying a dizzying variety of goods. At the center, just as Li Yutian and the other had described, the glass cabinets were filled with gleaming white rice and finely milled snow-white flour piled up like small mountains. Beside them stood an incomprehensible machine, presumably the automatic rice dispensing device he had mentioned. On the lowest shelves to the left and right, net-like bags held large plump potatoes and sweet potatoes, their red skins and white flesh exuding an enticing luster. Even the corn cobs looked as fresh as if just picked from the field, not to mention the crisp verdant greens. This sight was 10 times more astonishing than what Li Yutian had described. The air was filled with a blended, peculiar fragrance, the rich aroma of grains, the freshness of vegetables, and a scent they had never encountered before, a clean, almost icy purity. What amazed them even more was the store's unusual coolness despite the scorching midday heat. A subtle chill seeped invisibly from the ceiling and walls, dispelling the heat and sweat they had accumulated from their bicycle ride. Behind the counter stood a young woman. Kong Zhenxing thought to himself that this girl, no, this boss, was even younger than he had imagined. Though Li Yutian and the other had told him, he had suspected some exaggeration. But now, seeing with his own eyes not only the boss but the entire store was beyond description, they had even understated it. Yan Yi had noticed them the moment they appeared outside. Wang Xiaohua and Li Yu recognized their identities upon seeing the village chief. Wang Xiaohua even went over to give Yan Yi a heads up. Yan Yi acknowledged her kindness with a smile, explaining that village chief Li Yutian had already informed her yesterday, so there was no cause for concern. Wang Xiaohua was relieved. At that moment, the store had yet to admit the next batch of villagers for purchases, as the commune leaders were present. Li Yutian approached the checkout counter and said with a smile, "Boss, these are the leading comrades from our commune." He gestured. "This is Comrade Kong, the director of our commune. These two are also commune cadres. Today we have reported the store's situation to the leadership, and Director Kong was curious, so he came to take a look." Yan Yi nodded, her expression calm. Her gaze swept over Kong Zhenxing's tense face, then passed over the tightly clutched pens and notebooks of the two young cadres behind him, and their unsettled eyes finally resting on Director Kong. The cool air seemed to freeze for a moment, leaving only the dry fragrance of grains from the shelves, and an indescribable, supremely clean aura spreading silently. Kong Zhenxing cleared his throat, trying to suppress the dryness brought on by this peculiar environment. He straightened his back, the muscles beneath his cadre uniform still taut, striving to make his voice sound steady and forceful, carrying the habitual authority of the organization. "Comrade, Yan Yi, hello. We are cadres from the commune." He turned slightly, indicating Lu Hua and Li Wenbin behind him. "Today we are here on behalf of the commune to understand the specifics of your grocery store." He paused deliberately, his hawk-like gaze scrutinizing Yan Yi's expression sharply, trying to catch a hint of panic or evasion on that overly young face. Yet Yan Yi merely looked at him quietly, her eyes as clear as a mountain spring, calm and unruffled, as if he had just said something as mundane as "nice weather today." The doubt Kong Zhenxing had barely suppressed crept back up. This calmness was too unusual. He intensified his tone, his gaze shifting to the towering piles of fine grains, especially the machine, standing silently behind the glass cabinet, gleaming with metallic coldness, particularly the source and supply of these grains, and he paused, his finger unconsciously pointing at the machine. "This machine, which factory produced it? Moreover, as far as I know, your store appeared suddenly. Now, whether it's the people from Li Family Village yesterday, or the crowd queuing outside today, they all come for your store's grain, and there may be even more people in the future. We are also acting with the masses' interests in mind, and we hope you can understand." Behind him, Lu Hua held his breath, his pen hovering over his notebook, waiting to record the boss' response. Li Wenbin instinctively pressed down on his briefcase again, as if the thin leather could shield him from the pervasive sense of the unknown in the store. The two had already been shocked outside, and now their hearts were equally agitated. But Director Kong was right. This store, so peculiar, or even mysterious, raised questions about whether its emergence was good or bad, whether it might cause security issues demanding heightened vigilance. Li Yutian and Li Shoucai stood to the side, hardly daring to breathe. Li Shoucai quietly wiped his forehead, his palms drenched in sweat. The clamor of the crowd outside was mostly blocked by the strange glass door, reduced to a faint hum accentuating this silence weighed heavily on everyone's heart. Yan Yi's gaze followed Kong Zhenxing's finger to the automatic rice vending machine. The machine's surface was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting her blurred silhouette. Duoduo, who had been lying by the checkout counter, also opened its eyes and stared at the group before them. "Yan Yi, it seems these commune leaders are quite considerate of the villagers, just a bit nervous." Duoduo's lazy voice broke the silence. It flicked its tail, leaped lightly off the counter, and padded over to rub against Yan Yi's feet. Yan Yi lowered her head slightly, the corner of her mouth curving into a faint trace of a smile, before returning to calm. She raised her eyes to meet Kong Zhenxing's sharp scrutiny, her voice clear and steady, betraying no ripple. "Director Kong, esteemed leaders, welcome to my humble store. I truly didn't expect to meet you here. As for the source and supply of the grain, rest assured it all comes through proper channels. The quality is absolutely guaranteed, and the prices are open and transparent, all to address the urgent needs of our fellow villagers. As for this machine," she turned her gaze to the automatic rice vending machine. "It is supporting equipment for the store used to conveniently and quickly weigh bulk rice and flour for customers, improving efficiency and reducing queue times. If you ask about the manufacturer, I'm sorry, but the manufacturer of this machine is not disclosed." She paused, her gaze sweeping over Lu Hua and Li Wenbin's tense faces, then resting on Kong Zhenxing. "The store officially opened only yesterday. It was in preparation before that. It appeared suddenly because the time was right. The villagers here needed it. We run a business with clear prices and fair transactions, all to help everyone buy the grain they urgently need and weather this difficult period. We fully understand the commune leadership's concern for the masses and welcome supervision. All operations in the store comply with the law. In fact, I can say that in the current times nowhere else will you find such ample supplies as here. Her voice was not loud, yet it cut through the tense silence with crystalline clarity, carrying a nonchalance that seemed utterly out of place amid the room's abundant riches. She glanced at Kong Jinxing. "Director Kong," she said with a slight nod, her tone as calm as if discussing potatoes on a shelf. "Grain can save lives, can it not?" Kong Jinxing stared intently at Yan Yi, trying to find even a flicker of evasion or guilt in her placid eyes. But those eyes were limpid and clear, utterly candid. The suspicion in his heart seemed frozen by the store's chill, leaving him momentarily unable to find a crack. What exactly was the official channel she mentioned? The mysterious manufacturer of that machine remained unknown, and the key information he sought was still shrouded in fog. Yet her demeanor was too straightforward, so much so that he was momentarily at a loss as to how to probe further. Lu Hua meticulously recorded every word of their conversation in his notebook, the pen tip rustling across the rough paper, leaving behind neat ink marks. A thin sheen of sweat broke out on his forehead, not from the store's chill, but from the suffocating pressure of Yan Yi's flawless composure. Kong Jinxing's Adam's apple bobbed again. His hawk-like gaze locked onto Yan Yi. The cool breeze seeped into his collar, but could not dispel the restless heat in his heart. He took half a step forward, the fabric of his cadre uniform rustling. His voice was low and tense. "Comrade, Yan Yi, you emphasize official channels, yet for miles around the grain stations are empty. Where did all this fine rice and flour in your store come from, through official means? It can't have appeared out of thin air, can it? And this machine," he jabbed a finger abruptly toward the automatic rice vending machine, its metallic gleam harsh. "Even the manufacturer is a secret. How can the masses feel at ease? Our commune must be responsible to the villagers." Li Wenbin stiffened on the sidelines, clutching his briefcase tighter. His gaze swept warily over the stacked potatoes and corn on the shelves. The plump tubers gleamed enticingly under the cold light, yet sent a chill down his spine. This abundance was too eerie, like a blade hanging overhead. Li Yutian and Li Shoucai exchanged a glance. Li Shoucai swallowed quietly, his palms damp, fearing that Director Kang's aggressiveness might provoke their unfathomable boss. The clamor from outside buzzed faintly through the glass door, accentuating the dead silence inside. Only Duoduo at Yan Yi's feet yawned lazily, its tail brushing the floor. Yan Yi remained calm. Her clear eyes met Kong Jinxing's piercing stare, the faint, almost imperceptible curve of her lips unchanged. She raised a hand and gently brushed the countertop, her fingertips grazing the cool metal edge. Her voice was as clear as ever. "Director Kong, grain saves lives. That is an undeniable truth. The source is hard to elaborate on, but every grain is clean. Look at the villagers lining up outside. Isn't each one here for a mouthful of life-saving grain? The machine is kept secret to prevent imitations and chaos. As for appearing out of thin air," she paused, her gaze sweeping over the small mountain of flour. "Times are hard, someone has to lend a hand. My store is here with clear prices. That in itself is the greatest reassurance. If you truly care for the villagers, why not witness a transaction yourself? The next batch should be coming in." She tilted her chin slightly toward the door. The glass door slid open with a hiss, and the cool air rushed in, mingling with the sweat and anticipation of the 10 newly arrived villagers. The crowd's hubbub instantly swelled, filling the earlier tension. Wang Xiaohua and Li Yu promptly stepped forward to guide the villagers, while Li Yinzi shouted outside to maintain order. Kong Jinxing was choked by this sudden interruption. Watching the gaunt, sallow-faced men eagerly surge toward the shelves, their eyes bursting with wild joy as they grabbed potatoes or bags of rice, his knuckles turned white. Li Yutian quickly approached and leaned in, lowering his voice. "Director, while the boss can't detail the source of the goods, what she says does make some sense. Given the current situation, not just our commune, but even in the city or the province, it's unlikely anyone has grain, let alone such an abundance, and at such low prices. The villagers, the common folks, they truly lack grain. The fields yield nothing. Even the mountains have been stripped bare. This store is a lifeline now. Look at those people outside. Without this store, who knows how big a mess there'd be. Maybe we should hold off for now and see how things go. We can't just shut down the life-saving granary, can we? Even if the sky falls, people need to eat first, right?" Li Yushin's voice dropped even lower, carrying a note of pleading. Sweat dripped from his brow onto his collar. Li Yushin's defense of Yan Yi and her store before the commune director stemmed not only from his own feelings, but also from the fact that the villagers of Li Village and those waiting outside had all personally experienced the desperation of food shortages with no news of relief grain from above. He had often run to the commune before to calm the villagers, but he knew very well where did grain come from. It came from the fields tilled by farmers. But with nothing in the fields, how could there be relief grain? Moreover, there were so many people in the city. Even if grain could be brought in from elsewhere, when would it ever reach them? Now Yan Yi's general store was in their eyes a lifeline. Nothing was more important than having enough to eat. If they were starving to death, what else could they care about? Kong Jinxing's knuckles turned white, veins bulging on the back of his hand. He stared fixedly at the villagers pouring in, their withered hands eagerly grabbing potatoes and sweet potatoes from the shelves, the almost greedy joy bursting in their eyes as they hoisted bags of rice. It seared his heart like a branding iron. Li Yin's sharp voice cut through from outside, shouting to maintain order. "Line up. All of you line up. Stop pushing. The next batch will be in soon. Li Yushin's earlier words and the scene before him made Kong Jinxing understand despite his wariness about the boss and the store's sources the sight before him. The grain actually filling the famine victims' baskets was like a red-hot iron that made his heart tremble. He watched these images, listened to these subtle sounds. The rustle of grains falling into earthen jars, the thud of potatoes rolling into baskets, the barely suppressed low gasps of the villagers after receiving food, all converging into a silent, yet surging tide that violently battered the taut string of vigilance in Kong Jinxing's mind. Li Yushin's words struck his heart like heavy stones. We can't just shut down the life-saving granary, can we? Even if the sky falls, people need to eat first. Li Wenbin stepped closer, clutching his briefcase tightly to his chest, his voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. Director, what village chief? Li says. Does make sense. The existence of this store has objectively eased the conflict and stabilized the situation for now. With the commotion outside, if it's mishandled and provokes public outrage. He didn't finish, but the unspoken concern weighed heavily on Kong Jinxing's shoulders. Lu Hua heard Li Wenbin's words and stopped writing. His Adam's apple bobbed as his gaze swept over the villagers clutching grain, their faces finally showing a glimmer of life, then darted to Yin, still composed as ever behind the cash register. On his notebook, the words he had just recorded, official channels, manufacturer confidentiality, abiding by the law, now seemed glaringly hollow and feeble. Kong Jinxing's jaw was clenched so tight it seemed his teeth might shatter. No one knew what turmoil churned within him, or perhaps they did, for the words lifeline, and we must eat, even if the sky falls, had struck like a hammer against his steadfast principles. Though he represented the commune and the organization duty-bound to uncover the source of this grain that had appeared from nowhere, the mystery of this quaint shop and the truth behind its unervingly young and calm owner. Yet before him were the living, starving villagers. He raised his head again to glance at the long line still queuing outside the door. Not just them, but countless others like them now enduring hunger. Helpless against the natural disaster, they faced an opportunity to survive right here. This thought, like an icicle, pierced through the doubts and principles in his mind. The drive to represent the organization and investigate to the end was forcibly bent by the stark reality of hunger and hope. 1,000 words lodged in his throat, finally escaping as a heavy, nearly inaudible sigh. His once straight spine seemed to bow slightly under an invisible weight in that instant. Record it. Kong Jinxing's voice, rasping and weary as if scraped over sandpaper, broke the stagnant air of the shop, though his gaze remained fixed on the villagers clutching grain, their faces now touched with vitality. Lu Hua, write down everything we've said, the scene here especially. The people's reactions. Every word in full detail. Lu Hua snapped back to attention. Yes, director. His pen scratched frantically across the paper, the rustling urgent, as if grasping every detail. Kong Jinxing's gaze swept over Li Wenbin, who clutched his briefcase tightly, then past Li Yushin's earnest face, and finally settled on Yin. On that impossibly young face was the same unruffled calm, her clear eyes meeting his scrutiny with frankness. This calm was no longer just a source of wariness, but now carried an added layer of unfathomable pressure. He took a deep breath. The cool air seemed to carry the scent of grain sinking heavily into his lungs. Comrade Yin, he began again, his voice much lower, now the forced authority beneath it barely concealing compromise and anxiety. You're right. Grain saves lives. The lives of our fellow villagers are paramount. He paused, each word spoken with immense difficulty. Your shop can continue to operate. In fact, we cannot refuse it. My doubts just now may have been a bit sharp, but please understand. We need to know the truth to be responsible to the people. After all, this isn't just my responsibility as a commune leader. As Comrade Li Yutian said, your shop has been open only a day or two, and already people from several villages have come. It will only grow. The responsibility is immense, and I cannot simply trust you based on a word of confidentiality. I apologize. Yin had already received information about these people from Duoduo the moment they appeared. She naturally knew the background of Kong Jinxing, the commune director. A selfless man who truly worked for the people and a former military serviceman. She did not feel offended by his previous questioning. On the contrary, a flicker of respect arose in her heart. This former soldier, now steadfastly serving at the grassroots, toiling for the people, reminded her of the reason she had crossed over to this world. She gently stroked Duoduo's back. The cat let out a lazy meow, its tail tracing an arc in the air, as if soothing the tense atmosphere. Yenny lifted her eyes, her gaze warm as she met Kong Jinxing's. Her voice remained clear, but now carried a touch of understanding softness. Director Kong, I understand and appreciate your sense of responsibility for the villagers. What I can tell you is that I guarantee the source of my goods is completely legitimate. Outside, the fields yield nothing. Perhaps some places still collect a little grain, but here you surely know the situation in each village better than I. My coming here is fate. The shop is here, the door is open, the grain is on the shelves. You are welcome to supervise at any time, whether through records or observation, as long as it doesn't hinder my business or the villagers from coming in to buy. I welcome it. She paused, her fingers idly tracing the cold edge of the cash register, a gesture of composed certainty. As for trust, I believe time will prove everything. For now, saving lives is what matters, isn't it? Kong Jinxing's Adam's apple bobbed. His hawk-like gaze lingered on her face for a moment, and her candid eyes caused the doubts in his heart to melt away like snow under the sun. He took a deep breath. The shop's cool air mingled with the scent of grain filled his lungs, heavy, yet strangely reassuring. He turned to Lu Hua, his voice hoarse but resolute. Write it down clearly. Don't miss a single word. Lu Hua's pen raced across the paper, the rustling as rapid as raindrops, ink quickly covering a new page. Li Yutian quietly relaxed his shoulders, the sweat on his brow finally ceased to fall. He shot a glance at Li Shoucai, whose tense body also loosened slightly. Both men's hearts eased a little. As long as the shop could stay open and grain could come in, it was a great blessing. Li Wenbin loosened his grip on the briefcase, his gaze sweeping over the ecstatic faces, his taut back gradually relaxing. Kong Zengxing's spine remained straight, but his aggressive demeanor had quietly receded. He fixed his eyes on Yin Yi, his voice low. All right, comrade, Yin Yi. We'll keep an eye on things. Also, we will report today's situation to the county authorities truthfully. In the future, higher-level comrades may come down to investigate. I hope you can understand and cooperate with the organization. Of course, Yin Yi nodded slightly, her tone still steady, betraying no emotion. You are always welcome. We run our business openly and honestly, only hoping to help the villagers through this crisis. Kong Zhenxing gave her a long, deep look. Her words still stirred within him. Perhaps there truly were things in this world beyond their imagination or reach, or perhaps, as she had said, this shop's arrival could bring a glimmer of life to the people here, and maybe even beyond. With that thought, he said no more, only nodded to Yin Yi. Comrade, Yin Yi, I've troubled you today. He then signaled to Lu Hua and Li Wenbin. Let's go. Back to the commune immediately to compile the materials. Yin Yi nodded faintly, the subtle curve of her lips finally becoming clearer, like the first sun breaking through. Duoduo rubbed against her feet, its golden eyes narrowing. The heavy silence of the shop was finally filled by the rustling of grain into baskets and the low murmur of the crowd, leaving only the hum of the air conditioner, making the abundance in the room feel all the more real and secure. Kong Zhenxing and his entourage mounted their bicycles without pause and pedaled back to the commune. Meanwhile, Li Yutian and his companion breathed a sigh of relief, exchanged a few more words with Yin Yi, then went to the entrance to let Li Yinzi rest while they helped manage the queue. Inside the shop, Wang Xiaohua and her daughter-in-law Li Yu also relaxed. The tense confrontation moments ago had left them both feeling anxious, fearing that the boss might close the shop due to the commune leader's displeasure or even vanish as suddenly as it had appeared. Only when they heard the commune leader's compromise did they finally calm down. To ordinary folks like them, it didn't matter how this shop came to be or where the goods came from. What truly mattered was that it existed, that it was well-stocked, that they could buy what they needed to fill their stomachs and stave off starvation. Wang Xiaohua felt that the boss shop possessed an indescribable mystery, as if it had descended from the heavens. But where was the proof of that? Everyone said not to be superstitious, yet Wang Xiaohua couldn't help but wonder, wasn't all this the work of immortals? Inside and outside the shop, order was restored. Li Yinzi and a few others stood at the entrance managing the queue and allowing people to enter in batches to make their purchases, while those inside bustled about their tasks. Duoduo, who was beside Yin Yi, jumped onto the cashier counter and yawned. We've gotten past the commune, but higher-ups are sure to come later. Yin Yi, what do you plan to do? We can't tell them how all this came to be, nor where we come from. Yin Yi glanced at it. What else can I do? They'll say what I said today. If they come, he'll say the same. Besides, the world is full of wonders. Director Kong wanted to know the source from me, but he couldn't get it out. And with my attitude as it is, I'm sure their reports will be detailed. Do you think other leaders will get the answers they want from me? Besides, right now buying food to survive is more important than questioning me. They'll weigh their options carefully. If I get angry and the shop disappears, they'll regret it deeply. So I don't think there's any need to worry. Duoduo nodded. You're right. Our mission is to make sure these people have food and don't starve. But if they dare to make a move on us, we can just leave. Yin Yi raised an eyebrow. Leave? Can we leave without completing the mission? Duoduo let out a meow. Don't worry, I said we can leave if we want to. Hearing this, Yin Yi asked no further questions, content knowing they had an escape route. Her gaze swept over the bustling scene inside the shop. The villagers cradled their hard-won grain with care, their faces etched with a mixture of post-disaster relief and a faint, barely perceptible fear that this hope might vanish in an instant. In a corner, Wang Xiaohua secretly pressed her palms together toward the cashier counter, her lips moving silently, probably offering thanks to some deity for this miracle. Outside, Li Yinzi's booming voice rang out as he directed the next group to enter in an orderly fashion. Li Yutian and Li Shoucai maintained order at the entrance, their earlier tension replaced by a complex expression blending weariness and hope. Inside the shop, the dull thuds of rice sacks being moved, the rumble of potatoes and sweet potatoes tumbling into baskets, and the villagers' suppressed, choked sighs of relief upon receiving their food all wove together into a symphony that was both heavy and vibrant with life. After finishing her prayers, Wang Xiaohua straightened up and noticed Yin Yi looking her way. She smiled sheepishly, then quickly turned to help Li Yu tidy up the disheveled shelves. Her rough fingers brushed over the plump grains of rice, feeling their solid weight, and her faith in the immortals deepened even further. Who cares as long as we can survive? She thought, her movements growing even more brisk. The air conditioner hummed steadily, dispelling the summer heat and seeming to soothe every anxious heart in the shop. The grain on the shelves glowed with a warm luster under the lights, silently conveying the simplest truth of the moment. Survival is what matters most. Yin Yi withdrew her gaze and tapped the smooth wooden surface of the cashier counter with her fingertip, producing a firm. Meanwhile, Kong Zhenxing and his two companions hurried back to the commune. As soon as he appeared, Commune Secretary Zhou Ganwei rushed over, beads of sweat on his forehead, his eyes anxiously scanning Kong Zhenxing's tense face, and the notebook clutched tightly in Lu Hua's arms. Director Kong, you're back. he said urgently, his voice tinged with worry about their trip to Lee Family Village. So how was Lee Family Village? That shop. He stopped mid-sentence, his gaze fixed on Kong Jinxing, as if trying to extract the answer from his expression. Kong Jinxing's Adam's apple bobbed. The heat from the rapid journey had yet to dissipate, but in his heart the heavy aroma of grain from the general store and Yan Yi's frank gaze weighed heavily. Let's talk in my office, he said, removing his cap as he walked forward. Entering the office, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, his voice hoarse as sandpaper. Secretary Zhou, have a seat. He gestured for Lu Hua and Li Wenbin to follow him into the office. The wooden door clicked shut behind them, sealing off the inside. Kong Jinxing collapsed into the rattan chair, the deliberately straight posture of his spine finally giving way. His fingertips drummed absently on the worn desktop, producing a dull tapping sound. Zhou Ganwei, seeing his state, pulled out a pack of cigarettes and handed it over. Kong Jinxing took one, and Lu Hua, quick to act, struck a match. With a scratch, a flickering orange flame rose trembling as it approached the cigarette between Kong Jinxing's lips. He took a deep drag, the acrid smoke instantly flooding his lungs, bringing a brief numbness and burn as if trying to suppress the immense weight lodged in his throat. That shop. Kong Jinxing's voice, wrapped in smoke, came out hoarse and thick. He looked up at Zhou Ganwei's anxious eyes, then glanced at Lu Hua, who stood by the desk with pen and notebook ready, and Li Wenbin, whose expression was grave. It's real. The whole room is filled with grain. Rice, flour, potatoes, sweet potatoes. Neatly stacked, piled high. Zhou Ganwei gasped sharply, his fingers unconsciously gripping his knees, his voice trembling. Really? That much? Where did all that grain come from? Did you ask? The boss. The boss is just as Li Yutian described. A young woman. Kong Jinxing said, exhaling a long plume of smoke that spread through the stuffy office, blurring his furrowed brow. Her origins are unknown, and she's unervingly calm. I did ask, but about the supply. She insisted it was from legitimate channels, but refused to reveal the specifics. I know it's against the rules, utterly preposterous. Kong Jinxing's knuckles pounded heavily on the table, producing a dull thud as the rattan chair creaked. I asked to using organizational discipline using the I know it's against the rules, utterly preposterous. Kong Jinxing's knuckles pounded heavily on the table, producing a dull thud as the rattan chair creaked. I asked to using organizational discipline using the responsibility of the masses. But she remained unmoved, only assuring the supply was fine, welcoming supervision at any time, keeping the shop open and selling grain as usual. He paused, his gaze drifting through the haze of smoke as if seeing again the fully stocked grain in the grocery store and the flicker of renewed hope in the villagers' eyes. Ganwei, Kong Jinxing's voice dropped low, laden with a near-exhausted gravity. I saw it with my own eyes. The folks from Lijia village and the long lines of villagers from other villages. What kind of look was that? It was the look of people driven to desperation, finally clutching at a lifeline. As Li Yutian said, crude but true. They said never mind where the grain comes from as long as it keeps us alive. Even if the sky falls, we must eat first. He took another deep drag of his cigarette. The tip flared blindingly bright before being crushed viciously into the enamel ashtray on the table with a soft hiss. Kong Jinxing's throat bobbed. The word investigate rolled on his tongue several times before being swallowed, turning into a deeper sigh. I can't do it. Faced with that room full of grain, faced with those gaunt, starving villagers, any principles, any investigations. They all seemed so utterly powerless. The air in the office seemed to solidify, broken only by the tireless chirping of cicadas outside the window. Hearing Kong Jinxing's words, though he hadn't seen it himself, Zhou Ganwei could imagine the scene. So incredible, yet compelling. If there was truly that much grain with such ample supply, how many lives could it save? Director Kong. He began, each word forced through gritted teeth. So the grain is real. As he spoke, his eyes swept over Lu Hua's open notebook. The densely packed writing recorded the rustle of grain falling into jars, the stifled breaths of villagers, and Yan Yi's words, saving lives comes first. These details now became invisible needles stabbing at his temples until they throbbed. Zhou Ganwei felt the same as Kong Jinxing. As members of the commune leadership, they had a duty and responsibility to the commune. Yet faced with this immense opportunity, they couldn't probe deeper, they even had to shield it. This shop owner's appearance, the shop's existence, was a lifeline. Li Wenbin silently handed over an enamel mug. Kong Jinxing took a sip. The cool clarity of plain water slid down his throat, but couldn't suppress the tangled mess in his heart. Ganwei, this shop, maybe as Li Yutian and his companion said, it defies explanation. Perhaps it's simply one of those inexplicable wonders of the world. Kong Jinxing paused, a rare flicker of confusion passing through his hawk-like eyes. Then he lifted his head, abruptly meeting Zhou Ganwei's gaze. Ganwei, you haven't seen it. The line at the grocery store and more. Every villager who entered, the light in their eyes. It's been a month or two, and still no word on relief grain from above. Tell me, can we stop them? Zhou Ganwei's brow furrowed into a tight knot, his fingers gripping the pen until the knuckles turned white. I understand everything you're saying, but the unknown source, the risk, is too great. What if there's something shady behind it? How should we handle it? Shouldn't we be cautious? Handle it. Alas, Ganwei, we can't stop people's will to survive. Not just those villagers. Even us, without these positions, wouldn't we be the same? Living gives us more possibilities. Besides cautious. Kong Jinxing let out a dry, grating laugh. When people are starving to death, what's the point of caution? He stood abruptly, walked to the window, and gazed out at the dusty road beyond the commune courtyard. A few villagers were still pushing wheelbarrows or carrying empty baskets toward the town. Kong Jinxing leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and raised a hand to rub his throbbing temples. When he opened them again, his gaze held only the resolve of a man who had burned his bridges. Lu Hua, compile everything you recorded word for word exactly as it happened. The scene, the villagers' reactions, every word, Comrade Yeni said, especially her exact statements about the supply and running the shop, must be detailed. His voice was low but carried an unshakable weight. Wenbin, you assist. He turned to Zhou Ganwei, whose face was still etched with shock and doubt. Ganwei, this is the situation. The grain is real, the shop is real, and the owner's stance is real. She won't disclose the source but guarantees it's fine, welcomes supervision, and puts saving lives first. We can't refuse. At least for now, we can't seal off this lifeline of grain just to investigate a possible. Remember, this isn't just about the villagers of Lijia village and the nearby hamlets. On a smaller scale, it's our entire commune. Oh, on a larger scale, the whole county, province, city, even. He paused, then said solemnly, even the entire nation. He pushed himself up from the table, straightening his spine somewhat, but the invisible weight didn't lift. It was merely held at bay by a stronger sense of duty. All the records are here. He turned back, pointing at Lu Hua's notebook, his voice resolute. The villagers' reactions, the on-site details, every word. Lu Hua, Wenbin, the two of you transcribe it clearly tonight. In this report, emphasize the urgency of the grain shortage. Write down everything you saw on site, especially the villagers' reactions. Also write life is paramount. The last 4 words, though spoken softly, carried immense weight. Kong Jinxing turned to Zhou Ganwei again, his expression stern and unwavering. Ganwei, the two of us will personally go to the county to report. If anything goes wrong, Kong Jinxing, will take the lead. Zhou Ganwei looked at the unyielding determination in his eyes like a searing branding iron that shattered the ice in his heart with a crackling sound, scattering it to the ground. His atoms apple bobbed painfully. His gaze swept over Kong Jinxing's weary yet eagle-sharp eyes, then fell on Lu Hua's open notebook. The dense script seemed to cry out silently, the grain is real. Survival matters most. Zhou Ganwei's fingers squeezed the pen until it creaked. Beads of sweat trickled down his temples, dripping onto his crumpled collar and leaving dark spots. He took a deep breath. The heavy smell of smoke mixed with the summer heat choked his lungs, but oddly subdued the lingering panic swirling within him. Finally, he spoke, his voice hoarse. Director Kong. You're right. Each word felt ground out of gravel. Survival above all else. This shop is the lifeline heaven has left us. Lu Hua, both of you must immediately produce a written report. Hurry. I will sign it personally. Kong Jinxing's gaze swept across the three of them, carrying the solemn martial air of a soldier. Everything that happened today must be recorded truthfully. Secretary and I will go to the county tomorrow. No, right away. To report to our superiors. Remember, not a single word is to be concealed. This is organizational discipline, and it is our responsibility to the people. As for what follows, well, await instructions from the county. Zhou Ganwei also turned to Lu Hua, his eyes heavy with gravity. Lu Hua followed Director Kang's instructions. Write down everything you saw and heard today word for word and submit it. Lu Hua's pen immediately raced across the paper, the rustling sound urgent like the last drops of a sudden downpour as ink quickly bled into a new line. Li Wenbin nodded silently. The cicadas' shrill cries outside the window seemed even more raucous against this backdrop, yet they also drummed a beat for this decision. Kong Jinxing's taut back finally relaxed completely as he sank back into his rattan chair, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the mottled grain of the desktop, where scorch marks from cigarette ash still lingered. He looked up, his gaze piercing through the curling smoke to rest on Zhou Ganwei's face. A face equally relieved yet complex, as if two men who had reined in their horses at the cliff's edge finally saw the only path beneath them. Ganwei, Kong Jinxing said, his voice hoarse but steady. Let's discuss how to report this to the county. If they ask, we'll hold fast to 1 point. Grain is sufficient, people are safe, and the shop remains. He paused, his throat bobbing as if swallowing the last shred of doubt. As for the rest, leave it to fate. Zhou Ganwei nodded heavily, grabbed the enamel mug on the table, and gulped down some cold water. The coolness briefly washed away the bitterness in his mouth. He wiped his mouth, his gaze sweeping across the empty mud yard of the commune compound. In a daze, he seemed to see the winding queue before the grocery store in the family village. The stooped backs, the gaunt faces, inexplicably overlapping with the symphony of pens scratching paper inside this room. The desperate will to survive had finally overpowered all the shackles of rules. At the grocery store in the family village, it was the scorching heat of noon, but the queue at the door had not shortened. Instead, it grew longer as the sun climbed higher. The harsh sunlight baked the earth until it was hot, and the air was thick with the salty tang of dust and sweat. Most people in the line were silent, hunched over, using frayed straw hats and sweat-soaked cloths to shield themselves from the glaring light, their shadows shrinking into short, dark patches. Sweat trickled down their gaunt cheeks and necks, soaking the patched collars and leaving dark stains on their dusty chests. Occasionally, someone too weak to stand would be supported by a neighbor, pausing only to catch their breath and wipe their brow, their eyes still fixed on the glass door, as if the cool air and faint scent of grain within were the only pillars holding them upright. Inside the shop, Wang Xiaohua and Li Yu were constantly on the move. Li Yu's voice was already hoarse as she struggled to maintain order. Next, Aunt Zhang, what do you need? Rice. All right. Wang Xiaohua, like an indefatigable top, darted between shelves and the counter, guiding customers on what to buy and helping to fetch grain from the shelves. Her rough fingers deftly untied the sack strings, poured out the required amount, waited, and directed them to queue up to pay. The cloth bags that fell into the villagers' hands, or the grain visible within them, caused their tense shoulders to relax almost imperceptibly. Their cracked lips moved silently, murmuring, "Great, great," as a glimmer of moisture welled up in their dull eyes. The air conditioner continued its low hum, struggling against the heat wave seeping in from outside, carving out a rare pocket of coolness. Yet even this coolness was tinged by the pervasive scent of grain and the warmth of the crowd becoming thick and heavy. Yin Yi stood quietly behind the cash register, her gaze gliding over faces etched with hunger and hope over Wang Xiaohua, and Li Yu's sweat-dampened temples over the seemingly inexhaustible grain on the shelves, glowing with a soft luster under the light. Her fingertips tapped unconsciously on the smooth wooden counter, the soft thud, lost in the sounds of pouring grain, footsteps, and stifled breaths, yet it felt like the imprint of a decision taking shape within her. Yin Yi, there are still so many people outside. It's already noon, and they don't seem to want to take a break. Duoduo lay on the counter, its tail swishing back and forth, its round eyes fixed on the door. Yin Yi sighed softly. Yes, I don't think they plan to stop. But she glanced at Wang Xiaohua and her daughter-in-law, who were busy at work. Aunt Wang and the others have been working since morning. Her gaze fell on Wang Xiaohua's sweat-soaked back, where the dark fabric had turned even darker, and Li Yu's voice was noticeably hoarse. They need to catch their breath. Duoduo's small ears twitched, and it nodded. That's right. If we wear them out, we'll have to find new people. Yes. Yin Yi replied, her voice barely audible beneath the rustling of grain pouring into bags. She watched as Wang Xiaohua laboriously handed a bag of weighed sweet potatoes to a stooped old man. His withered hands gripped the sack tightly, knuckles white with effort, and a nearly greedy light flashed in his cloudy eyes. The heavy bag bent his already curved back even lower, yet he seemed not to notice, clutching it, as if it were a treasure regained after being lost. Precisely because this is life-saving grain, we can't afford to let people collapse here, Yin Yi said, withdrawing her gaze and running her fingertips lightly over the cold wooden surface. People aren't machines. Aunt Wang and the others have held out for a long time. If this is going to happen every day, we'll need to find 2 more people to take shifts. She glanced outside again. The people were baking under the blazing sun, their skin turning red and shiny. Beads of sweat rolled down their temples and necks, hitting the scorching dust and instantly forming small dark patches. Beneath the straw hats, every face was taut, lips dry and cracked, but their eyes were rooted fixed on the glass door of the grocery store that promised coolness. In the queue, a woman holding an infant shielded the child's face with a piece of ragged cloth, while exposing herself to the scorching sun, her body swaying slightly. An old man beside her reached out a steadying hand, and they exchanged a silent look, one filled only with the longing to endure until the end. Yin Yi's fingertips paused on the cool wooden surface of the counter. The soft thud was especially clear amidst the rustling of grain and the suppressed breaths of the crowd. Wang Xiaohua was bending over to untie the knot of a sack of corn, her sweat-soaked hair clinging to her temples, as Li Yu's hoarse voice called for the next person, rasping like sandpaper scraping rough wood. A flicker of determination flashed in Yin Yi's eyes. She stepped around the counter, walked up to Wang Xiaohua, and gently pressed down on her arm as she reached for another sack. Auntie, Yin Yi said, her voice low, but carrying an undeniable force that cut through the store's clamor. Take a rest. Go drink some water. Wang Xiaohua froze, her sweat-beaded face showing bewilderment, then a desperate refusal. Boss, there's still a long line outside. I'm fine, I can keep working. Before she could finish, Yin Yi had already taken the sack of corn from her hands, deftly untying the knot with movements even more nimble than Wang Xiaohua's. The grain matters, but people matter more. Yin Yi's gaze swept over Li Yu's equally sweat-drenched back. You two take turns resting. 15 minutes. Sister Li Yue, you go first. Drink some water, catch your breath, then switch with Annie. As she spoke, she had already poured the weighed corn into a sack held open by an old farmer. The dull thud of the heavy grain hitting the sack made the old man's withered fingers tremble. Li Yu opened her mouth to speak, but seeing Yin Yi's unyielding gaze and her mother-in-law's exhausted yet stubborn expression, she finally nodded and rasped an okay, shuffling on unsteady feet toward the small stool in the corner where the water jug sat. The water jug had been brought by the 2 women that morning, as Yin Yi had instructed the night before. She had also told them the store could provide water, so they only needed to bring the jug. Yet from dawn until now, they had been too busy to take a single sip. Wang Xiaohua watched her daughter-in-law's retreating back, her lips moving silently, before she finally relented with a heavy sigh. That sigh carried exhaustion, but also a trace of relieved gratitude. She raised her arm to wipe the sweat from her forehead with her sleeve, her clouded eyes fixed on Yin Yi's brisk figure. She saw this young boss as a solid wall, temporarily shielding them from the torrential tide of survival surging outside the door. Outside the store, the merciless sun continued to scorch the earth. The line, after a brief stir, had fallen back into a deathly stillness of waiting. A few people near the door, seeing Li Yu pause inside, didn't know what was happening. Their anxious eyes darted between Yin Yi and Wang Xiaohua, fearing that this small disruption might snatch away the fragile hope they had fought so hard to grasp. A half-grown child licked his cracked lips, stood on tiptoe to peer inside, and whispered to his mother, "Mom, can we?" His mother didn't answer. She only pulled the child closer behind her, her bony hand gripping the empty cloth sack so tightly that her knuckles turned pale. Her murky eyes were fixed on that door, as if what shone through its frame was not the gleam of grain but the sole thread of survival. Wang Xiaohua and Li Yu took turns drinking some water, and only then did they feel some relief. not just in their throats but from the exhaustion. Though their stomachs were already growling with hunger, people were still waiting outside, and the boss was still working. They couldn't afford to stop. The thought of hiring help grew stronger in Yen Yi's mind, especially since the commune leaders had visited today. There might be even more people coming later. She let out a silent sigh. She still had to keep the store running. But all work and no rest makes Jack a dull boy. She pressed the notification button by the cash register. Uncle Inzi, could you come in for a moment? I need to discuss something with you. Hearing Yen Yi's voice, Li Inzi, who had been bending over to help an old man hoist a heavy grain sack onto his shoulder. The old man stooped and Frail thanked him repeatedly, his deeply lined face flushed red from the sudden weight. Li Inzi straightened up, rubbing his rough palms against his sweat-dampened pant legs to wipe off the dust, then unconsciously smoothed the collar of his faded, worn-out shirt before stepping toward the glass door, which slid open automatically as he entered the store. The blast of cold air mingled with the heavy smell of grain and sweat jolted his sin-dazed mind back to clarity. He saw Wang Xiaohua weighing grain for a villager, Liu sipping water from an enamel mug as her throat moved with difficulty, and the young boss, Yenny, standing behind the counter, her calm gaze fixed on him. The shifting shadows of the crowd outside blurred through the glass door, making this brief respite inside feel all the more precious. Boss, you called for me. Li Yinzi's voice was a bit tight, carrying the hoarseness of years of hard labor, his eyes a mix of reverence and a barely perceptible unease. He rubbed his hands together, his gaze darting quickly across Yen Yi's face before dropping to stare at the dusty tips of his worn cloth shoes. Yen Yi nodded, her eyes sweeping over the seemingly endless line outside before settling back on Li Yinzi. She cut straight to the point. Uncle Yinzi, as you can see, the crowd today isn't going to let up. Auntie Wang and Sister Li, you have been working since morning without even a sip of water. They're exhausted. We can't go on like this. People will collapse. Hearing this, Wang Xiaohua and Li Yu quickly looked over, wanting to protest. Boss, Yen Yi waved her hand, cutting them off. She didn't need to guess to know the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law would insist they weren't tired at all. But she wasn't the kind of heartless boss who wouldn't even give her workers time to eat or drink. She turned back to Li Yinzi. Uncle Yinzi, I'm not saying I'm closing the store. It's just that it's already noon. We all need a break. Us and the people outside too. Especially with that blazing sun out there. Half an hour won't make a difference. I called you in to figure out how to arrange things. Let the people outside find some shade to rest, and we'll take a short break in here. About half an hour should do. Hearing Yen Yi's instructions, Li Yinzi's heart tightened. His rough fingers unconsciously twisted the dust-stained. He looked up at Yen Yi, a flicker of understanding passing through his eyes, which were etched with wrinkles from years of wind and sun. That understanding quickly turned into resolute action. The boss' words were like a stream of cool water washing away the irritation brought by the scorching sun outside. Indeed, selling grain was a matter of life and death, but if people collapsed from exhaustion, what was the point of surviving? He nodded firmly, his voice hoarse but steady. The boss is right. They'll get on it right away. With that, he turned and pushed open the glass door. A wave of heat carrying dust rushed in, instantly swallowing the cool air inside. Outside, Li Kunzi and the others quickly came over to ask Li Yinzi what was happening. In a low, rapid voice, Li Yinzi relayed Yen Yi's words to the village heads. They all understood the boss' need for a short rest, especially when they glanced at their own villagers still waiting in line under the scorching sun. It was truly unbearable. The village heads of Wang Family Village and the other two villages wanted to continue sending their people in to buy, but it was clear the boss was informing them, not negotiating. Besides, she hadn't said the store would close for long. Half an hour was something they could afford to wait. After Village Chief Li and the others learned the situation from Li Yinzi, they urged him to promptly notify the villagers. However, they all believed that most of those waiting in line would likely not leave. Having queued this long, another half-hour wait was bearable. Moreover, if they stepped away, they wouldn't know where to reposition the line. They watched as the winding line seemed to exude an aura of despair under the scorching sun. Li Yinzi nodded to Village Chief Li and the others, turned around, struck the brass gong, took a deep breath of the sweltering air, strode to the front of the line, raised his arm, and shouted, "Folks, listen up. It's been a long time since morning. The boss sympathizes with everyone and with those working inside, so we'll take a half-hour break. It's too hot down here. If you want to rest, move to the shade on the side." His voice was booming, instantly overpowering the cicadas' screeching. The crowd stirred, and uneasy murmurs rippled through like wind rustling withered grass. What? Not selling anymore? Don't tell me the grain's run out. A sea of gaunt faces turned toward him, their eyes a mix of panic and disbelief. Seeing this, Li Yinzi quickly waved his hands to reassure them. Don't panic. Don't panic. There's plenty of grain. We just want everyone to catch their breath. Standing under this blazing sun is unbearable. It's only half an hour. The boss needs to eat and drink too. Rest assured, after half an hour you'll continue going in to buy grain. Really? You're not lying to us, are you? I'm almost at the front. There can't be no grain. I think it's true. What can happen in they're not likely to run off. I believe it, but I'm not leaving. It's my turn after the next batch anyway. Right, I'm staying too. Yeah, it's just a moment. As Village Chief Li and the others had guessed, everyone was reluctant to wait half an hour for a break, but due to Li Yinzi's earlier words, they dared not disobey, nor did they want to leave the line. Li Yinzi noticed that most of those heading to the shade were the elderly and children. Village Chief Li felt the villagers had been poorly organized, traveling an hour or two to their village. Why bring children along? Under the tree shade, dust still rose, but at least it shielded them from the glaring sun. Some squatted or sat as their family members kept their spots in line. The clever ones took turns resting. They all pulled out their water gourds, sipping the murky well water. Their sweat-soaked clothes clung to their skin, and a faint coolness brushed by as the wind passed, slightly easing the tense atmosphere. An old man pulled out half a hard coarse-grained pancake, broke it into pieces, and shared it with the hungry children nearby. His withered fingers trembled, but his gaze fixed on the closed glass door of the grocery store where the cool air and faint scent of grain became the spiritual support for this brief respite. Inside the store, Yan-E watched through the glass door as Li Yinzi steadied the crowd like a stabilizing pillar, and the tightness in her lips finally eased slightly. With the last batch paid and gone, the low hum of the air conditioner left the store in silence. Wang Xiaohua and Li Yu sat on stools holding water bottles, sipping cool water as their throats rolled with difficulty. Dark patches of sweat stained their backs one after another. Yan-E's gaze swept over their tired profiles and then fell on the mountain of rice bags piled on the shelves. It was clear that hiring help could no longer wait. Her fingers unconsciously tapped lightly on the cool wooden surface of the cash register. The soft thud echoed distinctly in the brief stillness, as if carving a deeper resolve in her heart. With the decision to hire, made she didn't rush. Having promised half an hour, she didn't want to keep the people outside waiting too long. So she opened the little farm app, tapped the warehouse, and retrieved 3 portions of cold noodles. Then she opened the back door, went upstairs, and came back down carrying an insulated lunchbox. She set it on the counter and called out to Wang Xiaohua and her daughter-in-law, who were drinking water to stave off hunger. Aunt Wang's sister Li Yue, come eat. We don't have much time, so we'll keep it simple. 1 box of cold noodles each. After saying this, Yan-E opened the lunchbox. Wang Xiaohua and Li Yue, seeing her bring down a multi-layered unfamiliar container, guessed it was the boss meal, but neither expected there to be portions for them. However, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were honest and kind-hearted. Having already been paid for their work, they felt it was improper to eat the boss food. So Wang Xiaohua quickly waved her hands. No, boss. Wang Xiaohua waved her hands more frantically, her bony wrists shaking inside her sleeves, sweat droplets flying from her temples. We've already been paid. How can we eat your food? We're not hungry. We can eat later at home. Her voice was strained and her bloodshot eyes revealed panic and unease, as if the box in her hands wasn't food but a burning coal. Having seen the open container, she knew it was noodles, fine grain, making her even more embarrassed. Li Yu also put down her water bottle and softly echoed her mother-in-law. Yes, boss, this is too precious. Just eat it yourself. We're fine with just water. Her lips were chapped and peeling, her voice hoarse like a broken bellows, but her eyes were clear. Without letting them finish, Yan-E walked over and pressed 2 full boxes of cold noodles into their hands. The lunch boxes were similar to those sold at the supply cooperative, but they carried a faint coolness from the insulated container, weighing heavily in their sweaty palms. Yan-E's movements were crisp and resolute, leaving no room for refusal. What's so precious? It's just a meal. I didn't think of it yesterday. I should have included meals for you. Since you're working, you have to eat. You've been busy for so long, of course you're hungry. Eat up, make it quick. There are people waiting. With that, she returned to the cash register, picked up her own portion, and lifted the lid. A cool aroma of sesame paste, vinegar, and fresh cucumber instantly spread through the space, mingling with the dust and sweat, distinct and enticing. The cool scent hit Wang Xiaohua's nostrils, and her throat involuntarily bobbed. Her fingers trembled slightly as she held the lunchbox. Her stomach growled louder, a relentless, empty protest. She looked down at the neatly arranged glossy noodles in the box, the emerald cucumber, shreds, the golden peanut bits, and the bright red chili oil, feeling a wave of dizziness. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law exchanged a glance. Wang Xiaohua clutched the lunchbox tightly, looked up at Yan-E, and broke into a smile. Then we want stand on ceremony. Thank you, boss. You're a truly good boss. Upon hearing Wang Xiaohua's words, Yan-E shook his head and teased with a grin, just 1 meal makes me a good boss. If you get a meal every day from now on, you'll be calling me a great boss every day. Wang Xiaohua waved her hand. Whether you provide meals or not, you are the best boss under heaven. Selling us grain at such a low price is already our greatest fortune. Boss, if you need us tomorrow, well, bring our own dry rations. Don't trouble yourself with preparing food for us. Yan-E said no more, nodded slightly to urge them to eat, and picked up his own noodles, bringing a strand to his lips. The cool noodles slid down his throat, chewy and refreshing. The richness of sesame paste, the tang of vinegar, and the kick of chili oil intertwined on his tongue, instantly dispelling the dryness in his throat and the heat in his body. He squinted in satisfaction and took another bite. Wang Xiaohua and Li Yu cautiously looked at their own lunchboxes. The wafting aroma made them both swallow hard, their stomachs growling even louder. Wang Xiaohua gazed at the lunchbox brimming with glossy noodles, emerald cucumber shreds, and fragrantly fried crushed peanuts. Her eyes grew warm. She picked up her chopsticks, her hand trembling slightly, and lifted a small bundle of noodles into her mouth. The cool strands coated in rich sauce burst with the freshness of cucumber and the crunch of peanuts melting instantly on her tongue. The flavor was unlike anything she had ever tasted. She couldn't resist another bite, this time scooping up more cucumber shreds and crushed peanuts. Beside her, Li Yu ate in small, hurried mouthfuls, each bite savored as if to etch the taste into her very bones. Both women felt that this was truly fine grain. The noodles made from white flour were simply delicious. They had tasted fine grains before, but for years, aside from giving the children pure, fine-grain food, the rest of the family had subsisted mainly on coarse grains. No one spoke. The shop was filled only with the soft clink of bowls and chopsticks and the faint sounds of chewing and outside, the scorching sun mercilessly baked the earth. The crowd under the tree shade sat or squatted, their eyes fixed on the glass door. Occasionally a child's impatient cry rose, quickly silenced by a low adult scold. That door shut out the heat wave and also shut out hope. The brief tranquility within starkly contrasted with the anxious wait outside. Yin ate quickly but not rudely. As he ate, he cast sidelong glances at the shelves and the door. Watching Wang Xiaohua and Li Yu devour their food, his thoughts about hiring help became clearer. Hence, they had to be found quickly. Otherwise, not only would the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law collapse, but he would also be exhausted. The shop couldn't run on just the three of them. He swallowed the last mouthful of noodles, set down his chopsticks, and took a large gulp of cola from his cup. The chilled, bubbly drink slid down, bringing him instant relief. Wang Xiaohua and Li Yu finished eating and immediately brought over their lunchboxes, asking whether they could wash them there or take them home to clean and return. Yin Yi waved dismissively, saying it wasn't necessary, and simply put the lunchboxes away under the cash register. Then he glanced at the time. Go drink some water. If you need the restroom, go ahead. There's still about 10 minutes. Wang Xiaohua and Li Yu quickly nodded, deciding to use the restroom first. The village latrine was near the village entrance, so they hurried out of the shop, called out to Li Yinzi, and headed off. Since Yin Yi had decided to hire help, he needed to make arrangements quickly. Beyond hiring, he also had other ideas about the shop's business hours and the queue system. He looked at Duoduo, who had already fallen asleep, and called out helplessly. But Duoduo only turned over and continued snoring, oblivious to Yin Yi's attempt to discuss important matters. The two women immediately stepped forward to help. Together they replenished the shelves and glass counters with grain, vegetables, brown sugar, white sugar, and commonly used kitchen items like oil, salt, vinegar, and soy. The two women immediately stepped forward to help. Together they replenished the shelves and glass counters with grain, vegetables, brown sugar, white sugar, and commonly used kitchen items like oil, salt, vinegar, and soy sauce. The crowd queuing outside saw this and secretly relaxed. The shelves were full again, and the reassuring sight of stacked rice bags eased the tension in the villagers' nerves, which had been strained by the rest. Not only them, but the village heads and Li Yinzi also felt the same. After all, the boss had claimed the shop was well stocked, but a whole morning had passed, and a lot had been sold. They hadn't seen the small warehouse next door and didn't know how much grain it held. Now it seemed the boss' words were completely trustworthy. Yin Yi watched Wang Xiaohua and Li Yu organize the goods. He looked down at his watch, just a minute or two until the time he had set. He pressed the announcement button again, preparing to notify the customers outside that they could continue entering the shop. A crackle of static followed, then Yin Yi's clear but slightly weary voice spread through the speaker. Uncle Yinzi, it's about time. Let them in. Next batch. The sound was like a drop of water into a pan of hot oil, instantly igniting the stagnant air outside. Under the tree shade and against the walls, the seated or crouched figures sprang up abruptly. Dust kicked up by hurried steps swirled into tiny golden plumes under the blazing sun. Elders were helped along, children were tugged, all rushing urgently toward the spots their families had held in line, as if pulled by invisible strings. Quick, quick, it's our turn. An old man urged his wife, his voice hoarse but excited. Mom, over here. Dad's in line here. A few half-grown kids darted through the crowd, searching for their families. Li Yinzi and the others moved like seasoned shepherds, swiftly weaving through the slightly chaotic line, maintaining order and guiding the first 10 people toward the shop door. Some people happened to be jogging back, a fresh sheen of sweat on their foreheads. A child was nearly knocked over by a woman rushing to rejoin the line. Watch where you're going. Li Yinzi's eldest son, Li Manton, swiftly grabbed the child and set him aside, frowning. The woman apologized repeatedly, but her eyes were glued to the glass door about to open, terrified of missing her chance to enter. In the line, a woman holding a child and standing further back muttered discontentedly, "Why only 10 again? I've been waiting all afternoon." Someone beside her tugged her sleeve, signaling her to keep quiet. At the same time, that person quickly glanced up at the village heads standing ahead. Seeing they hadn't noticed, he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it would be their turn soon and hoping no trouble would arise. The glass door let out a sticky sound as it was pushed open, the accumulated chill inside clashing violently with the scorching heat wave outside, stirring up a dusty whirlwind. The newcomers shivered from the sudden blast of cool air, then greedily inhaled deeply, as if trying to draw all this rare freshness into their lungs. The anxiety on their faces was momentarily replaced by brief comfort, but their eyes immediately swept across the shelves like searchlights, only truly relaxing when they confirmed the towering piles of rice sacks were still there. Don't push. One at a time. Pick what you need from the shelves, then bring it to the counter and line up to pay. If you need to weigh grain, go queue by my daughter-in-law's side. Move it, don't waste time. Wang Xiaohua snapped into action, wiping the sweat from her neck and commanding loudly. The wet towel draped around her neck could no longer be wrung out. Li was already waiting by the glass counter. The newly arrived villagers dispersed swiftly, homing in on their needs. Heavy bags of sweet potatoes clutched in hands, the crisp clink of oil bottles colliding, hands scrambling for salt jars and sugar bags. The shop's silence was replaced by a cacophony of urgent sounds, those who couldn't read asking prices, others calling for help to move rice sacks, and children's tiny gasps at the sight of the candy cabinet. Yin Yi stood behind the cash register, her gaze calm as she swept over the scene before her, now bustling yet orderly. Wang Xiaohua and her daughter-in-law moved swiftly between the shelves and counter, their actions. Once hesitant and unfamiliar yesterday, now practiced and nimble, answering customers' questions and needs clearly. Yin Yi soon grew busy as villagers who had already chosen their goods formed a small queue at the counter, clutching tightly to their crumpled bills, and staring intently at the cash register, afraid of a single cent being miscalculated. The air was thick with the dust of grain, the salty tang of sweat, and a complex scent blending hope and exhaustion. Outside, the long line of people crawled slowly but steadily forward under the scorching sun. The glass door stood like a hazy barrier separating the inside from the outside world. Occasionally, Yen-E looked up to see faces pressed against the glass, peering in with undisguised longing and the agony of waiting. On the shelves, the rice sacks that had just been piled high visibly diminished as batches of villagers came in. Time slipped by amid the rustle of sweat-dampened bills and the swish of burlap sacks. In the blink of an eye, another group left with bulging bags and heavy bottles of oil, salt, and vinegar, the shop's clamor receding to reveal shelves and counters that were now noticeably emptier. Outside, the sunlight gradually tilted westward, casting long, stretching tree shadows that spread across the ground like inky silk ribbons. Though the blistering heat hadn't fully subsided, it no longer felt as harsh and oppressive as at noon. The rolling heat waves in the air seemed to carry a faint hint of weariness. The light inside the shop shifted too. The strong rays that once streamed straight through the doorway now became slanted pillars of light, filtering through the dust on the glass door and casting mottled patterns on the floor. Yen-E glanced at the time again. It was already past 4. 2 or 3 hours had flown by in this flurry. Just as she finished ringing up this batch, it was time to restock. By the time she finished hauling goods out, Wang Xiaohua and her daughter-in-law were already adeptly restocking the shelves, and a new wave of people had entered. Some villagers even picked up the grain bags still on the floor and asked Wang Xiaohua directly. Yen-E rolled her neck. Not just the time, but the shifting shadows of the trees outside clearly reminded her that the scheduled closing time was near. She quickly glanced at the queue again, wondering when she would ever see the end of it. It seemed she still couldn't close on time today. To avoid working late into the night, she made a decision. This time she called out to Village Chief Li, asking him to come inside. She immediately told him, "Village Chief Li, the number of people queuing today has exceeded my original expectations. It's getting late, and I've written on the blackboard outside that the shop closes at 6. I checked the time. There's only a little over an hour until 6. With so many people still waiting outside, some won't be able to buy." Before she could finish, Li Yutian was about to speak, but Yen-E, guessing what he wanted to say, immediately waved her hand for him to wait. "I know what you're thinking. These people queued up from other villages, and I'd feel bad if they couldn't buy when the time comes. But I can't keep working until night and never close the shop. My idea is this: starting now, we stop accepting new people to the queue. You'll need to find where the last person in line is and cut off there. If anyone new wants to join, you'll have to tell them to come back tomorrow. No more orders today." Li Yutian had initially thought the owner meant closing at 6 sharp, leaving those who had queued long behind unable to enter. But it turned out she only meant refusing new queuers. He could understand her decision. The queue today had stretched endlessly, not just from Wangjia, Wujia, and Aozi villages, but also from other villages that came in the afternoon. People left, but new ones arrived, so the line never shortened. Li Yutian nodded quickly. Yes, boss, you're right. This arrangement is the most sensible. He'll go right now and tell them to spread the news that it's cut off. He'll also personally guard the tail of the line to make sure no one else joins." With that, he wiped the sweat from his brow and strode out through the glass door. As it opened and closed, it let in a gust of hot air and dust, causing the queue outside to stir. Li Yinzi and the others who were maintaining order gathered around as the village chief came out. Li Yutian cleared his throat and called out loudly, "Listen up, everyone. The boss says those already in line can still buy, but no new arrivals can join. Today it ends at the very last person." He pointed to the end of the line where a woman holding a child stood on tiptoe, anxiously peering ahead. The crowd erupted. "What do you mean no more new people? Village Chief Li, what are you saying? Yeah, does that mean we can't buy grain? Don't do this. I've been queuing all afternoon." Li Yutian quickly gestured for silence and explained in detail. When everyone realized it only meant no new people could queue afterward, and that those already in line could still enter, they all sighed in relief, patting their chests. As Li Yushin's voice fell, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of murmurs, buzzing like a disturbed beehive. Those who were relieved to still be in the line patted their chests, their relief mingled with a trace of sympathy for the latecomers and a subtle, barely perceptible sense of superiority. Li Yutian quickly briefed Li Yinzi. "Yinzi, you stay here and keep an eye on things, get them inside. I'm going to the back of the line. Since the boss has spoken, well, do as she says. It's getting late, but there might still be people showing up. He'll keep watch there. You handle things here. Don't worry, village chief." Li Yinzi nodded. Li Yutian patted him on the shoulder and hurried toward the end of the line. As he walked, he thought that simply standing there alone to prevent anyone from cutting in might be a good strategy. He looked up, spotted Li Yushin's second son, Li Monsong, and waved him over. "Monsong, come here." Li Monsong, who had been watching the crowd and discussing the cutoff with people in line, heard the village chief call and quickly responded, "Coming." He pushed his way out of the crowd, jogging over to Li Yutian in a few quick strides, sweat trickling down his dark neck. "Uncle, what's the matter?" Li Yutian pointed toward the end of the line where a commotion was brewing. Several latecomers were anxiously questioning those. "See the end of the line. The boss has spoken. From now on, no new people are allowed. I need to go keep an eye on things. Hey, Race, what I'm thinking you go with Uncle Shotsai. The two of you run to the village entrance and stand guard. If anyone comes into the village, ask them what they want. If they're here to queue, stop them and explain that we're not taking any more orders today. They can't line up. Tell them to come back early tomorrow. Or have Uncle Shotsai keep watch at the entrance first, then you go find a few more people in the village to join him. You must seal off that entrance tight. No more people allowed into line up. Understand?" And all of you be careful not to let anyone cause trouble. Got it? Got it. Don't worry, uncle. Well, hold the... Li Mankang's nerves tensed at the news. He nodded firmly. I'm on it. He turned and sprinted toward the shop to find village party. Secretary Li Shouzai quickly relayed the village chief's orders, and the two of them sprang into action. Li Monsong ran toward the village entrance with Li Shouzai close behind. They hadn't gone far when Li Monsong spotted a cloud of dust rising on the dirt road at the entrance with several figures hurrying toward them. Damn, more people are coming. Li Mankang's heart tightened. He ran faster, shouting at the top of his lungs, hey, you over there, don't come any closer. No more lines today. You can't buy anything. The figures either didn't hear or didn't care and instead started jogging. One of the men shouted back, what? We're from Mengzigu. We're here to buy grain. Can't buy any. No more orders today. Li Monsong, panting heavily, rushed to the dirt slope at the village entrance and spread his arms to block the path. Li Shouzai arrived as well, and the two stood like gate gods blocking the narrow road into the village. What do you mean cut off? The man from Wajigu ran up, wiped the sweat from his face, and asked breathlessly, his face full of confusion and urgency. We hurried all the way, walked over 10 li. How come we can't buy? Sorry. Li Shouzai caught his breath and quickly explained, it's not that you can't buy, but there are too many people in line today. The store's closing time is 6 p.m., and the boss has said no new people can join the queue from now on. Look at how many are still in line back there. It'll probably go on until nightfall. He pointed at the long line stretching into the distance, its shadows dragging under the setting sun. So we came all this way for nothing. A younger man behind the first speaker grew agitated, his face turning red. Our village has been out of food for 2 days. We're really sorry, Li Monsong said, feeling a pang of sympathy at the sweat and anxiety on their faces, but he had to carry out the village chief's orders. The boss said there's just too much to sell today, and the line is too long. It'll be dark before everyone's served. Come back early tomorrow. Line up before dawn, and you're sure to get some. Tomorrow? Who knows if there will be any grain left by then, the man said, casting a worried glance toward the grocery store. There will be. The boss has plenty in the warehouse. We've restocked the shelves several times today, Li Monsong quickly assured them, patting his chest. Don't worry. Come early tomorrow, and you'll definitely get some. It's really not possible today. If we let more people in line, the boss won't allow it, and you'd just be waiting for nothing. The men from Wajigu exchanged glances, their faces etched with disappointment and reluctance. But seeing Li Monsong and Li Shikai's resolute stance and the seemingly endless line in the distance, they knew forcing their way in was futile. The man let out a heavy sigh, his shoulders slumping. My home is far from your village. Since we can't line up now, well, just wait here. It would take too long to go back and come again. Li Mankang's anxiety spiked at the thought of them waiting there. If this set a precedent, others who came later would follow suit, and the village entrance would be jammed. He stepped forward, his tone even more earnest. Brother, it's not that we're being unreasonable. Look at the sky. The sun's about to set. By the time it's your turn, they'll probably have the lights on in the store. The boss set the rule today. We only serve those already in line. Waiting here won't do you any good. Once the store closes, take my advice, go home and rest, get a good night's sleep, and come back at the crack of dawn. Our village chief said there'll be plenty of grain tomorrow, enough for everyone. It's not safe for you to stay out here all night. The man's brow furrowed deeply, sweat and dust mixing on his face, making him look particularly distressed. He turned to look at his fellow villagers, all wearing expressions of exhaustion and disappointment. One of them had already plopped down on a clod of dirt by the roadside, hugging his knees, staring blankly toward the grocery store as if he could smell the grain from afar. Another younger man kicked at the gravel on the ground in frustration, muttering curses under his breath. But, going back now. The kid's mother is waiting for rice to cook. The man's voice dropped low, carrying a barely audible sob. A woman behind him, clutching a bundle, had red-rimmed eyes and silently wiped the corner of her eye with her sleeve. The evening wind swept across the dirt slope, kicking up dry dust that settled on their clothes and faces, adding to their dishevelment. In the distance, the shadows of the line outside the grocery store stretched longer under the setting sun, like a dormant giant serpent that had just inched forward ever so slowly. The lights spilling from the shop had already been lit, appearing exceptionally warm in the thickening dusk, yet it also served as a glaring reminder that the world beyond that door had nothing to do with them. Li Shouzai also let out a sigh, stepping forward to pat the man on the shoulder. We all understand how you feel. Every family is the same, but you truly have come a bit late. If you had arrived just a little earlier, you might have made it into the line. But rules are rules. The boss has set them, and we have to follow them. The shop has to close eventually. My nephew here speaks the truth. If you keep waiting here exposed to the wind and bitten by mosquitoes, you'll have no strength left to queue tomorrow. You still have to carry the grain and make the journey home. However, Mengzigu is indeed far. It takes a whole day to go there and back. How about this? See if you have any relatives in our village or a nearby one to stay with for the night. Come early tomorrow, get in line, and there will definitely be grain for you. Rest assured. Li Monsong, overhearing Li Shouzai from the side, suddenly slapped his thigh. Right. Uncle Shouzai is right. You can stay with relatives. My grandpa and grandma did the same last night. They got to the front of the line this morning and bought their grain and went home. A faint glimmer of light suddenly kindled in the man's murky eyes, as if he had grasped the last straw. Yes, why didn't he? Turned and said to one of his companions, Liang, I recall we have a distant relative in Wangjia village, a man named Wang Xuanju. He's your mother's cousin's grandfather, right? I'm just not sure if he'll be home now. A lanky young man standing behind him who had been listlessly drooping his head suddenly straightened up as if pricked by a needle. A light flashed in his dull eyes. Uncle Xuanzhu. Yes. Uncle, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. My dad talked about him. It's the house at the east end of Wangjiao village, the one with the big jujube tree in front. We visited him a few years ago. It's just that the harvest has been poor the last couple of years, so we haven't visited. His voice was a little dry from urgency, but the excitement in his tone was unmistakable. That's great. The in-laws will surely understand. At worst, we can buy some gifts tomorrow and bring them over. The man's spirits lifted instantly, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. The layers of worry etched into his face relaxed slightly. He slapped his thigh hard. Liang, you're quick on your feet. Lead the way. We'll head to Wangjiao village right now. We can make it before dark. All right. The young man, named Liang, responded loudly, as if refilled with energy. He immediately bent down to pick up the worn bundle on the ground. The companion, who had been sitting on the ground with a vacant look, also quickly stood up, dusted off the dirt from his pants, and reached out to take the heavy bundle from the woman's arms. Thank you. Thank you for showing us a way out. The man turned to Li Montsong and Li Shoutsai, his rough hands making clumsy gestures of gratitude, his voice hoarse with a sense of having survived a disaster. If you hadn't advised us, we would have been completely lost tonight. Go on, while there's still some light. Li Shoutsai quickly waved his hand, urging them on. Wangjiao village isn't far. Go talk nicely to your relatives. Their fellow villagers on night's stay will be no problem. Come early tomorrow and queue directly from Wangjiao village. It's much closer than coming from your Menzigu. Yes. The man responded, repeatedly nodded gratefully to Li Montsong, and then waved forcefully to his companions. Let's go. Hurry. We'll come back before dawn tomorrow. Li Montsong and Li Shoutsai watched them until their figures completely disappeared, then let out a long sigh of relief. The two exchanged a glance, both seeing the sweat on each other's foreheads and the look of relief in their eyes. Li Shoutsai wiped his face. Montsong, go to the village and call a couple of sharp lads. Bring a gong. Well, guard the village entrance here. There are sure to be more people coming. Li Montsong turned and ran back into the village. The dirt path beneath his feet was scorching hot, and the evening breeze carried the lingering heat of the day, feeling sticky on his sweaty back. His heart was burning with anxiety. He couldn't afford any mistakes in the task the village chief had assigned. As he rounded the old locust tree at the village entrance, he ran straight into two half-grown boys, Li Goshing and his cousin Li Shirtu. Brother Montsong, what's the rush? Goshing sharpied grabbed Montsong, who nearly stumbled. Just the two of Goshing Shirtu. Montsong panted, pointing towards the village entrance. Hurry. Goshing, go get Xuanzi and Xiaoyozi. Shoulda go to my dad and get the bronze gong. Then both of you go to the village entrance and find Uncle Shoutsai. There are too many people queuing at the grocery store today. The boss said we can't let anyone else into the line. The village chief told us to guard the entrance with Uncle Shoutsai. If people are queuing, we can't let them in. He can't handle it. I came to call a few more people to help. Hearing the urgency in his voice and seeing his anxious, sweaty face, and knowing it was the village chief's orders and related to the grocery store, Goshing and Shirtu realized this was serious. They immediately responded, all right, we're on it. The two shot off like arrows into the village. One ran straight to the grocery store entrance to find Mankang's father Li Yinzi and get the gong. The other ran shouting at the top of his lungs, Xuanzi, Xiaoyozi, assemble at the village entrance. Hurry. Montsong didn't stop. He continued charging into the village, needing to find two more steady-handed men. As he ran past the threshing ground, he saw the village militia captain Li Dayong squatting on the stone plinth at his doorstep, puffing on a pipe. Next to him squatted his son Li Taizhu. Uncle Dayong. Montsong rushed over, as if seeing a savior. Quick. We need people at the village entrance. Uncle Shoutsai is holding the fort. We just sent off a group from Menzigu, but there are sure to be more coming. The village chief wants to seal the entrance tight. No more people can be allowed to queue. We need a veteran like you to take command. Hearing village chief's orders and seal the entrance, Zhao Dayong knocked the ashes out of his pipe against the stone plinth with two sharp bangs, stood up abruptly, his leisurely expression vanishing, replaced by a solemn battle-ready look. Understood. Taizhu, he bellowed. Go. Bring the militia's big gong. Montsong, who else? Goshing and Shirtu went to get Xuanzi and Xiaoyozi. Montsong said rapidly. Good. Taizhu, go first. Link up with Shoutsai. They'll be right there. Zhao Taizhu acknowledged and turned to dash in. Zhao Dayong nodded to Montsong. Let's go. We'll head there now. No time to waste. He strode purposefully towards the village entrance, his steps steady and fast. Montsong quickly followed. Li Montsong and Zhao Dayong had just walked a short distance when they heard a faint commotion at the village entrance, sounding like more than just a couple of people mixed with the sharp cries of women and the gruff arguments of men. Zhao Dayong and Li Montsong halted simultaneously, exchanging a glance as their hearts sank. Damn it. Zhao Dayong's brows knitted into a knot. I'm afraid someone's trying to force their way in again. Taizhu, hurry up. He shouted hoarsely toward his own home. Uncle Dayong will go check it out first. Mankang's heart leaped to his throat, fearing Uncle Shoutsai might suffer alone, and he dashed toward the commotion. He had not run far when he saw at the village entrance Li Shoutsai surrounded by 7 or 8 people being shoved and jostled. Li Yutian and the others also spotted Zhao Dayong and his group, nodding to them as they prepared to assist. You all be careful, talk to them properly, don't start a fight. Li Montsong replied, loudly. Got it, village chief, don't worry. As they drew near, they saw the leader of the group surrounding Li Shoutsai. A burly man with a dark face and a full beard waving his arms excitedly, spittle flying. Why won't you let us queue? We've walked dozens of miles through the mountains to get here. Why shut the doors before dark? Are your villagers the only people? Aren't we from Halwa human too? Will you care if we starve to death? Behind him stood several equally travel-worn men and an elderly woman with graying hair supported by a young wife, sobbing bitterly. My poor little grandson. He's waiting for this grain to survive. Please let us queue. I'm sorry. Truly sorry, folks. Li Shouzai stumbled from the shoving, his face flushed crimson, trying to raise his voice above the din, sweat pouring down his forehead. It's not that our village refuses. It's the shop owner's rule. There are too many people in line today. Look at that queue, it's still not finished. The boss said if we keep going we won't sell out even by tonight. So we have to stop now. No more lines after this. Look, it's almost dark. I don't care about any boss. The dark-faced man shouted emotionally, reaching out to grab Li Shouzai. I just know our village has been out of grain for 3 days. If we don't buy any today, people will starve. Move aside. Let us in to see the boss. Yeah, move. Let us in. The men behind him also clamored, surging forward. Li Shouzai alone couldn't withstand the onslaught and was about to be overwhelmed. At the critical moment, a thunderous roar rang out. What are you doing? Stop right there. Zhao Daong charged in like an iron tower, grabbing the dark-faced man's wrist as he reached for Li Shouzai. His grip, honed by years of labor, was immense, and the man cried out, ouch. Freezing in place. Behind Zhao Daong, Zhao Taizhu arrived, carrying a large, gleaming, heavy brass gong, which he slammed to the ground with a dull thud, glaring at the group with a fierce expression. Then Goxing, Shida Xuanzi, and Xiao Liuzi came running up, panting. Goxing held a brass gong head borrowed from Li Yinzi, quickly taking his place behind Zhao Daong. Though young, their numbers helped to steady the scene. Folks, listen to me. Zhao Daong's voice boomed with unyielding authority. He released the dark-faced man's wrist, but fixed him with a piercing gaze. Making a scene won't solve anything. I'm Zhao Daong, militia captain of Lijia village. The rules are set by the boss, not because we're bullying outsiders. I understand your plight. Every family has its troubles. But if you force your way in, will you get grain? If you anger the boss, he might not open tomorrow or stop selling altogether. What would you do then? What about all the villages around here? His words carried immense weight, especially the consequence of not opening tomorrow, instantly quieting the agitated crowd. The dark-faced man opened his mouth, glancing at the ready youths behind Zhao Daong, and the heavy gong, his momentum visibly faltering, though his face still bore reluctance and despair. Then, what are we supposed to do? Just wait to die? No one's telling you to wait to die. Zhao Daong's tone softened but remained firm. Didn't Brother Shouzai just say it? Today's cutoff is because there are too many people, but the boss has plenty of grain in storage. Tomorrow, come at dawn tomorrow, and you'll get your share. If you make trouble now, you won't just miss out today, you might not be allowed to buy tomorrow either. Didn't you hear what happened to Gao Dazhuang and the others from our village who caused trouble? The clamor behind the dark-faced man died down as if choked off. Zhao Daong's mention of Gao Dazhuang and the consequences of causing trouble clearly struck a nerve. The men exchanged uneasy glances, their bravado visibly deflating. The dark-faced man's rugged face twitched, his stiff neck relaxing, but the despair in his eyes deepened, his voice trembling faintly. Captain Zhao, we don't want to cause trouble. But, tomorrow, what if we can't get in line tomorrow? Halwa is so far away. Our families, they truly can't wait any longer. At his words, the elderly woman behind him seemed to lose her last shred of strength, her legs giving way as she slumped, only to be held tightly by the young wife. The two women burst into anguished sobs, their cries pitiful and helpless, heart-wrenching in the deepening twilight. Yes, Captain Zhao, please have mercy and think of something. The young wife supporting the old woman raised her tear-streaked face, her voice hoarse with pleading. The old and young at home are crying from hunger, waiting desperately. We have no other choice. Just then a steady voice came from beyond the crowd. Stop crying. Crying won't produce grain. Everyone turned to see village chief Li Yotian, who had arrived at the village entrance unnoticed, leaning on his tobacco pipe. His face was calm, but his sharp eyes swept over the crowd. Behind him stood two respected elders from the village. Li Yotian stepped up beside Zhao Daong, his gaze falling on the old woman, who was nearly sobbing herself, breathless, his brows furrowed. He nodded to Zhao Daong first, then addressed the dark-faced man from Halwa. The leader, what's your name? The dark-faced man, seeing the village chief, instinctively straightened his back, but his voice remained weak in reply. Village chief, my name is Wang Laohe. Wang Laohe. Li Yushan's voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable weight. Your feelings every man, woman, and child in our Li family village understands. Who among us hasn't tasted the pangs of hunger? But rules are rules set by the boss so that everyone can buy grain without chaos, lest no one gets any in the end. What good will come of your reckless charge besides exhausting yourselves? Gao Dazhuang and his lot serve as a caution. He paused, weighing the dry tobacco pipe in his hand, his gaze sweeping over Wang Laohe and the gaunt, bloodshotted men behind him, as well as the nearly prostrate mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. His tone softened slightly, still as fellow villagers, turning a blind eye to those in dire straits is not the way of our Li family village. Have you heeded the plan that Shouzai and Daong just proposed? Wang Laohe shook his head dazedly, then quickly nodded, his lips trembling. Heard it said to come early tomorrow. But our village is far. By the time we go back and forth, it'll be broad daylight. How can we get to the front of the line? And besides, tonight, where can we go? The men behind him also stared at Li Yutian with longing, a faint, almost humble hope rekindled in their eyes. Li Yutian sighed, pointing his tobacco pipe toward Wang family village. Just now before you arrived, some folks from Mingzigu also came late and couldn't get in line. But they had a clever idea, remembering they had relatives in Wang family village, and went to seek shelter. Don't any of you from Haohua have kin in a nearby village? Think of Li family village, Wang family village, Lu family hamlet. Anywhere. Relatives or friends, even distant cousins, as long as you can stay one night. That's far better than causing trouble here with nothing to gain. Come before dawn tomorrow directly from your relative's place to line up. Isn't that 100 times better than stumbling through the dark from Haohua? Wang Lao He's murky eyes suddenly lit up like a drowning man spotting a driftwood. He slapped his forehead. What a fool I am. My wife's younger sister, she married into Lu family hamlet. Yes, Lu family hamlet. Her husband's called Lu Erju. He turned urgently to a young man supporting the old woman behind him, Xuanzi. Do you remember? We visited his place the year before last, didn't we? The man called Xuanzi grew excited too. Uncle, you're spot on. We did go there. Auntie's sister's family is indeed Lu Erzis. I recall it's at the west end of Lu family hamlet, the house with a well by the door. Great. Wang Lao He's distress was instantly washed away by immense joy. He spun around, grabbing Xuanzi's arm, his voice cracking. Xuanzi, quick, help your aunt. We're off to Lu family hamlet to find Erzis' place. He was so excited he stammered, then turned back to thank Li Yutian and Zhao Daong profusely. Thank you, village chief. Thank you, Captain Zhao. Thank you, everyone. We're leaving now. Right now. The previously limp old woman, as if injected with a stimulant, straightened up shakily with the support of Xuanzi and the young wife. Her cloudy tears still clung to her face, but she managed a grateful smile. Thank you, village chief. We have a way out now. The young wife also wiped her tears, thanking him incessantly. No need for thanks. Li Yutian waved his hand, his tone brooking no argument. Go now before it's completely dark. Lu family hamlet is still 7 or 8 li away. Don't dawdle on this rough road. Goshing. Yes, village chief. Goshing stepped forward promptly. Lead the way, take the shortcut, escort them to the fork outside the village, and show them the path to Lu family hamlet. It'll be dark soon, and don't let them go astray. Li Yutian instructed, then turned to Zhao Daong. Daong, have Taiju go to the village office and fetch some candles and bring a torch. When night falls, this light will illuminate the road so no one has to grope in the dark. Yes. Zhao Daong immediately shouted to his son Taiju. Go. Do as the village chief says. Get the candles and a torch. Okay. Zhao Taiju replied crisply and turned to run back. Li Yutian then asked Wang Laohe and his group to wait until Taiju returned so Goshing could light a torch and escort them further. Thank you so much. Wang Laohe and the men behind him were tearfully grateful, bowing repeatedly. Wang Laohe's party expressed their endless thanks. When Taiju returned, they followed Goshing, who held a torch, supporting one another as they stumbled out of the village. Dusk deepened, the light rapidly fading, leaving only blurry silhouettes of distant mountains. The villagers gathered at the entrance watched these strangers arrive in despair and leave with a glimmer of hope. Their murmurs gradually subsided into low sighs and lamentations. Li Yutian did not leave immediately. His heavy gaze swept over the winding dirt road, vanishing into the darkness, then at the seemingly endless line in front of the grocery store. His brows were tightly knit. He rubbed the rough handle of his tobacco pipe in his palm, producing a faint rustling sound. Wang Lao He's desperate eyes and the old woman's cries weighed on his heart like stones. Daong. Li Yutian finally spoke, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible weariness. You, Monsong, and a few others stay here with Shotsai. Light the torches. First, to light the way for Goshing and the villagers carrying grain back home. Second, he paused, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. To warn those still watching or those who might stumble here in the dark. Let them see clearly that the village entrance is guarded. Rules are rules. Don't even think about forcing your way in. Zhao Daong straightened up, immediately grasping the deeper intent. The torches were both a guide and a deterrent. He promptly assigned, Xuanzi, Xiao Lu, you two go light those 2 storm lamps at the village entrance and hang them high. Shitty, you're quick on your feet. Go home and fetch 2 more bundles of dry firewood for the bonfire. We can't have this place pitch black before Goshing returns. All right, the young men responded and sprang into action. Li Shotsai wiped the still damp sweat from his forehead and sidled up to Li Yotian, speaking with lingering fear. Village chief, it's a good thing you and brother Daong arrived when you did. That Wang Laohe was really strong, we nearly. Li Yutian waved him off. Shotsai, you've had a hard time. This isn't over tonight. More might come. But once these folks are gone, we can't manage much beyond that. We'll deal with the rest tomorrow. They'll have to ask everyone to bear with it a bit longer. He looked toward the grocery store where lights blazed and voices clamored, a stark contrast to the tense, solemn atmosphere. Goshing walked ahead holding a blazing torch. The flames flickered like a moving star, quickly merging into the deep twilight outside the village as he chased after the staggering figures of Wang Laohe and his group. Those who remained at the village entrance watched the small flames struggle and dance in the darkness, their hearts heavy. Zhao Daong lit another torch and wedged it into a crevice in a large stone. Xuanzi and Xiaolu also hung 2 storm lanterns high. The dim yellow glow barely illuminated the small area at the village entrance. Sure too gathered dry firewood and piled it in a clearing a bit further away, ready to be lit. Li Yutian stood at the boundary between the firelight and the lantern light, his shadow stretched long. He stared silently toward the general store, then at the mountain path leading into the unknown darkness, his pipe turning unconsciously in his fingers. He nodded to the others and walked back to the end of the line. Inside the store, Yeni and the others were busy attending to waves of villagers. As the sun sank further west, the indoor light grew yellower and warmer, yet it revealed no trace of leisure. Duoduo opened its eyes, its whole body sprawled across the stool beside Yeni. It stretched its little paws forward, let out a wide yawn, and then arched its back in a languid stretch, utterly lazy. What kind of rice would you like? White rice, millet, or coarse grain? How much? Liyu's voice was noticeably hoarse as she looked up at the villager waiting in line to weigh his grain. Oh, this grain looks fine. Give me 50 jin of coarse grain and 5 jin of millet. An old man with graying hair, tremblingly, tried to pull money from his pocket, his wrinkled face full of urgency. We're almost out of food at home. The kids are crying from hunger. All right, hold on. Don't pay me. They'll give you the grain, and you go to the boss over there to pay, Liyu replied, quickly turning to operate the machine. She deftly tapped the number pad, dispensing the coarse grain and millet the old man wanted. A sound rang out, and the 50 jin of coarse grain and 5 jin of millet were bagged. She handed them to him and called out, next. It wasn't just Liu. Wang Xiaohua was the same. Both felt their arms could barely lift, having worked non-stop since afternoon, but they pushed through. After stretching, Duoduo didn't jump off the stool as usual. Instead, it changed position, curling up on its side. Its emerald eyes gleamed faintly in the dimness as it lazily surveyed the crowded, chaotic crowd inside the store. Its furry ears twitched occasionally, picking up the sounds drifting in from the village entrance. Sounds more tense and oppressive than the store's bustle, Zhao Daong's occasional commands, Thais' scraping of firewood, and the faint struggling glow of torches moving in the distant darkness. The money's right. Since you bought it, please go. Don't forget your grain. Yeni took the old man's money and placed it in the register, reminding him. The old man thanked her repeatedly, hunched over, struggling to carry the grain as he shuffled out. As Yeni had expected, the clock in the store showed it was past 6, but people were still queuing outside. She took a deep breath and before the next batch came in, quickly drank some water, reminding Wang Xiaohua and her mother-in-law to do the same to soothe their parched throats. It wasn't until past 8 that they finished serving the last group. Village Chief Wu came in to thank Yeni before leaving with his group. The villagers from Wangjia Village and Aozi Village had already finished queuing, and their chiefs had thanked her earlier and returned with their people. Yeni nodded, watching them leave. The noise faded with the crowd like an ebbing tide, leaving only a mess and a heavy. The dim yellow light inside the store seemed colder after the crowd's departure, barely illuminating scattered grains of rice, trampled straw ropes, and a few wet footprints on the floor. At the village entrance, the bonfire Zhao Daong and the others had lit flickered, casting long shadows of the night watchmen onto the earthen walls, silently proclaiming tonight's rules. Duoduo's emerald eyes narrowed slightly in the dim light. It looked up at Yeni and let out a soft meow, as if saying, finally over. Then it leaped gracefully from the stool onto the glass counter, padded silently over to Yeni, and rubbed against her hand. Liu let out a long, silent sigh, as if expelling all the tension and exhaustion of the afternoon. Holding her sore lower back, she looked at Wang Xiaohua, who was equally exhausted and could barely straighten up. They exchanged a tired but relieved glance. Finally, it's quiet, Wang Xiaohua said, her voice terribly hoarse. She raised a hand to rub her nearly stiff neck. Yeah, finally done, Liu replied. Both turned their eyes to Yeni. Yeni was also weary. She rolled her neck and smiled at them. You've worked hard today. I'll settle today's wages and overtime pay for you later. At the mention of wages and overtime, Wang Xiaohua felt as if a warm current had been injected into her tired body. Her back straightened a little and the fatigue on her face faded, replaced by eager anticipation. Liu also breathed a quiet sigh of relief, the corners of her mouth curling up involuntarily. But wait a moment. Let me call the village chiefs in. There's something I want to tell you all together. With that, Yeni pressed the small speaker to summon Li Yutian and Li Yinzi. The two had just finished seeing off Chief Wu at the door. Hearing the boss voice, they hurried into the store. Li Yutian spoke first. Boss, why did you call us? He wondered if there wasn't enough grain. He had even told Li Shouzai and the others at the village entrance to assure latecomers that supplies were sufficient. If it ran out, what would they do? He began to worry. Yeni looked at old Li Yushin's expressive face and couldn't help but let out a laugh, her eyes curving into crescents. She waved her hand, her voice light. Chief, don't overthink it. There's plenty of grain. Someone will deliver more later. But I called you and Uncle Yinzi in because I have something to discuss. She paused, her gaze sweeping over Li Yutian and Li Yinzi. The two were staring at her expectantly, sweat still on their brows, unconsciously twisting the hems of their clothes as if waiting for good news. On the counter, Duoduo turned over lazily, its tail tip flicking gently. Its emerald eyes were half closed, as if it too were pricking up its ears to listen. Yeni cleared her throat and continued, first of all, I want to thank you all for your hard work today. It's not just Uncle Yin's family, village chief, and the village party secretary who is still on duty. All of you have worked tirelessly. Without your guidance outside, it would have been utter chaos, and we might still be at it even now. I just wanted to express my gratitude for your help. You've been exhausted from morning till now. I plan to pay you wages just like I did for Aunt Wang and her daughter-in-law. Li Yutian and the other man immediately tried to decline when they heard Yeni wanted to pay them. But Yeni waved her hand, signaling them to stop. Village chief, Li, Uncle Yinzi, don't say no to me. I'm not some heartless boss who watches you run around tirelessly without giving you a single cent. What kind of person would that make me? Not just you two. Also Uncle Yin's son's the village party secretary, and everyone who came to help. But I'm not sure exactly how many people there are. He'll need you village chiefly to help me tally them up. Then he'll pay everyone. That's settled. Let me talk about the second matter. Actually, this one concerns you all as well. It's about my grocery store. Yin Yi's voice rang out clearly in the now empty shop. She pointed at the slightly cluttered counter and the scattered straw ropes on the floor. You've seen it yourselves. Today was really crowded. And this is only the second day. The three of us were run off our feet. If it's going to be this busy every day from now on, it won't work. I was thinking, could we find a few more hard-working nimble people from Lijia village to help out in the store? Of course, the store isn't big enough for too many people. So I plan to hire 2 more, and they'll rotate shifts with Aunt Wang, Wang Xiaohua, and Liu perked up at the mention of hiring. Their weary, slightly unfocused eyes instantly sharpened, and they unconsciously pricked up their ears. Wang Xiaohua's hand clutching the hem of her clothes tightened involuntarily, her knuckles turning white. Liu silently pressed her lips together, and a flicker of barely perceptible tension darted across her eyes, which had just lit up with the prospect of settling wages. Hiring. Rotating shifts. Then, would this hard-won job of theirs be taken away? And the wages? Would they be gone too? Both their hearts skipped a beat. Their gazes involuntarily met, and each saw the same anxiety mirrored in the other's eyes. Yan Yi naturally noticed their expressions. She looked at Wang Xiaohua and her daughter-in-law, and said, "This hiring won't affect you too, Aunt Wang. It's just to lighten your workload. Your wages won't change, they'll stay the same as now. However, there probably won't be any overtime pay. With 2 more people to rotate with you, you won't have to work such long hours. Take today, for example, from a little after 8 in the morning to past 8 at night. That's already past our store's business hours. Working such long hours just isn't sustainable, your bodies won't be able to handle it. Even if it's not as busy as today in the future, I plan to adjust the business hours. That means we still need to hire 2 people. You'll be split into 2 groups, some on the morning shift, some on the evening shift. That way everyone can have a lighter load." After explaining to Wang Xiaohua and her daughter-in-law, Yan Yi didn't rush to speak again. The 2 women, having heard her words, finally relaxed their tense nerves. Wang Xiaohua's hand, which had been clutching her clothes with white knuckles, quietly loosened. She discreetly wiped the sweat from her palm on her collar, a grateful smile spreading across her face. "Oh yes, ma'am. Your arrangements are so thoughtful. This is good, this is good. Having people to rotate with will really lighten the load. Ma'am, we wouldn't mind even if you cut our..." Her lingering worries had completely dissipated. As long as the wages stayed the same and the job was secure, having more people to share the work was a welcome blessing. Even without the extra overtime pay, as the boss said, they wouldn't have to be as frantic as today, barely able to eat a meal. Her body, after standing all day, truly couldn't keep up. Liu beside her also let out an audible sigh of relief. Her tightly pressed lips relaxed, and she even lowered her head slightly, a bit embarrassed. She had indeed worried that hiring new people would mean losing this hard-won job, or that her wages would be cut. Now that she heard the boss' clear explanation, that the wages would remain the same and the burden would be eased, so she wouldn't have to work until her arms were too sore to lift like today, the stone in her heart finally settled. She looked up, a relaxed smile on her face as she echoed her mother-in-law. "Yes, ma'am. This arrangement is good. Well, do as you say." The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law exchanged a knowing glance, their eyes filled with a deep appreciation for this job and gratitude toward their boss Yan Yi. The heavy weight in their hearts was finally lifted completely. Yan Yi smiled and shook her head. "Don't worry, the wages will stay the same. The new hires will be paid at the same rate. I wouldn't go back on my word." She then turned to Liu Tian and the other man. "Village chief, Li'll need your help with the hiring. It's a little past 8 now. Would it be too late for you to find 2 people from the village for me? I'd like to leave this matter in your hands if that's all right." Liu Tian immediately nodded. "No problem. The villagers have probably just finished dinner by now. It's still early. They'll notify everyone about the hiring right away. Even if they're asleep, they'll get up for this. But ma'am, do you have any specific requirements for the hires?" Yan Yi briefly explained her requirements. She asked Liu Tian to find 2 more people like Aunt Wang and Liu, 1 younger to handle Liu's tasks, and 1 steady and efficient like Aunt Wang. Liu Tian listened attentively, his rough fingers unconsciously stroking his tobacco pipe. His murky eyes gradually lit up. After hearing Yan Yi's requirements, he nodded firmly, the deep wrinkles on his face softening slightly. Liu Tian listened attentively, his rough fingers unconsciously stroking his tobacco pipe. His murky eyes gradually lit up. After hearing Yan Yi's requirements, he nodded firmly, the deep wrinkles on his face beamed with joy as he replied immediately, "Understood, ma'am. Don't you worry, we'll find you the right people. One should be young and nimble like Yue, who can do arithmetic. The other should be steady and observant like Sister Xiaohua, diligent and not careless. Lijia village may not have much else, but we've got plenty of hardworking folks. They'll go call them right away, won't hold things." Liu Tian, having finished speaking to Yan Yi, was eager to rush off and get it done, but Yan Yi immediately called him back. "Village chief, hold on, don't rush. There's one more thing I haven't mentioned." Liu Tian turned around in confusion. "What else is there? Boss, what other matters are there?" How could he not be anxious? Such a wonderful opportunity needed to be secured as quickly as possible. Understanding the village chief's eagerness, Yan Yi quickly explained, "Actually, it's almost the same matter. Tomorrow is the last day for the discount, and the people from the commune have also arrived. I reckon there will still be a crowd tomorrow. Even after the promotion ends, there might be quite a few people. Uncle Inzi and the others helped maintain order today. I think starting tomorrow we should do the same. Village chief, please arrange for some villagers to help keep order." Uncle Eansy can stay on since he's already familiar with the routine. For the others, you can decide based on the queue situation. You can also decide who to pick village chief. Whether it's a fixed team or rotating shifts, I noticed there were about 5 or 6 people managing the line today. Let's stick with that number. He'll pay everyone who comes to work. But this work is different from Aunt Wong's, and there are more people involved. I'm planning to pay 8 jiao per person per day, which can also be exchanged for grain as wages. That's all I have. Nothing else. Village chief, you can go ahead and take care of things. Li Yushin's eyes lit up again. Oh boss, I'm so grateful. There aren't many people working in the fields now, but there are plenty of idle hands. Don't worry boss, I'll arrange everything properly. They'll go and pick the right people right now. Before the words had even faded, he had deftly tucked his tobacco pipe into his belt and turned striding briskly out of the shop. His footsteps fell on the floor scattered with stray grains of rice, producing a faint rustling sound. Li Yinzi glanced at Yin, he gave a nod and quickly followed. The two men, one after the other, soon vanished into the shadows where the dim yellow lamplight of the shop entrance met the flickering bonfire at the village entrance. The brief silence within the shop was broken, quickly replaced by an atmosphere of tense anticipation. Wang Xiaohua and her daughter-in-law Li Yue watched the village chief's hurried departure. The slight relief they had felt moments ago seemed to waver again. New recruits. Who would it be? Wang Xiaohua unconsciously licked her dry, cracked lips, wondering if her old friend would be chosen. If only she had known earlier, she could have sent word. Her gaze swept over her equally exhausted daughter-in-law Li Yue before stealing a glance at boss Yin behind the counter, who was massaging his temples. Seeing that it was getting late, Yin immediately settled the wages for Wang Xiaohua and her daughter-in-law, urging them to hurry home and rest as they would be busy again tomorrow. Though Wang Xiaohua and Li Yu were tempted to stay and see who the boss would choose as the new temporary workers, they knew it was late. Worried about whether the children at home had eaten, they quickly thanked Yan Yi and hurried off. Meanwhile, Li Yutian was already at the village office using the loudspeaker to summon the villagers. As he had predicted, the people of Lijia village had just finished their meal, though no one was willing to eat too early. An early meal meant hunger later in the evening. Everyone was trying to be frugal. The sound of Li Yushin's loudspeaker startled everyone. What could it be now? Last time it was about the general store at the village entrance. Curious, they instructed the elderly to watch the children at home, while the rest made their way to the village office. Once a sufficient crowd had gathered, Li Yutian first swept his gaze across them with what he considered a discerning eye. As he looked, he silently evaluated who among them would be suitable for working in Yan Yi's shop and who would be eliminated. Without keeping them waiting long, Li Yutian announced the news of Yan Yi's recruitment in his booming voice, each word striking the crowd like a hammer. Listen up. Boss Yan Yi's general store is hiring. They need 2 people. The news exploded like a drop of cold water into a pot of hot oil, causing an uproar. The villagers, who had been languid and curious after their meal, suddenly had their eyes light up like kerosene lamp wicks turned up high in the darkness. What a hiring. Is it true, village chief? What kind of work? Can I go? They're paying wages. And grain. Heavens. Oh, is it like what the Eansy family got? Becoming a temporary worker. Maybe the Eansy family isn't up to it. I knew it. I always said this kind of job isn't for everyone. The boss should have picked Pa. With your habit of always trying to get an advantage, you think you're up for it. You'd be good for nothing but eating wind. Exactly. They should pick me. The crowd grew restless. Some pushed forward, others stood on tiptoe, all faces turned eagerly toward Li Yotian, who stood on slightly higher ground, afraid of missing a single word. What had started as mere curiosity about the gathering had now transformed into a fervent hope of becoming a temporary worker, just like Wang Xiaohua and the others earning a wage. Aunt Li Air squeezed to the front, her voice cracking. Village chief, tell us, what are the requirements? My chunny is so quick with her hands. Li Shoutsai slapped his thigh in regret. Oh, if only I had known, I would have sent my wife to the shop this afternoon to even the usually dull Li Qiangu. He couldn't help but take half a step forward, his cloudy eyes gleaming. This was a golden opportunity. His old wife was too old, but he had 3 daughters-in-law. If even one of them was chosen, it would be remarkable. Li Yutian cleared his throat and gestured for silence, the mental ledger of his villagers already open. Stop the noise. Listen to me. The boss wants 2 people. One should be a young girl or daughter-in-law, quick with her hands and good with numbers. The other should be a steady auntie or elder sister, someone with an eye for work, diligent and not careless like Wang Xiaohua. And as he spoke, his sharp gaze swept through the crowd like a searchlight, taking in all the eager faces. Aunt Li Air's chunny. 18 or 19, quick with her hands, but a bit careless at times. Arithmetic. Li Qiangue had several daughters-in-law. The eldest was diligent in the fields, a good worker and steady, but she didn't talk much. Could she read? Widow Zhao. She worked efficiently and was steady, but she was the only one in her family with a young child. Could she manage? His mind raced as he continued. The wages are the same as Wang Zaiwa's, and you can exchange them for grain. This is a tremendous opportunity. The boss said it needs to be quick. We have to decide now, and you start work tomorrow morning. Decide now, eh? Pick me, village chief. My chunny can do it. My daughter-in-law is capable too. She's steady. She attended literacy classes and even came first in the exam. Village chief, look at me. The crowd erupted once more, surging forward, eagerly afraid of missing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Li Yutian looked at the sea of faces, each one filled with hope and anxiety. His heart was both joyful and heavy. Joyful that this chance could truly help the villagers, heavy because every choice meant favoring one over another, and it was a difficult decision. He took a deep breath, twirling his tobacco pipe unconsciously in his hand. His gaze wandered over the faces of a few initial candidates, making his final mental assessment. In the early hours of dawn, a thin mist still shrouded the entire Lee family village, yet the cooking smoke rose earlier and more urgently than usual. Figures were already stirring on the village path, their hurried footsteps carrying an irrepressible energy, trampling the dew-soaked mud with an unusual vigor. The crowing of roosters and barking of dogs were livelier than ever, as if the whole village had awakened ahead of time, the air thick with a blend of anticipation and bustling activity. Chunny, daughter of the chosen Lee Urshan, had risen before daybreak. Before the blurry mercury mirror at home, she untied and braided her two glossy pigtails repeatedly until her mother urged her several times. Only then, blushing, did she put on her best half-new blue cotton jacket reserved for visiting relatives. Her fingers nervously twisted the hem, yet she couldn't resist smoothing it down again and again. Widow Zhao, in contrast, was far more taciturn. She had fed the pigs and chickens in the pen early, carefully wrapped her head in the family's only clean white cloth, concealing a few early strands of gray hair, and neatly rolled up her sleeves. She took a deep breath, looking at her blurred reflection in the water of a light she hadn't seen in years flickering in her eyes. Both women harbored the same thought: they had to get there early. They couldn't keep the boss waiting. This was a hard-won job, and they had. The flames in their hearts leaped higher than usual, the sweet potato porridge bubbling and churning in the pot, its aroma wafting over the courtyard walls, drawing countless pairs of eyes peeking through gates and fence cracks in the neighboring yards. Those gazes held envy, disappointment, and a probing unwillingness to accept. The daughters-in-law of Li Qianghui's family had been ordered by their mother-in-law to sweep the yard before dawn. The broom scraped against the frozen ground, producing a harsh grating sound that seemed to vent some unspoken frustration. Though the women said nothing, their movements carried a hint of aggression, their eyes frequently darting toward the gates of Chunny's and Widow Zhao's homes. "Look at that girl Chunny, acting like she's something special." A sour muttering drifted from behind some courtyard wall. "Widow Zhao sure got lucky being the only one in her family. This'll ease her burden. Who knows how many days she'll last. Such a precious job. Keep it down, will you?" The village chief picked them. "Sigh, it's our own rotten luck. Why weren't we chosen? If only I'd gone to the village literacy class 2 years ago, I'd have been picked for sure. I'm so regretful now." "That's true. But Widow Zhao's child is still so young. Who'll look after him while she works?" "Huh, not sure about that. She must have found someone to help, right?" The low murmurs swirled in the crisp air like an invisible layer of frost, settling over the hearts of those early risers who hadn't been chosen. Some squatted on their doorsteps, bowls in hand, gnawing on cornmeal buns, their eyes fixed on the direction of the village grocery store, as if they could see through the mist and buildings to the impending bustle. A few half-grown children were also caught up in the unusual atmosphere. After all, besides those chosen to work in the store temporarily, there were also temporary workers from outside. Though their pay wasn't as much as Wang Zaihua's group, it was still an income. And the job, guarding the line and watching people right in the village, was something anyone could do. After discussing with village officials like Li Shoucai, Li Yutian eliminated the lazy and idle based on the villagers' circumstances, then arranged a schedule with 6 people per shift. With this arrangement, nearly every family had someone selected. So while there was envy toward Widow Zhao and Li Chunny, there was little jealousy among the villagers. The children, having had food at home for the past few days and now this good fortune, were far more energetic than during the lean times. They chased and played in their yards, their voices sharper and brighter than usual, carrying a strange excitement. Li Yutian had also risen early. He stood at his own gate, hands clasped behind his back, watching Chunny and Widow Zhao hurry along the village path, then glancing at the villagers assigned to today's shift approaching. He twirled his tobacco pipe in his hand. He took a deep breath of air tinged with firewood and morning chill, feeling the weight of the ledger in his mind turn another. After the recruitment news broke last night, he had made these arrangements hastily. He wondered if the boss would find any issues with the people he saw today. With this thought, he turned and went back inside. He had to go to the store and at least inform the boss first. As village chief, he had to shoulder this responsibility. He trusted his judgment, but he still needed to explain things clearly to the boss. As Li Yutian stepped out, the sun had already crested the eastern hills, splashing golden red light over the uneven rooftops of Li family village and the wet village path. The thin mist began to dissipate in the warm glow, revealing the familiar outline of the grocery store in the distance. Earlier, Widow Zhao had been walking briskly ahead, her 3-year-old son Go Dan securely strapped to her back with a cloth belt. The little one was sleeping soundly, his cheeks rosy. She also held the hand of her 5-year-old daughter Dia. She arrived at the home of Old Lady Huang, a neighbor of Wang Zaihua's, not far from the village entrance. Just as she was about to knock, Old Lady Huang opened the door from inside, a white-haired, slightly stooped elderly woman. Old Lady Huang was also a pitiful soul. When she was young, her husband died while repairing a river embankment. She was driven out of her husband's village and couldn't return to her own family, so she ended up in Li family village. She raised her son alone, arranged a marriage and grandchildren for him when he grew up, thinking she could finally enjoy life. But then her son died, saving a child. His pregnant wife, upon hearing the news, fell and lost both herself and the baby. In the end, only Old Lady Huang and her little grandson were left, barely surviving. If not for her grandson, Old Lady Huang might have succumbed to grief. But she gritted her teeth and woke up determined to live on for the child's sake. Li Yutian had considered Old Lady Huang last night, but her illiteracy made her unsuitable. She understood this and wasn't too disappointed. Years ago, the child her son saved was the offspring of a high-ranking official at the county textile mill who was visiting relatives and had nearly gotten into an accident. The child's family felt deeply indebted and even acknowledged old lady Huang as their adoptive mother. They had maintained contact and provided support over the years, so she had money and didn't lack for anything. But she knew widow Zhao's hardships, having lost her husband and having no in-laws or family of her own. So when she learned widow Zhao had been chosen, she proactively offered to watch her children at home. Thus, widow Zhao found herself at old lady Huang's doorstep early that morning with her children. After sending them inside and expressing her gratitude, she hurried to catch up with Li Chunyi heading toward the grocery store. Old Madame Huang waved her hand, muttering under her breath, "Hurry up, Xiaoer, we mustn't miss the hour. Dog Dan is with me, just go without worry." The widow Zhao, also known as Xiaoer, turned back to respond, her eyes brimming with gratitude and guilt, yet her steps quick. On the other side, Li Chunyi was practically bouncing forward, her mother close behind, clutching half a gnawed cornbread, while whispering urgently near. "Steady yourself. Be diligent and sharp-eyed when you get there, don't be clumsy in front of the boss. Hear me." Chunyi dragged out her tone impatiently. "I know, Mom. You said it 1,000 times." Yet her skipping steps and the hand that kept touching her braid betrayed her excitement. Not far behind them were several villagers assigned to maintain order today, both men and women, all wearing expressions of solemn seriousness. Li Shoucai was among them, rubbing his rough hands and saying to the man beside him, "Hey, once the sun's out, folks feel alive. We've got to work hard today, don't bring shame to our village." The other nodded in agreement, their gazes fixed on the approach. On the second floor of the general store, Yinny had already risen and was having breakfast. She slurped a bowl of rice noodles topped with stir-fried beef as she chatted idly with Duoduo. "See, I made a good call having village chief Li find helpers last night. There are even more people today than yesterday. It's only 7 a.m. and there's already such a crowd. I wonder if the crowd will thin out once the discounts end tomorrow." Duoduo glanced at the monitor and shook its head. "I doubt it. With the commune officials here yesterday and likely provincial leaders coming later, this store won't see any peace." Yinny swallowed the beef. "Ah, you're right, Duoduo. Tell me, isn't this just tricking me into being a beast of burden? It looks like I won't catch a break as the tool person. I thought I'd come to laze around like a salted fish, but that's clearly impossible." Duoduo tilted its head to look at Yinny. "I didn't expect this either. Maybe a miscalculation. But yesterday's task was completed." "Of course it was completed. I worked the whole day. So I am sure today will be the same. No way, Duoduo, hurry up and figure out a way to free me from this. I even found helpers for Aunt Wang and the other woman so they could take shifts. But I, the boss, can't be run ragged like a dog. That's just improper, right? Duoduo, you're a system. This must be a piece of cake for you, right?" Yinny paused her chopsticks and looked at Duoduo. Duoduo hesitated. The little system felt Yanyi's words sounded oddly familiar, but it couldn't recall where it had heard them. Maybe just a trick of the mind. It shook its head. "You're right, this is a breeze for me. Let me think about how to handle it." The tiny Duoduo had never experienced this. Yinny was its first-bound host. Its father hadn't told it the job would be this tough. It had thought it was coming for a vacation, not to lend a hand, well, to solve problems. Yinny offloaded her troubles to Duoduo and went back to slurping her noodles. The noodles today were truly excellent. Now, after finishing, she'd be recharged and ready to work. Downstairs, a line had formed from the store entrance to the village center and back to the village gate. Li Yutian and his team had arrived and begun directing the queue, while Li Shoucai and his men stood guard at the village entrance. Wang Xiaohua and her daughter-in-law had learned from their old man Li Yinzi that the two hired last night were Zhao Xiaoer and Li Chunyi. The two women were now seeking advice from Wang Xiaohua and her daughter-in-law. After the widow Zhao left, old Madame Huang gently closed the courtyard gate, shutting out the morning chill and the growing clamor on the village path. In the yard, little Stone was squatting by the wall, poking at the dirt with a twig and mumbling to himself. Old Madame Huang turned the weariness from rising early, replaced by a gentle calm. She entered the house. The widow Zhao's 2 children were on the calm. Dog Dan slept soundly, his little face rubbing against his grandmother's old cotton jacket, a small patch damp with drool. Daya sat timidly, her small hands tightly clutching her clothes, her big eyes fixed on her brother. She firmly remembered her mother's instructions before leaving to help take care of her brother and assist old Madame Huang. "Be good, Daya. Come here, have you eaten?" Old Madame Huang's voice was very soft, carrying a soothing power. She reached out her calloused yet warm hand and took Daya's cold little one. "Dog Dan is sleeping. Grandma Huang will get you a piece of sugar cake, okay?" Daya sniffled and shook her head. "Grandma Huang, I'm not hungry. Mom said I should help watch my brother so you won't work too hard." Old Madame Huang patted the obedient Daya's head. "It's fine, no one else is home. Don't worry. Your brother is sleeping on the calm. What could happen? Come, little Stone is outside too. You can eat with him." Daya remembered her mother also said to listen to Grandma Huang. She first glanced at Dogden, who was sleeping soundly on the Kong, then nodded to old Madame Huang and obediently followed her outside. Old Madame Huang thought to herself, Daya is such a sensible and well-behaved child that her mother must have taught her well. As she walked, she habitually scanned the kitchen, planning to settle the children first, then wash the pots and dishes, and later prepare something nice for them at noon. Life was like this, trivial, but someone always had to manage it. She thought of Shoer, who had it hard too. Her husband died young, leaving her with orphans. Now that she had this job, it was heaven's blessing and the village chief's foresight. She silently prayed that Shoer would have smooth sailing at the store and nothing would go wrong. As for herself, helping to watch the children was her way of contributing. After all, looking at the widow Zhao and her 3 children felt like seeing herself. Inside the store, Yinny paid no attention to the crowd lining up downstairs. Changing the business hours to 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. was already generous enough. She changed into a light purple t-shirt and denim overalls, stood before the screen to tie her hair into a ponytail, then opened the game and entered the shop to browse. No new products today. They'll stick with yesterday's setup. She said, her fingers tapping nonstop, adding everything needed to the cart and placing the order for the downstairs warehouse. After finishing, she glanced at the calendar. Day 3. Another day packed with people. Yin-Yi glanced at the monitor before descending the stairs, then nodded at Duoduo, who was nestled in her arms. Let's go. Time to open up. Yin-Yi walked down the stairs and pulled open the small door. The villagers waiting nearby stirred like a startled swarm of bees, a low hum of commotion rising among them. Countless eyes fixed on her, filled with urgency, longing, and cautious deference. Boss. The boss is out. She must be opening the doors. Finally. Not yet. Our village chief said it opens at 9. Really? Our village didn't say that. I don't care about that. I'm at the front. The front. A cacophony of voices erupted. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Among those queuing today were a few from Wang family village and Wu family village from yesterday. Those who had doubted their chiefs until they saw fellow villagers returning with grain. By the time they came, it was too late to get in line. They only managed to secure a spot by arriving early today. The vast majority of villagers came from other villages. Some had been tipped off by Li family village residents, while others were summoned after the commune leaders returned yesterday and sent word to every village. Those from farther away had yet to arrive. Only the relatively close ones had made it. The men nearest the door instinctively pressed forward, craning their necks to peer inside, as if the door concealed a life-saving elixir. The crowd behind surged like a wave, only to be halted by Li Yinzi and a few villagers maintaining order. Step back. Everyone step back. Can't you see the door isn't open yet? Why are you all pushing forward? It's not time. It opens at 8. Stay in your spots and only move forward when it's your turn. Otherwise, don't budge an inch. Li Yinzi roared, his face flushed crimson and veins bulging at his temples. Li Yutian frowned, thinking it was fortunate the boss had specifically asked them last night to arrange crowd control. Otherwise, these people would have stormed the store without a care, causing chaos. He quickly raised his hand to signal for silence. Everyone quiet down and listen. In the village chief of Li family village. The man who just spoke is Li Yinzi, in charge of order. Follow his instructions. You've probably heard that yesterday the folks from Wang family village queued up properly and left with their grain without any trouble. So we'll do the same today. Village chiefs and cadres, keep an eye on your own people. This store has plenty of grain. As long as you're in line, you'll get your share. No need to rush. Just wait your turn. After speaking, Li Yutian turned and waved at Yin-Yi inside the store. Seeing this, she pressed the door release and the glass door slid open. He then beckoned Li Chunyi and the others to enter. Wang Xiaohua and her daughter-in-law greeted Yin-Yi upon entering and began organizing the shelves. Li Yutian led Zhao Widow and Li Chunyi to the checkout counter. Yin-Yi looked at the two women, recognizing them as the new hires Li Yutian had mentioned last night. She nodded and spoke first. Village chief, these are the helpers you found, right? Li Yutian nodded. Yes, boss. This is Chunyi. He gestured to the young woman in a faded but clean blue cotton blouse. She's literate and quick with her hands. She can work alongside Liu. Chunyi stepped forward, nervously twisting the hem of her clothes, her voice trembling slightly. Hello, boss. And this is Zhao Xiao, Li Yutian said, indicating a pale, uneasy woman who tried to stand tall, but whose eyes betrayed exhaustion and a hint of fear. She's steady and hardworking. Her family's had a rough time. She lost her husband and now raises 2 kids alone. But rest assured, boss, she's arranged for the children to stay with old Mrs. Huang so she can focus on work. Zhao Xiao's lips moved as if to speak, but in the end she only bowed deeply. Hello, boss. He'll work hard. Yin-Yi's gaze swept over them. Chunyi was young with a spark in her eyes, but also the timidity of a novice. Zhao Xiao was like a taut string burdened by immense weight, her desperate need to seize this opportunity almost palpable. She sighed inwardly. Times were tough for everyone. All right, I trust the village chief's judgment, Yin-Yi said without further questions. Today you'll shadow Aunt Wang and the others. Help with store order, weigh the grain, guide customers to pay, and restock the shelves. Aunt Wang's sister Li Yue, can you show them the ropes? Wang Xiaohua immediately replied, sure thing, boss. Chunyi, Xiao, come over here. Chunyi, you learn from Sister Liu. Xiao, come with me, and he'll teach you the store's rules and how things work. She called out warmly, and the two women each took a newcomer under their wing. Li Yutian felt a weight lift off his shoulders. He rubbed his hands together and said to Yin-Yi, boss, I've arranged for people to keep order outside, just as you asked. Since our village has plenty of folks, we'll assign someone every day. Is that all right? Yin-Yi nodded with a smile. Sure, I'll leave it to you. Just make sure things don't get out of hand. Oh, and starting today, I'm setting a cutoff time for queuing 5 p.m. Please arrange for someone to guard the line, then just like yesterday. Li Yutian understood and nodded. Boss, if there's nothing else, I'll head out. There are a lot of people outside and Yinzi and the others might not be able to handle it alone. I need to keep an eye on things. All right. Thank you for your hard work, village chief. Yin-Yi nodded. Li Yutian turned and strode out quickly, planning to confer with Li Shouzai and Zhao Daong. Yin-Yi glanced at Wang Xiaohua and her daughter-in-law, who were giving unknown instructions to Li Chunyi and Zhao Widow. She then turned and headed to the small storage room to bring out more supplies. Wang Xiaohua sharply noticed Yin-Yi carrying out grain and immediately called Zhao Widow to help. Zhao Widow hurried over, wiping her hands on her clothes before daring to take the corner of the sack Yin handed her. The sack was heavy, carrying the dry scent of new grain, and it weighed on her arms, yet it brought a sense of steadiness to her heart. She gritted her teeth and, mimicking Yin, pulled the bag toward the shelf with effort. Wang Xiaohua and Zhao Widow worked together to place sacks of potatoes, sweet potatoes, corn, and pumpkins onto the corresponding shelves. Meanwhile, Li Yu guided Chunyi in pouring fine and coarse grains into glass containers. With extra hands, Wang Xiaohua and her daughter-in-law found the work lighter than in previous days, and they finished much faster. Once everything was done, Yin called everyone over. She instructed Wang Xiaohua and her daughter-in-law to train Li Chunyi and Zhao Widow for the day. Starting tomorrow, the four of them would rotate shifts. Everyone agreed. It's about time. Let's open the store. All right, Yin said, taking a deep breath as he glanced at the wall clock, its hands steadily pointing to 7:55. Get ready to open the doors. Aunt Wang, you take Sister Zhao. Oh, Chunyi, you follow Sister Li Yu. Don't be nervous. If you encounter anyone troublesome or can't handle it, just call for me directly. Everyone chorused in unison. Got it, boss. Yin immediately turned on the loudspeaker to notify Li Yingji outside the shop that they could let people in. Li Yingji, receiving the signal, bellowed at the top of his lungs, his voice so resonant it could pierce through the entire village entrance. The doors are open. The doors are open. Line up properly. No pushing. One at a time. The first 10 people in line go in now. Yes, you lot. What are you standing there for? Hurry up, the doors open. As he shouted, he waved his arms vigorously like herding ducks, signaling the 10 people nearest the entrance to move quickly. The crowd instantly stirred like a lit fuse, buzzing with commotion. The few men at the front were so excited their faces flushed red, almost tiptoeing forward, terrified that a moment's delay would see them pushed out by those behind. Yet they were also nervous and uncertain, having never experienced such an automatic door. But after the first try, the second time came easier. Once they approached the glass door and experienced it, not only they, but even those still waiting, having seen the door open for the second time or heard about it from relatives or the village chief, understood. Those behind craned their necks to peer forward, the line like a waking giant python, beginning to writhe slowly and eagerly. Hurry up, hurry up. It'll be our turn soon. Don't push from behind. You're stepping on my feet. Hey, what's the rush? The front is moving, isn't it? Our village folks. Keep up, don't fall behind. I'm talking to you, get back in line. Mother, finally the doors are open. Yesterday that bag of grain old Wang from our village carried back made me so envious. Tell me about it. I came running early this morning, and there were people even earlier than me. Li Yingji glared like a guardian deity at the door, his burly arms spread wide, struggling to maintain the meager space at the entrance while shouting incessantly, slow down. Slow down. I said no pushing. If anyone pushes again, just try it. Dalin, Qingshan, both of you watch the back. Don't let them surge forward. Li Yutian also stepped forward, quickly calling out to a few familiar village chiefs in the line, village chiefs of Linjia village, Yejia village, and the other villages. Keep your people steady. Don't rush. Everyone will get their share. Follow the order. The named village chiefs promptly responded, turning to scold their impatient villagers. Did you hear that? Behave yourselves. Line up properly. Don't bring shame to our village. It'll be our turn soon. What's the rush? After a brief scuffle and clamor, the line finally regained a semblance of order under the forceful maintenance of Li Yingji and the others. The first 10 people with tense yet excited expressions cautiously stepped through the door that seemed to them like a gateway to hope. Both inside and outside the shop, order and rules prevailed. Meanwhile, on the village road from the commune to Lijia village, a few scattered bicycles and groups of people walking together hurried toward Lijia village. These were people who had heard the news from the commune early this morning and rushed over without a moment's delay, eager to see with their own eyes the legendary general store where grain could be bought. Among the cyclists were several acquaintances. Leading the way was Lu Hua's family, who had come from the commune yesterday. Lu Hua's father and mother shared one bike, while his elder brother rode another. Brother Lu turned to his parents. Dad, Mom, are you two okay? Should I take Mom? I wonder if what Lu Hua said is true. A shop opening in this village with grain to sell. It's really strange. Lu Hua's mother, seated on the back rack, held the seat and caught her breath. It's fine, I can manage. Your mom's steady. Hua saw it with his own eyes yesterday, accompanying the leader, and went straight to the city early this morning to report. How could that be false? Maybe this village has grain, so they opened a shop. He wasn't clear on the specifics, but the grain should be real. I just wonder if we'll be able to buy any arriving this late. Lu Hua's father added urgently, exactly. Your brother's straightforward. Would he lie? Anyway, let's go see for ourselves. Hurry up, don't worry about us. Ride ahead and check it out first. Upon hearing this, brother Lu pedaled harder, the wheels grinding over the dirt road, kicking up fine dust. He was still skeptical, but since his parents said so, and his brother Lu Hua wasn't one to talk nonsense, especially since he hadn't come home all night, only returning briefly in the morning to leave a message urging the family to buy grain before dashing off. He had to trust his brother, and more importantly, his brother's leader. In these times, having grain to sell, and in abundance, was like a pie falling from the sky. His heart burned with eagerness, and he pedaled even faster, wishing he could sprout wings and fly over. The others on the road were in the same boat as Lu Hua's family, though most had learned of it only this morning from the commune's posted notice and announcements at various factories, which they happened to encounter. If only I'd gone earlier to fetch the bike from my husband's factory. I wonder if the message I left for him got through, and if he's heard and taken leave to come. If we buy grain later, I don't know how we'll carry it back, a tall, slightly plump older woman said to another beside her, frowning. Both were employees of the supply and marketing cooperative. They had gone to their workplace early this morning to see if there was any stock or if it would open, as the cooperative had been closed for days due to a lack of goods, and they had been sent home to rest. But when they arrived at the cooperative today, they saw a commune worker hastily posting a notice. Since they were nearby, they thought it might be good news from higher up. Upon reading it, it was indeed good news, but not the kind they had expected. There was grain available, but not from the authorities. They had to go to this remote village, Lijia village, to buy it. The two women grabbed the commune worker and wouldn't let him go until they had grilled him about every detail of the notice. Confirming it was true, they quickly found someone to send a message to their families and then hurried off on foot. Aunt Su's colleague and neighbor Zhu Xiaomei nodded in agreement. Isn't that right? But the worker said they'd notify the factories, so they'll surely know to come here. By the time they arrive, we might not even get a spot in line. Look at all these people ahead and behind us on the road, let alone those near Lijia village who must have heard the news much earlier. You have a point. Let's walk faster then, so we can at least get a better place in line. Right, hurry up. Aunt Su and the other woman supported each other, quickening their pace until they were nearly jogging, kicking up dust from the dirt path that settled on their trouser legs. The woman moved swiftly, breathing heavily, sweat trickling down her temples without a moment to wipe it away as she pressed forward relentlessly. Zhu Xiaomei was also exhausted, but remembering the half-empty rice jar at home and the yearning eyes of her children, she gritted her teeth and mustered renewed strength. Mother, this road doesn't look far, but walking it really wears out the legs. Aunt Su complained, wiping sweat from. Indeed, we don't usually walk such distances. Normally wed bike or take an ox cart, so these legs have gone rusty. Zhu Xiaomei agreed, her eyes fixed on the direction of Lijia village ahead, as if she could already see that miraculous grocery store. But for grain, even breaking my legs is worth it. Think about our meager supplies at home. They won't last a few more days. Beside them, other travelers also wore a tall, thin man in work clothes rode a bicycle, two empty burlap sacks tied to the back rack, pedaling furiously as the chain screeched. Beside him, a man with a cloth bag supported a woman, presumably his wife, staggering, yet resolute, murmuring, almost there, almost there. As they neared Lijia village, the road swelled with more people merging into a silent, anxious tide. Occasionally acquaintances crossed paths, but barely exchanged greetings, only nodding hurriedly, their eyes conveying the same message: hurry, or I'll be too late. The iconic locust tree at the village entrance finally came into view, its shadow teeming with a restless crowd. From a distance, the buzzing murmur of voices rose like water on the verge of boiling. Good heavens! So many people! Aunt Su gasped, her steps faltering as her heart sank. The scene before her was far more overwhelming than she had imagined. The line snaked from the grocery store door through the village and out to the main road like a weary, yet unyielding giant serpent, still crawling forward slowly. On both sides of the line, a few figures could be seen maintaining order, shouting loudly. Judging by their attire, they were likely villagers from Lijia village. Zhu Xiaomei's heart tightened at the sight. She grabbed Aunt Su's arm. Quick! Don't just stand there. Let's get in line. Every spot counts. Better than just watching. Without another word, ignoring the ache in their legs, they almost scrambled to the tail of the massive queue. They squeezed into the end of the line, surrounded by unfamiliar faces, each etched with the same longing and anxiety. The air was thick with dust, sweat, and an indescribable tension. Aunt Su stood on tiptoe, craning her neck forward, but only saw a sea of dark heads. The legendary grocery store was buried deep within the crowd, not even its roof visible. How long will we have to wait? Aunt Su panted, despair creeping into her voice. Who cares how long? Waiting means hope. Zhu Xiaomei gritted her teeth, her eyes fixed on the slow-moving line, as if it were her only lifeline. Look, it's still moving. Movement means there's grain. Well, wait it out. Fragments of whispered discussions drifted into their ears. Hey, which village are those in front from? Why so slow? I heard they only let 10 people in at a time. 10. That'll take forever. Be grateful. Having grain to buy is better than the grain station being closed all the time. Exactly. I've been here since before dawn, and it's been half a day already. I wonder if there'll be enough grain for us by the time we get in. Listening to these murmurs, Aunt Su and Zhu Xiaomei's hearts were in turmoil. They could only bolster each other, sticking close, terrified of being cut in line. Their gaze swept over the bobbing heads, anxiously fixed on the grocery store, surrounded by layers of people, ears strained to catch any sound from the front. The shout to let people in, the joyful voices of villagers emerging with grain. These became their only hope. Ahead of them stood Lu Hua's family, who had arrived earlier. Lu Hua's elder brother Lu Zhong turned to their parents, saying, I didn't expect so many people already lined up. Good thing we biked here. I wonder if there'll be enough grain for us today. Lu Hua's father Lu Xiaotian adjusted his glasses and nodded. Indeed. Lu Hua's mother chimed in, her voice laced with worry, craning her neck to peer ahead, but the distance was too great. Only the shop sign was visible. This line stretches endlessly. Huazi only said there was grain, not how much. Those from the commune knew little about the store situation or the queue. Everyone just knew there was a place to buy grain, but the details were hazy. Liu Tian, standing at the store entrance, noticed these newcomers joining the line. Unlike the villagers, they clearly bore the hallmarks of city dwellers in their attire and demeanor. Most wore faded but relatively neat work clothes, rubber or liberation shoes, a stark contrast to the villagers in coarse short shirts, patched garments, straw sandals, or hand-sewn cloth shoes. Their faces, besides the fatigue of travel and the anxiety of waiting, carried a distinct urban detachment, a blend of curiosity and subtle scrutiny toward the rural surroundings. especially when several bicycles arrived together at the village entrance, something no single village could boast. Li Yushin's heart skipped a beat. He knew these were likely people from the commune, or even farther drawn by the news. He quickly trotted over to Li Yinzi, who was busy maintaining order at the door, and whispered urgently, "Yinzi, look at those new people at the back. They seem to be from the commune. Probably heard the news this morning and rushed over. The line's getting bigger. You keep an eye here, or go ask around." Li Yinzi was just yelling at a burly man trying to push forward. He glanced back at the tail of the line, and the endless sea of unfamiliar faces made him suck in a sharp breath, his brows knitting into a knot. Good heavens. How many people is that? Our village plus the nearby ones are already a handful, and now all these city folk. News travels fast. His voice carried unprecedented anxiety and confusion, much of his earlier confidence in maintaining order draining away. What on earth is going on? There's no helping it now that they're already here. Besides, no one can stop this anyway. Li Yutian let out a heavy sigh, his eyes brimming with worry. Moreover, it's not just us folks from the countryside who are short on grain. Alas, we can only take it one step at a time. Yinzi, you must keep a tight watch on the door. Only 10 people at a time. There must be no chaos. If things get disorderly, forget about selling grain. Something terrible is bound to happen. I'm going to check the situation now and talk to those who look like cadres from town, asking them to help keep their own people in line. All right, Brother Yotian, go quickly. I've got this covered. Li Yinzi gritted his teeth, straightened his back again, suppressed his anxiety, and roared once more, his voice even louder and tinged with severity. Listen up. Those at the back. No pushing. Anyone who pushes again, don't blame me for being rude. Line up properly. When it's your turn, go in, 10 at a time. Follow the order. No cutting in line. Dalan. Qingshan. Keep your eyes wide open. Li Yutian hurried toward the middle rear of the line, his gaze sweeping over the unfamiliar faces that bore the mark of the city. He stopped beside a young man whose features seemed somewhat familiar. This was Lu Hua's elder brother Lu Zhang. No wonder Li Yutian found him familiar. He had ridden Lu Hua's bicycle just yesterday, and the brothers looked strikingly alike. Li Yutian nodded at him, forcing a faint smile, and striving to make his voice sound both courteous and authoritative. Comrade, you look very familiar. Is Comrade Lu Hua from the commune a relative of yours? In the village head of Lijia village. Judging by your appearance, you're not from our nearby villages, are you? Lu Zhang was puzzled to be addressed by someone. He was wiping his sweat when he heard the question and quickly looked up. Recognizing the village head, he replied, "Yes, village headly, hello. Lu Hua is my younger brother. This is my father Lu Xiaoyan and my mother Wang Guifan." He gestured toward his equally sweating parents. Guessing that the village head had come to inquire because of their unfamiliar faces in the line, he added, "We rushed over on our bikes as soon as we got word. The notice went up at the commune this morning, and many who heard the news are heading here." Before he finished speaking, a slight commotion stirred in the line behind him. A middle-aged man in blue work clothes looking like a cadre stepped forward with an urgent and official tone. "Village headly, is it? In the deputy director of the commune's textile factory, surname Zhao. What's going on here? Does your village really have grain to sell? What's the supply like? With so many people, can order be maintained? Many worker families in our factory are out of food and waiting desperate." He wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, his eyes fixed intently on Li Yotian, scrutinizing and pressing for answers without room for evasion. Behind Deputy Factory Director Zhao, a few others in work clothes chimed in, voices overlapping. "Yeah, village head, how much grain is there? Don't let us queue for nothing only to find it's gone. We walked over 10 li from the commune." Li Yushin's heart tightened under the sudden pressure of these city cadres' inquiries, and the faint smile on his face nearly. He took a deep breath. So the commune had put out a notice early this morning. No wonder so many city folk had appeared. Suppressing his churning anxiety, he strove to sound steady. "Director Zhao, comrades, everyone don't panic. Since the commune notified you, I assume you've all come for the grain. This grain doesn't belong to our village. To be precise, it's from the grocery store at our village entrance. You arrived late, so you might not know the situation. Let me explain." Li Yutian then briefly explained the store situation. The people from the commune understood, and seeing the honest, earnest village head, they believed he wasn't deceiving them. Each one felt fortunate to have rushed over upon hearing the news. Aunt Su and Zhu Xiaomei, who were right behind Deputy Factory Director Zhao in line, stepped closer. After listening, they gripped each other's hands tightly, eager to dash inside immediately. After finishing his explanation and seeing that everyone understood, Li Yutian felt the taut string in his heart loose. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and was about to reiterate the queue rules when a sudden disturbance erupted at the front of the line. "What's going on? Why isn't it moving? What's the fuss up front? Is the grain gone? Oh heavens, please no." The already restless crowd erupted like a pot boiling over. Those at the back, seeing the line stall, spread guesses and panic like a plague. People stood on tiptoe to see, asked each other, and sighed in despair. The line rippled outward like a stone thrown into water, anxiety intensifying in the air. Aunt Su and Zhu Xiaomai's hearts leaped into their throats. Instinctively, they clutched each other's arms tightly, their nails almost digging into flesh. Zhu Xiaomai's lips trembled as she stammered, "No. It can't be. We just got in line." Aunt Su's face turned pale and darkness seemed to close in before her eyes. The endless line felt like a man-eating monster about to devour their faint hope. Li Yushin's heart sank. Sensing trouble, he abandoned further conversation with Deputy Factory Director Zhao and Lu Zheng, only hastily saying, "Everyone stay calm. Let me go check." He dashed toward the grocery store entrance. Though lean, he moved with astonishing speed, weaving through the crowd like a slip. Reaching the storefront, he saw Li Yinzi red-faced and locked in a confrontation with a burly man. The man craned his neck, spittle flying. "Why won't you let me in? I've been waiting forever. Are you picking on us outsiders?" Li Yinzi's forehead veins bulged with anger. He pointed at an elderly woman who had stumbled and nearly fallen from being shoved. "What are you pushing for? Didn't you see you almost knocked her over? I said enter in order. 10 at a time. You're in a hurry. Who isn't? There are hundreds behind us. Cause any more trouble, and you're out." It turned out an impatient man had tried to force his way into the next batch, entering the store shoving and nearly knocking down an elderly village woman ahead of him, sparking the argument. In the highly tense atmosphere, this minor conflict was like a fuse igniting a powder keg. "Yeah, no pushing. Line up. Anyone cutting and get lost. Village head. Do something. Is there grain or not? Give us a straight answer." The roar of the crowd surged, wave upon wave, mingled with anger, anxiety, and despair. Li Yutian dashed between the two men in a single stride, spread his arms wide, and bellowed with all his might, "Ka! Iti!" He usually spoke gently, but this roar was like a thunderclap out of a clear sky, carrying an undeniable authority that forcibly subdued the clamor by several notches. Every eye instantly fixed on him. Li Yushin's chest heaved violently. He first shot a fierce glare at the troublemaking brute, his gaze sharp as a blade, causing the man to instinctively shrink back. At the same time, he said, "Which village are you from? How many times have we said to follow the rules? Where did your ears go?" Then turning to the now quiet crowd, he continued, "Fellow villagers, since you've all lined up, there's no need to worry about the grain. Just wait your turn in an orderly fashion and you'll be able to buy when it's your time. Who said there's no grain? If there wasn't any, the shop owner would have announced it long ago. Stop spreading baseless rumors and idle gossip. Stay put. If it's too hot and you don't want to wait in line, then leave. No one's stopping you. Is there anyone still arguing now?" Hearing his words, no one dared to raise a voice in rebuttal. They only muttered under their breath that they hadn't been spreading rumors. It was just what those ahead had said about the grain running out, and even those ahead didn't know where the talk had come from. Li Yutian took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the faces etched with longing and slick with sweat. Familiar villagers from his own village, neighbors from nearby settlements, and city workers and cadres who had traveled from afar, weary and dusty. He cleared his throat, his voice loud and steady, striving to pierce the restless air. "Villagers, comrades, I know you're all anxious. Who isn't? Whose family doesn't lack grain? But since you've come such a long way, you should know that the people from those villages yesterday waited all day and eventually bought their grain, returning home happily. Besides, it's still morning. The grain is more than sufficient. Rest assured." He threw out the most crucial reassurance, and indeed the crowd's agitation visibly subsided as countless eyes fixed intently on him. However, his tone shifted, growing serious. "With so many of us, the shop is only so big. Only 10 people can enter at a time. That's the rule. It's to ensure safety and fairness, so everyone can buy grain equally. No one can cause chaos. Whoever disrupts it is going against everyone in this line. You might even be kicked out and miss your chance." He paused deliberately, letting his gaze linger on the newcomers in work uniforms, then raised his voice. "I know it's hard for everyone. You've walked 10, even dozens of miles queuing up before dawn, all for the rations at home. I, Li Yotian, understand. But precisely because of that, we must follow the rules. Be considerate of one another. Help each other." That comrade who nearly knocked over the elderly. He turned to the brute. "We understand your urgency, but rules are rules. No matter how urgent, you can't gamble with others' safety. Now return to your spot. If it happens again, don't blame me for being harsh. You'll be asked to leave the line." Under Li Yushin's stern gaze and the silent condemnation of the crowd, the brute's face flushed and paled by turns. Finally, he muttered sullenly and shrank back to his original place. He turned to Li Yinzi and nodded. "Yinzi, go ahead." "All right." Li Yinzi quickly replied, wiped the sweat off his brow, and shouted toward the door, "This batch can enter. Still the first 10. Enter in order. Move quickly." The shop door opened again, and 10 figures filed in, their faces a mix of hope and tension. The line finally resumed its slow, arduous shuffle. Li Yutian didn't leave. He stood near the shop, entranced like a stabilizing pillar. His sharp gaze swept over the long queue, occasionally reminding them, "Don't push. Watch your step. Look out for each other." His presence provided the restless crowd with an unspoken sense of reliance and restraint. Aunt Sue and Zhu Xiaomei watched the line start moving again and let out a long sigh of relief. They exchanged glances, seeing in each other's eyes a sense of survival, as if escaping a calamity. They stood on tiptoe, watching those ahead inch forward, slow as a snail. But at least there was no news of grain shortage. Hope still lay ahead. Sweat trickled down their cheeks, dripping onto the dry dust and leaving tiny dark marks. They pressed close together, moving with the flow, bit by bit, trudging painfully toward that door that bore the hopes of their families. Until night fell and the crowd dispersed, the shop's clock had struck 8:30. Yan Yi and the others served the last group of comrades from the commune, settled Wang Xiaohua and the rest with their wages, and sent everyone home to rest. After they had all left, Yan Yi pressed the button to lower the rolling door that hadn't been shut for days. After all, things were no longer like 2 days ago when only a few villages came. Who knew if city folks might arrive tomorrow? She looked at the slightly messy shop, but had no energy to clean up now, her stomach growling with hunger. She quickly retrieved sour cabbage, fish, spicy shrimp, egg fried rice, and watermelon juice from the little farm warehouse. After such a hard day, she deserved a feast. After a few bites, she remembered the task she'd given Duoduo. Duoduo, any ideas yet? Figured out how. Duoduo, who had been lying down watching a drama, looked up at her words, lazily flicked its tail. Though the screen was at a critical scene, still tore its eyes away, pressed pause and meowed. Got a trick. I can make an automatic checkout machine. How about that? Yen perked up. Automatic checkout machine. Like a self-service payment device. But how would they use it? The grain bags don't have barcodes. Duoduo nodded. Yeah, it's a self-checkout thing. No barcodes needed. Simple. Should I conjure it up for you to see? With a wave of its paw, a machine appeared in the shop. The so-called automatic checkout machine. It looked peculiar. The main body was a sturdy wooden box painted dark with a display screen on the front and several buttons. Below the protruding section was embedded a polished metal panel atop, which sat a tilted scale-like large brass tray. On the right side of the machine was a slot-like opening labeled deposit slot. Yenny immediately recognized it as a coin slot, but where would the change come out? Curious, Yenny leaned in for a closer look. This? How does it work? You put money in, right? Can it give change? She looked at Duoduo with confusion. Duoduo leaped lightly onto the counter, the tip of its tail swaying with pride as it pointed a paw at the machine. Simple. This plate is for customers to place their grain bags on. It patted the gleaming brass scale with its paw. Not just grain, you can put anything else on it too. Then the machine will weigh it, automatically calculate the weight and the price, and display everything clearly on the screen. As for paying, you're right. Just insert the money, press this green button, and the machine will go click. The screen will show payment successful, meaning the transaction is complete, money and goods exchanged. If the money isn't enough or you put in the wrong amount, it will flash red and beep. Yenny nodded as he listened. That's about what I guessed. Not many steps, pretty easy. But what about change? Can it give change if you overpay? Duoduo scratched its chin with a paw. Oh, that function isn't available. You have to pay the exact amount. It can't give change. Yen frowned slightly upon hearing this, tapping the counter lightly with a finger as she pondered. That's a bit of a hassle, but not too big a problem. Most people here use small denominations anyway, and they have more coins than bills. The largest note is the great unity. If worse comes to worse, they can come to me for change. She paused, then looked at Duoduo with sparkling eyes. Still, the machine itself is quite practical. It saves a lot of effort, at least sparing me from calculating prices one by one. Duoduo, can you make 2 of these? Yen glanced at the store layout, then pointed toward the entrance. Place them on the left and right sides. That way we can open the main door, and when it's crowded, people can queue outside. With these self-checkout machines, plus my counter, will have 3 lines for payment, speeding things up. Duoduo let out a meow, its tail standing tall as it nodded. No problem. I'll do it now. It waved a paw and a faint blue light flashed. The machine in front was moved to the left side, while another identical self-checkout machine landed steadily on the right side, where Yen had pointed. The 2 machines stood side by side at the entrance, their sturdy wooden boxes paired with gleaming brass scales, looking both practical and novel. Yen nodded in satisfaction. Great. Tomorrow I'll teach Aunt Wong and the others first. They'll need to guide the customers. Thank you, Duoduo. Duoduo flicked its tail and settled back down, pointing a paw at the pause TV drama. Don't worry, the machine is super simple. Just put in the grain, insert the money, and press the button. Anyone can figure it out at a glance. She smiled and rubbed Duoduo's head, a weight lifting from her heart. She bent down to continue eating heartily, thinking that tomorrow would be easier and even the food tasted better. The next day, still preoccupied with teaching the self-checkout machine, Yenny woke up before 7 a.m. She had a large bowl of lamb soup noodles, changed into a linen outfit, and went downstairs without wasting much time. But today the shop door was locked. She hadn't even checked the surveillance, so she was unaware of how anxious the crowd outside was. Even Li Yutian and Li Yinzi, seeing the shutter pulled down unlike usual, couldn't see inside, and huddled together, whispering, wondering if Yen had closed the shop for good. Yet Li Yinzi and the others felt it unlikely, especially since Yen had cheerfully settled their wages last night, showing no signs of anything amiss. Yinzi, why do you think the boss has closed the shutter? Could it be that the grain supply has run out? Li Yutian and Li Yinzi stood in front of the door, leaning in to speak quietly. Li Yinzi quickly waved his hand, wiping sweat from his forehead. No. Didn't you see the boss was happy last night? She must be busy with something inside. Let's wait a bit longer. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud clatter sounded as the shutter was slowly raised from inside, revealing the original glass door. Yen stood behind the glass, spotting Li Yutian and the others immediately, and nodded with a smile. Seeing Yen Yi's expression unchanged and glancing at the store's interior, both men breathed a sigh of relief. There was still plenty of grain. It seemed the boss's supply was intact. Then Li Yinzi's eyes wandered to the far left of the glass door near the shelves. He glanced away, then felt something was off. Li Yinzi jerked his head back, staring intently at the sturdy wooden machine. He tugged at Li Yutian's sleeve, his voice changing pitch. Village chief, look at that. What is that? How did this newfangled thing appear overnight? Li Yutian followed his gaze, frowning. The machine's faintly glowing screen and shiny brass scale were clearly something new that hadn't been there before. Just then the glass door slid open automatically, and Yen smiled at them. Good morning, village chief, Li Uncle Yinzi. The shop isn't even open yet. You're here so early. By the way, have Aunt Wong and the others arrived? After greeting them, she looked behind the 2, not seeing the 4 elderly women, so she asked. Hearing the boss ask about his wife's arrival, Li Yinzi quickly replied, Boss, my old lady should be on her way. Just now, when we left, the grandchildren were clinging to their grandma, so it delayed her a bit. Should I go back and fetch her? Yen Yi shook her head. No need. It's still early, at least 40 minutes until opening. I was just asking. It's fine if they come later. Li Youtian, seizing the moment after the boss finished speaking, quickly asked to learn about the two large machines. He had noticed not only the one Li Yinzi pointed out on the left, but also another on the right. Yen Yi chuckled. You're sharp to spot them right away. These are self-checkout machines I set up yesterday. The queues over the past 2 days were just too long. Even with Chunny and the others helping Aunt Wang and her team, it eased some pressure, but I really couldn't handle the checkout work alone. To be honest, after closing up last night, I felt like my hands weren't mine anymore. They were so sore. So to make checkout easier and speed things up, I got 2 self-checkout machines for the store. Today we'll try using them for self-service payment. The operation is simple. Even a child could probably use it. Li Youtian and Li Yinzi's eyes widened after hearing Yen Yi's explanation. They couldn't believe these 2 large machines were actually self-checkout devices. From the boss's description, they could handle payment and settlement on their own. The 2 exchanged glances, finding it incredible, yet deep down they felt nothing was impossible. This shop's very existence was already miraculous enough. Thinking it was still early, Yen Yi gestured to the 2 of them, walked over to an automatic checkout machine, picked up a bag of pumpkins from the nearby shelf, and took out 2 large ones. Come, let me show you how it works. See, place the bag of grain you want to buy on this brass scale pan. She set the pumpkins down steadily. A soft beep sounded and the display immediately showed a line of text, pumpkin 16. 8 Gene unit price 0. 01 Yuan Gene, total 0. 17 yuan. As the price appeared on the screen, the machine simultaneously announced it aloud. This was a feature Yen Yi had asked Duoduo to add the night before, considering that some people might not be literate but could certainly understand the spoken price. Li Youtian and Li Yinzi leaned in to look, their eyes wide with astonishment. Good heavens! It's all there, weight and price. Li Yinzi exclaimed in amazement. Yes, Yen Yi nodded, pointing to the coin slot. Then the customer inserts the exact amount of money shown here into this. Note that the machine does not give change, so please try to have the correct amount ready. If you really don't have small change, you can come to me first to exchange it. She took a small wallet from her pocket, opened it, and pulled out some prepared small bills and coins, demonstrating as she inserted them. After inserting the money, press this green confirm button. With a soft click, a faint mechanical sound came from inside the machine, and the display changed to payment successful. Thank you for your patronage. Is it really that simple? Li Youtian asked, his face full of disbelief. It's really that simple. Yen Yi smiled. When Aunt Wang and the others arrive later, they'll teach them thoroughly. They can watch and guide everyone. After all, it's a new machine, and people might not be used to it at first. Having someone there to oversee will put them at ease. Plus, the machine can identify counterfeit money. If the amount is insufficient or the money is fake, it will beep an alarm, and the display will flash a red light. Li Youtian stroked his beard and nodded repeatedly. Good, good, good. This is truly a marvelous invention. With these 2 machines, the checkout process will speed up considerably. Boss, Yen, you really have a way with things. As he spoke, Wang Xiaohua and her mother-in-law along with Li Chunyi and widow Zhao arrived almost simultaneously. As they entered, their eyes were immediately drawn to the 2 brand-new machines. Yen Yi stopped chatting with Li Youtian and the other man. They understood that her priority now was to teach Wang Xiaohua and the others, so they nodded and turned toward the store entrance to inform the waiting crowd. Yen Yi turned to call Wang Xiaohua and the others over. They had also noticed the new contraption. She then began to explain in detail the usage and precautions of the automatic checkout machines, teaching them step by step how to guide customers to place grain, insert coins, press buttons, and handle machine alarms. Wang Xiaohua and the others learned earnestly. After all, it concerned their livelihoods, and the machine did seem to say. They took turns practicing a few times and quickly grasped the basic operations. Boss, this thing is amazing. So convenient and so easy to learn. You can take it a bit easier now. Wang Xiaohua beamed with joy. Yes, yes. No more long queues waiting for the boss to tally the bill alone. Widow Zhao chimed in. Li Yinzi, watching from outside the door as his wife learned with such skill, felt pleased as well. Though they were getting on in years, and some had made snide remarks, they were still capable. As opening time approached, Yen Yi instructed Wang Xiaohua and the others. When we open later, continue as before. We had planned to adjust your shifts, but I'm afraid that won't be possible today. But don't worry, I won't shortchange you on overtime pay. For lunch, you can take turns eating, just like yesterday. Also split up. Aunt Wang, you and your daughter-in-law watch the machine on the left. Chunny, you two take the right one. You don't have to stay together. Decide who will take the first shift and who will take the later one. Your main task is to guide everyone on how to use it. If you encounter any issues you can't handle or any emergencies, just call me anytime. All right, got it. Don't worry, boss. Wang Xiaohua and the others replied in unison. Yen Yi nodded and walked to the store entrance. Li Youtian immediately approached. Boss, we've already informed everyone that today they can use these 2 new machines to pay. But I reckon those further back might not know yet. Well, announce it every so often. Yen Yi looked at Li Youtian gratefully. Thank you, village chiefly. I appreciate your hard work. Also, the weather is too hot. I've prepared some herbal tea in the shop. They'll bring it out to the entrance soon, and anyone who needs it can help themselves. Li Youtian hadn't expected the boss to prepare herbal tea for them, but this was something she had been considering for a while. Unfortunately, Tiny Pastoral's kitchen didn't have any herbal tea until Duoduo mentioned last night that the mall had updated. When she checked, not only was herbal tea available, but also mung bean soup, and at incredibly low prices. Each order came in a large iron bucket, a truly generous amount. After thanking the boss, Li Yutian went outside to share the good news with everyone and also planned to find a few young men. Yan Yi first went back to the small door behind the cash register, opened it, and emerged in seconds carrying 2 buckets of herbal tea. Wang Xiaohua and the others, having heard what she said to Li Yutian, were already waiting in front of the counter to lend a hand. As soon as she brought them out, Wang Xiaohua and her mother-in-law took them. They marveled at the boss' strength. Each large bucket was so heavy that even the 2 of them struggled to lift it by the handles and walk. The boss had carried them alone. They exchanged glances, suspecting that the boss might have some kung fu after all. Before they even reached the entrance, Li Yinzi and Li Chao, who had been assigned to manage order in the village, took over. In this relay fashion, all 4 buckets of herbal tea Yan Yi had prepared were placed at the entrance. Besides the tea, she also set out disposable cups, hanging them on the handles of the buckets for easy access, anticipating that some people might not have brought their own water bottles. The people in line, having heard Village Chief Li's announcement that the boss had prepared herbal tea for everyone today, were surprised to see it was true, and in such large buckets free of charge. Everyone praised the boss' kindness. This boss is so generous, even providing herbal tea. Yeah, I don't recall hearing about this yesterday, do you? Exactly, I thought there were no more discounts today, what a pity. Me too. Herbal tea is great. It's still early, and by the time it's my turn it'll probably be noon. It's so hot, having a cup of herbal tea will help beat the heat. Yeah. Thank you, boss. Hearing the voices outside, Yan Yi smiled, then pressed the loudspeaker to announce that the store was officially open for business today. As the horn faded, the glass door slid open with a soft swoosh and held steady, the queue surging forward, as Li Yinzi had arranged, letting them enter in batches just like the previous days. Li Yutian and a few young men kept order at the entrance, shouting hoarsely, "Don't rush, folks. Enter in order, pick your grain first, then pay." There are self-checkout machines on both sides. If you don't know how to use them, ask Aunt Wang or Chunny for help. Since it's not my turn yet, I'll have some herbal tea first before buying. It's free from the boss. Someone ventured, stepping out of line toward the 2 large iron buckets on the right side of the shop entrance. He took a disposable cup, examined it, then turned the tap, and the herbal tea flowed from the spout. The first to get the tea was surprised to find it icy cold. It turned out that Yeni had ordered ice cubes when placing the order in the mall earlier. Seeing this, the others in line also crowded around the tea buckets, filling their cups to the brim. The crisp, sweet licorice flavor instantly dispelled the summer heat. Many, after drinking, smiled and shouted toward the shop, "Thanks, Boss Yin." After saying that, they poured another cup to take back to their families waiting in line. Wang Xiaohua stood by the machine on the left, and when she saw an elderly woman with a bamboo basket hesitating to step forward, she quickly went over. "Big sister, come, I'll teach you. Just put the grain bag on the scale, and the machine will calculate the price automatically." The old woman, half doubtful, placed the bag of millet that Li Yu had just packed for her onto the scale. The display instantly showed the amount. Following the instructions, she inserted some small bills and pressed the confirm button. With a click, the machine spat out a receipt. The old woman looked puzzled. "Is that it? Can I leave after paying?" Wang Xiaohua nodded. "Yes, you're all set. Take this receipt and you can go. Next, you step forward," she said to the old woman, then motioned for the young man behind her to come up. On the right side, Li Chunyi and Widow Zhao were also busy. A young man wanted to try the machine, but pulled out a large denomination bill, scratching his head apologetically. "I came in a hurry today and just grabbed a few big bills without checking. I don't have any small change left. Can I still buy anything?" At that moment, Yeni, seeing the first batch all curiously opting for the self-checkout machines, was idly looking around when she heard his words. She leaned out from the cashier counter with a smile. "Come over here, I'll change it for you." The young man ran over, exchanged his money with Yeni, then returned to complete the self-checkout smoothly. As he left, he gave the machine a thumbs up. "This thing is so convenient. I wish the department stores in our city had them too. Every time I went there before, I had to wait in line forever." A relative who came with him also nodded. "Yeah, but this machine must be expensive. I haven't heard of any factory making these. I doubt the department stores can get them yet." Yeni and the others, overhearing their conversation, realized these two had come from the city, and early in the morning at that. Curiously, Chunny asked, "Which city are you from? It's not our Nanshur, is it? How did you find out about this place so quickly?" The young man nodded. "Yes, from Nanshur. Not that fast, actually. My family got the news the day before yesterday. My grandmother has a relative in Wujia village near your village. That relative bought grain the day before yesterday and called us right away. We're already late. My relative said you had discounts a few days ago, didn't you?" Li Chunyi and Widow Zhao understood after hearing this. "So that's how it is. Yes, the day before yesterday, people from Wujia village did come. The first 3 days had discounts. Now it's the original price. But we've also opened earlier and closed later because many people came late and couldn't buy before closing. Our boss is kind and extended the hours. And today there's free herbal tea too. You came early enough to buy grain, which is great. Many people aren't as lucky as you to leave this early." Li Chunyi spoke these words with heartfelt gratitude toward the boss. Without her, they wouldn't even have been able to afford a bowl of thin porridge at home, let alone work here like Aunt Wang and earn wages. Hearing this, the man nodded in agreement. "True, it's already good to get such fresh rice and coarse grains. I touched the rice in the bag earlier. The grains are all even and clean, much better than the stale rice from the grain station before. And although this self-checkout machine is new to me, it's really hassle-free. No more waiting in long lines for tickets like before. You've set up a truly practical shop." With that, he picked up his bag of grain, waved to Li Chunyi, and turned to leave the shop with his relative. Widow Zhao watched the young man's retreating figure and said to Li Chunyi with a smile, "Who would have thought the news would spread all the way to the city? Good thing the boss set up shop in our village, so we were the first to know. And the boss brought in these machines just in time. This is only our second day on the job, and people can pay instantly with them. It's so fast and much easier. Li Chunyi nodded, wiping the sweat from her forehead. You're right. Boss Yin is so thoughtful, thinking of everything for us, even preparing herbal tea for everyone. Where else could you find a boss like that? As they were talking, more customers approached the self-checkout machines with their grain bags, curiosity and anticipation on their faces. The bustle inside the shop was even more intense than the heat outside. At noon, Yinny didn't have to be as busy as yesterday, when she couldn't even find time for lunch. Wang Xiaohua and the other three took turns eating, and there was always someone to mind the self-checkout machines, allowing Yinny to have a meal and rest. The aroma of the food was so enticing that it wafted through the open glass door, making even those in line outside, not just inside, unable to resist glancing into the shop. Wang Xiaohua, stationed by the self-checkout machine, sniffed the air. Their lunch today was also from Yinny. Boxed meals with minced pork and eggplant, fried chicken cutlets, and white rice. They all thought it was the best meal ever, but the boss-owned food smelled even better. Having just finished her meal, Wang Xiaohua took her lunchbox to the cashier counter. Seeing dishes in Yanyi's box that she had never seen or tasted before, she smiled and said, "Boss, I'm done eating. What are you having for lunch? I've never seen anything like it. If my stomach weren't already full, the smell alone would make it growl." Yinny had just taken a bite of golden scrambled eggs. She looked up with a smile. "I just made something different for myself today. If you want, I'll prepare it for you tomorrow. It's just scrambled eggs and kung pao chicken. It's really tasty and goes well with rice." Wang Xiaohua then learned that the dish was called kung pao chicken, which seemed to be chicken. She had never heard of it, but as a rural woman, that was normal. Hearing the boss say she would prepare it for them tomorrow, her smile stretched from ear to ear. It wasn't just Wang Xiaohua. Li Yu and the others were also overjoyed at the prospect of eating such fragrant meals identical to the boss tomorrow. However, since there were still customers in the shop besides them, they had to restrain themselves. As for the villagers waiting in line who could smell the aroma of the food, but couldn't have any, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Some even rubbed their growling stomachs. Aunt Zhang, standing in the middle of the line, tugged at her husband's sleeve. "Old man, do you smell that? Isn't that the scent of... I only had a bowl of porridge this morning, and now the smell is making me hungry." Her husband nodded, peering into the shop. Indeed, that fragrance wafts far and wide. "Why doesn't the boss shop sell some food?" A young woman nearby chimed in. "Exactly. If we could buy something hot to eat, waiting in line wouldn't feel so unbearable." Li Youqian, who was passing by to maintain order, overheard this. He silently nodded, thinking to himself, wasn't that the truth? The boss staff meals at noon, which they called employee lunches, smelled incredibly delicious. But while he envied them, he consoled himself that now they could buy grain to take home, and his wife's cooking at home wasn't bad either. Yanny, standing behind the cash register, heard the chatter outside, and couldn't help but curl her lips into a smile. The meals she had chosen were naturally delicious. The game's offerings looked appetizing even in pictures, let alone when taken out. She pondered that if the opportunity arose later, she might set up a small window to sell boxed lunches. After all, among those waiting in line, some had brought their own dry rations, but others had nothing to eat at home and had to endure hunger while queuing. The more Yanny thought about it, the more she felt it was a good idea. But for now, she had to hold off. She lowered her head, picked up a piece of kung pao chicken with her chopsticks, and thought about arranging this dish for the employees tomorrow so they could also enjoy something new. The sunlight outside remained blazing, but with the addition of 2 automatic checkout machines in the shop, the payment process sped up. This meant that although the line still stretched to the old locust tree at the village entrance, people no longer complained endlessly about the long wait like in previous days. Many people held cups of ice-cold herbal tea, sipping it slowly while chatting with those around them. Occasionally, they would peer into the shop to catch a glimpse of the novel machines, curiosity and smiles on their faces. Uncle Zhang, who had just bought his grain, walked out of the shop carrying a heavy bag and waved his receipt at the waiting crowd. "This machine is so convenient. I just learned how to use it from Aunt Wang. You put the grain on the scale, drop in the money, and it's done. So easy." Aunt Li nearby perked up. "Really? That's great." Everyone who went in this morning said the unfamiliar machine was excellent. "When I get in, I'll try it too." Li Yutian held a megaphone and called out every now and then, "Don't rush, folks. Payment is quick. If you don't know how to use the machine, ask Aunt Wang and the others in the shop. They'll teach you for free. There's herbal tea at the door. Help yourselves if you're thirsty." His voice was a bit hoarse, but carried an excitement, for the changes in this small shop had brought benefits to the entire Li family. Yan Yi leaned against the cash register, watching the busy yet orderly scene in the shop, unable to hide the smile on her lips. Wang Xiaohua and the others took turns manning the machines, occasionally helping customers operate them, their faces relaxed. However, not everyone was honest. That morning, someone had tried to shortchange the machine. The machine immediately displayed insufficient payment and emitted a sound. Wang Xiaohua rushed over, saw the guilty expression on the man's face, and rolled her eyes dramatically. After scolding him, the young man sheepishly added the missing amount. Only when the machine stopped beeping and the payment went through did she stop her reproach. The young man slunk away, grabbing his things and hurrying out. Li Yutian asked Wang Xiaohua what had happened. Upon learning that someone had tried to challenge the machine's ability to detect underpayment and had been caught red-handed, resulting in a humiliating public scene, he immediately used it as a cautionary tale. With his booming voice, he shouted outside, "Listen up, everyone. Someone just tried to be clever and shortchange the machine, but the self-checkout caught them on the spot. That machine is sharp. It calculates every cent and penny precisely. Our kind boss has provided herbal tea to cool you down and installed these convenient machines to save time, so don't do anything shameful. Everyone be honest and pay the right amount. Those in line remember to pay properly and don't try any sneaky tricks. By the time the sun set and dusk crept over the old locust tree at the village entrance, the crowd had finally dispersed. Only a few empty herbal tea buckets remained by the shop door, gleaming dully in the twilight. Wang Xiaohua and the others, rubbing their sore waists, began cleaning up the shop, putting away scattered grain bags, wiping the screens of the self-checkout machines, and sweeping up spilled rice. Li Chunyi brought a bucket of water and sprinkled it on the floor, the dust instantly settling in the damp air. Yan Yi stood behind the cash register, opening the payment system to check the day's customer count and revenue. The number of customers was similar to yesterday, and the system's tasks were completed. However, the revenue had more than doubled compared to the previous day, likely thanks to the efficiency of the self-checkout machines, or perhaps some people were just curious. Moreover, many of the customers had come from the city or neighboring cities. These people had greater purchasing power than the villagers, and besides grain, they were more willing to buy expensive items like malted milk powder and formula. Duoduo let out a meow. It seems our shop has become famous in many cities. Soon people from the province or other cities might start coming too. Yanni patted its head. Then I'll have to trouble you, Duoduo, to think about how to renovate the shop. I think it's time to add new products, but the shop is indeed a bit small. Duoduo scratched its chin. No problem. Leave it to me, rest assured. Yan Yi nodded, then looked away from the register toward the others who were still tidying up. Thank you for your hard work. Leave the rest to me later. It's getting late. Come over and collect your wages, then head home. Since this had been the routine for the past few days, Wang Xiaohua and the others quickly finished their tasks, took their wages from Yan. Yan Yi then closed the shop's rolling shutter, and while eating asked Duoduo about its plans. Duoduo thought for a moment. First, we need to expand the shop a bit. Add 2 more shelves. Will that be enough? Yan Yi looked around the shop and shared her own ideas with Duoduo. The more Duoduo listened, the more it liked her thoughts. This is simple. They'll look into it and see how to make the changes you suggested. She smiled and said, then I'll leave it to you, Duoduo. In the early morning of the following day, as usual, before the rooster had even crowed, a line had already formed at the entrance of the general store. Li Yutian and the others had not yet arrived. It was still quite early. When the time was about right and they approached, they first looked at the crowd in line. Fortunately, everyone had followed the notice on the small blackboard at the storefront and were not clustering, but instead queued one after another in order of arrival. He and Li Yinzi were talking as they drew nearer when they began to sense something amiss. The general store seemed slightly larger than the day before. They exchanged a glance and looked again. It was true. The store had expanded. It seems this boss is truly remarkable. Who else could enlarge a house overnight without making... Li Yinzi nodded at Village Chief Li Yushin's words. Yes, Village Chief, but I think the store suddenly grew larger. Perhaps the boss has introduced something new that couldn't fit in the original space. Hearing this, Li Yutian thought of the automatic checkout machine from yesterday. That single machine took up quite a bit of space. What kind of addition could have prompted the boss to enlarge the building? Regardless of what these two were thinking, a sense of anticipation grew within them. They had now fully accepted that the boss was no ordinary person, certainly not one of their common folk. As for where the boss came from, they had once been curious, but after witnessing so much, they had lost all desire to investigate. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. As long as the boss wasn't a bad person, they preferred not to be curious. Li Yutian often privately reminded the people of Li family village to behave and not cause trouble, like Gao Dazhuang and his lot. Those individuals now relied on others to purchase on their behalf. Some villagers were still willing to help, but only for payment. The Gao Dazhuang family was unhappy but had no choice. They couldn't defeat Yini. Li Yutian had no intention of intervening, not expelling them from the village was already generous. Thus those families could only rely on haggling over a small fee to get villagers to act as proxies. Li Yutian naturally asked Yini about this, and she turned a blind eye. As long as they didn't come in person, she didn't mind. Besides, she had already punished them for the incident, she wouldn't interfere in their transactions. Upstairs, Yini was awakened by Duoduo's fluffy tail brushing against her. She rubbed her eyes and sat up, checking the time. Just a few minutes before 7. She decided to get up. After washing up, she had a simple breakfast of fried dough sticks and soy milk, changed into a fresh set of clothes, and went downstairs. Half an hour had passed, but it was still well before opening time. She came down from the second floor, pushed open the small door, and entered the store. Standing at the cash register, she could see the entire layout. She placed Duoduo on the counter and surveyed last night's arrangements with satisfaction. Looking through the closed glass door, the store's layout had not only expanded, but also undergone some adjustments. Starting from the left, where a row of shelves once stood against the wall, there were now glass cabinets filled with rice, millet, cornmeal, and other grains. Essentially, the glass cabinet setup from the cash register area had been moved here. Across an aisle on this row of shelves were various oils: peanut oil, corn oil, rapeseed oil, and others available in both large and small bottles. The lower 2 tiers of the shelves held coarse grains like sweet potatoes, corn, and pumpkins, some bagged and some loose. To the left of the glass door, a small shelf displayed fresh fruits and vegetables along with eggs, duck eggs, pork, chicken, and other meats. Previously, the store only had packs of 10 eggs. Now a row of 30 egg packs had been added for those traveling from afar who wished to stock up. The entire left side could be considered the grain, oil, and fresh produce section. Further over, another row of shelves formed the living essentials area. One side held kitchen supplies, including salt, sauce, vinegar, sugar, dried noodles, instant noodles, canned goods, and more. The other side was stocked with daily necessities unchanged from before. Against the far right wall, the shelves had been removed to make room for the automatic checkout machines. In addition to the original two, a third had been added. With one to the right of the entrance, there were now 3 machines in total, designating this as the checkout zone. The shelves behind the cash register remained unchanged, still stocked with cigarettes and alcohol. However, the glass cabinet below had been removed entirely. Now only the cabinet frame remained empty. All the shelves and glass cabinets in the store were fully stocked with goods ready for customers to enter. Yenny first opened the rolling shutters outside the store. Li Youtian, Li Yinzi, and Wang Xiaohua, who had just arrived at the entrance, were the first to notice the changes in the store's layout. These few had just been whispering, guessing what new tricks the boss had up her sleeve. When they saw the completely transformed arrangement through the glass door, their eyes widened and their jaws dropped in astonishment. Yenny found their expressions amusing and quickly waved them in. Li Youtian was the first to recover from his shock. Seeing Yenny's gesture, he called out to the others, "Snap out of it. The boss is letting us in." The group hurried into the store one after another. Wang Xiaohua and the others inspected everything closely. Pointing at the shelf near the door, Wang Xiaohua's eyes lit up and her voice trembled slightly. "Good heavens. What is this? There's meat. Oh my, this pork belly is so fatty. Perfect for rendering lard." Li Yu also stepped forward, looking at the glass cabinets filled with grains against the wall and the shelves lined with various oil containers. She couldn't help but nod. This is great. All the grains are together, making it easy for everyone to grab what they need. And the shelves are so neatly arranged, it looks much brighter than before. Li Yinzi stared at the small shelf of fruits and vegetables, swallowing hard. "Village chief, look at those tomatoes. So red and glossy, like they were just picked from the field. And that meat looks so fresh. It's been ages since we've had meat." Hearing Li Yinzi's words, Li Youtian also swallowed silently. Indeed, who among them hadn't gone without meat for a long time? He decided he would buy some to take home for his wife to cook. The group chattered excitedly, their faces filled with surprise and delight. They had completely forgotten their earlier mutterings, feeling only that the store's changes were becoming more and more astonishing. Just then, Yenny walked out from behind the cash register and greeted them with a smile. "So what do you think? Not bad, right? This meat is all fresh. If you want to buy some, go ahead, there's plenty. Or you can pick it out now, and they'll set it aside for your family to pick up later. You get first pick." Wang Xiaohua had been thinking about whether to buy some herself. Hearing the boss' words, she quickly replied with a smile, "Then I want stand on ceremony, boss. This fatty piece looks great. I'll take this one. Please hold it for me." She pointed to the slab of pork belly she had her eye on, which was mostly fat. Yenny nodded. "Of course. Bring it over. No rush to pay. We'll settle up when we calculate your wages tonight." "Sure thing, thanks, boss." The others followed Wang Xiaohua's example, each selecting a piece they deemed good. Even Li Chunyi, despite worrying about her mother's scolding, took a piece, though she thought her mother would surely praise her cleverness. As soon as the general store was upgraded, most of the people at the entrance were newcomers, along with a small number of relatives and friends brought along by these folks. They caught sight of Wang Xiaohua carrying a slab of streaky pork, beaming with joy. Surprised that meat was available in the store today, they all thought to buy some on the side. "Did you see that? Was that a big piece of fat? When I came over, they only mentioned grain, never said anything about being able—" "Yes, that's right. That Andy was definitely holding fatty pork. I hadn't heard about it either. Maybe they just forgot to mention it." "I think so too. When will they let us in? I wonder if there'll still be fatty meat left by the time it's my turn. Even lean meat would do. I haven't had a morsel of meat in over half a year." "You're only at half a year. I haven't eaten any in a whole year. Where are you from that you could still have meat?" "Where I'm from you can't." Well, I only got some because a relative from the countryside had wild boar from their village hunt." "Brother, we can't buy any in the city either." "Oh, so it was wild boar meat. I thought you bought it at a food store." "I was wondering, since we can't get any in our province, folks from lower areas probably can't either." "True, but today we'll definitely all be able to buy some. If I take some home, my daughter will be overjoyed." An elderly woman standing behind and beside the young man who spoke curled her lip dismissively. "This lad's a fool. That worthless girl of his doesn't deserve meat." The man beside the old woman quietly tugged at her sleeve. "Mother, don't talk nonsense. How they eat is their business. Don't cause trouble, or I won't be able to buy grain and your grandson will go hungry." Hearing her son's warning, the old woman cautiously glanced ahead to see if the man she deemed a fool had heard. Satisfied he hadn't, she held her tongue, thinking it was all for her grandson's rations. She dared not stir trouble. Inside the store, Wang Xiaohua carefully cradled the slab of streaky pork, her fingertips tingling with excitement. She turned to Li Yu beside her and winked. "See that? Eldest daughter-in-law, we can render this meat for lard and keep a few pieces for stir-fries. Zhu and the others will be thrilled." Li Yu nodded eagerly. "Mother, you're right. Should we buy a piece for the second and third families too?" Wang Xiaohua thought it over and agreed. If she sent her husband to notify the second and youngest families, they'd probably be queuing until evening. Glancing at the crowd outside, she turned back to pick out 2 more pieces of meat and set them aside with the shopkeeper. Li Youtian called a few people inside to help. Since Yenny had prepared mung bean soup today, it was naturally more broth than beans, but it was free. Elder Zhang, first in line, watched as they carried out buckets of mung bean soup. Li Youtian also announced that besides grain, the store was now offering fresh pork and chicken. Elder Zhang couldn't help smacking his lips. This boss is really generous. Not only can we buy meat, but the mung bean soup is free. Yesterday I heard from a neighboring village that there are self-service machines here to save time. Today I come and find meat for sale. What luck? A young married woman chimed in. You said it? I came all the way from Huta village in the next county originally only wanting to buy 2 sacks of sweet potatoes. Now I'll have to pick up some meat too, or my mother-in-law will say I don't know how to manage a household. Yenny stood behind the counter watching the lively scene. It seemed everyone was interested in meat as well as grain. She stroked Duoduo's fur, glanced at the time, and decided it was about right. So she reassigned the tasks. Auntie Wang Yu and Sister Li, you handle the grain, oil, and fresh produce. Sister Zhao, you take care of the living area. Chunny, you help over at the self-checkout machines. Wang Xiaohua and the others nodded and immediately moved to their designated positions as Yenny had instructed. Then they opened the doors to welcome the steady stream of customers. By mid-morning, the store had restocked several times. Those outside who had heard about the meat but feared missing out were delighted to see the boss continuously bringing out fresh supplies. No one knew how much he had prepared, but those who wanted to buy were overjoyed. A middle-aged man in a patched jacket stood on tiptoe peering into the store, his throat bobbing. My boy has almost forgotten what meat tastes like. If I can buy half a caddy, I can make him meat dumplings tonight. The older woman beside him quickly tugged his arm. Keep your voice down, or the people ahead will snatch it up. I heard yesterday that there might be fresh goods here, so I got up early and rushed over. I can't let this trip be in vain. How did you know there'd be fresh goods today? The woman's expression was calm. Of course I knew. I found out long ago. My family already bought grain here before. I came back today because I knew there would be meat. The woman was actually making it up, but no one knew that. Seeing her confident expression, they thought she had inside connections. Many looked at her with admiration and envy. The murmurs in the line grew louder. Some craned their necks to see the meat racks inside, others counted the money in their pockets, and a few discussed pooling together to buy a piece of meat to share. A middle-aged man came out carrying bags in both hands and turned to his wife and son behind him. Your mother picked a really good piece of meat. 7 mao a caddy, about the same price as the old food store, and you can choose your own. This is great. His wife nodded. Yes, even though it's pre-cut and you can't buy an exact amount, the pieces on display are all similar and quite fatty. Plus no ration tickets are needed. It's actually cheaper. Someone ahead in line, curious, asked, how much is the meat? And no tickets needed. The wife nodded. That's right, no tickets needed for anything here. Pork is 7 mao a caddy, chicken is 9 mao, and the chickens are whole and dressed. Very convenient. When it's your turn, you'll see for yourselves. As soon as she finished speaking, the line erupted in chatter. Everyone discussed the prices. Pork and chicken were indeed more expensive than grain, but they were similar to what you'd pay at the old food stores, which weren't cheap either, and those required tickets. Those who had been hesitant now resolved to buy. Just then a black jeep slowly made its way along the village road to the Li family village. Dust rose in the distance as the vehicle drew nearer, finally stopping in the open space in front of the general store. Amidst the clamorous discussions, a sudden put-poot-poot engine roar echoed from afar, accompanied by swirling dust as a black jeep drove towards the grocery store. The chatter in the line subsided significantly. Many paused their conversations, turning their gazes with curiosity and bewilderment towards the sound. Such an imposing vehicle was a rare sight in Lijia village. The occupants alighted and entered the grocery store directly, where only Yan Yi conversed with them inside. Wang Xiaohua and the others were invited out, left waiting by the entrance. The glass door separated the crowd's prying eyes. The stern demeanor and official air of the group deterred open discussion until after their departure, when a buzz of speculation erupted. Yet aside from Yan Yi, no one knew who they were or their purpose. Yan Yi, noticing the worried expressions of Wang Xiaohua and the others as they re-entered, shook her head with a smile to reassure them, simply instructing them to continue their work. She stroked Duoduo's fur, her inner turmoil far from the calm she projected. Even she hadn't anticipated that this modest grocery store would attract attention from the capital. The middle-aged man at the center of the group, with his genial demeanor and casual conversation, as if discussing mundane matters, was someone she had never dreamed of meeting. Duoduo, it seems we've truly made a name for ourselves this time. The lingering glow of sunset painted the sky with a streak of orange-eared twilight, casting a warm halo over Lijia village. The crowd outside the grocery store had dispersed, leaving only Yan Yi, Wang Xiaohua, and a few others to tidy up the remnant. Glancing at the time, Yan Yi realized it was nearly the agreed hour. She settled the wages with Wang Xiaohua and the others, sending them home. Once alone with Duoduo, she immediately opened the mall and placed orders for all the items negotiated today. Some were already in her warehouse, which she used directly, piling everything into the grocery store's small storage room. The space proved insufficient. The game displayed warehouse space insufficient. She paused, then opened the side door, fetched a handcart, and moved items from the adjacent storage to the floor of the store. As she lined the aisle from the glass door to the cash register with goods and refilled the adjacent storage, a low rumble of a truck engine shattered the village's tranquility. Looking up, Yan Yi saw a truck slowly approaching, followed by another. Both vehicles halted in the open space before the two people descended from the first truck, secretary, one whom she had seen earlier, and a man in military uniform. 2 more also soldiers alighted from the second truck. As they approached the entrance, the glass door slid open automatically, but they found no place to step inside. Yan Yi waved her hand. Secretary, when these items on the floor are what we agreed upon today, please start moving them. Secretary Wen nodded with a smile. All right, Comrade Yan. Do we need to fetch the rest from elsewhere? He glanced at the floor, noting the items were insufficient compared to the leader's list. Yan Yi shook her head. No need. They'll bring them out as you go. There'll be space. Hearing this, they ceased questioning and rolled up their sleeves to begin moving the goods. The soldiers worked swiftly, pairs lifting sacks of grain and striding steadily towards the trucks. Secretary Wen retrieved the list, tallying the oil drums and meat nearby, occasionally nodding to Yan E to confirm. Yan E turned and entered the small storage room, methodically bringing out the remaining supplies according to the list: whole bags of rice, bundled flour, and neatly stacked canned goods. Each item she brought out was promptly taken by a soldier. As night deepened, the truck's headlights illuminated the bustling figures. The air was thick with dust and the scent of grain, broken only by the sound of footsteps and occasional low murmurs against the village's silence. Secretary Wen wiped the sweat from his brow and smiled at Yan E. Comrade, Yan, just 10 bags of sweet potatoes left, and we're all set. Thank you for your hard work. Yan E handed over a crate of tomatoes while replying, all right, wait a moment. He'll get them. When the last crate was loaded onto the truck, Secretary Wen retrieved 2 suitcases from the vehicle and handed them to Yan E. Comrade, Yan, this is the payment. You may count it. Yan E accepted them, weary but rallying her spirits as she shook her head. No need. I trust you. The leader wouldn't shortchange me. Secretary Wen nodded. Good. It's late, and we must return. We'll take our leave. With that, he boarded the truck. The engine roared to life once more, and the vehicle laden with goods drove off into the distance. Yan E stood at the entrance watching until the truck disappeared at the village's end. She let out a sigh of relief, turned, and closed the store door, ready to rest. Duoduo had somehow sidled up to her feet, its tail brushing lightly against her pant leg, as if rejoicing in the day's successful conclusion. Yan, aren't you going to open them and look? Of course I will. Let's close up and head upstairs first. After pulling down the store's shutter, she went upstairs and opened the suitcase, revealing neatly stacked bundles of cash. Duoduo, I've never seen so much money. Can you check if it's all there? Duoduo rolled over. It's all there. Didn't you just say you trusted them not to cheat? Oh, I'm just an ordinary person. It wouldn't be proper for me to count it openly. I have enough sense for that. Though I believe they wouldn't short me, the leader wouldn't prepare the money himself. His subordinates would handle it. That makes sense. But Yan E, they ordered so much today, and Mr. Hua said this is only the first batch. If they ask for more, your small warehouse can't hold it all. Won't they get suspicious? Ha, as if they aren't already suspicious. Who else could conjure a building out of thin air, renovate a house overnight, or produce such a mountain of goods? They must know this store isn't ordinary. Besides, that big leader has seen it all. Oh my, I nearly jumped for joy today. I even shook hands with Mr. Hua. Though he's different from the leaders in our world, this is a parallel timeline. In 2 lifetimes, this is the first time I've seen such a great figure alive and before me. If I hadn't held back, I'd have agreed to anything he proposed. I grew up under the red flag with a heart full of devotion. Duoduo lying there watched Yan E's lingering excitement and teased, then why did you take the money? Shouldn't you have given it for Oh, it's different. If it were just for him, I wouldn't charge a cent, and not just once. Even though I took payment, I gave a 40 discount, and he'll keep doing so. I'm still worldly. I need to top up diamonds to produce all these goods. Duoduo laughed, rolling on the floor. Yan E ignored it, collapsing onto the sofa to savor the memory of this day she would cherish forever. The sky had barely begun to lighten, and the roosters had not yet crowed when Duoduo pawed at Yan E's face. Yan E, wake up. Someone's outside. Yan E groggily opened her eyes and grabbed her watch from the bedside table. It was only 5:30. She muttered as she sat up so early. Could it be the people to install the phone? Still half asleep, Yan E was roused by Duoduo. Someone had arrived downstairs. She recalled that Secretary Wen had mentioned yesterday that someone would come today to set up the telephone. She flopped back onto the bed, but got up after a moment. Since they were already downstairs, she didn't want to keep them waiting too long. She hurriedly washed up and went downstairs. Opening the rolling shutter, she found commune leader, County party leaders, and several staff members waiting at the door. Yan E slid open the glass door and stepped out to greet them. She then had the staff install the telephone near the checkout counter. Since the shop already had wiring, it wasn't a problem. Meanwhile, Yan E discussed a business deal with the county leaders, who handed her a list. All right, come by later. Have a car ready at the door, Yan E said, glancing briefly at the list. Most items were grain. She nodded in agreement. The staff quickly finished installing the telephone and tested it successfully. The group prepared to leave. Yan E saw them to the door, watching until their bicycles disappeared before turning back into the shop. Duoduo jumped onto the checkout counter and rubbed his head against the phone. I could have installed this myself. Yan E chuckled. We didn't need it before. Since they offered, we might as well have it. It'll be convenient for them to place. A queue was already forming outside the shop, but it was still early. She pressed the button to close the glass door and went upstairs to have breakfast. Nothing was more important than a good meal. After finishing breakfast, it was barely past 6. She dawdled until nearly 7 before heading back downstairs. She hadn't restocked the shelves the night before, so she tapped the register, replenished the small warehouse next door, and was pushing out stock when she heard a knock on the glass door. Looking over, she saw Wang Xiaohua and the others. She tapped her forehead lightly. Oh, I forgot I locked the door. Yan E walked over and pressed the unlock button, letting Wang Xiaohua and her friends in. After exchanging greetings, they helped tidy up the shop. Time passed in the daily routine. Yan E checked the day's customer count and found it had met and even exceeded the system's task of 500 people. Since the second day's requirement was to serve 500, it had remained the same, but it posed no pressure for Yan E. With the automatic checkout machine, Yan E had become much more relaxed. Not only could she have lunch, but she also occasionally, even the queue policy had changed since yesterday. Although the first batch was still 10 people, every time someone checked out, Li Yinzi would let the next 5 in line enter, speeding things up. Those waiting in line might have been anxious, but with free sweet soup, Today it was sour plum soup, icy and tangy sweet. How could anyone not love it? When I got off the train last night, I heard someone say this place gives out free mung bean soup. We didn't get any, but this sour plum soup is great too. The boss is really generous. So many buckets, how much sugar must she have used? A middle-aged woman in line turned to the man behind her. Since when are your ears so sharp? You heard that and didn't tell me. The man surnamed Wong was her husband. They had come from neighboring Feng County. Aunt Yang rolled her eyes, but took another sip of the sour plum soup before speaking. What do you know? We've been together for most of our lives, and you still don't know how sharp my ears are. Of course I heard it. I just didn't expect your old ears to be so dull. Who knew you didn't hear a thing? Uncle Wong scratched his head apologetically. Oh, the train station was so crowded, how could I hear clearly? I wonder if there will be mung bean soup tomorrow. Should we stay another day and come back tomorrow? Aunt Yang exclaimed, stay another day. Do you have too much money, or do you think the kids at home don't need food? You're just idle. Ears dull, mine dull too. If you hadn't married me, I don't know how you'd get by. Hearing his wife's words, Uncle Wong thought he must have been foolish. If his wife wanted mung bean soup, she could just buy some mung beans and make it herself. But since she mentioned yesterday's free soup, he, being a doting husband, thought she wanted some. Those around who overheard the couple's exchange snickered. Some sneered at Uncle Wong's submissive attitude, thinking it brought but many were envious. Whether young or old, who wouldn't admire a man who, even when scolded harshly, just smiled and listened to his wife? A young woman with a braid tugged at her companion's sleeve and whispered, look how good that Andy's husband is. If it were my man, he wouldn't even offer to stay an extra day for mung bean soup, let alone remember to bring me a piece of candy. He wouldn't even come here, knowing they sell grain in Lijia village. Her companion pursed her lips and nudged her with an elbow. That's because Aunt Yang knows how to handle him. You're too lenient with your good for nothing husband. Aunt Yang's sharp ears caught this. She turned around, still holding her enamel mug of sour plum soup, her eyes crinkling into a smile. You girls are right. Men need to be kept in line now and then, or they'll get too cocky. She deliberately glared at Uncle Wong. He quickly scratched his head and grinned. Yes, yes, dear. You're always right. From now on I'll listen to everything you say. The queue burst into laughter, easing the earlier impatience. Just then Li Yinzi waved to the line. The next 5 can come in. Uncle Wong and Aunt Yang were at the front. They quickly set down their disposable cups and headed into the shop. Aunt Yang turned back to wave at the young women. Girls, you'll be in soon. We're going in now? We'll chat another time. The lively atmosphere in the shop never ceased. Those waiting watched customers emerge with full bags, their anticipation. As the sun began to set, only a dozen people remained in line. Suddenly, a thunderous roar came from the village entrance. 2 military green Jiefeng trucks rolled and kicking up dust. They stopped at the village entrance. 20 or 30 soldiers disembarked, their boots striking the dirt road in unison. Li Yutian and Li Yinzi exchanged bewildered glances. What's going on, village chief? Why are the military here? Li Yutian shook his head. I don't know. I received no notice. Maybe they're here for... Inside the shop, Yin Yi heard the commotion and glanced outside, puzzled. She assumed they had come to buy grain. The arrival of these special visitors brought the village entrance and the shop to a sudden hush. A new day dawned. After waking up, Yin Yi and Duoduo discussed the events of the previous night. She took a big bite of her meat bun and said, so that group of soldiers is stationed at the foot of the mountain now. Duoduo nodded. Yes, but it's not far from us either. Didn't they say they'd arrange for someone to guard the village entrance? That's what they said. I never thought the day would come when I'd have these people protecting me. Well, to be precise, it's our shop. But it's a good thing they're not too close, or I'd think they were here to monitor us. Duoduo rolled around on the sofa. Maybe their initial plan was surveillance. Just the night before last, they saw us continuously moving things out of the small warehouse. Since they definitely can't trace our supply source, they probably only dared to claim they're stationed here for protection. I think you're right, Duoduo. No matter how they investigate, they won't find out where our goods come from. Regardless, as long as they don't harbor ill intentions, there's no need to worry. Of course, if anyone dares to have bad intentions, well, just vanish. Yin Yi also felt that although this time travel came with a purpose, they were essentially here to help the people of this land survive the famine and reduce the number of deaths from starvation. Compared to survival, who would dare to oppose them? Unless they truly had a death wish. Yin Yi chatted with Duoduo for a while longer, finished breakfast, and prepared to tidy up and head downstairs. Once the grocery store opened, it was another day of endless customers. But today Yin Yi didn't see village chief Li Yutian. During lunch, she asked Wang Xiaohua and the others. Aunt Wang, why haven't I seen village chief Li today? Why hasn't he come? Wang Xiaohua looked up from her lunchbox and glanced outside the shop. That's right. I thought something fell off today. It's because the village chief isn't here. Li Yu chimed in from the side. Mom, did you forget what Annie said? The village chief was called by the commune to pick up the educated youths. Wang Xiaohua shoveled some rice with her chopsticks and mumbled, oh, you're right. I almost forgot. Before dawn today, someone from the commune came to call him. They said the educated youths assigned by the county had arrived. The village chief grabbed 2 corn buns and rushed to the commune to pick them up. His wife told us when we ran into her on our way out. Yin Yi raised an eyebrow and paused her spoon. Educated youths. So that's it. I wondered why I hadn't seen village chief Li. So are they coming to our Lijia village? How many are there? Probably just a few. I'm not too sure. Ding Xiang, the village chief's wife, didn't say how many were coming. Wang Xiaohua put down her lunchbox and wiped her mouth. He went to pick them up early this morning. He should be back soon, right? Maybe he'll even stop by our shop. After all, everyone knows our grocery store has everything. Yin Yi nodded, pondering. The sudden arrival of educated youths might be related to her shop. Otherwise, why would they come to Lijiao village, which had never had educated youths before, especially with a group of soldiers arriving just yesterday? But she wasn't worried. Whether the educated youths came or not didn't matter much to her. At most, it meant a few more customers at the shop. As long as they didn't cause trouble, they were welcome. Out of curiosity, she scooped some soup and asked, where will they stay? Is there a place in the village? Wang Xiaohua thought carefully and shook her head. Oh, there's no decent place in the village. Every household is already full. I reckon they'll use that old abandoned warehouse at the east end of the village. It was fixed up a bit recently, so it can at least provide some shelter from the wind and rain. That place used to store farm tools and dry straw. If they clear it out for the educated youths, it might hold a few people. I don't know. A couple of years ago there was some notice, but we never had anyone assigned here. The villagers didn't support it. I heard that in other villages they couldn't do anything and still had to share the grain with the locals. What a loss, sigh. She sighed and continued, these are city kids, soft-skinned and delicate. They've probably never done farm work and won't be used to our mud brick houses. I wonder what the ones coming are like. Widow Zhao and the others nodded in agreement with Wang Xiaohua. The fields had no grain and nothing would grow if planted. What was the point of them coming? They had forgotten about the grocery store and didn't think it through. Wang Xiaohua gestured with her chin toward the shop entrance. Maybe the village chief will bring the educated youths back soon. Then we'll see what these city kids look like. Yan nodded. Indeed, they would soon see who was coming. So they chatted for a while and then got back to work. There were still people queuing outside and it was far from closing time. Meanwhile, Li Youtian, whom they had been discussing, was at the commune entrance receiving the educated youths. He had arrived early in the morning. After asking the commune leader, he learned that this batch was specifically assigned to Lijiao village, and there were 10 of them. Li Youtian was dumbfounded. Leader, we don't have any place to stay. How can we accommodate so many people? There's no time to prepare. You can't expect these kids to sleep on the ground, can you? Director Kong patted his shoulder helplessly. We only received the notice late last night. We sent someone to inform you immediately. I know this is difficult on short notice. Can you find any vacant houses in the village for them to stay in? Li Youtian sighed. When I got the notice last night, I thought it would be like other villages, just a few people. That old abandoned warehouse at the east end can temporarily house 5 or 6 people at most. There's no way to squeeze in 10. There's no other place. Leader, can you arrange for some of them to go to other villages? Director Kong told Li Youtian that this wasn't his decision to make. The higher-ups had clearly stated they were to be assigned to Lijiao village, so they couldn't defy the order. If it's really not possible, temporarily house them in villagers' homes. These educated youths have relocation allowances. Come with me to collect it. Go back and build a house for them, and they can move in once it's done. Li Youtian had no choice but to agree. After collecting the allowance, he waited at the entrance with Lu Hua, an old acquaintance and commune clerk. They waited for most of the day. It wasn't until noon that they saw the educated youths arriving on a tractor. Li Youtian tapped his pipe and squinted at the dozen or so people on the vehicle. From what Director Kong had hinted, he guessed that these people were all here for Boss Yan's grocery store. But he couldn't figure out why. If it was to buy food nearby, that seemed a bit far-fetched. Was it for surveillance? But there was already a group of soldiers in the village. As he was thinking, the tractor stopped. Lu Hua called him over to handle the handover. As Yinny and the others were busy working in the shop, a commotion erupted outside, mingled with the laughter and curious chatter of young men and women. Yinny looked up to see several well-dressed young people, some in white shirts, others in frocks, clustered at the shop entrance. Leading them was a girl with 2 braids and a hint of arrogance on her face, standing on tiptoe to peer inside. Wang Xiaohua paused her work, leaned close to Li Yue, and whispered, "These must be the newly arrived educated youth, right? Look at how well they're dressed, clearly from the city." Li Yu nodded. "Yes, mother. Look at those girls, so fair-skinned and delicate. You wouldn't find such skin in our country. Well, being good-looking won't help them here. With those thin arms and legs, I wonder how many work points they'd earn in the fields. Let's just hope they don't cause trouble." As the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law exchanged whispers, Yinny remarked to Duoduo, "So these are the educated youth. Looks like they're heading straight for our shop. They must have just arrived and couldn't wait to come. Yinny, you don't think they're here to cause trouble, do you?" "Well, not necessarily. But I can tell a few of them have short tempers, especially the one at the front. With my eyesight, if it were any sharper, I could see right up her nostrils." Duoduo stared intently. "You're right. And look, she's even sneering at the people waiting in line." Yinny nodded. She had noticed too. But she wasn't the girl's parent, so she wouldn't meddle in her behavior, as long as she didn't cause a scene in front of her. The girl they were secretly discussing pushed the door open and strode in, followed by 4 or 5 companions. She cast a disdainful glance at the other customers inside, but when her eyes swept over the shelves filled with a dazzling array of goods, they lit up, and she nodded in satisfaction. This is passable. Not as big as a department store, and the selection is limited, but it'll do for a quick purchase. Zhu Yi cast a satisfied glance at her companion, then lifted her delicate chin and traced her fingertip carelessly over a dusty enamel mug on the shelf. Her tone dripped with undisguised pickiness. "I suppose it'll have to do. After all, in this Zhu Yi cast a satisfied glance at her companion, then lifted her delicate chin and traced her fingertip carelessly over a dusty enamel mug on the shelf. Her tone dripped with undisguised pickiness. "I suppose it'll have to do. After all, in this godforsaken backwater, having a place to buy things is already a blessing." Her companions immediately chimed in obsequiously, even brushing imaginary dust off her clothes, afraid of falling out of favor. Lin Xiaojing, Zhu Yi's lifelong sycophant, was especially eager as her family relied on Zhu Yi's. Her parents had pulled strings to get her into this group. The 3 young men behind them remained silent, neither agreeing nor contradicting. They were all from the same compound sent to the countryside by their families and knew they had to stick together. Yenny naturally overheard the conversation and was speechless. Duoduo, were they just bad-mouthing our shop? Duoduo had gone from lying down to standing up, its round eyes fixed on the newcomers. Yes, they were saying nasty things. From the exchange, Yenny had already figured out that this girl named E played the part of a pampered young miss with a maidservant by her side and a few knights trailing behind. Zhu E gave Lin Xiaojing a signal. The latter cleared her throat, walked to the counter, looked Yenny up and down and asked, "Are you the owner of this shop? We're educated youth who just arrived in the countryside. We heard we can buy grain and other things here. How does it work?" Yenny stroked Duoduo to keep it lying down and replied expressionlessly, "Yes, I'm the owner. In this shop, as long as you have money, you can buy anything, no ration tickets needed. But you have to queue. If you want to buy something, go out and wait in line until it's your turn." Before Lin Xiaojing could respond, Zhu E stepped forward and pointed at Yenny. "What kind of attitude is that? We came all the way from Shanghai to buy from you, and we have to queue. Do you know who my father is? What if I refuse to queue?" Yenny shot her a cold glare. "If you want queue, then leave. My shop only welcomes those who follow the rules. I don't know who your father is, and I don't care to. Even if a high-ranking official came, they'd have to queue. If you're thinking of causing trouble, you'd better consider whether you can handle the consequences." The customers waiting outside had already been simmering with resentment over Zhu Yi's earlier disdain. Now, hearing her flaunt her father's name, they erupted into a chorus of murmurs. These city-bred educated youth are so unreasonable. Isn't queuing to buy things the rule? Exactly. They think their princess is putting on airs, even in our village. I say these educated youth shouldn't be allowed here. All they do is cause trouble and accomplish nothing. No kidding. Maybe they couldn't make it in the city, so they had to come to the countryside. You're right. This is too much. Why isn't anyone making them leave? Yeah, where are the people who keep order? Li Yinzi had just gone to the outhouse. Among the villagers in line, a few quick-tempered young men sent someone to fetch him. Before the messenger could get far, Li Yinzi returned. Hearing the commotion, he was briefed by Goshing on the situation inside. Li Yinzi stormed into the shop and bellowed, "You there? You are the new educated youth in our village, right? Don't you know the rules? If you want to buy something, you queue. Don't think being from the city makes you special. There are plenty of city folk in that line outside. All of you get out. If you want to buy, then line up properly." Startled by the sudden outburst, Zhu Yi lifted her chin defiantly and glared at Li Yinzi. "Who do you think you are? What right do you have to boss me around? We're educated youth answering the call. You should respect us." Li Yinzi let out a cold laugh and rapped his pipe on the ground. "Respect. Respect is mutual. The rule here is to queue for purchases. Whether you're an educated youth or anyone else, you have to follow it. Boss Yan's shop is no place for your antics. Either get in line or get lost." The customers waiting to check out chimed in. "That's right. Follow the rules and you get to buy. Stop making a fool of yourself." Zhu Yi's face flushed red and then pale. Looking at the angry villagers around her and Yan Yi's indifferent expression, she realized she had no upper hand. After one of the young men muttered, "Don't stir up trouble," she ground her teeth, gestured to her companions, and sulkily walked out of the shop to grudgingly take their place at the end of the line. Yenny raised an eyebrow and shot Li Yinzi a grateful look. He waved his hand and returned to the doorway to maintain order. The shop's usual bustle resumed, though a few people occasionally glanced back at the disgruntled educated youth at the tail of the queue. Whether Zhu Yi and her group would become subdued due to this incident remained unknown to Yan Yi and the others. However, Li Yutian later arrived, and upon learning from Li Yinzi about their behavior, went over to warn them, including the other educated youths who had come later. Despite Li Yushin's warning, Zhu Yi kicked a pebble by her foot in defiance, muttering under her breath, "What a lousy place with so many rules." The chatter in the shop didn't cease either. Wang Xiaohua leaned over the counter and whispered to Yan Yi, "Boss, look at these educated youths. They're so arrogant right after arriving. Who knows what trouble they'll stir up later." Yan Yi smiled faintly. "They'll deal with whatever comes. As long as they don't cross me, they can do as they please." Not long after, Li Yutian entered the grocery store. He greeted Yan Yi first, then lowered his voice and asked, "I heard those educated youths were causing trouble earlier. I just came to tell you that I've already warned them. If they dare to act up in your shop again, I'll send them straight back to the commune." According to the leadership, this batch of educated youths was specifically assigned to our village. Even so, I told the leaders that if they don't behave, I'll send them back no matter what. Yan Yi thanked Li Yutian. His words confirmed her suspicion that it was indeed related to her shop. However, who exactly arranged it from above remained unclear. They chatted a bit more about the arrangements for the educated youths. It turned out that a total of 11 educated youths had arrived. Half were placed in the old warehouse at the east end of the village, while the other half were temporarily lodged in villagers' homes. He had just been arranging these matters. Li Yutian sighed. "These dozen or so people, from what I can see, are no simple folk. The ones who just caused trouble are from Shanghai, while the ones who came later, the ones who queued up, are from Beijing. Some of them are clearly spoiled. They'll keep an eye on them. Thank you for your hard work, village chief. If there's anything you need help with, just let me know. Although I don't know many people, I did keep the phone numbers of a few from the last group who came." After a few more exchanges, Li Yutian told Yan Yi to get back to work and went out to continue discussing with the village cadres about building separate houses for the educated youths. Not many villagers liked having educated youths stay with them, so it was best to build the houses as soon as possible and have them move out. When it was the educated youth's turn to queue up, Yan Yi and the others got to meet the rest of the group. Although each of them carried a hint of pride, they were much more restrained than Zhu Yi's lot. They queued quietly, nodded politely to Yan, Wang Xiaohua, and the others upon entering, and spoke with a reserved courtesy. At closing time in the evening, only Yan Yi and Wang Zaihua's group of 4 remained in the shop. Wang Xiaohua said while tidying the shelves, "Those educated youths who came later today looked much more agreeable. Unlike those others who were so noisy they nearly overturned the counter." Yan Yi was checking the cash register's transaction records. She turned her head upon hearing this and nodded. Indeed, those who came later seemed more honest and normal. Village Chief Li mentioned that some of these educated youths are temporarily staying in villagers' homes. Wang Xiaohua nodded. "My husband just told me the same. If our place had any spare rooms, we'd probably have to take one in two. If we ended up with one of the hot-tempered ones, I wouldn't be happy about it." Li Yu chimed in. "Yeah, Mom's right. We're lucky. I hope they can behave themselves." Yan Yi smiled. "Regardless, since they're here and haven't committed any major mistakes yet, we can't drive them away. As long as they stay out of trouble, we can tolerate them for a few days. Besides, Village Chief Li intends to get them a place of their own soon. They'll all live together, which is more suitable." As they finished the last of the chores, the group bade Yan Yi farewell, collected their wages, and prepared to leave. Yan Yi quickly reminded them, "Remember, don't rush over first thing tomorrow morning. Take a good rest at home." Wang Xiaohua and the others nodded hurriedly. "Don't worry, boss, we remember." Though they were a bit reluctant to lose a day's wages, the boss was right. They had been working for 2 weeks straight, and even the strongest needed rest to avoid burning out. Yan Yi locked the door and headed upstairs. Duoduo nestled in her arms. "Tomorrow's a day off, Yan Yi. What are you planning to do?" "First sleep in until I naturally wake up. Then I'll take a stroll around the village, visit a few places. I've been here this long, and still haven't gotten properly familiar with it." Tomorrow was a rest day, a decision Yan Yi had made just yesterday. She had notified the commune by phone. From now on, her grocery store would be closed every Monday. Whether it was a factory or any other organization, everyone had days off. She had been working for 2 weeks straight without a single break, which wasn't reasonable, especially since she had previously promised Wang Xiaohua and the others a 2-shift system, but that hadn't materialized. The current number of staff was just right. Implementing 2 shifts would require hiring more people. It wasn't that Yan Yi was unwilling to spend the money or provide the grain rations, it was Wang Xiaohua and the others who objected. When the topic came up, they had repeatedly assured her that working like this was absolutely fine. In Wang Zaihua's words, working in the fields, especially during the autumn harvest from dawn to dusk, was far more exhausting. The work in the shop was a piece of cake for them. So Yan Yi ultimately heeded their words and didn't hire anyone else. However, she made it clear that if any changes occurred in the shop later, she would definitely need to recruit more staff, but for now things would stay as they were. The sun had already risen. When Yan Yi woke, sunlight had crept in through the window, casting warm, dappled patches of light on the quilt. She turned over, the faint scent of freshly changed pillowcases filling her nostrils, and only then remembered that today was the grocery store's day off. At this hour on other days, she would already be downstairs opening the shop and serving customers. Now she could afford to lie in bed listening to the sparrows squabbling on the eaves, a stolen moment of comfort. Duoduo, curled up in its little nest by the bedside, was snoring softly, sleeping more soundly than anyone. Occasionally it would turn over and stretch a tiny leg, making one think it was about to open its eyes, and wake up only for the snoring to resume. Yan Yi shook her head at the sight, amused. She thought to herself, Duoduo is supposed to be some kind of system, but it's adapted to being a little kitten better than anyone else. Could it actually be a cat? She only entertained this thought inwardly. If Duoduo heard it, it would surely jump up and say, "You're the kitten. Your whole family are kittens. I, the master, am the crown prince of Blue Star." Yan Yi, ignoring that Duoduo was still asleep, found herself unable to sleep as the sun was already high in the sky. Thus she crawled out from under the covers, eager to savor the beauty of her day off. After washing up, she prepared herself a lavish breakfast, a glass of milk, a bowl of tofu, putting a serving of scallion oil noodles, and a fried egg. Such a meal would leave anyone feeling stuffed, let alone Yan Yi. Unwilling to waste food, she forced herself to finish it all. After eating, she let out an ungraceful burp, stood up, and patted her now slightly rounded belly. She felt it was time to take a stroll and go for a walk. But she didn't forget to call for Duoduo. That little creature had been insisting all last night that they go for a walk together today, yet it had slept later than she did, and woken up even later. She lifted Duoduo out of the bed, but it simply opened its eyes to confirm it was Yan Yi, then found a comfortable spot in her arms, yawned, and continued to doze off. Helplessly, she freed one hand to tap Duoduo on the head, then carried it out the door. Upon opening the door, she was surprised to find someone waiting at the entrance. She greeted Village Chief Li. "Chief, why are you here? Didn't I say we're closed today for a break?" Li Yutian smiled and nodded. "We know, boss. We were just worried that some folks might not know and would come from elsewhere only to find the place locked and get anxious. So I thought I'd arrange a few people to stand guard and let them know if anyone shows up." Yan Yi listened and realized what she had forgotten. "Oh, my memory. I wrote on the little blackboard last night that we're closed today, but I forgot to bring it out. They'll go get it now." Seeing that she was still holding the little calico cat, Li Yutian quickly offered to help. Yan Yi didn't stand on ceremony with Village Chief Li, since it was just behind the door anyway. She had him take it out and place it by the entrance. "Chief, if you're arranging things, you don't need so many people. 1 or 2 will do. Just give me the list later. This is the first time, and I suppose some people might indeed come. Tell them to come back tomorrow. As for those guarding the shop, make a note of them, and they can settle wages with me later." Li Yutian waved his hand. "It's no trouble, boss. No need to pay." Everyone volunteered. Yan Yi said with a smile, "Voluntary or not, if they sacrifice their time to come and work, then they're working for me. How could I just take advantage of their labor for free? I couldn't do that. All right, it's settled. I'm planning to take a walk around the village, so we'll leave you to it. Having said that to Li Youtian, Yan Yi turned and strolled leisurely into the village. Duoduo in her arms had opened its eyes while they were talking. Yanni, where are we going now? Just taking a walk. You're finally awake, huh? You slept even more soundly than I did. Just as they turned a corner at the ridge of the field, they saw Uncle Lu coming back from the fields with a hoe over his shoulder waving from a distance. Boss, Yan not open for business today. Yan Yi stopped and replied with a smile, good morning, uncle. Taking a day off today, just out for a stroll. Although the fields were barren at the moment, as long as there was still water in the river, the villagers from all around would still go to the fields, turning the soil, watering it, and praying for a heavy rain to moisten the parched land. She continued her leisurely pace toward the village. The houses in Li family village were still mostly made of rammed earth. At this hour, every household was up and about. Some were squatting at their doorsteps eating breakfast, and when they saw Yan Yi, they would greet her. There were also children who had already run out to play, their parents calling out warnings not to leave the village. The sun shone down, and the air carried the fragrance of soil. The foxtail grass by the roadside swayed gently. The little calico cat suddenly reached out a paw to hook a stalk, making Yan Yi laugh out loud. Yan Yi suddenly spotted a child ahead and stopped in her tracks. Duoduo sensed this and looked over. The little girl was poking her head out from her doorway, looking around. The moment her eyes met Yan Yi's, they lit up like grapes soaked in honey. She immediately pulled her head back and called out crisply, Mom. The boss is outside. Then, wearing her little floral cloth shoes, she dashed out the door, rushed up to Yan Yi, and looked up with her chubby face beaming. Boss, hello? Startled by her commotion, Duoduo poked its head out and let out a meow. Li Ming's eyes grew even wider. She cautiously extended her index finger, wanting to touch its ear. Wow, this little cat came out too. Is it for really soft? Yan Yi smiled and held Duoduo closer to her. Pet it gently, okay? It's quite proud. The shop is closed today, so I brought it out for a walk. Where are your parents? Just then Li Ming's mother Li Yue came out of the house, wiping her hands with a smile. Boss, what brings you here? Have you eaten? My mother-in-law and I are making breakfast. If you don't mind, come in and have a seat. Yan Yi shook her head. I've already eaten, but I wouldn't mind coming in for a bit. He'll come back later. I'm a bit full and need to. In truth, Yan Yi knew they had just finished making breakfast and hadn't eaten yet. It wouldn't be appropriate for her to barge in. So she took another stroll before returning to Li Yin's doorstep. Yan Yi entered Li Yin's home. As she stepped over the threshold, she saw Li Yin's eldest son Li Manton squatting in a corner of the yard splitting firewood. The thud of the axe echoed as a small pile of split logs accumulated on the ground. He looked up and saw Yan Yi immediately put down the axe, brushed the wood chips off his hands, and stood up with a smile. Boss Yan, come in and sit. The chicken coop in the yard was empty. No one in the village kept chickens anymore. Hanging on a bamboo pole nearby were a few patched coarse cloth garments. Wang Xiaohua heard the commotion and came out of the kitchen. Oh, the boss is here. Just now I heard from the eldest son's wife that you were at the door, but didn't come in for breakfast. You've been so kind to us, boss. It's rare for you to visit. Let me cook you some noodles, shall I? Yan Yi waved her hand. No need, Aunt Wang. Sister Li, you already invited me, but I'm truly full and can't eat another bite. Let's just chat and have some water. Wang Xiaohua led Yan Yi into the house and had her sit on the heated brick bed. She told Li Mingzhu to go to the kitchen and ask her mother to bring Yan Yi a glass of water, then turned and took out a tin can from the cabinet, which was filled with fragrantly roasted pumpkin seeds. She grabbed a handful and pressed it into Yan Yi's hand. Here, boss, have some seeds. Try them and see if they're good. I got these seeds from the pumpkins I bought at your shop. I picked the plump ones and roasted them specially. Yan Yi was curious. One pumpkin couldn't have yielded so many seeds. Thinking this, she asked. Wang Xiaohua waved her hand. Of course not. We bought several pumpkins, you know. I cut them all up. With this weather, I dried the pumpkin slices in the sun so they'd keep longer. After hearing Wang Xiaohua's explanation, Yan Yi understood. As they chatted for a while, Li Yu came in with a glass of sugar water for Yan Yi, and then sat down next to her mother-in-law. As they were all acquainted, after a few casual remarks, Wang Xiaohua began to gossip about the village. Speaking of those educated youths, she said, nibbling on a melon seed. Yesterday, when we were heading home, we passed by the warehouse, the place they've assigned for them to live in, and spotted Zhu Yi and a few others crouching under the old locust tree, crying their eyes out. They complained the latrine was filthy, the room too cramped, and the cornbread so rough it scratched their throats. They even threw away the pickled vegetables that Sister Li had kindly given them. Li Yu paused while braiding Li Ming's hair and murmured, my husband told me that 2 educated youths from the capital are staying at Erza's place in the west end of the village. One of them, who wears glasses, was reading in the yard with a flashlight late at night. It gave Erza's mother such a fright she thought it was a ghost. Yan Yi, twirling a pumpkin seed between her fingers, raised an eyebrow. Those few aren't surprising. They clearly weren't cut out for this life. But that bespectacled one staying up all night reading in the yard. What book could be so important? Isn't he afraid of ruining his eyes? Li Yu shook her head. Hard to say. Maybe he's just diligent and loves. Wang Xiaohua stuffed another handful of melon seeds into her mouth, spat out the shells, and lowered her voice. If only these educated youths would behave themselves, no one would bother them. But listen, this morning Sister Li told me she kindly brought them some pickled vegetables, and they actually threw them away. She was so upset she stamped her feet, saying she wished she hadn't been so kind. It was all wasted. Li Yu nodded. I would have thought. I reckon Aunt Li was just too good-hearted. Now that the villagers know about this, had dare be so. Yan Yi twirled a seed between her fingers. Well, if they find the food too awful, they can just buy some fine grains, can't they? I saw them buying some today, didn't I? By the way, has the construction on the educated youth dormitory that the village chief mentioned started yet? It has. It has. Wang Xiaohua slapped her thigh. Work began yesterday. My husband told me the village chief had the laborers start digging the foundation right away. It's on that empty plot at the east end of the village right next to the warehouse. Li Yu sighed. Once the house is built, they'll all live together. With some sensible ones among them, Zhu Yi and her lot might behave better. And the house will be neither too close nor too far from the villagers. That'll be better. I think it's best to have as little to do with them as possible. Yan Yi glanced at Li Yu as Wang Xiaohua chimed in, saying her family wouldn't get involved with the educated youths. Better to have no dealings at all. Yan Yi thought to herself that this mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were sensible people clearly aware of the situation. Wang Xiaohua added, mark my words, these educated youths should be out in the fields earning work points like us. A couple of hungry meals would soon humble them. When your father and I first got married, we survived on thin gruel every meal. Not like these city kids today, so delicate like golden branches and jade leaves. Even though there's famine everywhere now, ever since you boss opened this shop, no one goes hungry. Those girls probably only came to this countryside because your shop is here. If it weren't for the fact that sending more people to work the fields wouldn't help, they really ought to do some hard labor to understand how precious food is. Exactly, mother. We've all earned our food from the soil. They wouldn't understand. But even if they did go to the fields, I doubt they'd last long before giving up. There's no work for them anyway. If the village didn't have grain to distribute, they'd have to take some from the villagers' rations, and that would cause a lot of resentment. Yenny said, that's true. But as long as these educated youths behave themselves and have families who can send the money, they can survive in the village. From what I can see, none of them seem to be short of funds. Wang Xiaohua and her daughter-in-law nodded. That was what everyone in the village thought when they saw these educated youths. It was good that they had money. If a poor one came who couldn't afford to buy grain, who would they turn to? The village would have to take responsibility, wouldn't it? As the three were talking, Li Manton's voice came from outside the yard. Mother, they're calling for help to carry timber at Zuzi's place. Wang Xiaohua quickly stood up. Right, I'll go take a look and see if I can lend a hand. You stay put, boss. We'll be back to chat later. Yan Yi waved her hand. No need, no need. I should be heading back too. I've been out wandering for most of the day, and she called out to Duoduo, who was playing with Li Mingzhu, and the cat came running. Yan Yi scooped it up, adjusting its weight in her arms. The little creature was still staring at Li Mingzhu. Yan Yi left the house together with Wang Xiaohua. Li Yu saw them to the door and watched Wang Xiaohua hurry off toward the east end of the village. The cat in Yan Yi's arms let out a soft meow, as if saying goodbye to Li Mingzhu. Li Yu turned to Yan Yi with a smile. Ever since she touched that kitten in your shop, she's been pestering me to get a cat. Yan Yi looked at the innocent and adorable Li Mingzhu and patted her head. If you like it, ask your mother or grandmother to bring you to the shop next time. Duoduo is there every day. Li Mingzhu's eyes lit up and she said in a childish voice, really, boss? Mom, I want to go to work with you next time. Li Yu tapped her on the forehead. Yan Yi smiled and nodded in response to Li Mingzhu before heading toward the village entrance. When she reached the general store, she saw that the village chief had stationed 2 men at the entrance. She acknowledged them with a nod and went back inside. After a morning of strolling, her breakfast was nearly digested. For lunch, she simply had a bowl of sour cabbage and beef noodles, eating while watching a palace intrigue drama on the tablet with Duoduo. When she was full and satisfied, she thought for a moment and then tapped Duoduo's little tail. You know, there's something I'm curious about. Duoduo flicked its tail without turning its head. Go on, I'm watching the good part. What's on your mind? Yan Yi leaned back in her chair, arms crossed. Wang Xiaohua's house is so clean. And did you notice the cup she served me tea in? It was a rather delicate ceramic cup. Is that something you'd find in an ordinary country home? And don't you find the people of Lijia village strange too? Every family seems to have savings and can afford to buy grain. That's one thing. Everyone wants to buy grain. But they also dare to buy meat, canned goods, and even malted milk powder. They're quite willing to spend money. As she thought about it, it was true. On the first day, she had served the people of Lijia village, and the day's revenue was substantial. Some of them spent even more freely than city folk. Yet the way they pulled out their money and their patched clothes made them look like typical villagers. The more she thought about it, the stranger it seemed. Duoduo waved a little paw, its eyes still glued to the tablet. What's so strange about it? The people of Lijiao village have always been well off. Why else do you think we chose this place? Yan Yi turned to look at Duoduo. You knew all along. Then why didn't you tell me? Were the people of Lijiao village all landlords in the past? Or are they some kind of big clan? Sensing a chill in the air, Duoduo suddenly realized it had indeed forgotten to mention the origins of Lijiao village. It quickly pressed pause on the video and turned to Yan Yi with an apologetic smile. After a day of rest, Yan Yi felt much more comfortable all over her body. Even seeing Wang Xiaohua and the others today, she seemed much more energized. Indeed, working folks need holidays. However, the first thing that came to Yan Yi's mind when she saw Wang Xiaohua and the others was the origin of Li family village's complexity that Duoduo had explained to her yesterday. To be precise, it wasn't just Wang Xiaohua and the others, but the entire Li family village. The local villagers were all extraordinary. It turned out that tracing back the history of Li family village, it had always been a prosperous village. But that wasn't entirely accurate either. The villagers were essentially one large clan, the Li family. So except for a few outsiders who had fled here in the past, every household belonged to the Li family. Going further back in generations, many ancestors had been officials, scholars, or merchants who eventually returned to the village to settle down. With the arrival of outsiders, the people of Li family village became low-key. Each family hid away anything that shouldn't be seen and truly became villagers. But their foundation remained, whether in wealth or connections. This was why Li family village could send many young people to join the army. For instance, the village chief's 2 sons were in the military, and he himself was a veteran. Only then did Yin Yi understand the source of the contradictory feeling she had sensed from the people of Li family village. However, they blended in quite well. The way they pulled out small tattered cloth bags to count money looked no different from villagers of other places. But behind closed doors, what they truly ate and used, whether good or bad, was a matter only they knew. If it were Yin Yi, she would certainly choose to eat well. Yet now that a group of real outsiders, the educated youths, had arrived in the village, the villagers would likely become even more discreet. Regardless, Yin Yi knew that Li family village was no ordinary place. She simply pretended not to know. For her, opening a grocery store here was nothing more than fate. As soon as Wang Xiaohua and the others entered, they sensed new changes in the store. Walking over to the meat and vegetable shelves, she pointed at the newly added items and asked, "Boss, what's this? Beef, right? And that's lamb. Oh my, there's duck too." Wang Xiaohua's exclamation was like a stone thrown into a calm pond. Even Li Yutian and Li Yinzi at the door along with the queue stirred with excitement. "What? There's lamb too. I heard it too. Even beef is available. Good heavens. The day before yesterday, I heard someone could buy big chunks of fatty meat. Unfortunately, the shop was closed yesterday, so I rushed here early today to line up. I never expected beef to be available." The speaker was Aunt Sue, a familiar customer from the commune supply cooperative who had been here before. She pulled aside her old friend Zhu Xiaomei and said, "See, these two are here again." Zhu Xiaomei nodded. "Yeah, I didn't hear anything about beef yesterday. Looks like we're lucky today." Old Fong said, "We were wasting our time getting up so early, claiming the supply cooperative didn't have such fresh meat, so how could a grocery store have such good stuff? Once we buy it, it'll definitely take a stroll past her doorstep to let her see." Aunt Sue patted Zhu Xiaomei's hand, a triumphant glint in her eyes. "Exactly. She even mocked our old bones. So what if we're old? I can still ride a bike here. I think she's just jealous of us. When we carry it back, she'll be envious." A young man behind them craned his neck to look, clutching a coarse cloth bag. He had just received his wages from the factory 2 days ago, and like Aunt Sue, had learned about the meat sale at the grocery store. He had taken half a day off to line up. Hearing about beef, his eyes lit up. "This boss is amazing, able to get beef. Yeah, how many years has it been since I last had this stuff? I wonder if there's My nephew works at the meat processing plant. In 2 or 3 years, he only gets it once, and that's only when a cow dies in an accident and can be slaughtered. It never even gets out. They don't have enough to go around in the factory. But my nephew holds a decent position, so he got a piece. My parents were longing for it, and I got to taste it once. The flavor is truly different from pork." Hearing this aunt's description and seeing the nostalgic expression on her face, those nearby in the queue leaned in to ask. Some smacked their lips and inquired, "Sister, is braised beef really that fragrant?" Others stretched their necks to peer into the store, impatiently asking those in front, "Has the boss come out to announce the rules? Is there a limit or not?" A few young wives whispered among themselves, saying that if they could buy beef, their husbands would be thrilled. They wondered how long the beef would keep, hoping it could last as long as cured meat. Even the old man, who had been somewhat impatient, narrowed his eyes, a look of longing spreading across his face. He unconsciously shifted the cloth bag in his hand to the front. Inside the store, Liu also discovered other items. Next to the vegetables, a small shelf had been added filled with fruit. There were large snow pears, apples, and at the bottom, big watermelons. "Mom, look, what's this? Is it a watermelon? Am I seeing things?" She pointed at the watermelon, and the others looked over. Widow Zhao immediately exclaimed, "Oh my, it really is. I've only seen these in the city before. They were sold at a high price. I never thought we'd have them here. How much is it?" She leaned in to check. "Hey, 5 cents a pound. That's cheaper than what I've seen before. Then I'll buy one later. My 2 kids have never tasted such a rare treat. He'll share half with Aunt Huang's family." Wang Xiaohua nodded in agreement. "That's a good idea. One is too big for the 3 of you, so sharing some with Aunt Huang is perfect. He'll buy one too. I only had it once when I was a child, lucky enough. In this hot weather, I've heard watermelon can relieve the heat." Hearing their conversation, Yinny nodded. "Yes, watermelon does help with the heat. Since we have stock, I decided to put some out. Don't worry, there's plenty. He'll save one for each of you." Wang Xiaohua turned back with a smile. "Great, thank you, boss. We'll buy it later. Can I leave this beef here with you for now?" Yin Yi waved her hand, signaling them to pick what they wanted quickly. So Wang Xiaohua selected several pieces. The beef was pre-cut, about 1 pound per piece. She bought some for her own family, some for her in-laws, and some for her parents, planning to have her eldest son deliver them later. Before opening the doors, Yin Yi went to the small blackboard outside and wrote today's offerings include beef, lamb, duck, and fruit. Purchase limits: 2 ducks per person, 5 pounds each of beef and lamb, and 1 watermelon per person. No limits on other items. Once Yin Yi entered the store, Li Yinzi and the others quickly picked up the loudspeaker provided by the boss and announced the notice from the blackboard to the waiting crowd. The crowd immediately buzzed with excitement. It's indeed rationed, but the boss is generous. Able to buy 5 gene of beef. Yes, I bought it once before, and back then each person could only get 1 gene. Oh dear, I was regretting not bringing more family to queue, but now I can buy extra to share with my sister-in-law. Exactly. Me too. This is wonderful, especially for those of us who live far. I agree, I'll buy some to take back. My relatives asked me to help them buy, and I'll smoke dry it, and send it via post. The atmosphere in the line instantly grew lively. Some began calculating how to cook their purchases, while others craned their necks toward the fresh produce shelves. Even an old grandmother who had been basking in the sun at the village entrance hobbled over with her cane muttering, "They'll queue to buy a gene for my eldest grandson to taste." Sunlight streamed through the wooden windows of the grocery store, casting a warm glow on faces brimming with hopeful smiles. When the store opened, the first customers in line saw rows of fresh produce, crisp vegetables glistening with water droplets and fruits of a size they had never seen before, nothing like the wilted ones from the supply cooperative. Plump and juicy they were, enough to make one's mouth water. Their eyes sparkled with excitement, and their steps quickened unconsciously, as if afraid that the best items would vanish before they could reach them. Aunt Sue pulled Zhu Xiaomei to the front, squeezing through with a cloth bag in hand, and called out loudly, "Big sister, give me 2 gene of beef, 1 gene of lamb, and pick the biggest watermelon for me." Wang Xiaohua replied with a smile, coming right up. "Look how fresh this beef is. They'll pick the best 2 cuts for you. See how bright the color is. And this watermelon, it's bound to be sweet. Anything else you need?" Aunt Sue nodded, eagerly beaming as she watched Wang Xiaohua select the meat. "Yes, I want a few more things. Big sister, set these aside for me. They'll come back to pay." "Sure, no problem. They'll keep these for you. Go ahead and pick the rest. Next, please. Don't crowd. There's plenty for..." The incoming customers all rushed straight for the fresh produce shelves. For some reason, even though the meat looked similar, everyone felt that grabbing the first pick would yield the best cuts. Soon the store buzzed like a bustling market. People chatted about cooking methods while selecting goods, their laughter and cheerful voices echoing through the small grocery store. Even those waiting outside, growing impatient, were calmed when Li Yingzhu announced free cold tea. A cup of chilled tea soothed their restless hearts. Yan Yi stood behind the counter watching the lively scene and patted Duoduo's head. "See, I told you these big watermelons would sell like hotcakes. Who wouldn't love them? A bite of watermelon on a hot day is pure bliss." She picked up a slice of cut watermelon and took a bite. It was chilled, making it even more refreshing. Just then Duoduo meowed at Yan Yi twice. "Yan Yi, I want some too." She glanced at Duoduo and nodded lightly. The little creature hopped onto a stool, and Yan Yi handed it a slice of watermelon. Fortunately, Duoduo wasn't an ordinary cat, otherwise could a real cat even eat watermelon? By lunchtime, the fervor for the newly stocked items had yet to wane. The store remained bustling with customers, lively as ever. At times like this, Yan Yi was grateful for the automatic checkout machine. Otherwise, she'd be too busy to even have a moment, but as she ate, she kept an eye on the shelves to see if restocking was needed. Duoduo lounged at the corner of the counter, occasionally lifting its head to glance at the busy Yan Yi, then lowering it to lick the watermelon juice off its paws. A picture of leisurely contentment. After lunch, Wang Xiaohua swapped shifts with Li Yu. The staff meal today was incredibly delicious. Outside, the weather was scorching, and though the store was cool, the constant flow of people brought in waves of heat. A bowl of cold noodles paired with what the boss called lemon hand-torn chicken, a dish she'd never heard of, was surprisingly tasty. Last time she had the cold noodles, she tried to recreate them at home, but probably missed the complex spices the boss used. Though her husband and kids praised her version, it still wasn't as good as the boss. Wang Xiaohua thought for a moment, then approached Yan Yi. "Boss, could you sell me a portion of these noodles? I want to take some home for my dog." Yan Yi looked up. "Huh, sell noodles? Oh, you mean the cold noodles you're eating?" "Yes, boss, you have no idea how good they are. And this hand-torn chicken, can you sell me a portion too? Do you have extra? I want my husband to taste it too. I tried making your noodles at home before, but the flavor was worlds apart. Not even close." Yan Yi laughed and waved her hand. "I thought it was something serious. It's simple. I have more in the back. They'll pack a portion for you to take home later." A young man nearby who had just taken a can of malted milk from the shelf overheard their conversation and quickly chimed in. "Boss, do you have any extra? Can you sell me a portion too? Your food smells amazing. I'm starving just from the aroma." "They'll pay, no freebies. Is that okay, boss?" Yan Yi hadn't expected customers to want to buy the food, but she underestimated the allure of meals from the system. The cooking room boasted master chefs, and the dishes looked exactly like the pictures. How could they not be tempting? For those who had queued a long time, their stomachs were growling with hunger, and enduring the store's tantalizing aromas without being able to eat was pure torture. Yan Yi considered the ample stock in the warehouse, which could be replenished anytime. Seeing the eager gleam in the young man's eyes, she feared rejecting him might extinguish that light. So she nodded. "All right, I have extra. They'll pack a portion for you too. Just cold noodles and lemon hand-torn chicken. As for the price, let me think. The noodles are vegetarian, but the chicken is meat. A portion of noodles costs 8 mao. If you want, I'll get it for you." The young man's face lit up with surprise, and he nodded eagerly. Yes, whatever you say, boss. The smell alone has me impatient. The price is fair, noodles and meat." Others nearby gathered around, chiming in. "Boss, do you have more? I want to buy a portion too." Yes, one for me too. The aroma is irresistible. My spouse will love it." Yan Yi looked at the bustling crowd, a bit taken aback, since this wasn't part of her plan. Still, she smiled and said, "Everyone, don't rush. There's plenty for all. I have a good amount left, and I'll prepare portions for everyone. But let's get this straight, the food is limited, so first come, first served." Since that day started, every noon, people would come and ask Yan Yi if the staff meal was for sale, and if there were any. Every day she sold quite a few. She couldn't understand why these people would skip the state-run restaurants in town and make a special trip to buy a meal from her. Some even asked her if she would open a restaurant or a diner. Yan Yi smiled and waved her hand. "I don't have that much time to run a restaurant. This grocery store is enough for me. Unable to resist selling many of the same staff meal boxed lunches for several days in a row, Yin-E discussed it with Duoduo after closing yesterday. So when she opened the shop today, there was a change. To be more accurate, when people arrived at the shop entrance, they noticed an extra machine placed by the door. This was the self-service ordering machine that Duoduo had created. At the break of dawn, people began arriving at the village entrance again. Leading the way were two familiar faces from the commune supply cooperative, Aunt Sue and Zhu Xiaomei. They had bought meat just a few days ago, yet here they were again today. Aunt Sue and Zhu Xiaomei arrived by bicycle. After locking their bikes, they hurried over and were the first two to arrive. Just as they placed their cloth bags on the ground, Aunt Sue squinted at the shop entrance. "Hey, Xiaomei, look, what's that?" Zhu Xiaomei followed her pointing finger and saw beside the closed wooden door of the shop a waist-high square, silver-gray metal block. It had a pitch-black panel embedded in its front like a large mirror with metallic glints at the edges. "Is this a new shelf?" "Doesn't look like it." "What shelf looks like this?" "Could it be one of those machines that dispenses money like the one inside?" "But it doesn't look the same either." She tiptoed closer and reached out to touch it, but a young man who arrived from behind pulled her back. "Annie, be careful. It might be something valuable. The boss hasn't opened yet." This shout woke up the people who had come later. The previously drowsy crowd instantly became animated. There really is something new. I hadn't heard about any new gadget. Yeah, my relative didn't mention it when they went back yesterday. It must be some new machine. This boss is amazing, always coming up with things no one else has. Let me see. Hey, there are words on this metal thing. Several bespectacled young men squeezed to the front, squinting to read the small characters next to the black panel self-service ordering machine. An ordering machine? What's it for? Order what? Aunt Sue slapped her thigh. Could the boss really be opening a restaurant? Really? That's great. I came here today specifically to buy one of those boxed lunches to take home. Oh, they sell food too. Is it like the food from those restaurants? I haven't heard the boss is opening a restaurant. Does it taste good? Of course it's good. I bought one yesterday, but my wife and kids ate most of it before I could get much. As everyone was discussing, Li Yutian and Li Yinzi walked over. Seeing the crowd packed several layers deep around the shop entrance, they shouted at the crowd, "Everyone move aside. Get back in line first. The boss hasn't opened yet. What are you all crowding around here for?" Zhu Xiaomei turned around and saw it was the village chief of Li family village. She quickly replied, "Village Chief Li, you're here. We found this metal thing at the shop entrance and don't know what it is, so we gathered to figure it out. Do you know? What's an ordering machine?" "Yeah, it's placed at the door." "Does that mean we can order food directly?" "That's right, brother, you're really smart. I think that must be it." Why didn't I think of that?" Li Yutian and Li Yinzi were overwhelmed by the chatter, their heads buzzing. They had no idea what everyone was talking about. What did they mean by a metal thing appearing at the shop? Then Li Yinzi saw that a tall man was blocking their view. He tried moving a few steps to the side and looked forward again. There really was a new machine. He nodded at Li Yutian, "Village Chief, there really is a new machine at the shop entrance." Li Yutian scratched his head. They hadn't heard anything from the boss last night. It wasn't there when they closed the shop. But he knew they would find out once the boss opened the door, so he shouted again, "Everyone don't rush. Well, no, once the boss opens. Everyone get back in line. Don't crowd around and break it." The crowd reluctantly returned to their line, but their eyes were still glued to the ordering machine. Aunt Sue pulled Zhu Xiaomei aside and whispered, "Do you think this machine is like the checkout machine inside? Can it do calculations?" Zhu Xiaomei hesitated. "It feels both like it and not. Look at that black panel, it's bright. But the machine's shape is indeed similar to the one inside. However, it doesn't have that tray for weighing things. I really can't figure out what it is." A young man carrying an army green canvas bag suddenly interjected, "In my opinion, it must be what I guessed. You can use it to order food, and then it will be prepared, and you'll be notified to pick it up right." This young man's words were similar to what he had said earlier, just with the latter part added. Hearing this, the crowd buzzed with excitement. The young man who had bought a boxed lunch yesterday brightened up. The mere thought of it seemed incredible. He moved forward. "Brother, what do you think you can order?" "Is it the cold noodles the boss makes? I heard they're delicious and very refreshing." Before anyone could answer him, Yin-E opened the shop door. She was wearing a light yellow dress with a Peter Pan collar and ruffled sleeves. Seeing the crowd staring at the ordering machine with some even directing questions at her, Yin-E smiled and clapped her hands. "Stop guessing. This is called a self-service ordering machine. What that person said earlier was a little bit right. It is indeed for ordering food. However, once you order, it will automatically dispense the meal." She walked over to the machine holding a remote control. She pressed the power button and the machine's screen lit up, instantly displaying a line of text, "Welcome. Please place your order." She called out to Li Yutian and asked him to come over. Yin-E demonstrated the process for him. She first touched "Welcome. Please place your order." Then the screen changed to show "Please choose" at the top with 4 options below. The 4 options were 1 vegetable, 1 meat, and 1 vegetable and porridge noodles. Yin-E explained as she operated. The menu might change daily. For example, today the vegetable dish is fish fragrant eggplant, the meat dish is braised beef with tomatoes, and the noodle option is cold noodles. Clicking on each option would display the daily menu, the price, and a purchase limit. Each person could buy a maximum of 2 portions, and each menu item was limited to 100 servings for a total of 400 servings. After making a selection similar to the checkout machine, you insert the money to complete the purchase. Then the corresponding meal packaged in a disposable lunchbox would come out from the dispensing slot below. Li Yutian operated it and immediately received a serving of cold noodles. The people in the front of the line saw this, their eyes wide with astonishment. None of them had imagined that this self-service ordering machine would even prepare the food. Once all the staff of the grocery store had arrived, Yin-E opened for business on time. Latecomers found two lines forming at the entrance, one as usual for those entering the store to shop, and the other queuing up before a large machine outside, with a surprisingly sizable crowd. What's going on here? Which line should I join? A middle-aged man in work clothes asked, puzzled as he parked his bicycle and surveyed the situation before him. The person nearest to him turned and asked, Uncle, what are you looking to buy? Oh, I'm here for grains, some food, and supplies. What else would one buy at a grocery store? I've shopped here before. This time I'm buying for my relatives. Then you need to get in the inside line. The outside line is for buying boxed lunches, the man explained warmly. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's face showed surprise. Boxed lunches? What boxed lunches? Someone nearby immediately chimed in. It's the meals made by the boss using that self-service ordering machine. They have vegetarian and meat options, everything you could want. I hear the taste is amazing. I didn't buy from this machine yesterday, but the boss said it tastes the same, and it's even better than what the master chef at our county state-run restaurant makes. Hearing this, the middle-aged man perked up. Really? That machine can cook? Is that true or false? And you say it's better than the master chef's cooking? I'm from the county too. Have you eaten at the state-run restaurant near the towel factory? That master chef's braised pork is the best in the county, even better than in the city. Can it really top that? This middle-aged man was the logistics director of the towel factory. He had no other hobbies. He neither smoked nor drank nor spent money on such things. His only indulgence was his palate. He loved good food, a trait Head had since childhood, just like his father. But things had been tough in recent years. Private restaurants had closed, too risky to operate, leaving only state-run ones. He'd go there whenever he could for a treat. His wife was just like him. Birds of a feather flocked together. Every month, as soon as they got their wages, they had to splurge at the restaurant, spending all their money on food. Now, even the state-run restaurant was struggling. With no supply of ingredients, they had little to sell each day. The braised pork he craved, made by that master chef, had been off the menu for a long time. His mouth watered at the thought, but there was nothing he could do but endure. When the man heard the uncle mention the specific state-run restaurant in the county and the master chef's signature dish, he knew he had found a kindred spirit. He nodded vigorously. Absolutely, uncle. You mean Master Chef Luo, right? I've had his braised pork many times. But let me tell you, the food from this grocery store is truly on par with his. I haven't tried the braised pork here yet, but yesterday I had something else. Beer braised duck. Ever heard of it? It was my first time too, and oh my goodness, the flavor was incredible. It even surpassed the braised pork. The middle-aged uncle grew even more intrigued. After a moment's thought, he decided to take the young man's advice and queue for a boxed lunch. Actually make that too, since Head heard there was a purchase limit. If he went to buy grains for his relatives first and came back later, he might miss out entirely. The line grew longer, and as people queued, they chatted enthusiastically about how delicious the food from the self-service ordering machine really was. After he bought 2 boxed lunches, 1 meat and 1 vegetable each, and then queued for grains, it wasn't long before the ordering machine displayed sold out. Li Yution used a loudspeaker to announce, no more, no more. The boxed lunches are all sold out. Come back tomorrow. Hearing this, he felt grateful he had listened to the advice, or he would have missed out on the delicious boxed lunches. Like those who failed to buy any, he would have been filled with regret. The middle-aged man, carrying his purchased grains and 2 boxed lunches, pedaled home with a joyful heart, already imagining savoring the legendary delicacies with his wife. Those who hadn't managed to buy a boxed lunch watched the boss confirm there would be no more, their faces etched with disappointment. They murmured among themselves, vowing to come earlier the next day to queue up. Inside the store, Yin-E observed the lively scene outside the self-service ordering machine. She hadn't expected the boxed lunches to be so popular. It was only noon, yet they were already sold out. Duoduo, it seems I underestimated them. I thought this much would last until the afternoon. But since each person was limited to 2 portions, and some families sent multiple members, one person buying 2 and several buying multiple portions quickly depleted the stock. Duoduo was just as astonished as Yin-E. Is the allure of boxed lunches really greater than that of grains? Yin-E shook her head. How could grains be more tempting than boxed lunches? Look at the people buying lunches. They're mostly those who already have enough grains at home and don't worry about food, or those with money to spare. Plus, our boxed lunches are cheap. When Yin-E said cheap, she meant it. The prices were heartwarmingly low. A vegetarian boxed lunch cost only 0.15 yuan, and that included a box of white rice. If one chose multigrain rice, it was even cheaper at 0.12 yuan. A boxed lunch with 1 meat and 1 vegetable with white rice was 0.35 yuan, while the multigrain rice version was 0.32 yuan. This was because aside from the disposable containers purchased from the mall, all the ingredients were grown in the little garden and processed in the cooking room, keeping costs extremely low. Given that the grocery store's customers included both city dwellers and rural folk, not all of whom could afford high prices, Yin-E wanted to offer these boxed lunches as a hidden perk. She deliberately offered both white rice and multigrain rice options, allowing everyone to choose according to their means. Duoduo thought Yin-E made a valid point. Should we increase the quantity tomorrow? Yin-E considered it. Let's add 200 more portions. Not too many, since we're primarily a grocery store selling grains, not a restaurant. But come the next day, the line for boxed lunches was still substantial. Even with the extra 200 portions, they sold out quickly. However, Yin-E didn't increase the quantity further. Instead, she introduced a new rule: each family could purchase a maximum of 5 portions in total across all types. Without such a restriction, a family could send several members to buy for all their relatives, snapping up a dozen portions and leaving little for those behind them. Someone who noticed the increased quantity today went inside to ask, Yin, boss, will you add more tomorrow? Could you increase the number of boxed lunches? There are still too few. Yin smiled helplessly and shook her head. I'm afraid there's nothing I can do about that. For now, this is all we can supply. I'm truly sorry. If you didn't get any today, you'll have to come earlier tomorrow and try again. Hearing her words, the man could only return home with regret.